Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 309, Volume 5, Chapter 21, The Lion King's Questions and Answers. The command spell was originally a special crest designed by Kirei for the Holy Grail War ritual in Fuyuki, created to give masters control over their summoned servants. It symbolized the master's absolute authority. While servants with magic resistance could resist one command spell, only a few could withstand two. After the Fourth Holy Grail War ended, Shiomi formed a new contract with Morgan, severing ties with the Grail War system, meaning command spells were no longer part of the equation. Shiomi's current command spells come from the Chaldea system. Compared to the original, their coercive power and functionality have weakened. If a servant refuses to cooperate, even using all three may prove ineffective. So when the Lion King forcibly took the command spell from him, Shiomi didn't think much of it. To him, it was just another magical resource that could be efficiently converted into mana in a servant's hands. But he underestimated the power Artoria gained after becoming divine. Once the Chaldea command spells transferred to her, they changed. With her godly status surpassing humanity and the contract usurped, turning the command spell on the master became trivial. That's why the Lion King brought Shiomi to the front gate of the Holy City to witness the Holy Selection. Even if someone tried to rescue him, as long as the contract remained intact and the Lion King held onto even a fraction of the command spell, Tenkei Shiomi wouldn't be able to escape. Two still remained. Bound once again by the Holy Lance, Shiomi sat cross-legged on the bedchamber carpet. If the Lion King had no way to replenish the command spells, he could at least reason with that. But either way, escaping was far harder than he had imagined. Now you see, escaping from here isn't so easy after all, came the Lion King's voice from behind. It seemed she had finished reviewing the Knights of the Round Table's battle reports and returned to the bedchamber after handling matters. I underestimated you, Lion King. I never thought you'd be able to turn a command spell, meant only for servants, into a tool to restrain a master. Shiomi gave a bitter laugh, admitting his failure. In the end, it was a lack of planning on his part. He'd known from the start that escaping through the city gates was impossible. His only goal had been to do what he could, intervene in the enforcement night's slaughter of the refugees. Morgan's sudden appearance had caught him completely off guard. He had thought she would be focused on carefully planning the attack on the Holy City. Thinking back, the Lion King taking Shiomi to witness the Holy Selection likely hadn't been part of Morgan's calculations either. Abandon your original plans and walk alongside me, the Lion King said, sitting at the edge of the bed before Shiomi. Do so, and I'll forgive your transgression today. Shiomi sat facing the bed as the Lion King removed her cloak and dispelled her armor woven from magical energy, leaving only her form-fitting battle robe. The deep blue of the robe made her fair skin appear even paler. She seemed completely unconcerned by the bare skin at her chest. Sitting naturally at the bedside, she looked down at Shiomi with her usual gaze. No. After witnessing your so-called Holy Selection, I've only become more certain. Maybe you have your reasons, maybe you truly believe you're saving humanity. But selecting a handful of people based on your own standards, and recycling them like objects. I can't agree with that. Shiomi met the Lion King's gaze directly. The Lion King was silent for a moment. She raised her index finger, not to unleash punishment through the Holy Lance, but to release the chains that had bound Shiomi like a rice dumpling. Only the original restraints on his limbs and neck remained. Sit, she said. Then explain why you reject my methods. Shiomi glanced behind him. A wide, comfortable chair had been placed there. He rose, took his seat, and now faced the Lion King at equal height. I've said it before, human nature is corrupt and ugly. Among such people, only a rare few can preserve a pure and kind soul. You know this as well as I do. Only those souls are worthy of entering this ideal city, the Lion King said again, her tone calm and absolute. She wasn't wrong. Shiomi had seen many such people himself, especially in the world of Magus, where corruption and ugliness were on full display. There, magi who could be called genuinely kind were few and far between. You're misjudging humanity's nature, Lion King, Shiomi replied. Humans don't seek to do good for its own sake. They're beings who constantly choose what seems best for a better tomorrow. But that best option isn't always a moral one. He let out a breath. I've seen all kinds of people who commit evil. Some, like you, judge others in the name of justice, deciding who should live and who should die. Others can't even feel ordinary happiness and can only find joy through doing harm. But I've also seen good people, like someone who finally gained a life they longed for, yet still chose to sacrifice all their time, never letting their guard down, just to prevent humanity's destruction. Or someone who was born emotionally broken, yet still forced themselves to live justly for the sake of someone important to them. But regardless of good or evil, no matter how noble the people you select may seem, none of them are free from desire. Those who make choices to survive, to strive for a better future, just because they aren't spotless, you would deny them life. Before making such sweeping judgments, you should at least see with your own eyes those on this land who suffer, who still fight to survive despite everything. Then decide, Lion King. The way of the lion belongs only to lions. It shouldn't be forced onto humans. Shiomi clenched his fists, refuting the Lion King's ideals word by word. Well said, she replied lightly, unfazed by his argument. Even if we debate for days, it won't change anything. I just want you to go out and see for yourself, not remain on your throne, turning into a device called king that enforces your will without question. Shiomi shook his head, fully aware of how unshakable the Lion King's resolve was. Then prove it to me, with your strength. Words and ideals alone won't suffice. Consider this your punishment as well. The Lion King reached out her hand, not to take his, but to undo the remaining shackles on his body. The bedchamber suddenly dimmed. From his seat, Shiomi watched as the Lion King's figure slowly faded into the distance. Chapter 310, Volume 5, Chapter 22, The Sunset at Camlin. Darkness completely engulfed him, then receded. Shiomi found himself seated in the middle of an open field. The land had become a battlefield, corpses strewn in every direction. The wind that blew carried the thick stench of blood. The setting sun dyed the landscape a deep crimson, making the already grim scene even more harrowing. It reminded Shiomi of the final battle at the North American Singularity. But this place, it was even more brutal. The forces on both sides had fought to the bitter end, every soldier bleeding out the last drop of life. Just as he was trying to guess the Lion King's intentions, a furious voice rang out overhead. A knight clad in silver armor charged at him, both hands gripping a long sword. The blade, filled with killing intent, came crashing down, only to cleave through the chair he had been sitting on. Shiomi leapt back, putting distance between them. Even with the helmet obscuring the knight's face, he recognized her instantly. Mordred. So, you're letting me fight your Knights of the Round Table now, he muttered. Though the restraints on his power had vanished, the Lion King had cast him into a sealed world, one where he now faced Mordred, seething with rage and bloodlust. Arthur. King. Mordred's furious roar interrupted his thoughts. Though she charged at Shiomi, the name she screamed was Arthur's. Summoning his spear, Shiomi countered with a flurry of thrusts, driving Mordred back. He quickly scanned his surroundings, examining the armor worn by the dead scattered across the field. All of it resembled that of 5th to 6th century Britannia. That meant. Dodging and retreating while fending off Mordred's relentless strikes, Shiomi watched carefully, waiting for an opening. When it came, he countered again, forcing her back, then the realization hit him. This was the end of the Battle of Camlin. According to history, it was here that King Arthur clashed with Mordred. In the end, the king struck down the rebel knight with the Holy Lance, but was grievously wounded in return. Afterward, he died and passed on to Avalon. That is, if one ignores the tale of the King of Knights forging a pact with the world and entering the Holy Grail War to save Britannia. Regardless, this battlefield marked the end of Arthur's legend. Shiomi's earlier question had gone unanswered, but he no longer cared to ask. The Lion King's intent was clear, she had used her own power to send him into a battlefield drawn from memory. And the first trial was the original ending. It was a twisted sort of judgment. On one side, the knight who had betrayed her in life. On the other, Shiomi, who had bonded with that knight after her death. Of course, he knew the Lion King felt no amusement. She wasn't one for cruel humor. This setup simply made sense. Even so, it was the first time Shiomi had truly clashed with Mordred. Before this, they had only fought alongside each other against more formidable foes. But now. Mordred's strength far exceeded even Artoria's during Singularity F. Every swing of her sword came without hesitation, laced with mana that crackled into crimson lightning. Her sheer power forced Shiomi onto the defensive, he couldn't afford to meet her head-on. Was it the difference between life and death as a servant, or something else? Shiomi narrowly dodged Mordred's thrust, the blade nearly grazing his throat. He swung his spear behind his back, twisting it in a rapid arc toward Mordred's body. It missed her vitals, grazing her arm instead. Whether it was Artoria or Mordred, both possessed a natural sharpness of instinct. Cut from the same cloth. Shiomi smiled bitterly to himself. He flexed his dry fingers and once again gripped the crimson spear tightly. Mordred showed no concern for conserving her mana. Even through her helmet, he could see her eyes had lost all reason. This wasn't just rage, it was something closer to mad enhancement. Probably a measure to prevent him, who knew her well, from interfering with words and gaining the upper hand too easily. The Lion King's intent was clearly more than just punishment. If all she wanted was retribution, she could have sealed Shiomi's power and left him at the mercy of Mordred, or whatever other enemy appeared here. But instead, she created this battlefield. Assuming the worst, facing Mordred at Camlin might only be the beginning of this trial. Illusion or not, the scent of death that rushed toward him was real. Shiomi had no doubt, if he was reduced to mincemeat here, even if he survived, he'd be as good as dead. No matter that they'd once fought side by side, there was no room for hesitation now. And Mordred's noble phantasm had already activated. Crimson mana spiraled skyward around her blade as she muttered broken, incoherent words, shouting her true name as the holy sword came crashing down toward Shiomi. During his days imprisoned in Camelot, he had fully recovered, and in that brief clash with Mordred, he'd found his battle instincts again. He chose to dodge, watching as the noble phantasm's mana surged and expanded. One step too slow, and he would have been consumed entirely. He retreated to a safe distance and watched as the blood-soaked battlefield was torn open by a massive scar, the corpses of fallen soldiers instantly vaporized by the unleashed mana. Still, Shiomi had evaded the blow, and now, he struck back. But then the surge of mana flared again. Shiomi's eyes widened. Consecutive noble phantasm releases were supposed to be rare, strictly limited. Only noble phantasms like Shiomi's Crimson Spear, attacks that pierced the heart with minimal mana, could be fired off repeatedly. But Mordred's was an anti-fortress noble phantasm. Even with ample mana, releasing such a high-level conceptual weapon in rapid succession placed a tremendous burden on the user. In the worst case, it could kill them outright. Was this the Lion King's plan all along? Shiomi raised his spear, eyes filled with pain as he stared at Mordred, reduced to nothing more than a living noble phantasm launcher. Even if it was just a phantom. Even if it was only an illusion. Watching her head toward self-destruction like this pained him deeply. No matter what reason you had for sending Mordred to fight me, he said to the Lion King, not knowing if she was even watching, I won't follow your script. Clarent Blood Arthur. The scream tore through the air, hoarse and raw, no longer even sounding human. It was impossible to tell whether it carried emotion or was simply the embodiment of hatred. Hatred for King Arthur. Shiomi slipped past the noble phantasm's second descent with the barest motion. As the energy spread, he closed the distance between them in a flash. His aim, the heart. If he landed the strike, it would be over. True or false, this suffering would end here. Shiomi spread his hands. Ice-formed arrows hovered in the air, and the instant they solidified, they flew, straight toward Mordred. 100 chapters ahead. P at Trioncom/Pinksnake. Chapter 311, Volume 5, Chapter 23, Bedivere. In the wilderness northwest of Camelot. Morgan and her group were leading the surviving refugees who had escaped the holy punishment toward the deep mountains in that direction. Although Shiomi had acted immediately at the time, the enforcement knight struck first. Under a storm of arrows, even though some managed to flee through the main gate, most of the refugees were still killed. According to Nitocris's intel, the area ahead was inhabited by the mountain people. However, they lacked the means to shelter or care for nearly 100 refugees. While the refugees were deeply grateful to Morgan and Bedivere for rescuing them, doubts still lingered. How long would these people, so different in race and culture, truly protect them? It was then that Bedivere stepped forward and proposed heading toward the mountain people's territory. He offered the act of protecting the refugees as proof of goodwill, to avoid being seen as a threat by the elders of the mountains. With this arrangement, the refugees were finally reassured. They continued following the three camels, slowly making their way through the desolate plains. One of the camels had even been given to a mother carrying her child, rushed. Her name was Salia. A well-handled negotiation, Sir Bedivere, Morgan remarked mildly. Bedivere was startled and quickly lowered his head in humility. Not at all. This is the only thing I'm any good at. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been allowed to remain among the Knights of the Round Table. The Knights of the Round Table, Scáthach mused. Did you escape from that White Wall city? No. I came to this singularity for certain reasons, Bedivere replied vaguely. Caren, seated beside Morgan on the same camel, leaned slightly against her and asked, is it really okay for you to travel with people like us? It's a fair concern, especially since, you're now traveling with none other than the Great Witch Morgan, came Romani's voice through the communicator. Honestly, I expected you to go your separate way once we retreated to safety. Bedivere seemed surprised by the voice. From the sound of it, you come across as a wise and adaptable person, someone perceptive and resilient. Am I right? Oh. I wasn't expecting to be praised like that. You're making me a bit embarrassed. Back in Chaldea, he and Shiomi often exchanged light banter and compliments during idle chats. Usually, it was half in jest, half in earnest. Like during the New Year's celebration, when Shiomi praised Romani's wisdom as being more precious than the 10 Commandments. Among the group headed to this singularity, aside from the director who was always strict with Romani, the others weren't so harsh. But being complimented so sincerely by a stranger like this still made Romani feel a bit awkward. He really is a wise man, Morgan teased playfully. So, Sir Bedivere, why did you choose to stand with us against your old companions? In truth, I witnessed your battle with the Knights of the Round Table a few days ago. The situation was changing so rapidly that before I had the chance to step in, the Holy Lance had already been unleashed. Bedivere nodded slightly. After that, I saw all of you heading toward the territory of the Sun King, so I went on ahead to Camelot alone. And as it turned out, he had unexpectedly run into the Chaldea girls there, so he simply took the chance to lend a hand. But why do you trust us? Scáthach asked. Did Merlin tell you something? Just as you said, Lady Scáthach. Sir Merlin did say that if I encountered Chaldea, I shouldn't fear Morgan's presence. And if there was someone named Romani Archaman among them, I should seek their help. Bedivere confirmed her guess. But he added, a little surprised, I didn't expect the Queen of the Land of Shadows to know Sir Merlin. That's quite unexpected. It's nothing, Scáthach replied. I was only able to escape the Land of Shadows during the incineration of human history and go to Chaldea to assist my beloved disciple thanks to Merlin, or rather, someone who is both Merlin and not Merlin. Bedivere was completely confused. Someone who's, kind of like Merlin. Morgan raised an eyebrow. This was the first time she had heard of it too. If it's not Merlin, then who is it? Well, she calls herself Lady Avalon, Merlin's sister. Scáthach gave a meaningful smile. Since that's what she claims, we might as well go along with it. But I've never heard of Sir Merlin having a sister. Bedivere felt something was off. Still, considering it was Merlin, it somehow made a strange sort of sense. Seriously? Merlin has a sister? That's impossible. Romani exclaimed. That guy's a half-incubus, half-human hybrid, but I've never heard anything about a sister. Then his eyes widened. Wait a second, don't tell me it's Magimar. Thud. Romani was knocked out cold by Da Vinci, who took over the transmission in his place. All right, let's set Romani's outburst aside for now. Bedivere, since you're willing to assist Chaldea, that means you intend to stop the Lion King and the Knights of the Round Table too, right? That's right. I originally planned to blend in with the refugees and use the chance offered by the Holy Selection to enter Camelot and meet my king. Bedivere looked troubled. But I never imagined the Holy Selection would turn out like this. Sir Gawain even ignored the code of chivalry and raised his sword against defenseless refugees. In any case, with just the few of us, we're too weak to launch an invasion. Morgan glanced at Bedivere's prosthetic right arm, sensing the secret it held. She then stated calmly and firmly, we need to find servants we can work with to strengthen our forces. Only then can we truly destroy that false Camelot. Bedivere remained silent. Though it was difficult for him, as a Knight of the Round Table, to trust Morgan, the fact remained, if the Round Table had become tyrants enforcing oppression, then it was Morgan, seeking to destroy the ideal city of King Arthur, who now stood on the just side. Even if she still aimed to destroy Camelot. This ironic twist of fate in the singularity left a bitter taste in Bedivere's mouth. Setting aside all irrelevant thoughts, Bedivere focused on what he needed to do. Clenching his prosthetic arm, he asked, may I ask you one more thing, Lady Morgan? Speak. I remember Chaldea had many people just 2 days ago. Why are there only 3 of you now? Bedivere asked with concern. Morgan let out a quiet sigh. My husband was captured after holding off the Holy Lance alone. One person stayed behind in Ozymandias' territory to make preparations. The others left from there to explore the singularity in separate directions. By now, they should have reached the Atlas Institute. Chapter 312, Volume 5, Chapter 24, Atlas Institute Beneath the Desert. Just as Morgan had predicted, Sakura, Ritsuka, Gray, and Mash traveled north through the Ozymandias' territory in a sand buggy. Using the coordinates Chaldea had on the Atlas Institute, they searched the desert and, after a skirmish with monsters, suddenly fell into a massive pit. Beneath the pit was an underground facility. They were now in a corridor. They had reached the Atlas Institute, only to find someone had arrived before them. His name was Sherlock Holmes. He claimed to be the embodiment of the concept of a detective, the incarnation of one who uncovers the truth, and the final key that would guide them to it. According to Holmes, he had already made contact with Sakura through information. The documents neatly arranged in the underground archive of the Mages Association during the London Singularity were his doing, intended to help those who came later quickly find what they needed. But more than that, it was Gray and Mash, both avid fans of Conan Doyle, who were caught off guard as readers. They never expected a legendary literary figure to appear in a singularity as a servant, and to offer his cooperation. But given the current circumstances, this is truly an unprecedented murder case, ladies, Holmes said, leading the way and speaking as he walked. To think of it as an incident of wiping out primates through the incineration of human history, an event of this scale, naturally I would be here. Then why did you come to this singularity, Mr. Holmes? Sakura asked, puzzled. Was the ability to travel across singularity something a masterless servant could truly possess? Or was this a deliberate arrangement by the counterforce, summoning Holmes to various singularities and preserving all his memories? Same as you, I'm here to acquire knowledge, Holmes replied. However, it seems the one who should have come personally did not accompany you. You mean my father? Sakura asked. He's currently being held prisoner in Camelot by the Lion King. Captured, not executed. Holmes raised an eyebrow. If someone qualifies to enter Camelot, yet was taken instead of killed, there must be another reason. Ritsuka quickly asked, then do you know why Professor Shiomi was taken? That answer likely lies at the heart of this institute, Holmes said with a warm smile. And I have business there as well. A perfectly aligned collaboration with no detours, so, ladies, let's pick up the pace. The endless knowledge of the Atlas Institute awaits us. Though he spoke with polished courtesy, his passion for knowledge and the unknown, hallmarks of a detective, still shone through. It made him feel just slightly different from the Holmes they had read about in books. Still, they followed him through the long underground corridors of the Atlas Institute, heading toward its center. Along the way, they exchanged information with Holmes about this singularity and others. When Ritsuka briefly explained their purpose, Holmes asked to examine the ad that Gray was carrying. With her permission, he carefully inspected the cage. I see. So this is a replica of one of the Atlas Institute's 7 great weapons. There's a rumor that the Atlas Institute once assisted Morgan in her plan to resurrect King Arthur. It seems that rumor is true, Holmes said as he returned the cage to Gray, then looked at her. But I'm surprised to hear you've met the last director of the Atlas Institute, Zepia Eltnam at Leisure. No, we only met briefly. The only one who had any deep conversation with him was Professor Shiomi. Gray shook her head. She hadn't fully understood Zepia's actions in Blackmore Village. All she knew was what Shiomi had said later, that Zepia had intended to reclaim the weapons the Atlas Institute had lent out under a contract. He used them to destroy the resurrection ritual, bringing the contract to an end. Again, that person. Holmes raised an eyebrow, as if he'd just caught a critical clue. Is there something wrong with my dad? Sakura sounded a little displeased. She knew this was likely Holmes's instinct as a detective, to question anything or anyone cloaked in mystery. But for Sakura, who had never once doubted her father, it came off as a bit offensive. Anyone else might betray her, and she wouldn't be surprised. But her father? Never. Sakura was more certain of that than anyone else. No, I just remembered something. Miss Sakura, back at the London Singularity, you encountered the King of Magecraft. Thinking back on it now, was there anything unusual about the way he appeared to you and your father? Holmes asked. Sakura furrowed her brow slightly. If you're asking whether something felt off, then yes, it did. Strictly speaking, that was the first time I saw the King of Magecraft, but it wasn't the first time I had encountered him. Oh. Holmes leaned in, clearly interested. The other 3 girls looked surprised. In 2004, I was 16. For certain reasons, I returned alone to my hometown, Fuyuki City, and participated in the 5th Holy Grail War, Sakura said. I didn't win the Grail, but I know that the final servant was Castor, who was the King of Magecraft. To survive a Grail War where the enemy servant was the King of Magecraft, that must have been quite the battle, Holmes remarked. Miss Sakura, would you be willing to tell us how you survived such a war? At that moment, Gray spoke up. Because. Professor Shiomi returned to Fuyuki. As a fan of detective novels, she had quickly grasped the heart of the conversation. Tenkei Shiomi. The person Gray respected most, who treated her like family. Sakura and Caren's father. Now, one of the key pillars of Chaldea's human order restoration efforts. But from the moment he first arrived in Gray's village, it was undeniable, he had always carried secrets. Even so, he had earned the trust of someone as shy as Gray. And now, he suddenly felt like a mysterious figure whose identity needed unraveling. That's right, Sakura said. In the end, it wasn't me who confronted the King of Magecraft, it was my father and Lady Mother. Holmes didn't immediately ask who Lady Mother was. Instead, he prompted Sakura to think. If that's the case, then your father has faced the King of Magecraft more than once. Looking back, was there any subtle mistake or reaction from either of them that struck you as odd? Even something that just made you go, Sakura froze for a moment, then spoke slowly. He had encountered the King of Magecraft before, and yet, that time, the way he braced himself, it was like he was facing him for the first time. 100 chapters ahead. p@trioncom/pinksnake. Chapter 313, Chapter 313, Volume 5, Chapter 25, Trihermes Tower. At the heart of the Atlas Institute lay a vast underground cavern, large enough to rival a city, with a simulated blue sky overhead. Everything necessary for human life was present here. Even with the artificial sky, the apprentices of the Atlas Institute were able to maintain their physical and mental well-being and continue their research uninterrupted. Towering beneath this sky stood the Institute's greatest record-keeping device, the pseudo-spiritron calculation engine, Tri-Hermes. It was also the prototype for Chaldea's Spiritron calculation engine, Trismegistus. Hermes. Gray murmured, recognizing the name. The giant bird that had fought Shiomi and Morgan beneath the Blackmore village graveyard had also borne that name. After leading the group to the base of the obelisk, Holmes restored access to the facility. But with the Atlas Institute now a ruin, there was no one left to contact. They could only proceed without permission. But, how are the machines here still running, even after being buried beneath the desert? Mash asked curiously. The answer's quite simple, Holmes replied. This is the Atlas Institute as it existed in 2016. I've heard that both the Atlas Institute and the Wandering Sea exist independently of fixed time coordinates, Sakura explained. No matter what era you visit, you always arrive at a fixed point in their timeline. But only the Magi here know why. Miss Sakura, you're quite familiar with the issues surrounding the Mages Association, Holmes said with a hearty laugh. As I mentioned on the way here, we have several matters to investigate. One of them involves your father, Tenkei Shiomi, the Magus. During their journey, Holmes had pointed out Shiomi's peculiarity. After Sakura gave her thoughtful consent, he shared the nature of his investigation and the secrets he was pursuing. However, before we dig into Tenkei Shiomi, there's something else I must look into. Holmes operated the equipment beneath the obelisk. Though he wasn't an Atlas Institute Magus and couldn't access every record, the device itself documented all phenomena. As Miss Sakura noted, the winners of the Fifth Holy Grail War were Marisberry and Castor, the king of magecraft. But public records list Saber as the victor. Sakura knew something about that discrepancy. After the war, Marisberry had sought out Shiomi. Since silencing someone who knew the truth wasn't an option, the former director opted for cooperation instead. As for the reason behind the cover-up, Marisberry had claimed that a clear victory in the Holy Grail War would draw too much attention to the Department of Astromancy. Through monetary arrangements, he offered Sakura generous compensation to take on the title of victor, downplaying the war's actual outcome as much as possible. Sakura had been reluctant. After all, it felt like a betrayal of the bond she and Saber had shared, fighting side by side to the very end. But Shiomi had persuaded her to accept. He seemed to have his own reasons. Sakura never asked, and didn't feel the need to. When the time came, she believed she would understand. But that's just a footnote, Holmes continued. The real issue is that a year after the Fifth Holy Grail War ended, Romani Archamon, at the age of 22, became the head of Chaldea's medical department. And yet, there's no record of any activity from him prior to 2004. It's as if he simply appeared out of nowhere that year. Does Dr. Roman's background have something to do with Professor Shiomi? Ritsuka asked, puzzled. That's just my hypothesis, Holmes replied. But I suspect that the reason Miss Sakura's father agreed to Marisberry's deal may be related to Romani Archamon. In other words, Tenkei Shiomi might have already known Romani, or rather, known who he truly was. Sakura tried hard to recall her memories from before 2004. But as far as I remember, my father never mentioned anything about Dr. Roman before that. Now that you mention it, I remember something from one of Professor Shiomi's lectures at Chaldea, Ritsuka said, rubbing her chin. After Dr. Roman chimed in with a joke, the professor said something like, "Hearing you call me sensei in a magecraft class only sounds like sarcasm, right, senpai?" Mash added, recalling it clearly. But Dr. Roman didn't even have the qualifications of a magus. He didn't have magic circuits at all. Gray frowned slightly. Professor Shiomi isn't the type to look down on someone just because they're not a magus. On the contrary, he usually mocked those from prestigious, long-standing magus families. Oh. Holmes raised an eyebrow. Even jokes tend to carry a kernel of truth. For him to say something like that to Romani, on a literal level, it almost implies that Romani's skill as a magus was far superior to his own. Would someone without any magical aptitude ever earn such an evaluation? It was still just speculation, but Holmes's line of thought made them realize something. Shiomi and Dr. Roman were more familiar with each other than anyone had thought, and not just within Chaldea. Gray then remembered the first time she had set foot in Fuyuki. She and Caren had gone out with Shiomi and happened to run into Dr. Roman on the way. At the time, Shiomi had simply said he was an old acquaintance. Gray lowered her head slightly. It might be a clue. But rather than keep speculating here with a stranger, no matter how familiar he seemed from the detective novels, perhaps it was best to ask directly. After all, their original reason for coming here was to investigate why it had gone silent and to identify the true name of the servant who had lent Mash her strength. Between trusting the people she knew and speculating with new allies, Gray chose the former. Even if my father has known Dr. Romani for a long time, so what? Sakura echoed that trust without hesitation. Sensing the dissatisfaction in her voice, Holmes offered a quiet apology. I meant no offense. I'm not asking you to doubt your companions, only to consider a fact. Tenkei Shiomi is shrouded in a mystery no less profound than the incineration of humanity itself. Even the king of magecraft couldn't see through him. That's why, when Shiomi first stepped into a singularity, the king took advantage of a moment of leisure to appear and eliminate him with overwhelming force, eliminating a potential threat. With that, Holmes turned to operate Hermes and began searching for new data. According to what the king of magecraft said at the fourth singularity, the incineration of human order has already been completed. He's now preparing for the next phase, and Tenkei Shiomi's existence is undoubtedly an obstacle to that. Chapter 314, Volume 5, Chapter 26, A Past Beyond Verification. Then, Tri Hermes projected Tenkei Shiomi's records for everyone to see. According to the Atlas Institute's data, Tenkei Shiomi first became active in the world of Magus, or rather, first came into public view, in the early 1980s. He suddenly appeared at the clock tower one day, with a flawless registered Magus identity, and was assigned to the Sealing Designation Division, Holmes explained, glancing at the group. As you've likely noticed, there are no records of Tenkei Shiomi in the human world prior to 1980. That's quite similar to Romani. But Holmes' speculation only drew somewhat bored expressions from the others, which was rare enough to surprise him. My father came from the land of shadows. Naturally, there wouldn't be any records of him in the human world before that, Sakura said with a slight frown. Though I don't know the exact year. The girls all nodded in agreement. Shiomi had already offered a formal explanation about this after Scáthach arrived in Chaldea. Ha ha ha, Miss Sakura's rebuttal really cuts to the heart of it. Indeed, Tri Hermes couldn't record anything from the land of shadows, which lies beyond the world itself. What happened there, what was experienced, is known only to Tenkei Shiomi and his master, Queen Scáthach, Holmes admitted with a chuckle, though his confident expression didn't waver. But ladies, how did he get to the land of shadows? And where was he before that? Before Shiomi, Scáthach had trained other disciples, all with well-documented origins. As the Atlas Institute's largest archival system, Tri Hermes gathers, classifies, and logs vast amounts of information from across Earth. Ask it a question, and you get an answer. Yet there is no answer to where Tenkei Shiomi was born, Holmes said seriously. It's possible that this information was deliberately hidden, and our current access level doesn't allow us to retrieve it. But regardless of the reason, Shiomi's origins remain inaccessible within the Atlas Institute. There are certainly many mysteries surrounding my father, but that doesn't stop me from fully trusting him, Sakura said plainly to Holmes. Then Holmes added, it's possible even he doesn't know. Not knowing his own origins, he may have chosen to keep these mysteries to himself, so as not to burden those around him with confusion or concern. Everyone looked a bit surprised. According to Hermes' records, especially from the time he adopted Miss Sakura and your sister, all his actions have consistently posed no harm to humanity. In fact, you could even say he's been unintentionally protecting the world he lives in, Holmes said with a smile. But all of it seemed unconscious, simply doing what he believed was right and choosing the most rational path. Maybe this was just Holmes' own hope for a Magus he had never actually met. Still, actions reveal one's nature, and in all of Tenkei Shiomi's records, he had never once committed an act that could truly be called evil. He seemed more like a Magus with normal human values, someone who had found his own balance between the two worlds. He couldn't even bring himself to say something like, I can't trust Romani Archamon. To trust someone he'd never met, and in turn, trust the people that person trusted, it wasn't how a detective should think. But there was no need for deduction. The certainty just came to him. How strange. Holmes thought to himself. Realizing he had gone quiet and the others were waiting for him to continue, Holmes spoke up, all right, that's all we can dig up on Tenkei Shiomi. The rest, well, if you ask him directly, maybe he won't be able to resist your curiosity and spill the truth. He cleared his throat. Next, let's talk about Miss Grey's friend, or rather, her weapon, and why it's fallen silent. Considering the changes in Miss Grey, we can assume that King Arthur has appeared at the Singularity and is wielding the Holy Lance. I heard from my teacher that the Holy Lance I hold is actually just a shadow of the Tower of the End, Grey said. Exactly. There are two Holy Lances in existence. One is a colossal tower that pierces through the world, the Tower of the End. It still exists, but no one can reach it. After all, it's at the end of the world, and reaching it would mean the end of everything, Holmes said, toying with the pipe in his hand. The other spear, held by the Lion King, is the true form of Ad, now sealed. Both are like shadows of that tower, projected onto the world. Weapons that can channel the tower's power. So, the tower is the main body, and the lance is like a drone? Mash asked. Holmes smiled and nodded. That's a fitting comparison, Miss Kirei. The tower has always stood at the end of the world, while the lance is the weapon held by its guardian. And now, as another shadow of the tower, Miss Grey's Ad has gone silent. Which leads us to a theory: the Lion King has seized control of the Tower of the End itself, and using its authority, has silenced every other shadow. Does that mean? Ritsuka pressed her temples, narrowing her eyes as she tried to piece it together. The Tower of the End is already standing within this singularity. Only after she spoke did she realize, from everyone's expressions, just how earth-shattering that possibility was. Incredible intuition. Yes, I can say with confidence, the holy city of Camelot, which rose overnight, is the Tower of the End itself. The Lion King's so-called holy selection isn't about choosing someone pure and upright, but someone who will always do what's right, no matter the circumstance. Holmes stopped mid-sentence, a sudden chill running through him. So that's why Tenkei Shiomi was captured. He wasn't executed on the battlefield like an enemy. Could it be that the Lion King recognized this and chose to take him alive? Even so, it seemed too drawn out. So there's no way to wake Ad up, someone asked. There are only two methods, Holmes replied. First, leave the singularity, escape the influence of the Lion King and the Tower of the End. Second, enter Camelot and confront the Lion King directly. 100 chapters ahead. p@triancom/pinksnake. Chapter 315, Chapter 315, Volume 5, Chapter 27, The Lion King's Scheme. Mordred has already been eliminated. Within the royal palace of the Holy City, the Lion King muttered softly from atop the throne. In the solemn stillness of the chamber, even such a faint voice reached the ears of the gathered knights of the Round Table. Agravain, the king's aide, along with Gawain and Tristan, tasked with Camelot's defense, instinctively turned to face their ruler. They assumed the Lion King had either foreseen something or learned of news not yet reported to Camelot. Your Majesty, Mordred is still within her domain. There's been no word of an attack from the Sun King or any other faction, Agravain inquired respectfully. May I be so bold as to ask, has something changed? The Lion King only parted her lips slightly, as if sighing silently, but her voice remained cold and indifferent. Mordred is unharmed. What I spoke of was merely a trivial matter. Continue with the previous discussion. The king's vague words left the three knights uneasy, but none dared press further. Even a single unnecessary question could result in the Lion King delivering punishment with her holy lance. The enforcement knight in charge of reconnaissance reports that Morgan and her group have taken in a large number of refugees who escaped the holy punishment. They appear to be heading toward the mountain people's village, Agravain reported. Tristan frowned in thought. But the western village has already been destroyed. Only the eastern village remains, and it's protected by the assassin-class servant, the Old Man of the Mountain. Our enforcement knights can't easily reach that location. That region is quite close to Mordred's territory. Should we assign Sir Mordred to handle the search and assault? Gawain proposed. After a moment's thought, Agravain nodded. That seems quite reasonable. What is your Majesty's will? Send word to Lancelot. Have him leave his guerrilla post and move into the wilderness to relieve Mordred. He will take over the mission to locate and strike the mountain people's settlement, the Lion King ordered, contrary to their expectations. Agravain hesitated. Why assign this to Lancelot? Wouldn't it be more efficient to have Mordred, who is already nearby, pursue them? His words were silenced by the Lion King's chilling gaze. After a brief pause, she spoke. There are only 3 Chaldea personnel interfering with the holy selection. The king means. Chaldea has split into 2 groups, and Morgan's appearance in the holy city was just a diversion. Tristan narrowed his eyes. A clever ploy. From the moment Morgan appeared before us, the Round Table had no choice but to stay alert and keep tracking her. How sorrowful. If Morgan's escort of the refugees was merely a feint, Gawain realized, then the king intends for Mordred to track down the other Chaldea members who are still unaccounted for. There's a strong chance they'll make contact with her again. Just days ago, Mordred had been reprimanded by the king for showing inexplicable mercy during a clash with Chaldea. Judging by the behavior of the master the king had ordered captured alive, there seemed to be some kind of past connection between Chaldea and Mordred. The Mordred summoned to the singularity by the Lion King clearly recognized some of them. But even from the beginning, the Lion King's trust in Mordred had its limits. She was only permitted to enter the holy city during the daytime, her nights were spent patrolling the wilds. The Lion King had even bestowed the gift of rampage upon her, unrequested, intending for Mordred to fight until the last drop of her blood was spilled for the king's grand design. Then we should assign covert eyes to shadow Mordred during her search. The moment any remaining Chaldea members are spotted, we'll launch an immediate annihilation strike, Agravain added to the Lion King's orders. The Lion King gave no response. As always, she sat unmoved upon the throne, her gaze cast toward the knights before her, yet clearly indifferent to their presence. The specifics are yours to handle. Just report the final outcome to me. Everything else is trivial, the Lion King said. The 3 knights immediately bowed. As you command. They then exited the audience hall one after another to carry out their respective duties. The Lion King watched their figures vanish beyond the doors, her expression unchanged. Remaining on the throne, she slowly closed her eyes and entered meditation. What she had said earlier, Mordred has been killed, had not referred to events within this singularity. She had been speaking of Camlin Hill, the place where Tenkei Shiomi now fought. This holy city was, in truth, the Tower of the End. As a goddess wielding its divine authority, the Lion King had used its power to create a completely self-contained space, imprisoning Shiomi within it posed no difficulty at all. It was both punishment and a trial. The Lion King would cast aside any power that was merely superficial. What she sought was someone like Shiomi, one capable of ascending to the throne of the gods. Only a being of godhood was worthy of standing with her at the world's end. She had recreated her final battle with Mordred using the power of the tower. Mordred, however, now bore the gift of rampage. Even under a relentless tide of unleashed noble phantasms, Shiomi found an opening and drove his crimson spear through Mordred's heart, ending the sunset duel. At that very moment, Shiomi was already locked in a second, unrelenting battle. The Lion King, by entering meditation, could observe him from the closest vantage. This time, his opponent was the Sword Emperor Lucius, a Roman emperor who had once opposed her, wielding the deep crimson magic sword Florent. Lucius's blade was considered a sibling to Clarent, the sword Mordred had stolen. The Lion King still remembered the grueling clash she'd had with the Sword Emperor at Swash Valley. But, there was something she couldn't recall. That man had overwhelmed even Gawain, despite his solar blessing. But who was the other knight who'd stood beside him then? A sharp pang throbbed in the Lion King's head. Perhaps her mind had lapsed for a moment, or perhaps the Sword Emperor still lacked the strength to land a fatal blow. Suddenly, Shiomi executed a breathtaking counter, dodging Lucius's thrust and, as the Emperor attempted a strike from behind, driving his spear straight into Lucius's throat. Shiomi, however, didn't appear unscathed. Blood covered his body, and his breath came in shallow gasps. Impressive, the Lion King murmured softly. But Shiomi couldn't hear her. And even if he could, he wouldn't have had the time or composure to care. For now, the final and most dangerous enemy had revealed himself at last. His name was Vortigern, the Tyrant King, born of Britannia, the white dragon incarnate who sought to destroy the very land of his birth. Chapter 316, Volume 5, Chapter 28, The Usurper King's Roar. As the valley where the battle against the Sword Emperor had raged faded into nothingness, open plains reclaimed the field. Then came the storm, thunderous black clouds, summoned by the roar of a demon dragon, blotting out the sky as they smashed through city walls and the royal palace. From the heart of the storm emerged the massive form of a white dragon. Its jaws gaped wide, devouring weapons, corpses, and shattered debris from the fortresses it had destroyed. Alone, Tenkei Shiomi stood in the downpour, looking as if he might collapse at any moment. He thrust his crimson spear into the ground to brace himself and attempted to alter the storm with primordial runes. But even when the power of the sky rune briefly cleared the skies, the fleeting glimpse of blue was instantly swallowed again by darkness. The storm raged on, relentless, sweeping across the land. Shiomi didn't recognize the white dragon that had suddenly appeared. He could only scramble to deduce its identity. Mordred. Sword Emperor Lucius. Recalling the foes he had faced in the previous two trials, Shiomi concluded that the Lion King's punishment, and test, was to pit him against the same enemy she herself had once confronted. So the identity of this demonic white dragon required no further thought. Vortigern, the Usurper King. The one who summoned foreign invaders and sought to claim all of Britannia. A tyrant so monstrous, not even the Knights of the Round Table could imagine him. Uther Pendragon had once faced him, and lost, vanishing thereafter. It was Arthur who had risen after, leading Britannia to victory and ultimately vanquishing the Usurper King. No wonder this foe exuded a pressure far beyond that of the previous enemies, he felt like the true master of sky and earth. After all, Vortigern was Britannia itself. An embodiment of the island, its avatar. A tribal king who drank the blood of dragons, he was never truly human. Shiomi drew his crimson spear once more and advanced toward the roaring behemoth that loomed between heaven and earth. Fierce wind lashed at him, and the rain came down in torrents, yet his steps never faltered. Rain drenched his entire body, streaming down his brow and cheeks, falling so heavily that he could barely see the road ahead. An enemy unlike any he had ever faced. Shiomi stared at the white dragon as it descended, its massive form eclipsing the sky. He remembered the legends left behind by King Arthur, especially the tale of her battle against Vortigern. It had been Arthur's one and only truly perilous victory. The Usurper King's power was a darkness so deep, it could even consume the brilliance of two holy swords. The brilliance of the Excalibur Gallatin had been stolen. The glow of Excalibur now flickered like a dying campfire. But unfortunately, I possess neither a holy sword nor a demon sword. All I have is the crimson spear gifted to me by my master, and the wand passed down from my senior, Shiomi said, his right hand holding the red spear behind him as he slowly raised the wand in his left. Forgive my poor hospitality, but I don't have the radiance you're so eager to devour. In an instant, the raging storm changed. No longer a chaotic force battering Shiomi, it transformed into razor-sharp frost-laced wind blades, powerful enough to rend the earth. The battle began. It was absurdly lopsided, on one side, Vortigern, the island's embodiment, on the other, a lone human. The white dragon unfurled its claws so massive, Shiomi's body wasn't even the size of one talon. A mere swipe would be enough to reduce him to a smear of blood and flesh. But it didn't end that easily. Despite its massive size, Vortigern's speed matched its power. Every strike of its claws tore through the air, whipping up vacuum storms strong enough to shred the battlefield. Shiomi couldn't meet that force head-on. He had to weave through the air, narrowly evading each strike. Rain solidified into countless shards of ice that pelted Vortigern's snow-white scales, only to burst into powder on contact. Winds sharp enough to obliterate castle walls lashed against the dragon, but even they left nothing more than brief sparks across its impossibly hard body. Not a single scale had been damaged. If anything, the white sheen of its hide looked even more polished than before. Shiomi circled behind Vortigern, aiming a spell at what seemed to be the thinnest patch of scales. Wide-range attacks were useless, he needed to break through at a single point. But just as he raised his wand, before he could even unleash his spell, Vortigern's massive tail swept out and struck. The white dragon slowly turned its head, but there was no blood on its tail. Only shattered ice scattering through the air. That wasn't Shiomi's true body, it had been an illusion made of crystallized frost. The dragon let out a roar that shook the heavens, and the storm winds grew fiercer. Vortigern roared because a dozen identical figures had appeared in the skies around him, each raising a wand in perfect synchrony. Lightning surged through the blackened clouds, and at that moment, the white dragon spread its vast wings, wide enough to blot out the sun. With just 2 beats of its wings, Vortigern soared into the sky, attempting to escape the trap Shiomi had laid. But lightning moved faster than any flight. Countless bolts fell from above, enclosing Vortigern like divine punishment. The dragon bellowed in fury. It wasn't that Shiomi's grand magecraft had harmed the dragon. Vortigern hadn't taken flight to flee, but to launch his next attack. He slowly turned his head and locked eyes with Shiomi's true form. The clones had been a ruse, just a misdirection to mask the completed spell. Shiomi now stood with his crimson spear raised, aiming directly at the vulnerable spot behind the dragon's heart. Soaring spear that strikes with death, Gi Balg alternative. He hurled it with such force that his body nearly broke apart. This was Shiomi's own version of the Mad King's spear throw, inspired by what he had seen in the North American Singularity. While the Mad King had needed rune magecraft to regenerate his ruined body, Shiomi used the power he had just awakened, channeling all his mana and strength into a single throw. A guaranteed kill. Even the invincible body of the white dragon should have suffered damage from this strike. But the moment the spear left his hand, Shiomi's eyes caught a fatal flaw. He had placed too much faith in his own power, he hadn't even tested the dragon's attack patterns before launching his ultimate move. From Vortigern's jaws surged a torrent of blackness. The dragon opened its mouth wide, releasing a flood of dark mana that engulfed Shiomi's crimson spear and surged toward him. Caught in the backlash of the throw, his body already fracturing under the strain, Shiomi was swept up in that dark wave. This power. He struggled to resist, but in a single moment, he understood. It was something like a reversed reflection of the radiance of Excalibur. Could it be the light of the 2 holy swords Vortigern had devoured? A twisted inversion of the holy sword's power. 100 chapters ahead. p@triancom/pinksnake. Chapter 317, Volume 5, Chapter 29, Bloody Battle with the Demon Dragon. No matter what that power truly was, its source was clear: Vortigern, the usurper king, the embodiment of the entire island of Britannia. Shiomi took the full brunt of the mana torrent unleashed by the white dragon. He could feel his skin and flesh being stripped away, layer by layer, until even his bones were exposed. It seemed Vortigern's intent was to burn him down to ashes. And Shiomi didn't know, if he truly were reduced to ash, whether he'd be able to recover this time, as he had from every other near-death encounter before. The primordial runes shielded his body, granting him the endurance to withstand the assault longer than he should have been able. What finally interrupted that raging torrent was the crimson spear Shiomi had thrown. A guaranteed kill, no matter how it was engulfed by world-shattering mana, the scarlet tip of that spear would still seek out its target, unstoppable until it hit home. The spear hadn't pierced through the white dragon's body, but it had embedded itself deep where the membrane of the wing met the torso, wedging into the crevice between bone and sinew. The dragon came crashing down, its colossal body striking the ground with the force of a cataclysmic quake. Shiomi landed on the desolate plains where a fortress had once stood. His body was scorched, muscles burned away, exposing raw bone, and thick smoke rose from him in heavy white plumes. Whether from the heat or the regeneration process, only Shiomi knew. Rain fell on the exposed bones, and slowly, flesh began to regrow. One of his eyes refused to open due to the injuries, with the other, he glared at the white dragon, now writhing amid the dust. The beast roared again and again. Though the sounds held no meaning, the agony behind them was unmistakable. Even if the cursed spear hadn't pierced Vortigern's heart, the curse had begun to spread from the wound. The barbed tip lodged in the bone seam was like a thorn, he knew where it was, but couldn't pull it free. All Vortigern could feel was the curse clinging to him, impossible to remove. Enraged, the white dragon rampaged, massive limbs and tail tearing everything apart. The fortress littered with corpses moments ago was leveled in a storm of fury, reduced to ruins so desolate they stirred grief. Eventually, as Shiomi staggered to his feet, Vortigern's rage gave way to clarity. He noticed the tiny figure before him. Destroy this human, and the crimson spear would vanish with him. Vortigern lowered his sacred body, disregarded his injuries, and spread his wings. He aimed to launch into the sky and then descend with earth-shattering weight, crushing Shiomi into the ground and merging him with the soil. But in that instant, the dragon's sharp eyes caught a faint smile tugging at Shiomi's lips. From the black clouds above, 8 lightning-forged spears shot forth, each one piercing Vortigern's most vulnerable membrane wings with ease. They tore through the vast wings that had once spanned thousands of miles. The torn wings fell away from the white dragon's body. This strike pushed Vortigern into a frenzy. Even if he could no longer fly, he would still rip this insignificant foe limb from limb. Thud. 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 Each step was thunderous, heavy with wrath and murderous intent. A giant, razor-sharp claw came crashing down toward Shiomi's head, so fast and violent that even the most skilled heroic spirit would hesitate to take it head-on. Shiomi spotted a narrow gap in the attack, fell back, braced with his left hand, and rolled swiftly to escape the blow. He quickly retreated to widen the distance. He sprinted across the plain, dodging the incoming mana blasts while casting spells of his own, both to retaliate and to keep the dragon at bay. But Vortigern's mana seemed endless. One mana bullet after another, each capable of obliterating a fortress, rained across the battlefield. Before long, Shiomi had nowhere left to stand. Forced into defense, he rapidly formed a binding spell, locking down the approaching mana projectile, seizing control of its trajectory, and preparing to fire it back. But in the mere 2 seconds it took to cast, another blast was already upon him, striking the intercepted projectile before he could return it. The twin mana forces collided and detonated on impact, instantly shattering the spell Shiomi had cast to shield against the shockwave. Blood spurted from his mouth as he was sent hurtling even farther by the blast. Dragging himself out of the gaping crater left behind by the magic projectile, Shiomi leaned on his wand, gasping for breath. The damage from that last strike was still serious, but at least the wounds that had exposed muscle and bone earlier were already beginning to regenerate as he dodged Vortigern's relentless barrage. But now trapped in a war of attrition and unable to seize the initiative, Shiomi had been forced into a purely defensive position. No matter how he tried to dodge or counter, he couldn't avoid every attack. Vortigern's offense and defense were flawless, worthy of the island's final and ultimate mystery incarnate. So who's stronger, Vortigern or Fafnir, I wonder? Kneeling on one knee after being caught in the explosion's shockwave, Shiomi looked up at the white dragon now looming over him. Their eyes locked. Yet there was no fear in his gaze, only a quiet grin as he made a wry remark, then flipped backward and summoned a second crimson spear. As the dragon opened its bloody maw, Shiomi hurled the spear with precision. It pierced through one of Vortigern's forelegs, pinning its massive claw to the ground. In return, Shiomi was struck by the dragon's charging head, sent flying once more, distance forcibly reopened between them. Wounded and bleeding profusely, Shiomi could barely stay on his feet, stumbling forward before collapsing onto his hands and knees. He managed to brace himself, just enough to keep from falling completely. The blood dripping from his body was quickly swept away by the torrential rain, dyeing the runoff water around him crimson. He quickly assessed Vortigern's condition. The first crimson spear had struck the root of the dragon's left wing, severing its ability to fly. The second had pinned its claw to the ground, temporarily immobilizing it. Among the roars echoing across the field, Shiomi could hear traces of what sounded like human screaming. It felt almost like a hallucination. He remembered now how the legends described the usurper king who had allied with foreign invaders and nearly destroyed Britannia. That Vortigern had been King Uther's younger brother, making him King Arthur's uncle. And in those same legends, when Artoria faced the usurper king, she no longer relied on the holy sword, its light devoured, but on the holy lance, the shadow of the Tower of the End. But his own weapons were now spent, and they still bore the task of suppressing Vortigern's power. All that remained was the wand in his hand. If he wanted to strike back, it had to be with powerful magecraft. Vortigern was already beginning to free himself from the red spear's restraint. Shiomi struggled to rise, but even the weight of the rain seemed too much. He collapsed back into a kneel, blood running down his arms, soaking into the wooden wand and dyeing it red. Then, suddenly, the staff began to shine, its entire body radiating with a golden glow. Chapter 318, Volume 5, Chapter 30, Declaration of the Great God. Through meditation, the Lion King had been watching Shiomi's battle the entire time, from night to day, then from day back to night. A full day and night had passed. Neither Shiomi nor the Usurper King was aware of this, let alone that the Lion King had been standing silently on the battlefield, observing the fight as it edged toward its bleak end. This was both the Lion King's recollection and the reality she had shaped. The battle Tenkei Shiomi now faced was against an enemy she had once confronted as King Arthur. Though he had seemingly defeated Mordred and Lucius with ease, Vortigern, as the embodiment of the Isle of Britain itself, possessed strength far beyond either of them. Even on this recreated battlefield, the Lion King would have to face him with caution. She slowly approached Shiomi, who was unable to stand, a storm gathering in her hand. He had no weapon, so she would grant him the right to wield Rangaminiad. The Lion King found this to be a reasonable judgment and prepared to act. But just as she moved to summon the Holy Lance, the motion halted abruptly. Like Shiomi, she noticed the wand, now slowly glowing brighter. Startled, Shiomi began to realize a chilling truth. Ku Chulayan, who had appeared at Singularity F and handed him the wand, had undoubtedly been guided by Odin. According to legend, Odin hung himself upside down on the world tree, sacrificing himself for 9 days and 9 nights. In doing so, he lost one eye but gained supreme wisdom. The remaining eye granted him the power to see across countless dimensions. What had Odin, existing beyond the bounds of the world, seen with that eye that compelled him to entrust this weapon to Shiomi? Was it truly acceptable to let a mere mortal wield a divine weapon? Just like Artoria, who had been entrusted with the divine sword forged by the gods. Just like every heroic spirit who bore a divine construct. This so-called magic wand wasn't some top-tier mystic code made from the branches of the world tree, it was a spear. A weapon perfectly suited to Shiomi's combat style. Gungnir, Declaration of the Great God. The primordial prototype, even preceding the red spear his master once wielded. The wand was merely a disguise. Odin had cloaked his spear in illusion, presenting it as a wand until the moment it was needed. Only in a critical instant would it reveal its true form. Shiomi no longer had the strength to wonder why Gungnir had chosen this moment to awaken. But one thing was clear, it was now a flawless weapon. The Lion King ceased her attempt to summon the Holy Lance and returned to quietly observing. Yet deep within those emotionless, gem-like eyes, a flicker of change briefly appeared. This battlefield no longer required her mercy or intervention. Shiomi gripped the now golden, radiant Gungnir and slowly rose to his feet. On the darkened battlefield, amidst the storm, a sudden burst of light made Vortigern feel something he had long forgotten, fear. The white dragon thrashed and roared, struggling to break free from the mana sealed by the crimson spear. But it was already too late. Gungnir is the spear of destiny, once thrown, it never misses and can pierce through anything. This is the strike that proclaims fate, delivering predestined death to all things in existence. Shiomi raised the spear of light without hesitation, aiming straight at Vortigern's heart. Perish here. Gungnir. As its true name was unleashed, there was no need to throw it or exert strength. The spear of light shot from Shiomi's hand with unstoppable force, piercing straight through Vortigern's body and the white dragon's heart. The roar ceased instantly. The massive body, as large as a fortress, collapsed with a thunderous crash in the pouring rain. The white dragon slowly faded away. Shiomi walked across the scarred battlefield and approached the place where Vortigern had fallen. There was no white dragon anymore, only a man impaled through the chest and palms by 2 red spears, with a spear of light lodged in his heart. The man was kneeling, breathless. Shiomi stared silently at the Usurper King, recalling the legends surrounding Vortigern. His death marked the end of Britannia's civil strife. After that came King Arthur's campaign against Rome, a 10-year journey that ended at last, with his fall alongside the rebellious knights at Camlan's twilight. You really made me relive your past battles in reverse, quite the elaborate touch, Shiomi murmured. The battlefield remained unchanged. Whether it had been punishment or trial, this seemed to be the conclusion. Shiomi raised his hand. The 3 spears vanished. With nothing left supporting him, the Usurper King collapsed, his body slowly swallowed by the muddy earth. Shiomi lifted his gaze toward the sky and began to fall, never realizing the Lion King had come to his side. She reached out to wipe the blood from his face, then gently lifted him into her arms. The dim battlefield vanished in an instant, replaced by the royal palace of Camelot. From the throne to this place, the Lion King had simply returned. Not a trace of rain or mud stained her pure white form. Only the wounds on her body attested to what had just occurred, proving it hadn't been a dream. She looked down at Shiomi, battered from a full day and night of fierce battle, and slowly made her way toward the inner sanctum. Well done. With that, I suppose I can hear what you have to say. Whether Shiomi could hear her or not didn't matter. With those words, the Lion King disappeared into the gate, ignoring Agravain, who had approached to report but ended up saying nothing. Behind him were Tristan and Gawain, who had come with him. The king is resting. Report tomorrow, Agravain said plainly as he turned back to them. Gawain, watching the king depart, offered no objection. Understood. Sir Agravain, you don't look too well, Tristan said quietly, having noticed something off. Did something saddening happen? No, it's nothing. Probably just my imagination, Agravain replied. The king has cast aside human emotions, there's no way such a trivial mistake could occur. What do you mean by that? Gawain asked, his tone serious. Agravain hesitated. He knew that saying it aloud would be a grave accusation against the king, an act of deep disloyalty. But for the sake of the king's plan, he ultimately decided to share his suspicion with Gawain and Tristan. The king is a woman, he said. We're all aware of that by now, Gawain replied, feeling the comment was unnecessary. As Agravain walked out of the hall, he added. That's why I'm worried. The king might have been swayed by that man. At those words, both Gawain and Tristan fell silent, each understanding the sensitivity of what had been said. Even if they tried to advise the king directly, she would only deny it. 100 chapters ahead. p@triancom/pinksnake. Chapter 319, Volume 5, Chapter 31, Round Table Conference. The Lion King's order to rotate the garrison had caught Lancelot off guard, but he completed the handover with Mordred without complaint. However, shortly after setting out with his forces, a messenger from the Holy City arrived with instructions. He was to return to Camelot immediately. This time, the command didn't come from the Lion King, but from Agravain, her adjutant. Whether it was to report back to the Holy City or because the Lion King had issued new orders, Lancelot didn't know. Regardless, he led his troops back to Camelot and entered the council chamber used by the Knights of the Round Table. What's going on, Agravain? By the king's command, I was supposed to head to the wilderness where Mordred had been stationed and begin scouting toward the direction of the mountain folk, Lancelot asked. He also noticed that, in addition to Agravain, both Gawain and Tristan were seated at the long table. There's something we need to discuss with you, Sir Lancelot, Gawain said. Please, have a seat first. Lancelot noted that besides Gawain, even Tristan wore a rather uneasy expression. Did something happen? Lancelot assumed some unexpected and serious event must have occurred during his absence from the Holy City. Tristan was the one to answer. We're concerned the king may have been influenced, and is now hesitating. We're unsure whether to advise her that she may have shown too much mercy in a certain matter. Influenced. Lancelot instinctively cast a suspicious glance at Agravain. In life, he had never trusted Agravain, seeing him as a spy sent by Morgan to infiltrate the Round Table and compete with the king for the throne. Even now, whether in life or in the Holy City, Agravain oversaw all domestic affairs. This meeting was called because, among the Knights of the Round Table, you three are perhaps the most familiar with matters concerning women, Agravain said. So I must discuss with you something that may come across as disrespectful to the king. If he didn't, eventually there would be another rift between the king and her knights, one that could threaten the success of her great plan. Every knight who remained knew full well, even if they helped the king complete that plan, they wouldn't be allowed to remain in Camelot. In the end, they were the ones who would be discarded. Yet even so, not one of them hesitated. To protect the humans who remained, they had resolved to give their lives a second time. Whether the king is male or female doesn't matter. Surely you all understand by now that it was never the king's gender that made you choose to follow her. Realizing the issue at hand wasn't as dire as he feared, Lancelot felt a bit of relief, though he still asked with a serious expression. But would a king who has never lived as a woman be susceptible to a man's charms? Gawain's expression was grim, as though the question held grave weight. Lancelot thought he'd misheard. The enforcement knights were all created by the king through the power of the Holy Lance. They possess no will of their own. The only men who remain at the king's side are us. Who could possibly? Have you forgotten, Sir Lancelot? In this White Wall city, there's still one man who refuses to submit to the king, Tristan reminded him. The Master of Chaldea. Lancelot's eyes widened, a cold sweat forming on his brow. From a knight's and a man's perspective, Lancelot held Tenkei Shiomi in high regard. As a mere human, he wielded the cursed red spear and could stand his ground against Knights of the Round Table. Back during their encounter on the battlefield, if Shiomi had been aiming to kill instead of warn, Agravain's head would have already been skewered by that spear. And with his striking looks and dignified demeanor, it wouldn't be surprising if such a man had his share of romantic entanglements. In fact, were he an ally, they might have even shared casual talks about women. But to suggest now that the king had been swayed by this prisoner. Impossible. Even if the man is exceptional, how could the king, who has abandoned her human heart and vowed to follow the path of the lion, be deceived by someone like that? Lancelot slammed his fist onto the long table, the sound of metal against wood echoing heavily. You're right, Gawain said with a deep frown. Under normal circumstances, no one could possibly sway the king. We all firmly believe she wouldn't be beguiled by some ordinary man. But Sir Lancelot, do you remember something else? Tristan added. The Master of Chaldea is Morgan's men. What? Lancelot froze. Agravain had once been injured by the red spear for insulting Morgan, calling her a venomous woman. They had all heard Morgan refer to Shiomi as my husband. The meaning behind that title was crystal clear. He's Morgan's men, and not just that, but one who seems rational, calm, and mindful of the bigger picture, Tristan sighed, almost poetically. Ah, it pains me. If he's the kind of man who could even deceive Morgan, and if our king has merely imprisoned him, how could she not eventually fall prey to his silver tongue? In the end, we were all set on executing the Master of Chaldea then and there, Gawain said, turning to Agravain. But you brought the king's secret order, an order to take him alive. Why would the king arrange such a thing? The knights had already begun to piece it together. The Lion King must have had a reason from the very beginning for ordering that he be captured alive. That man had even been brought along to witness the holy selection, had interfered during the holy punishment, and even attempted to flee with Morgan. Though Shiomi ultimately failed, the king had not declared any punishment. Most telling of all, despite not needing a master, the king had forcibly contracted with that man. The king's orders are absolute, Agravain said flatly, his face unreadable. Bringing Lancelot back midway was precisely to address this matter. I understand your concern, Lancelot murmured, folding his hands and pressing his forehead heavily against his gauntlets. If the king has truly been bewitched by the Master of Chaldea, then everything we've sacrificed until now will have been for nothing. He never imagined that one day he would have to worry about something as absurd as the king being seduced by a man. Lancelot would sooner fear that one day he might collapse under the weight of everything and beg his comrades to end him, just as Gareth once had. But what should we do? Has the king truly been swayed? Should we confront her about it? Gawain looked to the others. If it turns out we're wrong. Even if it pains us, as knights, we have a duty to speak up if the king may be making a mistake. Tristan voiced what everyone else was already thinking. And in that moment, the knights of the Round Table could see the same resolve reflected in one another's eyes. Chapter 320, Volume 5, Chapter 32, Mordred, at close quarters. Mordred, the only one absent from the Round Table meeting, was currently leaving the wilderness and heading into the desert. She had heard from Agravain that within this desert lay the Atlas Institute, once a major stronghold of human Magus. Though it now stood deserted, it was likely that Chaldea would investigate the place. I didn't expect Lancelot to secretly shelter those refugees who escaped the holy punishment. What a soft-hearted man. Mordred said, riding on horseback and gazing from a cliff at the border between desert and wasteland. There, nestled in the terrain, was a hidden village. Though made up entirely of tents, it was undoubtedly a temporary refuge made possible by Camelot's supplies. Shall we report this to the Holy City? An enforcement knight behind her asked. Mordred raised a hand. No need. Just leave them be. The enforcement knights were intelligent puppets. They could comprehend orders and think, but were absolutely obedient to the knights of the Round Table they served. To Mordred, they were highly effective soldiers. She had another mission this time. She didn't know why her father had suddenly changed orders, having her switch posts with Lancelot and take over the pursuit of the remaining Chaldea personnel, but Mordred did know the general outline of the Holy Selection incident. Morgan and Scáthach had brought a master to the Holy City, disrupted the Holy Punishment, and then evacuated the other refugees toward the mountain people's settlement. From beginning to end, only 3 people had appeared on Chaldea's side. There had been no news of Sakura, something that allowed Mordred to breathe a small sigh of relief. Even so, the fact that she was now tasked with hunting down and eliminating them made the sword in her hand feel heavier. The desert stretched endlessly, its colors all blending into a sea of yellow. So when a small moving speck appeared out in the wasteland, Mordred quickly identified it as Chaldea's Sand Rover. The vehicle rose and dipped, cresting one dune after another, clearly trying to exit the desert and enter the wilderness. At last, with some hesitation, Mordred made her decision. She jerked the reins and led the enforcement knights down from the ridge. A cavalry charge surged into the desert. Their horses have thundered across the sand, kicking up a cloud of dust. The tremors quickly registered on Chaldea's sensors. Romani immediately issued a warning, servants were approaching. Sakura's team, who had just finished reporting the findings from the Atlas Institute, were caught off guard and moved quickly to prepare for combat. As for the investigation results, they were a mix of good and bad news. On the bright side, Hermes' records revealed that the servant who had lent power to Mash was indeed Galahad, one of the knights of the Round Table. The downside was that even the Atlas Institute could not awaken Grey's Ad. As long as they remained within this singularity, and as long as the Lion King, the cause of the singularity's current form, remained here, Ad would stay dormant. Fortunately, Grey herself was a capable warrior who didn't completely rely on Ad. She chose instead to use the red spear Scáthach had lent her as her primary weapon for now. Servant response detected, the one approaching is Mordred. Romani's shout came through the communicator just as Mordred, leading a squad of enforcement knights, charged into view. "We meet again, Sakura." Mordred fixed her with a stern gaze. Even if they had once fought side by side, that past had to be cast aside. Now, she would raise her sword for her father. "Mordred. Before we fight, there's something I need to ask you." Sakura jumped down from the sand vehicle and stood atop a dune. "If you made your choice after knowing the truth, then I won't hold back." She had already explained everything to the others after finishing the investigation at the Atlas Institute, saying her goodbyes to Holmes. There was a high chance the Knights of the Round Table didn't know the truth about the Holy Lands. If that were the case, there might still be room to turn things around. At Sakura's words, Mordred raised a hand to halt the enforcement knights, then rode forward alone. "Do you know the truth about the Holy Lands? About the Lion King's true goal?" Sakura gripped her left wrist with her right hand, locking eyes with Mordred. "What? The Holy City isn't some utopia. It's the tower at the end, a cage built to imprison ideal humans. When the time comes, everything on this land will be destroyed. The Lion King's actions have already gone beyond the scope of humanity." Sakura stepped forward. "Even knowing that, are you still willing to serve that king and give everything for such a horrifying purpose?" Mordred lowered her gaze slightly and let out a sigh. "Didn't expect even that to be exposed. Just what kind of place is the Atlas Institute?" "Huh." Sakura was momentarily caught off guard by her reaction. Then Mordred raised her sword and pointed it straight at Sakura. "Isn't that obvious? When Father summoned us to this singularity, she explained the plan from beginning to end. It was precisely because they knew the Lion King's true objective that the Knights of the Round Table had split. Some chose to follow her, others to stand against her. They clashed, and when the Loyalists had slain all who opposed, they were granted the Lion King's gift. The surviving knights all understood the cost, the final outcome, and that none of them would ever be welcomed as the ideal humans." "I see. So that's how it is," Sakura said, unsurprised. Her gaze hardened with resolve. "With your personality, even knowing it's wrong, you'd still see it through. Fine then, let me, as your former master and as your older sister, correct your course." "I never said you were my sister." Mordred snapped. "And who says you're the older one, anyway?" But Sakura didn't argue. She summoned her wand without a word and began casting a spell. A Magus rushing into the front lines, how reckless. Mordred leapt from her horse and slashed at a non-lethal point. After all, she only needed to neutralize her, she was just a human. "With my voice, my fingers tear the earth apart." Just then, Sakura raised her wand and softly chanted. Streams of imaginary number magecraft ripped through the sand like drifting clouds, surging toward Mordred. Sakura knew full well the extent of Mordred's magic resistance. She had deliberately abandoned ineffective spells and immediately invoked high-tier imaginary number magecraft, something she hadn't even used against Rin. Forced back, Mordred had no choice but to retreat. "This isn't London. Dad's not here. I don't have to play the role of the immature Magus who needs protecting anymore." Sakura's long, elegant purple hair whipped in the hot wind as she spoke quietly with confidence. 100 chapters ahead. @Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 321, Volume 5, Chapter 33, My will is set, my shadow strikes with its blade. Originally, Ritsuka and the others had made a pact with Sakura. If the negotiations broke down, the moment she drew her wand, they would immediately prepare to support her in battle. Even though the enemy included enforcement knights, as long as they prioritized retreat and defense, it wouldn't be impossible to hold them off. But before Gray and Mash could charge in, Sakura had already repelled Mordred's first attack. "Sakura is amazing," Gray said, a little stunned. At the compliment, Sakura calmly switched her wand from her left hand to her right. "Even so, I'm still nowhere near Father's level," he could stand toe-to-toe with most heroic spirits. "Gray, Mash, Ritsuka, lend me your strength." Everyone nodded and moved into form up around her. Sakura was well aware that she had the strength to keep Mordred from defeating her outright. But to actually win, they would need to fight together. "You've gotten a lot stronger, more than I remember," Mordred said, brushing the sand from her armor with a wide grin. Seeing her opponent exceed expectations lifted some of the weight she felt about this battle. "Well, it has been 11 or 12 years since the Holy Grail War," Sakura replied with a touch of nostalgia in her voice. "People grow. You know that better than anyone, right, Saber?" Mordred lowered her stance, preparing to surge forward with a burst of mana. "Growth is good. Whether it's one-on-one or all of you at once, I don't mind, just know that I won't let these enforcement knights interfere." The enforcement knights stood in formation, still and ready. They hadn't even raised their weapons. These were elite puppets summoned by the Lion King, disciplined, precise, and utterly obedient. It wasn't that Mordred underestimated them, but inside, she was wavering. The more she interacted with the people of Chaldea, the more she faced these former comrades, the more doubt took root. She had already made her choice, to follow her father, and to die as her father's knight. So then why did this feel so wrong? A voice kept repeating in her mind, over and over again. Is this really enough? Is this everything you wanted? Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Crimson lightning coiled around her armored frame as Mordred glared hard at Sakura. Now, she understood why Sakura had used the Shard of the Round Table to summon her during the Holy Grail War. Their positions were eerily alike. You chose to stand with your father, and I chose to follow mine. If our places were reversed, what would you have done? Not as a knight of the Round Table, but as a child standing before their parent. Mash, you hold off Saber's attacks. Ritsuka, use the Mystic Code to support her, Sakura said as she raised her wand. Gray and I will take the offensive. Across the shifting dunes, Mordred heard the strategy through the wind. Done talking. Then let's get started. With a thunderous burst, Mordred vanished from her spot, launching herself like a cannonball straight at the center of the group, at Sakura. As expected, she was intercepted by Mash's shield. Hey, your face looks better than last time, kid, Mordred teased with a smirk. And your power output's gotten stronger too. Mash furrowed her brow, meeting Mordred's gaze head-on. My name is Mash Kirei. The servant who entrusted me with his strength is Galahad, Knight of the Round Table. Even if I don't fight alone, I'll still defeat you, who has lost her way, in the name of the Round Table. Nice speech. But that's not enough. Just knowing who your power comes from won't cut it. With that, Mordred poured mana into Clarent. A surge of force pressed down on Mash, driving her into the sand. There's an opening. Gray shot out from behind Mash. Her hood blew back with the wind, revealing strands of gold woven into her silver hair. A crimson spear thrust in from the side, aimed precisely at a vulnerable point in Mordred's armor. But Mordred just laughed. With a swift movement, she released her left hand and caught the incoming spear mid-strike, stopping Gray's attack cold. Solid defense, strong offense. Impressive, she said, genuinely evaluating their efforts. But it's still not enough. Her mana surged again. With one hand gripping the spear, she hoisted Gray, spear and all, and hurled her aside with overwhelming strength. Mash, momentarily distracted, was caught off guard. Mordred pulled back her sword, disrupting Mash's stance, and delivered a flying kick. The shield blocked the blow, leaving Mash unharmed, but she lost her footing and fell back. But that showy counterattack left Mordred momentarily airborne, just under half a second of opening. My will is set, my shadow swings the sword. Sakura seized the moment and launched her assault. Normally, she used her wand to channel attacks through the 5 elements. But at her core, Sakura's only true attribute was imaginary numbers, and it was through that she could unleash her full power. This wasn't just manipulation of imaginary space, it was an attack. A dark vortex, invisible and unpredictable, surged forward. It could force beings of the reverse side back to their realm, making it extremely incompatible with servants, spirits marked by death and remanifested through the throne. Back in Chaldea, she'd heard Lev Laner was also an imaginary numbers magus. She'd once approached him for guidance, but he'd brushed her off with vague responses. In hindsight, it made sense, he was already under the Mage King's command and had no interest in aiding enemies. Now, just watching those shadowy figures emerge from the Sea of Shadows, transforming into armed monsters, was enough to pressure Mordred. But Sakura had no intention of destroying her here. If she did, her imaginary numbers magecraft would have taken a far more aggressive, lethal form, far beyond what was needed to kill one servant. The key to imaginary numbers magecraft was maintaining inner balance, not letting oneself be consumed by darkness. Sakura had long since mastered that. Emergency movement. Seeing Mordred preoccupied, Ritsuka grabbed the unsteady Mash and, using a maneuver they'd practiced countless times, activated the Mystic Code and instantly repositioned her behind Mordred. Mash raised her shield high and let out a fierce, resolute cry. Ha! The unblemished shield came crashing down toward Mordred's back. Crimson lightning. Mordred didn't flinch. She instantly channeled magic into her blade, its length extending several meters in a flash. Pivoting on her right foot, she spun and swept the sword in a wide arc. Chapter 322, Volume 5, Chapter 34, Disguised Inspection. Feeling something warm brush against his cheek, Tenkei Shiomi stirred from his sleep and slowly opened his eyes. In the haze of his still-blurred vision, he thought he saw Morgan's face. Instinctively, he reached up and grasped whatever was near his cheek. It was a hand, extended toward him. When did she get here? He should still be trapped in Camelot. As his mind sharpened, Shiomi's eyes flew open, and met the gaze of the Lion King, her eyes the color of peridot. Morgan's eyes were often unreadable, holding the cold stillness befitting the Queen of Winter. But whenever she spoke to him, or to Sakura and the others, he could always catch a flicker of gentleness in them, like a spring breeze breaking through the ice. But the Lion King was different. Her eyes were like ancient mountains, unmoved for thousands of years, without warmth, without feeling. They simply existed, towering and aloof. Just like the tower at the end of the world. You're awake. Impressive resilience. So this is what comes after surviving death. The Lion King didn't mind her hand being held. She simply stated the fact with calm indifference. Are you here to take this power from me? Shiomi didn't let go. Instead, he sounded genuinely surprised. No. I only came to examine your spirit, to confirm you haven't lost your will after everything you've been through, the Lion King replied. Is that so? Shiomi raised his eyebrows slightly. He had the nagging feeling that she hadn't touched on the real issue, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what was missing. Isn't it time you let go of my hand, captive? Master. If you'd shown even a hint of killing intent, we might have had to fight to the death, Shiomi said as he casually released her hand. But you don't have that in you. Whether it was killing or judgment, the Lion King always acted with the same unwavering demeanor, an absolute arbiter. She judged whether a human deserved to reach the tower at the end, whether the Knights of the Round Table were loyal to their duties. So what was the point of all this? Making me relive your key battles. Shiomi sat up. Unlike the Lion King, who sat poised at the edge of the bed, Shiomi remained seated cross-legged, hands resting on his knees, and stared directly at her profile. It was both a punishment and a test of your strength, she said. Had you died along the way, it would have proved you were weak-willed, a mistake in my judgment. Shiomi nodded along. And now? Did I pass? Unless you're going to tell me that there were more fights lined up after Vortigern, but I just didn't survive that far. There were. But they're no longer necessary, the Lion King said, still not turning to face him. No matter how much you deny it or resist it, that position will always be waiting for you. Still not giving up, huh? Shiomi exhaled, helpless. The Lion King possessed a strange kind of fixation, or perhaps, an unshakable will. Anything she deemed unworthy, she discarded completely. But anything she saw as valuable, she would preserve at all costs. I don't get what you're trying to say. As someone who also holds a divine spear, you should already understand where I stand, she said. Gungnir, huh? Shiomi wanted to say it wasn't really his. Odin had simply handed the spear, disguised as a wand, over to him through Kuchulain. Whether it was meant to defeat the mastermind behind the incineration of humanity, or if Odin had some other expectation for him, Shiomi had no idea. That's something for you to figure out, the Lion King said, making it clear she had no intention of discussing it further. What matters now is fulfilling your promise. Promise. Shiomi didn't recall the Lion King ever making one. He rubbed his chin and lowered his head in thought. Eventually, he vaguely remembered saying something like, I hope you'll go out and see the world. If you want to give up, then give up, the Lion King said. Before I came to this singularity and built the holy city, I had already seen everything here. Your request holds no meaning. You say that, but who knows? Shiomi replied. After all, I was counting on this to slip away from you. The way he said it was half teasing, half probing. He wanted to understand why the Lion King would agree to something so trivial, something that, by her logic, should have meant nothing. It doesn't matter, she answered plainly. Shiomi was surprised. But she offered no further explanation. Still, one thing was certain, the Lion King intended to accept his suggestion. In that case, continuing to push the issue would only waste time. Shiomi also needed to know what was going on outside. Up to now, he was still in the position of a prisoner, someone who had fought, been shot, and captured. All right then, let's go with that. Shiomi got out of bed and started pacing the chamber. But if you walk out there just like this, your presence will draw too much attention. You can just use your teleportation magecraft outside the city, said the Lion King. You're capable of it. Shiomi shrugged. It was true, so long as the Lion King didn't interfere, he could move freely in and out of Camelot using spatial transfer magic. Next is perception. He lifted his finger and traced runes into the air. The symbol circled the Lion King, transforming into a glow that enveloped her before fading away. The spell would interfere with others' perception of her, assuming she didn't resist it. If she did, it would be easy for someone like her to shatter such a simple enchantment. It's easier to see things as a traveler than as a king on a throne, Shiomi said. The Lion King didn't object. She simply stood from the bed and walked over to him. Then let's go, Shiomi said, snapping his fingers. Petals swirled gently in the breeze, surrounding the two of them. In a flash, they scattered. The grand bedchamber was left silent and empty, cold and lifeless, as though no one had ever set foot inside. Even the illusion of petals had vanished without a trace. After a long while, the clinking of armored boots echoed from the hall outside, drawing closer. King, Sir Lancelot has already led a force to attack the village of the mountain people. Fierce resistance is expected. Shall we send Sir Tristan or Sir Gawain to assist? Agravain's composed and orderly voice called from outside the chamber. But no response came. Forgive my intrusion. Agravain opened the door, and froze. The room was empty. No trace of the Lion King, no sign of the Master of Chaldea. The man known as Iron Agravain, famed for his unshakable composure, finally showed a crack in his expression. From that fissure surged raw disbelief. King. The Lion King, the ruler of the tower at the end. Artoria Pendragon had left the White City, without telling a single knight. Just what? 100 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 323, Chapter 323, Volume 5, Chapter 35, The Lion King's Excursion, Part 1. The holy city of Camelot stood on what was once Jerusalem. Around the pristine white wall city, remnants of old urban structures remained, home now to the displaced, the desperate, the ones who had nowhere else to go. Shiomi and the Lion King reappeared atop the roof of a derelict building in that very zone. To people struggling with hunger and thirst, uncertain if they'd live to see another day, the workings of magecraft went completely unnoticed. It's really bleak, Shiomi muttered as he stood on the roof, looking toward the holy city. Compared to the immaculate white spires, the surrounding neighborhoods were crumbling and sunken. People of all kinds drifted through the wreckage, their steps unsteady and purposeless. That's why the holy selection is necessary, said the Lion King. Only those who pass the ritual are worthy to reach the end. What it means to enter the holy city, you're not seriously still trying to wordplay with me, are you? Shiomi turned and descended the stairwell clinging to the building's outer wall. The Lion King gave no reaction to his retort, simply following him in calm, measured steps. Thanks to the interference of perception magecraft, the two of them appeared to the surrounding residents as well-dressed but unfamiliar travelers. It's both selection and salvation, the Lion King continued. Because of one man's so-called great achievement, this planet's history came to an end. Human order was incinerated, human history erased. That contradicts the very meaning of my existence. Meaning of existence? Shiomi slowed his pace to match hers. We were beings created by humans. Without humans, the gods cannot exist, she said. That's why they must be preserved, protected at all costs. That's your decision, then. Shiomi raised an eyebrow. I've already seen what you mean by, at all costs. You collect the worthy, and kill the rest. That's not much different from the King of Magecraft's methods. If the King of Magecraft could act according to his own will, then so can I, the Lion King replied, not denying the accusation. To be frank, I've wanted to do this for a long time. Shiomi was taken aback. You have. I love humanity. They're precious to me. I can't bear the thought of losing them, she said. So I decided to grant them eternity, those souls fit to endure. I gather these pure souls, preserve them, make them into records. No matter how much time passes, they'll remain unchanging in value, safeguarded within my spear. Because you knew the incineration of human order couldn't be stopped, you chose to preserve the last surviving humans, like specimens, forever. Shiomi abruptly turned and stepped in front of her. I understand your plan. I'm not here to pass judgment on your motives. But I can never accept what you're doing. Is that so? As always, her demeanor remained unchanged, no surprise, no anger. As if this response was exactly what she'd expected. She said, your will isn't so easily broken. Even as a prisoner, you're destined to become a new complication. Then why keep me around? With your power and authority, even if you can't kill me, you could seal me away just like the others. Lock me in your holy spear with all the rest. Or do you think I'm not worth the effort? Shiomi stared into her eyes, trying to see the truth behind them. It's a meaningless question. You're like me. Even if you haven't reached your full potential yet, one day, you will sit on the throne of the gods, the Lion King replied in her usual tone. She wanted to preserve Shiomi, not as a subject, but as an equal god. A companion to watch over the eternal souls at the end of the world. But as she called it, meaningless, Shiomi still couldn't grasp what meaning lay behind it all. Why would she need another god? Suddenly, Shiomi felt a tug on his sleeve. Looking down, he saw a boy, around 10 years old, staring up at him timidly. Stranger from afar, do you have any food? The boy asked. Grandma hasn't eaten in days. His small, dark, and skinny frame was just like most children of this era. Even before the 20th century, getting enough to eat was a luxury for common people. And even well into the 21st, hunger from food shortages still plagued most of the world. Take me to her, Shiomi said, crouching down. He pushed aside the pity in his heart and forced a gentle smile. Sensing a sliver of hope, the boy immediately grabbed Shiomi's hand and led him running down an alley. The pure white clothes given to him by the Lion King were soon stained with dust and grime, but Shiomi didn't mind in the slightest. The boy's home was a cramped, run-down shack. Fortunately, the region's temperatures rarely dropped too low, even in winter. At least it wasn't cold enough to kill. But that was secondary. The house was bare of all possessions, and in one corner, an old woman lay on a dirt bed, frail and barely breathing. When she saw guests arrive, she tried to rise, but Shiomi gently urged her to lie back down. Then he took out an apple and handed it to the boy. "Sorry, I don't have much on me. But take this apple," Shiomi said. "It won't fill your stomach, but it might ease the hunger a little." Chaldea supplies weren't with him. Ever since he was captured and brought to the Holy City, Shiomi had barely eaten, relying solely on magical energy to sustain himself. It was a technique he'd mastered back in the Land of Shadows, so he didn't think much of it. The apple was larger than both of the boy's hands. He held it, stunned, unsure of how to share it. Seizing the moment, Shiomi lightly placed his hand on the old woman. Gradually, some color returned to her face, she was regaining strength. As the boy happily shared the apple with his grandmother, Shiomi quietly sighed and slipped out of the room. This little bit of food will only let them cling on a moment longer. "It might," said the Lion King, who had silently watched it all. "But I can't turn a blind eye to the suffering of the helpless," Shiomi replied. They walked one behind the other through a narrow alley, and Shiomi placed his hand on the trunk of a nearby tree. It was a date palm, common in the Middle East. While dates weren't particularly filling, they were still a precious food here. There were many such trees scattered across the ruined city. But after the Lion King's Rangaminiad had descended one day and turned the city center to ash, the land quickly lost its life, becoming a vast wasteland of sand. In just over half a year, water and food had all but disappeared. To survive, refugees gathered before the Holy City once a month for the Holy Selection. Yet no one ever knew what truly happened during the selection. No one had ever seen a returnee. Even the disturbances from a few days ago hadn't reached the people here. As Shiomi walked through the decaying city, the surviving trees lining the streets and alleys began to stir with new life, sprouting fresh fruit. At first, only one person noticed. Then more came. And when they saw the ripening dates, they dropped to their knees in awe. They thought it was a miracle, and offered sincere prayers. Shiomi didn't respond to the crowd's reaction. Quietly finishing his work, he made his way to higher ground outside the city. "Even if you use your powers and show kindness, destruction will come in the end," said the Lion King, gazing down at the ruined city now flecked with green. "Destruction? By who, you? Or the king of magecraft?" Shiomi shook his head. "This isn't mercy. I'm just doing what I can. If I had food and water, I wouldn't even bother with this. Fake miracles only make these struggling people forget their will to survive, turning them into docile followers waiting for a god to save them." "So you think gods only make people weak?" the Lion King asked. Shiomi leapt up onto a rock overlooking the wildlands, leaned down, and offered her his hand. "That depends on how you define it, Lion King. Come on, there's still too little to see from here." Though she could have climbed up alone, the Lion King still reached out and took his hand. Chapter 324, Chapter 324, Volume 5, Chapter 36, The Sword That Could Not Strike. Meanwhile, far away in the desert, another battle was still underway. Mordred had insisted the enforcement knights stay out of the fight, choosing to face the overwhelming odds alone, 1 against 4. Mash's shield, Gray's crimson spear, Sakura's imaginary number magecraft, and Ritsuka's support and healing. It was clear this wasn't their first time fighting together. Their coordination was seamless. Pure brute force alone was no longer enough for Mordred to overpower them. Back during their first desert clash, she'd already realized what they were capable of. Even back then, it had been impossible to wipe them out on her own. And now was no different. If she allowed the enforcement knights to enter the fray, the Lion King's orders could be fulfilled in no time. This was Mordred's last chance to prove her loyalty. All she had to do was take one step back and order the charge. The tangled battle would be over. But the very thought of that felt like conceding something fundamental. Even if it proved her loyalty to the Lion King, it would strip the act of its meaning. "My heart is calm, my shadow cloaks the earth." Sakura's composed chant echoed again as mana from the sea of imaginary numbers wove itself into a net, surging toward Mordred. Pressed into a dead corner by Mash and Gray, Mordred had no room to dodge. She knew all too well, Sakura, once her master, wielded magecraft with a property called absorption. A combination of absorption and imaginary numbers magecraft was enough to rob her of her fighting strength. Victory seemed all but certain, and the group couldn't help feeling a flicker of excitement. Black shadows engulfed Mordred, but then, a surge of tremendous mana erupted from within, tearing them apart. Mash raised her shield just in time to intercept the burst. The pressure was crushing. Mash could barely breathe. It was a noble phantasm. Mordred had unleashed her noble phantasm, shattering Sakura's spell and forcing the others to shift back into a defensive formation. The deflected energy split to either side, carving deep grooves into the sand. Lowering her sword, Mordred gave a wide, feral grin, then forcefully swung the blade to shake off the excess energy. Thought you were safe just because I used my noble phantasm. She gripped the sword with both hands again as fresh mana surged around her. I am Mordred, Knight of the Round Table, rightful heir to King Arthur. The gift I've been granted is... Rampage. Rampage. Sakura gasped in shock. I can activate my noble phantasm as many times as I want. Mordred declared, voice burning with passion. They already knew the Lion King had bestowed unique gifts on each of the Round Table Knights to amplify their strength. But none of them had expected this from Mordred. Mash. Ritsuka called out urgently. But, senpai, Mash hesitated. She'd already learned the true name of the servant who lent her power, but she hadn't yet had the chance to master how to release the shield's true name. It's okay. You can do it. Gray gave Mash an encouraging smile. A noble phantasm is the ultimate manifestation of human imagination. It's not about your ability, what matters is your heart. My heart. If your heart isn't ready, no amount of practice will let you bring out a noble phantasm's true power. As one who bore a noble phantasm herself, Gray told her, it's your noble phantasm now. It will respond to your wish in this moment and reveal its true strength. Yes, Gray. Mash slammed her shield into the ground with force, standing firm against Mordred, who was preparing to release her noble phantasm. Mordred only smiled in response, slowly raising Clarent. Standing before everyone, Mash gently closed her eyes, recalling the true name of Galahad's noble phantasm, and her own wish. She would use the shield to protect everyone who had come to this singularity. The three by her side, the director left behind in Ozymandias' territory, Caren senpai and the others whose whereabouts were unknown, and Mr. Shiomi, who had been captured. Even if they were all stronger than her. True name unleashed. I will stand on the seat of catastrophe. I am no king, but I follow in the king's path. I will destroy all that I must to bring the king peace. Clarent Blood Arthur. That which heals all wounds and grudges, our glorious homeland. Manifest yourself, Lord Camelot. Sword and shield, two noble phantasms unleashed in unison. A noble phantasm born from rebellion, now turned toward bringing peace to the very king it once betrayed. It surged with power greater than ever before, enough to consume even the White Wall City. That's how it should have been. No. It's still not enough. As the two noble phantasms clashed, Sakura slowly rose from the sand. Using imaginary number space, she crossed a distance that should have been impossible for any magus. What? Mordred hadn't expected Sakura to act so recklessly. With her noble phantasm fully unleashed, her only vulnerability was a direct attack at this moment. Timing it perfectly as the noble phantasm faded, Sakura's fist, fortified by magic, slammed into Mordred's face. In the end, Saber, aren't you still hesitating? It was a painful hit, but not enough to seriously hurt Mordred. She just tumbled back and rolled once across the sand. What the hell are you talking about? I'm not hesitating. Mordred raised her sword and aimed it at Sakura's chest, but she couldn't thrust it forward, even though it was well within reach. Then do it. Stab me. Throw away your friends, your family, everyone from your past, for your father. If that's what you truly want, if that's your wish. Sakura had already raised her hand. Her wand was pointed directly at Mordred's forehead. This attack won't kill you. But you could kill me without any effort. So go ahead, do what you want, Saber. Sakura pressed her life against the tip of Mordred's sword, demanding an answer from her heart. I'm not your servant anymore. So stop calling me Saber. Mordred lowered her head, forcing the words out through clenched teeth. Then at least we're family, even if not by blood, Sakura replied. Mordred groaned, exasperated. Are you out of your mind? What kind of family doesn't share blood? That woman wasn't even my mother. She snapped back at Sakura, still speaking harshly, but the killing intent was gone. So, what now? Sakura asked with a smile. Mordred dropped her sword and collapsed into the scorching sand, gazing helplessly at the clear blue sky. Guess I really am the rebellious knight all over again. It's not betrayal. My dad once said, children have a duty to correct their parents' mistakes. No matter when or where. That bastard really is something else. 100 chapters ahead. p@tree.com/pinksnake. Chapter 325, Chapter 325, Volume 5, Chapter 37, The Lion King's Excursion, Part 2. Although the Lion King had agreed to leave Camelot with Shiomi and personally witness the humans living in the singularity, up to now, it had been difficult to read any expression from her face. Still, she offered some information about this singularity. For instance, at the heart of the desert lay the territory of the Sun King. To the northwest of the holy city were impassable mountains, where villages of the mountain people still remained. Under the Lion King's Rangaminiad, the western village had been wiped out, leaving only the eastern village barely clinging to life. Shiomi didn't ask why the village had been destroyed. Most likely, resistance forces there threatened her plans, so she chose to eliminate them without hesitation. Between Camelot and the mountains stretched a dead land, a barren wilderness. Even on foot, the journey to the mountain's base would take at least a day and a night. Yet, riding alongside the Lion King on the warhorse Dun Stallion, Shiomi felt something off. He leaned forward slightly to peek at the Lion King's face from behind but, unsurprisingly, saw nothing. If you have questions, speak them. Depending on what you ask, I'll decide whether to answer, the Lion King said. It's nothing. I'm just surprised you're being this lenient with me. Shiomi shook his head. With only one warhorse, he had assumed he'd be running on foot. But apparently, this was how she chose to handle things. This is also a form of appeasement. Even if I handed you over to Sir Agravain for interrogation, it's unlikely you'd break, the Lion King said. Agravain was particularly skilled in torture, a rare talent even among the Knights of the Round Table. That's hard to say. I'm the type who bullies the weak but fears the strong. If Agravain gave me a good beating, I might end up clutching your leg, begging for mercy, Shiomi joked with a smirk. Unfortunately, the Lion King didn't react. If it had been Artoria from the Fourth Holy Grail War, she might have pretended to seriously consider the idea. No one would believe such a joke, the Lion King said, eyes fixed forward, clearly unbothered by the men sharing her horse. Someone the King of Magecraft couldn't subdue wouldn't surrender to mere torture. Oh. You know about that. Shiomi raised an eyebrow. The King of Magecraft appeared in another singularity and tried to recruit you. But he failed, and even his attempt to kill you on the spot came to nothing, the Lion King revealed, something she should not have known. That man didn't see through your true nature. Shiomi pursed his lips. How do you know that? Can your eyes see events in other singularities? No. After I wiped out the false crusaders, the King of Magecraft's messenger appeared in this singularity, the Lion King explained. The crusaders were originally chosen by the King of Magecraft for this place, but they were too foolish and summoned the Sun King instead. Then who were the false crusaders? Shiomi asked. It's irrelevant. They just happened to occupy Jerusalem, the Lion King replied indifferently. I destroyed their base with Rangaminiad. After that, the holy city of Camelot was established. So the King of Magecraft's messenger appeared in this singularity. Shiomi pieced it together. They were meant to manipulate the Crusaders to stabilize the singularity and interfere with Chaldea's restoration efforts. But with the Sun King and the Lion King as variables, the plan unraveled. Even so, the messenger realized that the singularity would persist, and might even grow more troublesome. The clearest proof was that the Human Order Foundation value had reached EX level. The King of Magecraft's messenger came to Camelot and revealed Chaldea's appearance here, including your information, the Lion King said, showing no intent to hide anything. Shiomi couldn't tell if it was confidence or something else. After receiving that information, the Lion King quickly grasped why Shiomi couldn't be killed and issued a secret order to capture him alive. Shiomi narrowed his eyes. So that's how you were able to have the Knights of the Round Table ambush us so precisely. The King of Magecraft's clairvoyance can't see into Chaldea, but he can still predict and calculate our general coordinates through other means. Was he being overestimated, or was she just that cautious? Either way, it was a hassle. So, who was the King of Magecraft's messenger? Shiomi asked. I don't know. The moment he barged into the palace and finished delivering his prophecy, the Knights of the Round Table executed him, the Lion King replied coolly. He wore a dark green coat. Lev Laner Floros. Shiomi rubbed his brow. That guy just won't stay dead. That man had also appeared in the second singularity and was cut down by Attila. But that hadn't truly killed Lev, he had already awakened as the demon god Floros. According to Romani, demon gods couldn't be fully destroyed. They always existed under the premise of the 72 pillars. As long as they considered themselves demon gods, Solomon would always be surrounded by 72 pillars. Even if killed by the Lion King, Lev would simply resurrect at the King of Magecraft's side again. So, was the King of Magecraft trying to recruit me for the same reason you did? Shiomi asked. Not necessarily. That man never saw through your true nature, nor did he understand your origin, the Lion King said. He simply viewed you as an existence even more unpredictable than Chaldea, a threat that needed to be removed. Whether through recruitment or execution, both were just means to the same end. That thought brought Shiomi back to his initial question. He muttered under his breath. Why did the King of Magecraft initiate the incineration of humanity? The Lion King didn't answer. Perhaps it wasn't truly a question. In silence, the white warhorse moved across the barren, lifeless wasteland. But Shiomi didn't have time to dwell on it for long. the wasteland wasn't empty. It was crawling with ghouls, humans twisted into mindless creatures. Upon spotting Shiomi and the Lion King, they charged. They were now monsters driven by nothing but the urge to kill and devour, yet they had once been human. As Shiomi jumped down from the horse, he glanced at the Lion King and half-joked, "I'll handle this. No need to trouble yourself. Then I'll leave it to you." The Lion King didn't sound particularly casual or commanding. She simply took the reins and watched as Shiomi moved to confront the encroaching ghouls. Chapter 326, Chapter 326, Volume 5, Chapter 38, The Lion King's Excursion, Part 3. They're already as good as dead. Even if I go easy on them, all it does is let them linger in that state a little longer. After driving off the ghouls, Shiomi returned to the warhorse. They had swarmed him like beasts catching the scent of fresh meat, shouting those very words, but he had beaten them back with his crimson spear. It was clear they could still feel pain. Shiomi had chosen to strike with the spear's shaft rather than run them through, an unexpectedly correct decision. What caught him off guard, though, was that after he drew the fight away from the Lion King, not one of the ghouls went after her. Even if magecraft could obscure perception, it wouldn't affect a ghoul's instinctual way of detecting food. Corrupted by the holy spear and transformed into the goddess Rangaminiad, the Lion King simply couldn't be recognized as food. "So there's no need to kill them," Shiomi said, glancing at the spotless warhorse. "But when we first stepped into the wilderness, you slaughtered all the bandits we came across without leaving a single one alive," the Lion King pointed out, referring to the incident just before they left the ruined city. "I thought you believed all humans were worth saving. I do want to save humanity. But bandits like those would only endanger others if left alive." Shiomi met her gaze squarely. "I won't deny the existence of scum among humans, but that doesn't mean I'll deny the value of humanity as a whole." He added, "The chaos we're seeing now is tied to the emergence of the singularity and the displacement it caused. As long as they're still alive, those who haven't fallen completely still have a chance to return to who they were once. Human order is restored. Which means repairing the singularity is beyond your reach," the Lion King replied coolly, extending a hand toward him. "Trying to get me to face reality and pledge loyalty again?" Shiomi quipped. "Get on." The Lion King didn't entertain the joke. "We're not at your destination yet. If you'd rather walk, I won't stop you. I never said where I wanted to go." "East Village. Morgan and the remaining refugees headed there," the Lion King told him. "So you're letting me go?" "That depends on your capabilities," she said, lowering her head slightly to meet his gaze. "And on Morgan's." She continued to hold her hand out, clearly intending to keep it there until Shiomi responded. He understood it was a reply to what he'd done when leaving the ruined city earlier. With a slight shake of his head, he muttered, "Like I said, you're being too lenient with me. That's going to be the fatal flaw in your plan." He took her hand, and with a small tug from the Lion King, vaulted up onto the horse. His arms passed around her back as he reached forward and took hold of the reins. "Humans only show mercy to those who pose no threat. Gods are no different," said the Lion King. "That's pretty harsh," Shiomi chuckled. "Don't you think that's risky? I'm sitting right behind you, and even with that armor and divine body. This is simply the most efficient approach. If, as you say, it's a fatal flaw, then why haven't you acted on it?" the Lion King asked. "Yeah, why haven't I?" Shiomi sighed, feeling the weight of it. Whether it would work or not, he should at least try. Even if he failed, he could at least weaken the Lion King's control over him. "You're hesitating," the Lion King observed. "No. I just think forming an alliance with you takes priority over defeating you," Shiomi replied. "There's only one outcome to such an alliance. As the guardian of pure human souls, you'll follow me to the end. Why not consider defeating the king of magecraft instead?" Shiomi asked suddenly. For the first time, the Lion King, who had always remained unshakable on horseback, turned to look at him. "Defeat the king of magecraft? The men who accomplished the incineration of humanity? How do you plan to defeat someone like that?" she asked plainly. "Well," Shiomi didn't falter, "not just yet. You have the cursed Crimson Spear, the authority over life, and Gungnir. With those alone, you're stronger than over 90% of heroic spirits," the Lion King said. "But even so, how do you intend to counter the king of magecraft's light bands?" Above the singularity, just like all others, the sky still shimmered with those same light bands. Each individual ray was powerful enough to rival the Excalibur. The king of magecraft's light bands, however, numbered in the billions. "It'd be nice if we had a few billion Excaliburs," Shiomi shrugged with a smirk. "Though that's obviously not happening." "What is that?" the Lion King asked suddenly. "You're asking me what that is? Isn't that supposed to be?" Shiomi stopped mid-sentence. He realized he had overlooked something important this whole time. Why does the Lion King even exist? She had only wielded the Holy Spear for the final decade of her life. That alone wasn't enough to become a goddess. Supposed to be what? Though her face remained expressionless, it was obvious from her tone she genuinely didn't know. A Lion King who doesn't know about the Holy Sword. Shiomi covered his face, sinking into thought. No, it's nothing. He realized that the Holy Sword might be the key to unraveling the mystery behind the Lion King's identity. She didn't press the issue. Clearly, she didn't consider it important. Let's get back to the topic, Shiomi said, shelving the thought for now. There's one more thing, something that might be the key to defeating the King of Magecraft. What is it? The Lion King asked, still glancing back. But after seeing Shiomi's expression, she immediately understood. Something you don't want the King of Magecraft to know about. Something he can't know, she said, turning forward again as the horse continued its steady pace. Shiomi smiled. You're not wrong. Still, even if you're unwilling to fight him, I won't back down. We'll repair all 7 singularities, and then face the King of Magecraft himself. To wage a war doomed to fail, that, too, is a bad habit of humankind. Bad habits and virtues are often just a step apart. It's far too soon to pass judgment, Shiomi said calmly. With that, he shook the reins, nudged the horse's flank, and urged Dun Stallion forward, galloping across the lifeless wilderness. It wouldn't be long before Shiomi learned the Lion King's true reason for agreeing to this journey. 100 chapters ahead. p@tree.com/pinksnake. Chapter 327, Chapter 327, Volume 5, Chapter 39, Divergence. Leaving the lifeless wilderness behind, they entered the winding, rugged mountain range. In the southern part of the mountains, near the desert, the Holy City had established a round table fortress, a forward base for the campaign against the mountain people. The Lion King, traveling alongside Shiomi, deliberately avoided the fortress. The steep and treacherous path forced them to dismount and continue on foot. From atop a cliff, they could see a large number of enforcement knights entering the round table fortress. Looks like they're going to keep pressing the mountain people, Shiomi said, poking at the fire with a dry branch. The flames flared higher. The river fish sizzled over the fire. They had stopped at a flat area along the mountainside, where Shiomi lit a bonfire sheltered from the wind. He intended to rest there until dawn before moving on. We'll find out soon enough, the Lion King replied vaguely. If you want to see the full picture, then let's keep moving. No, we rest here, Shiomi said. The Lion King looked as though she had no need to rest, and truthfully, Shiomi wasn't that tired either. If Morgan had already led the others into the mountain people's village, then she was surely aware of any movement from the round table fortress. A large-scale troop deployment, especially one that wasn't an assassin unit skilled in concealing presence, couldn't go unnoticed. Morgan was likely already preparing a response. Before he and the Lion King reached the area. You're trying to stall. So you won't be on the battlefield when the two sides clash, the Lion King saw through him. Shiomi rubbed his chin calmly. If you're worried about missing your moment, Your Majesty, feel free to leave me and go on ahead. We're outside the Holy City, far from Camelot. Without the Tower of Endless Authority, you can't use a command spell to force me to move. He had already figured out how the Lion King had turned the command spell back on him. So you're personally trying to slow me down. You could say that. But honestly, Shiomi looked at the fire, Camelot needs someone to stay behind. With the gift of Knightless, Gawain is the obvious choice. You've already sent Mordred elsewhere, which leaves only Lancelot, Tristan, and Agravain among the Round Table Knights able to join the front lines. The flames danced in his eyes as he laid out the state of Camelot's forces. Chaldea's team split into 2. Only Morgan, Scáthach, and a master are heading toward the mountain people, the Lion King said flatly. The mountain people's numbers are limited. This level of resistance won't be much of a threat. Shiomi wanted to say she was underestimating Morgan and his teacher, but quickly realized she must have a contingency in place. Clearly, her sudden offer to accompany him wasn't as simple as it seemed. I get it. You're using this undercover patrol excuse to drag me to the front lines, make me watch my companions be annihilated, and break my spirit so I'll follow you. He understood perfectly. He wouldn't blame her for being harsh. For someone consumed by the Holy Lance, who had long since lost her humanity, moral reproach meant nothing. If he spoke up, she might indulge him in an argument. But if it were someone else, even one of the few remaining Round Table Knights, any hint of defiance might earn them the same fate Mordred had suffered under the Rhongomyniad. That's only one of the goals. The campaign against the mountain people was always part of the plan. Whether Chaldea arrived or not, it was going to happen. The western village has already fallen, only the eastern village remains. The Lion King revealed this openly, clearly confident that even if the information leaked, it wouldn't jeopardize her plans. Shiomi didn't press further. At their current pace, they'd likely set out early tomorrow and reach the area near the eastern village not long after. If that village was still standing, it had to be under the protection of a servant, explaining the delay in the Round Table's assault. He picked up one of the fish roasting by the fire. It had been caught in a mountain stream. Before reaching their destination, Shiomi wanted to enjoy a proper meal for the first time in a while. He took one for himself and offered the other to the Lion King. She accepted it but made no move to eat, simply holding it in her hand. Shiomi wasn't sure whether it was due to her divine state making her lose the desire to eat, or if she simply found such humble food unappetizing. Regardless, once given, food wasn't something he'd ask to be returned. After finishing his own, he leaned against a rock, closed his eyes, and dozed off. The mountain wind whispered through the night. The temperature was mild, and Shiomi soon drifted into sleep. But the rest didn't last. Around the latter half of the night, a distant explosion echoed through the mountains. His eyes snapped open. The fire had burned low. In the dim camp, the Lion King was no longer seated across from him. She stood at the edge of the cliff path, gazing silently in the direction the sound had come from. "It's begun," she said. Shiomi got up from the rock and walked over to her. Glancing down, he noticed the fish he had given her was back by the fire, skewered again, now bearing a couple of bite marks. "Looks like we won't be sleeping through the night after all. Seems the time for us to part ways is near," Shiomi said with a faint smile. "The outcome hasn't been decided yet. After all, you formed a contract with me. Bound by the command spell, you're still my prisoner, my master." The Lion King looked at him, her voice calm and authoritative, leaving no room for argument. But only for now. Shiomi reached out, his hand nearing her cheek. She watched in silence. He simply raised his hand and wiped away a small stain at the corner of her mouth, the residue from her attempt at eating the fish. "I want to speak with you properly. But with Artoria Pendragon, the human, not the goddess Rangaminiad standing here now." He sighed as he looked at her once more pristine face, tinged with quiet regret. "There's no difference between the two," the Lion King replied. "Don't lie to yourself, Lion King," Shiomi said, turning away. "You can't even swallow human food anymore. You're not the same person you used to be. Then again, if you only stopped because it was hard to eat, that's a different matter." With that, they both began moving, one ahead, one behind, toward the direction of the explosions and the rising clamor of battle. Chapter 328, Volume 5, Chapter 40, Siege of the Round Table Fortress. The explosion hit the main gate of the Round Table Fortress. When Lancelot arrived with his forces at this forward base, he was stunned to find that the once crude and ruined eastern village atop the mountain had transformed overnight into a fortress rivaling the Holy City. No, it could only be described as a compact version of Camelot. Massive walls, nearly impossible to construct in mountainous terrain, now stood firm at the perilous pass leading into the village, all seamlessly connected. From the Round Table Fortress, one could clearly see that what used to be a village had been completely remade into a white chalk fortress, out of place in this era. Realizing how drastically the situation had changed, and that the balance of power might shift, Lancelot immediately dispatched an urgent message to the Holy City. Soon after, Agravain and Tristan led enforcement knights as reinforcements to the fortress. But Agravain never informed the others that the king had departed, he hadn't yet grasped the full intent behind her absence. Then, in the latter half of the night, the mountain people suddenly launched their assault. Following a fierce magical bombardment, a large number of armed soldiers charged the already damaged main gate of the fortress. From atop the ramparts, Lancelot was bewildered. What's going on? How are the mountain people armed like this? Don't think too hard. This reeks of Morgan's handiwork. Agravain slammed a fist into the wall, eyes fixed on the soldiers clashing with the enforcement knights at the gate. The attackers were clearly villagers and refugees. They wore coordinated clothing and wielded usable weapons, but they lacked the armor needed to stand toe-to-toe with enforcement knights. Even so, the main gate's defense looked dangerously fragile. The reason was obvious. At the front line stood the Queen of the Land of Shadows, Scáthach, leading the charge. "This won't do. I'll intercept Scáthach. You handle the fortress's defense," Lancelot told Agravain. "The mountain people have assassins backing them. Hassanai Sabah could be infiltrating from another angle." "The main gate's yours," Agravain replied, then turned and headed into the depths of the fortress. Both the eastern and western villages had been protected by a servant of the Old Man of the Mountain. The one who had protected the western village, captured after its fall, was now the fortress's sole prisoner, the other Hassanai Sabah. Hassan of Serenity. Such an overt midnight assault on the main gate, with Queen Scáthach personally leading the offensive, made their strategy clear as day, a feint, a diversion. As Agravain's figure disappeared from view, Lancelot watched for his opening. The instant Scáthach's spear pierced an enforcement knight's throat, he drew a rondite with a roar and leapt into the fray. His heavy blow missed Scáthach, but the violent shockwave from the holy sword's impact scattered the advancing soldiers momentarily. At the sight of a knight of the Round Table, the attackers instinctively recoiled in fear and hesitation. Scáthach showed no reproach. After all, it was thanks to guidance from the refugees that she, Morgan, and the Hasanai Sabah had been welcomed by the one guarding the village. It was precisely to prepare for the eventual alliance that Morgan used the ley lines and her own power to construct this fortress, protecting the village within. Now, the ordinary people who were meant to be protected have instead chosen to risk their lives in a raid against the Round Table Fortress. It's an act of courage, worthy of praise. Queen Scáthach, I, Lancelot, shall be your opponent. Lancelot stood atop the long staircase before the fortress's main gate. In the prior desert battle, he and Gawain had joined forces to face Scáthach. Her spear technique had already reached divine heights, yet in sheer power, she still lagged behind Gawain, who fought with the sun's blessing. No problem. Show me what you've got. Let's see if the title of the strongest knight of the Round Table holds up. With that, Scáthach charged in, thrusting her spear at Lancelot with deadly precision. Though he couldn't say for sure whether he could defeat Scáthach alone, one thing Lancelot was certain of, he had the terrain advantage. For some reason, Scáthach wielded only one red spear this time. Even so, she lost nothing in terms of pressure. If anything, Lancelot found her technique even faster than when she wielded two spears. The whirlwind around the fortress gate echoed with the clash of spear and sword. An evenly matched battle unfolded, neither side gaining the upper hand. Ugh! Lancelot quelled his restlessness. The blessing his king had given him was called gift, ferocity, a power that let him remain unmoved by distractions and always see the battlefield with clarity. Be it the larger situation or the clash before him. If he could defeat the Scáthach standing in his way, the soldiers who followed her into the assault would naturally break and retreat. This clash had long since surpassed the realm of ordinary human warfare. Not even the enforcement knights dared to intervene. Only the archers stationed atop the walls continued raining down arrows. The soldiers under Scáthach's command could do nothing but defend against the barrage and retreat into blind spots behind mountain rocks, cautiously watching a fight they couldn't participate in. None of the arrows aimed at Scáthach ever hit. Instead, she used her spear to swat them midair, redirecting them toward Lancelot. Ugh! Lancelot gritted his teeth as he dodged the incoming arrows, his breath ragged. What's wrong? I can see hesitation on that holy sword. Do you not understand why you're fighting, Sir Lancelot? After her strike failed, Scáthach took several steps back, stopping on the stairs. She pointed her spear at Lancelot as she spoke. Hesitation. As long as my king's gift remains with me, such a thing doesn't exist. Dismissing Scáthach's words, Lancelot raised his sword and pointed it at her, not merely in defiance, but as a signal. Seizing the moment as the enemy forces fell back, the enforcement knights who had held back until now surged from behind him, charging at the isolated Scáthach. Abandoning single combat. Have the knights of the Round Table forsaken their chivalry? Scáthach sneered, dodging their attacks and skewering three knights from the side with a single thrust. Leaving an enemy like you alive would only hinder our king. Lancelot raised his sword, seizing her spear as she withdrew it, and charged into the fray alongside the enforcement knights. On the battlefield, there's no need to choose your methods. Well said. Gripping the spear still lodged in a knight's body, Scáthach kicked another, sending him crashing into Lancelot. Lancelot ducked low to evade and pressed forward, just as a glimmer of light flared across the steps. Rune script. This is bad. Scáthach had taken advantage of her soldiers' retreat and the lull in combat to inscribe rune characters on the stairs, laying a trap to activate magecraft. By ordering the enforcement knights to charge en masse, Lancelot had walked right into it. Caught in the blast of the area effect spell, the enforcement knights fell like wheat before a scythe. Incidentally, this is my beloved disciple's favorite tactic. Scáthach calmly spun her red spear. 100 chapters ahead. p@triancom/pinksnake. Chapter 329, Chapter 329, Volume 5, Chapter 41, Feint to the east, strike to the west. The Round Table Fortress had only one main gate, used to deploy the army of enforcement knights. But that didn't mean breaching the front gate was the only way in. Agravain had judged correctly, Scáthach's large-scale assault was just a feint. Taking advantage of the late-night darkness, Caren led Bedivere and Hassan of the eastern village, scaling the fortress walls from the mountainside using grappling hooks. Bedivere had initially objected to Caren accompanying them on the infiltration mission, but watching her nimbly and swiftly scale the more than 10-meter-tall wall, he could only smile in surprise and praise her. What impressive agility, my lady. My father always said that any magus should have proper physical strength, Caren said, crouching near the edge of the wall to observe the inside. I used to rock climb a lot back in school, though I'm still not as good as Gray. I see. Bedivere found himself growing more curious about her father. Once they arrived at the eastern village, the trio moved with speed and efficiency far beyond appearances. Morgan quickly unified the mountain villagers and incoming refugees with her unique leadership, selecting those capable of fighting and forming them into a small, trained unit. Scáthach helped pinpoint the exact location of the ley lines and assisted in transforming the village into a fortress through territory creation, strengthening soldiers' arms and armor with rune magecraft. Caren, using her medical skills, treated the sick among the villagers and refugees, further earning their trust. In just a few days, they had formulated a plan. The main force would launch a feigned assault on the front gate while a small elite unit would infiltrate from behind and rescue Hassan of the West Village, who was being held captive. Just who was the person capable of leading such a team? What's the situation, Cursed Arm Hassan? Caren checked the state of her mystic code and asked the accompanying assassin in a low voice. To be honest, she hadn't trusted this assassin at first. After all, the one who appeared in the 5th Holy Grail War had nearly killed Sakura. But after watching him these past few days, she had come to understand, this Hassan was a loyal and dutiful man, a perfect tool simply executing his master's will during the war. As long as they remained allies, she could trust him. The main force of the Enforcement Knights has been drawn to the front. Lady Scáthach's attack is working well, replied Cursed Arm Hassan. Caren nodded and turned to the other two. Then we need to find the prison holding Hassan of the West Village. Just as Bedivere was listening to her explain the next steps, he suddenly felt a chilling bloodlust that made his hair stand on end. Acting on instinct, he drew the slender sword at his waist and slashed toward the faint sound of a taut string, cleaving through the air. An invisible arrow was knocked out of the sky by Bedivere's blade. It really is you, Sir Bedivere. Tristan emerged from the watchtower along the city wall, speaking in a low voice. When Sir Gawain said you'd shown up and disrupted the holy selection, I could hardly believe it. To meet again under these circumstances, it saddens me deeply. Sir Tristan, your eyes. Even in the dark of night, Bedivere could clearly see Tristan's tightly shut eyes. He responded with surprise to the cold greeting. Yes, I closed them so I wouldn't see the sorrow that's about to spread, Tristan said. Sorrow? Have you abandoned the glory of the Knights of the Round Table? Bedivere stepped forward, questioning him. This is the loyalty I offer to the Lion King, Tristan answered without a trace of deceit. Bedivere realized the feint had likely been exposed. There was no time to waste. He raised his sword and positioned himself between Tristan and Caren. You two, leave this to me. Please rescue our imprisoned comrade as quickly as you can. Without another word, Caren turned and rushed off with Cursed Arm Hassan toward the other side of the fortress. The fortress's structure was simple. Without the need for logistical support like barracks, it was easy to spot where the prison was located. Even so, they were still a step too late. So you've come for the Hassan Isabah imprisoned here? Agravain blocked their path with a squad of enforcement knights. Caren frowned slightly. The foremost administrator among the Knights of the Round Table truly lives up to his reputation, to have seen through Mother's plan. Mother. Agravain muttered. So you're the daughter of that poisonous woman. Chaldea, claiming to save humanity, has truly sunk to new lows. Sorry, I'm in a hurry. I don't have time to chat. Caren raised both hand crossbows and pulled the triggers without hesitation. Arrows infused with guaranteed hit magecraft shot out one after another. Even though the enforcement knights tried to block them, some still found their mark, piercing through the gaps in their helmets and striking them in the head. Master of Chaldea, leave this to me. Please find a way into the dungeon, Cursed Arm Hassan said, drawing a black dagger from beneath his cloak. That said, Hassan Isabah was an assassin by trade, skilled in covert kills and ambush tactics, particularly one-on-one or one-against-many situations. Facing a dozen or more enforcement knights plus a knight of the Round Table inside a fortress was nothing short of suicidal. My king has ordered the annihilation of the eastern village. I'll start with you, assassin, Agravain declared, raising his hand as chains of magecraft entwined the enforcement knights behind him. Their originally silver-white armor turned blood red in an instant, and a sinister, frenzied aura spread out from them. Mad enhancement. Caren immediately understood what Agravain had done. Just like the class skill bestowed upon a Berserker during the Holy Grail War, Agravain had used magecraft to grant mad enhancement, temporarily boosting their abilities and turning them into unrelenting killing machines. As one of Morgan's rumored descendants, his magecraft had clearly been honed to a specialized and terrifying degree. Whether it was Karen's arrows or Cursed Arm Hassan's throwing knives, even direct hits to vital points couldn't stop the opponents. In the blink of an eye, the mad enhancement enforcement knights had surrounded them. Thankfully, Cursed Arm Hassan remained steadfast, blocking multiple attacks for Caren. But he was now covered in wounds and rapidly reaching his limit. This wasn't a battle meant to be fought head-on, especially while being intercepted by two Knights of the Round Table. Caren could only keep firing her crossbows faster. Backed into a corner, a bolt of crimson lightning suddenly fell from the sky. A silver-armored knight descended like a red meteor into the fortress, scattering the mad enhancement knights. Chapter 330, Volume 5, Chapter 42, Chaotic Battle. Looks like we made it just in time. Dr. Roman nearly overheated the communicator. Sakura landed behind Mordred, turned slightly, and greeted Caren with a smile. I was worried we wouldn't last that long. Caren freed up a hand and cast healing magecraft on Hassan of the Cursed Arm. After entering the mountains, the sand vehicles were no longer usable, so they had to follow Chaldea's guidance and advance swiftly toward the coordinates of the Round Table Fortress. The arrival of reinforcements didn't shake Agravain. What enraged him was seeing Mordred fighting alongside Chaldea. What are you trying to do? Are you betraying our king now? Agravain demanded. It's not betrayal. It's correction. Mordred tightened her grip on her sword. Though we chose to follow Father's plan, we all knew what it truly was. So now you regret it and decided to side with Chaldea. How disappointing, Mordred, Agravain said. No, I don't regret anything, Mordred replied. I've simply chosen a different path from Father and from you, of my own will. Have you forgotten who you are? Without the Knights of the Round Table and the King, you're nothing. Agravain never expected Mordred to admit fault. A traitor once will always be a traitor. The Lion King must have known this, why else would she give Mordred a rampage, and send her to guard the wilderness instead of Camelot? It doesn't matter whose knight or successor I am. What matters is that I become who I truly am. Mordred shouted as mana surged through her. Agravain noticed her mana had changed. The Lion King's gift was still active, but it felt more stable, more powerful than before. So, you formed a contract with Chaldea, Agravain muttered, raising his hand. The Berserk enforcement knights that had risen again charged forward once more. Boil over, Wrath of the Planet. Clarent Blood Arthur. Clarent, radiant and brilliant royal sword exploded with mana, sweeping forward in a wide arc from Mordred's hand. Even under mad enhancement, the enforcement knights couldn't withstand the unleashed noble phantasm and dropped instantly. Only Agravain managed to avoid the attack. Saber, don't keep releasing your noble phantasm's true name. Even with my support, you won't last. Sakura warned from behind. I know. But I'm not dying before I see Father and stop that plan. Mordred yelled back, eyes locked on Agravain. You're the last one. Now get the hell out of my way. She charged with her sword raised high, and Agravain countered with his own. More enforcement knights poured from the fortress, storming into the central plaza to surround the group attempting the prison break. You with the skull. Protect the master and the others. Leave these guys to me. Mordred shouted the order at Hassan of the Cursed Arm without even turning back. She'd had the same concerns as Caren, but Sakura remained calm and level-headed. She showed no hesitation toward this Hassan she'd once encountered. That's why Mordred entrusted him with the vital task of protecting their allies. Leave it to me. With Mordred at the vanguard, the tidal wave of attacks from the enforcement knights was held at bay along a faint line. Supported by his throwing knives and the attacks from the two masters, most of their forces were effectively stalled here. Agravain didn't charge into battle himself. Instead, he used mad enhancement on all the enforcement knights, planning to overwhelm the rebels with sheer numbers. But something felt off. Even in the chaos of such a brutal battlefield, Agravain remained calm. While directing the assault against Mordred and Chaldea's group, he kept sensing something unusual within the fortress. Scáthach and the soldiers from the eastern village were being blocked by Lancelot's troops at the main gate. That gate held a terrain advantage, breaking through wouldn't be easy. The group aiming to infiltrate the fortress and break out the prisoners had been surrounded in the plaza inside. Morgan wouldn't appear on the battlefield, Agravain was sure of that. He was confident that the Camelot-style fortress encircling the mountain village required Morgan to stay within and command it. That left 3 individuals unaccounted for. The girl bearing Galahad's shield, the orange-haired young master, the silver-haired adult female master, and the girl who bore the same face as the king. Those 3 must be with the new master Mordred had been ordered to pursue earlier. Had they already gone to the village to assist in its defense? Agravain speculated silently. It seemed highly likely, but not enough for him to stop questioning it. A loud boom. Golden light flashed atop the fortress wall, and Tristan tumbled down from above, bloodied. He crashed down where the enforcement knights had cleared a space, then staggered to his feet. Bedivere leapt down after him, landing behind Mordred. He dropped to one knee, exhausted, his prosthetic right arm trailing smoke. Ha! A beautiful strike, my friend. You fight even better than before, I'm proud of you. Tristan stood, fingers trembling. An invisible arrow shot toward Bedivere's back, but Sakura's magecraft defense blocked it. The battle in the plaza grew more chaotic than ever, and a realization struck Agravain. If this side was also a decoy. Snap. He sensed the destruction of the heroic spirit killer used to bind Hassan of Serenity. The chain would entangle any servant who touched it, unaffected only by living humans. To destroy it required a powerful weapon, and Chaldea certainly had no shortage of those. Moments after he ordered another unit of enforcement knights toward Hassan of Serenity's cell, the dungeon doors exploded. Knights were flung out in all directions. Sakura-senpai. Mission accomplished. Ritsuka carried the incapacitated Hassan of Serenity on her back. With cover from Grey and Mash, she broke through the Mad Enforcement Knight's blockade and retreated along their planned route. Rain began falling from the overcast sky, soaking the battlefield inside the fortress. Agravain blocked their escape. Tristan, can you still fight? Of course. I'll play my harp until my last breath for the Lion King. He tilted his rain-drenched face upward, a faint, unreadable smile playing on his lips. In the name of our friendship, I'll stop you here. Before he could finish, a violent wind swept through the fortress. A flock of crows cried out, a shriek so chilling it struck fear into the hearts of even the Knights of the Round Table. Dad. Sakura and Caren gasped in surprise as Shiomi emerged from the crows. King. Tristan and Agravain were equally stunned by the Lion King's sudden descent from the sky. 100 chapters ahead. P at Tree&Com/Pink Snake. Chapter 331, Volume 5, Chapter 43, The Old Man of the Mountain, Who Severed the Binding Contract. A little earlier, as Scáthach led her soldiers in an assault on the main gate of the Round Table Fortress, Shiomi and the Lion King arrived atop a mountain overlooking the battlefield. Lancelot is defending the main gate. Agravain and Tristan are nowhere in sight. Shiomi crouched at the cliff's edge, enhancing his vision with mana as he observed the battle. Looks like they've seen through Master's feint. The fortress holds the terrain advantage. Even Scáthach won't be able to breach Sir Lancelot's defense. The Lion King spoke coldly. With a limited number in the actual infiltration team to avoid suspicion, their slaughter is only a matter of time. Shiomi glanced at the Lion King. I told you, this is where we part ways. Even outside the Holy City, the command spells can still bind you. The Lion King raised her hand, and the remaining 2 command spells lit up. Command spells. I'd say Geis is a more fitting name. Shiomi slowly rose, looking at the Lion King only 4 or 5 meters away. This is even more powerful and effective than the 1 grain used to bind D'Armuid in the legends. As expected of a goddess. If you understand, then abandon your pointless resistance. You're not like the Knights of the Round Table. You have the right to follow me to the end, the Lion King said. They gave everything to carry out your plan, but not even a sliver of reward in return. Shiomi raised his hand, and Odin's spear materialized in his palm. The Lion King had restricted his ability to summon weapons under normal circumstances, but Gungnir was clearly exempt. Perhaps she simply couldn't stop him from wielding this particular spear. Very well. Then by command spell, I order my captive, my master, not to defy me, the Lion King commanded, her voice devoid of emotion. The vaguer the command, the weaker the effect of a command spell. But that rule did not apply to the Lion King. As a divine being, her words carried absolute authority. An invisible force wrapped around Shiomi's body. The space around him felt frozen in place, just moving a finger took hundreds of times more effort than usual. But I can still speak. Shiomi gathered all his strength, gripping Gungnir tightly. This strike may not kill you, but let it mark the point where we part ways. Gungnir required no aim, no stance, no preparation. The moment its true name was spoken, the spear would fulfill the wielder's intent and strike its target. Stronger even than Gibalg, truly a spear of destiny. But before Shiomi could utter its true name and unleash its power, death suddenly crept up from behind. It wasn't killing intent, nor a chilling presence, it was the concept of death itself. Soundless. Without warning. Presence concealment. Realization struck him just as he barely shifted his gaze to the side. A cold blade swept from behind, slicing through his back as if cleaving him in 2. Like a puppet with its strings cut, Shiomi collapsed to his knees, then fell to the ground. His body was unscathed. No blood. No wounds. What do you mean by this, old man of the mountain? With a soft clang, the Lion King shifted her gaze from Shiomi to the tall figure standing at his feet, leaning on a sword like a staff, and questioned him. Beneath the black cloak was a skull-covered face, and his eyes glowed faintly blue, like light from the depths of a valley. Nothing more than stepping out of the temple to give this man a push, just to break the cycle of fate that shackled him, said the one the Lion King called the Old Man of the Mountain. She knew well, unlike the Hassanai Sabah who guarded the eastern and western villages, the man before her was the original Hassanai Sabah, a being who stood on the boundary between life and death. I'm already aware of that, the Lion King said as she looked at him. With your blade, you could kill me outright. Why didn't you? Have you abandoned the humans your successors vowed to protect? Lion King, your fate has yet to be severed. The duty of ending what you've set in motion is not mine. Even I have no right to kill you here, the Old Man of the Mountain replied calmly. That was why he appeared here, not to take Shiomi's life, but to sever the contract binding him to the Lion King. So in other words, some things can only be done by people of this era, huh? Shiomi rubbed his neck and slowly got to his feet. Still, by doing this, you've helped me. I thought someone like you was truly neutral, forever standing above human history. You flatter me. Observing human history is the duty of a judge. I'm merely an assassin, one who slays those whose destinies have reached their end, the old man said, voice steady, carrying a power that seemed to see through all. You and I stand on different grounds, but we are not enemies. Those who have not yet exhausted the principle of life must fulfill their mission. As his voice faded, his figure dissolved into the darkness like mist, vanishing without a trace. Only once he was completely gone did it truly feel like he had left. The principle of life, huh? Shiomi spun Gungnir in his hand, its radiance lighting up the mountaintop shrouded in night. From this moment on, our contract is broken. I'm no longer your prisoner. The Lion King raised her hand. A storm coiled around her palm, and from within it emerged the silhouette of the tower at the end. Rangaminiad revealed its form. The battle inside that fortress is theirs to fight. You must remain here and return to Camelot with me. But I refuse. Shiomi gave a firm rejection to the Lion King's familiar command, leveled his spear, and charged toward the Round Table Fortress to assist Caren. Naturally, the Lion King moved to block him. The massive spear, nearly as tall as a man, felt as light in her grip as a sword. Her strength and speed were flawless. The moment the two spears clashed atop the mountain, brilliant light flared across the peak, yet within the fortress, no one noticed. Because at nearly the same moment, Sakura and her team, having circled from the foot of the mountain to the fortress's rear, launched a surprise assault. Out of the corner of his eye, Shiomi saw Mordred driving back the enforcement knights. Relief swelled in his heart. In the end, she had chosen the question of who she was over whose child she was. The fortress and the mountaintop each had their own battles. The clash of those two extraordinary spears caused the summit to crack and split. Finally, with one last collision between the Holy Lance and the Spear of the Gods, the narrow natural platform collapsed in an instant. Shattered boulders tumbled down the mountainside into the abyss, and in the same moment, Shiomi activated his displacement magecraft as he fell. Chapter 332, Volume 5, Chapter 44, Holy Lances aren't your exclusive right. Now. Whether it was Tenkei Shiomi or the Lion King, the appearance of either left everyone stunned. The battle halted, all movements paused. That's King Arthur, deified. Gray caught a glimpse of the Lion King's profile through a gap in the enforcement knights. In the darkness, that face, so familiar yet distant, shone with brilliance. For a moment, she was frozen, unable to breathe. The fate and wishes passed down through 1,000 years in Blackmoor village had once terrified her. She had done everything she could to escape. But now, standing before the one who carried all of that, Gray suddenly understood why everyone in the village had been so fervent. This was a flawless king. One look was all it took to understand. Gray. Ritsuka tugged at her cloak, whispering a warning. Taking advantage of the brief pause and diverted attention, the two quietly moved along the wall. My king, forgive us. Our battle has been disgraceful, Tristan said, bowing his head in surprise. Agravain stepped forward and bowed behind the Lion King. My king, we were in the midst of defending the Round Table Fortress and exterminating the rebels attempting a prison break. There's no need for your majesty to be troubled with such trivial matters. I already know of your battle. But the prisoner, master, has severed the contract. He is no longer under my control, the Lion King said calmly, standing in the drizzling rain. That is why I am here. Yes, my king. Agravain responded, then looked up and shot a cold glare at Shiomi. He had no desire to speak with this man. It was undoubtedly this man who had taken the king from the holy city and led her here. Fortunately, the Lion King had not been swayed by him. She had only accidentally allowed him to escape her restraints and regain his freedom. Which was just as well. Now, with Chaldea's entire group gathered here, they could be annihilated, and the last obstacle to the plan would be removed. Agravain raised his hand. The enforcement knights, all driven mad by enhancement, lifted their weapons, awaiting the Lion King's signal to strike. Mordred, blocked by Shiomi, stepped aside, sword in hand, eyes locked on the Lion King. But she didn't even glance at her, as if her betrayal, or anything else, meant nothing to her. The indifference was suffocating. Mordred felt a surge of bitter frustration. As you can see, no matter what you do, the Lion King won't react, Shiomi said quietly to Mordred. All that matters to her now is the plan, and whether someone can serve as her right hand to carry it out. Shut up. I don't need your lectures. I'm only doing this for Sakura's sake. Mordred snapped, then caught herself. No. I'm doing this for me. This has nothing to do with any of you. But continuing to fight here won't help us, Shiomi raised his hand. As if in response, more enforcement knights streamed out from the fortress. From top to bottom, they flooded the area, surrounding the square in front. In under a minute, Chaldea's group would be crushed under sheer numbers. These knights were similar to the Celtic warriors from the North American singularity, close to servants in nature. But unlike the Celtic warriors, who drew power from Medb and the Holy Grail, these enforcement knights were purer. Perfect soldiers, created by the Lion King through the power of the tower at the end. And considering the gap in power between the Lion King and Medb, these knights were far more dangerous than any Celtic army. They had to fight off the enforcement knights while keeping an eye on the Knights of the Round Table, and the Lion King herself. This narrow space would soon become their grave in an endless battle. There was only one way to end it. If it were Morgan, she would almost be ready by now. Shiomi, having realized this, raised his left hand to summon his wand, then remembered it had already reverted to its original form. So instead, he aimed his spear at the fortress's weak point. In the blink of an eye, the noble phantasm spell was complete. The Lion King subtly tilted her chin. Agravain, ever attentive, caught even that minute gesture. Slowly flank them and wear them down with attrition. Knowing he couldn't stop that magecraft, Agravain issued the order. Shiomi spell activated. Pure magical energy blasted through the side of the fortress, shattering a thick stone wall. The collapsing boulders took out the enforcement knights blocking the path, clearing a narrow, dangerous route to the outside. Ritsuka, closest to the breach, immediately carried Hasan of Serenity on her back and ran. Gray took one last glance at the Lion King, realizing the time wasn't right. She and Mash escorted Ritsuka out. Seal the gap. Don't let a single one escape. Though the enforcement knights quickly closed in, they failed to stop the prison break. Their overwhelming numbers, while an advantage, also became a liability. Too many knights meant they could slowly grind the group down, but it also hindered Knights of the Round Table like Tristan and Agravain from fighting freely. The Lion King couldn't join the fray either. One swing of Rangaminiad would harm both friend and foe alike. Mordred clicked her tongue and charged out, slashing through the knights to carve a bloody path once again. Bedivere, drained from his duel with Tristan and the release of his noble phantasm, staggered, trying to turn back to the Lion King, but his body gave out. He collapsed, unable to speak a word. Hasan of the Cursed Arm, take him and fall back. I'll cover the rear. Understood. Hasan of the Cursed Arm recognized the urgency. Their objective was complete, retreat came first. He hoisted Bedivere onto his back, shielding Sakura and Caren, and followed the trail Mordred had carved, heading toward the breach. To stop them, Agravain unleashed mad enhancement repeatedly, disregarding the toll on his body as he drove more and more enforcement knights into madness. In the square, Shiomi weaved through the chaos, his golden spear blazing like a meteor as he cut down foes. As expected, that man is built for the front lines. If he'd lived in an age of war, he'd have been an unmatched warrior, Tristan said quietly, plucking his harp and firing invisible arrows at Shiomi's blind spot. Yet here I am, forced to kill him by any means. It saddens me. Even so, the arrows couldn't hit their mark, even from angles that should have been blind spots. He's got eyes in the back of his head. Don't underestimate him. Shiomi twisted his spear and slammed it into the ground. The impact sent a shockwave rippling out, flinging nearby knights into the air and crashing them into their comrades. Under his cover, Mordred led the others and broke through the breach in the crumbled wall. Beyond it lay a steep mountain slope, but for these fighters, that was no obstacle. Even Ritsuka, lacking special abilities, managed to retreat safely with help from Mash and Gray. A storm of arrows rained down, following the sound of bowstrings. Shiomi spun his spear, clearing the threat and ensuring no one was struck from behind. Just as he prepared to strike again, he felt something latch onto him. As if triggering a trap, threads hidden throughout the fortress wrapped tightly around his body, binding his movements. I can't help it if the others get away, but you must stay, Tristan said coldly. The enforcement knight surged like a tide. Ever consider I stayed behind on purpose? Shiomi said calmly, eyes on the golden chains unfurling from the Lion King. After all, only once the others are safe can she unleash her magecraft without worry. Agravain frowned. Just as Shiomi expected, a beam of starlight shot into the sky. It didn't light up the heavens, but it was a clear signal. There's a kind of magecraft Morgan specializes in, called Tower. Ever heard of it? The night sky, thick with cloud, split open, just like that day in the desert. A golden pillar of light burst through. Say goodbye to your round table fortress, under the very Rangaminiad you revere. Shiomi snapped Tristan's threads, swept his spear to clear the surrounding knights, and stepped back to the breach. Farewell, Lion King. Knights of the Round Table. The next time we meet, it'll be the final battle. If you survive Rangaminiad, that is. He wiped the rain and blood from his face, then turned and leapt off the cliff. 100 chapters ahead. p@tree.com/pinksnake. Chapter 333, Volume 5, Chapter 45, In the Radiance of the Holy Lance. The night sky, heavy with clouds and steady drizzle, suddenly lit up as bright as day. Lancelot, leading the enforcement knights at the main gate, was caught off guard. He thought the Lion King had unleashed Rangominiad to destroy the mountain people's territory. If that were true, it would be a serious misstep. Though the fortress was under siege, he believed the Lion King's forces could easily overrun the mountain village given enough time. But that thought only lasted a moment. As the falling holy lance became clearer, growing in size and detail, Lancelot realized it wasn't the Lion King's spear at all. No way it would target the Round Table fortress hidden in the mountains, where 3 knights of the Round Table still stood guard. There's a second holy lance. Both sides ceased fighting at once. Covered in wounds and grime, Lancelot muttered to himself in disbelief. Scáthach took a step back, glanced at the sky, and said, "Oh. They've used the holy lance. Looks like things on that side went perfectly. Then, best of luck surviving, Knights of the Round Table." With those words, she vanished into the night. Only then did Lancelot realize the mountain warriors she led had long since withdrawn. She had stayed behind only to delay them a bit longer. Scáthach ran effortlessly along the winding mountain paths, putting distance between herself and the Round Table fortress. The spear would strike in less than a minute. Its impact would devastate the fortress and everything within several kilometers. Even the mountain village might be caught in the shockwave. But thanks to the fortress and barrier Morgan had built, only a harmless tremor would reach them. Reaching a safe distance, Scáthach stopped along a rugged mountain trail. It was her first time witnessing a strike of such magnitude from an ally. She couldn't help but pause and take in the moment. A truly fearsome magecraft, Morgan. She brushed back her rain-soaked hair and let out a satisfied sigh. "Master." A voice rang out behind her, familiar, yet slightly unfamiliar. She turned, surprised. Tenkei Shiomi stood there on the rocky trail, cloaked in white, his robe splattered with blood. But it wasn't his own, just blood that had splashed onto him. After calling out, "Master," Shiomi jumped down from the cliffside, landing beside Scáthach. "Looks like you made it out safely too, Master." Morgan's tower must have kept them too occupied to chase, MMGH. Before he could finish his greeting, Scáthach took his lips with her own. There was no mistaking it, it was completely one-sided, as if taken from him. Shiomi was always the one to initiate, always the one to kiss his master. He knew she was his woman, but even more so, he knew she was still his master. A master has her pride, he couldn't let her feel cornered. Normally, he was the one to initiate, gentle and careful in every kiss. But this time, it was she who suddenly leaned in with an "ah," and fiercely claimed his lips and tongue. She cradled his face, the silk-like texture of her gloves brushing down his cheeks, then slid to his neck and around the back, pulling Shiomi close with a firm yet tender embrace. When you kiss someone you love, your eyes close instinctively. Shiomi did the same, but the growing light in the sky nagged at his senses. After all, they had just escaped the battlefield, and this place was merely a quieter version of it, still soaked in the scent of iron and blood. But her kiss was so earnest, so full of feeling, and just awkward enough in its uncharacteristic boldness, that it stirred a deep tenderness in his heart. He wrapped his arms around her and kissed her back. With his eyes shut, only the golden light, so bright it turned night to day, filtered in through the slits of his lashes. He turned naturally, shielding Scáthach's body with his own from the oncoming shockwave. But the next moment, another light, just as radiant, rose slowly from the Round Table fortress. Scáthach broke the kiss, stepped back slightly, and looked over his shoulder. Shiomi glanced back as well. The second light was unmistakable, the Lion King's Rangominiad. They either burned alongside the Round Table fortress, or they stood and faced it. In any case, this place is done for. Once the nail is pulled, the Lion King will have no choice but to fall back to Camelot, Shiomi said quietly, turning to look at his master. He was now almost certain Morgan's plan had 3 parts from the very beginning. Scáthach would lead a feint at the front gate. The others would use the opportunity to break into the prison and rescue their comrades. And once the evacuation was complete, they would destroy the fortress with the Holy Lance. Even so, Camelot's advantage hasn't changed. Scáthach murmured, burying her face in his shoulder. Yeah. If we don't stop the Lion King, once Rangominiad activates, this singularity will become the end of the world. But we still have time. Once we're ready, we'll launch our attack on the Holy City. Whether it was Morgan's magecraft or the Lion King's noble phantasm, both were merely shadows of Rangominiad. The true Tower of the End stood in Camelot. Attacking it, and shutting down its function, was the real objective. In any case, having you back on the front lines now is the best news I could hope for, Scáthach said, holding him tightly, no longer hiding her longing. But to think I'd catch my master stopping mid-retreat just to enjoy the view. Shiomi said teasingly. What if an enemy had come from behind? No one can get that close, except you. She traced his back with her hand. His warmth, his scent, it made her dizzy. If she had to describe it. No. Even metaphors escaped her now. Shiomi lifted her easily, letting her cling to him like a koala, and quickly slipped into a narrow natural hollow along the mountain path, just wide enough to keep out the rain. Whether it was the fortress collapsing or Rangaminiad's shock waves, none of that mattered at the moment. They should have been rushing to regroup with the others. Instead, they spent precious time here. Then again, maybe it wasn't wasted time after all. I give up. I misjudged this. Scáthach muttered, slightly flustered as she tried to pull away. We need to catch up with the others. The battlefield's chaos. A little early, a little late, what's the difference? Shiomi pressed her gently against the rock wall. It didn't hurt. He'd used magecraft to create a physical barrier beneath them. Realizing he'd used a powerful defensive spell for something like this, Scáthach understood, things were no longer up to her. Of course, if she really wanted to stop this, she only had to push him away and say the word. But in the end, she didn't. The way you smell, it's so familiar. She didn't want to stop either. The way you smell, it's so familiar. Scáthach clung tightly to Shiomi. She thought she'd grown used to separation. But after so many days without seeing her beloved disciple, the absence had gnawed at her like something missing from her soul. Now, that emptiness was whole again. And from there, things quickly spiraled into chaos. Chapter 334, Volume 5, Chapter 46, Once More. In the end, the clash between the Rangaminiads turned out even more devastating than what Shiomi had envisioned back in the desert. It wasn't just a matter of nearby people being swallowed by a torrent of light. Centered on the Round Table Fortress, a crater several kilometers wide had been blasted into the once solid mountains. Not even a trace of the fortress remained. Camelot still stands. Looks like when the Lion King fired Rangaminiad, the knights of the Round Table had already fled. Shiomi landed in front of the eastern village's walls, having leapt over the debris-strewn path left by the mountain's collapse. He stared toward the ruins of the Round Table Fortress. Moments ago, he had sent a familiar skyward to scout. The white chalk city still towered in the distance. At the very least, it confirmed the Lion King was still active, and that Gawain, guarding the holy city, remained alive. The plan veered a little, but showing the Lion King what Rangaminiad can do probably pleased Morgan even more than simply reducing the fortress to rubble. Scáthach landed beside him, tapping the ground lightly before catching his outstretched hand. She nodded in agreement. You're probably right, Shiomi smiled. Just then, a cheerful voice called out from above the nearby gate. A male servant holding a bow stood atop the city wall, waving. Oh! Lady Scáthach made it back safely. That means the operation was a total success, no one left behind. More than that, we even rescued one more prisoner, Scáthach said, naturally clasping Shiomi's hand as she introduced him. He's the master you mentioned. Looks like a seasoned warrior. The archer waved again. I'll have the gates opened. Her ladyship, the Witch Queen, is waiting. The massive gate slowly opened before them. Who's that? Shiomi asked. Arash Commander. Class, archer. He's working with Hasanai Sabah to protect the masterless servants in the eastern village. As they walked toward the open gate, Scáthach explained the situation. This singularity had summoned many servants via the counter-force, but most had fallen in the conflict between Ozymandias, the Lion King, and the mountain people before their arrival. The survivors included Hasan of Serenity, their rescue target, and Arash, who had remained stationed in the village. During the recent nighttime raid on the fortress, Arash had led some villagers to defend their stronghold. Inside the gate, Shiomi saw what looked like a medieval stone city, somehow built into the narrow, steep terrain. Rugged mountain paths had been paved with stone steps, and the dilapidated village had become a fortified town. Such construction, completed in mere days, was impossible without divine-level magecraft. This was all Morgan's doing. Shiomi couldn't help but marvel at her ability to create territory. Scáthach chuckled. But it consumed an enormous amount of mana. Even with temporary contracts from Caren and Sakura, most of the burden probably fell on her alone. The Lion King seizing my contract caught me completely off guard, Shiomi said with a sigh. Just then, he noticed his master slipping her hand away, giving him a light pat on the back. Go see her. After tonight's battle, I doubt anything would make her happier than knowing you made it back. Master. I've already re-established your contract, so everything on this end is under control, Scáthach said with a composed smile. Leave the rest to me. The mana restoration earlier had been so thorough that her skin still had a subtle glow to it. Of course, the reason for her relaxed mood ran a bit deeper than that. Prompted by her words, Shiomi quickly made his way through the cobbled streets of this foreign-feeling stone city, heading toward the castle at the foot of the mountain temple. He crossed the empty courtyard, dashed through the vacant halls, climbed the modest stairs. And finally, on the wide terrace atop the castle, he found Morgan standing at the edge, gazing into the distance. I've already heard the general situation from Chaldea's report. I didn't expect you to free yourself before I could come get you. Morgan rested a hand on the parapet and turned slightly, offering a faint smile as she spoke first. I thought I'd have to fight the Lion King to the death, but I never imagined the first Hasanai Sabat would step in, Shiomi replied. He lowered his gaze, apologetic, and approached her side. All my contracts were severed. That old man, he's not someone to take lightly. I see. That explains why the stolen contract between us suddenly vanished, Morgan said, understanding dawning. Since it was to help you, I'll overlook the fact that a pact we've held for over 20 years just vanished. The night wind stirred their robes. In the east, dawn began to break. Morgan's silver hair danced in the breeze, the dark blue at its tips melting into the night, a picture of quiet beauty. The contract, it's gone. Shiomi's voice was quiet, tinged with guilt. At most, I have half a day left before I vanish from mana depletion. The contracts I made with those two girls were only temporary, just enough to borrow a bit of mana. There are limits, Morgan said calmly, though her eyes never left his. Constructing a city, activating Rangaminiad, it all takes far too much mana. It'll hinder their ability to act. Her voice, distant and clear, drifted through the night like the cool mountain breeze. Maybe she was waiting for something, but that didn't matter. Shiomi knew exactly what he needed to do. Morgan's eyes widened slightly as she watched him lower himself to one knee before her and gently take her left hand. He looked up, solemn and steady. The contract is gone, then let's make another. Morgan Le Fay, would you be willing to form once again the same contract you made 20 years ago, with a man who knows nothing but how to fight? As his words settled, Morgan slowly curled her fingers, her thumb brushing against the back of his hand. You're awfully sneaky, my husband. Isn't this exactly like when you proposed back then, she said, glancing away, a soft pink rising to her pale cheeks. The ever-composed and graceful witch now looked more like a shy girl burdened by tender uncertainty. It's not sneaky. It's only right, Shiomi said. I dragged you into all this, forced you to follow me through chaos, made you shoulder the burden of leadership when I was captured. Everything I do now doesn't even begin to match what you've done for me. Some things aren't meant to be measured like that. Morgan didn't let go. She accepted his request again, without hesitation. Or rather, no matter how many times this moment repeated, Morgan Le Fay would always accept Tenkei Shiomi's contract. Just as he said, for her. 20 years, in the span of her long pilgrimage, was no more than the blink of an eye. How could it ever compare? How could it possibly compare? 100 chapters ahead. p@triancom/pinksnake. Chapter 335, Chapter 335, Volume 5, Chapter 47, You Smell Like Her. Shiomi rose to his feet and, bathed in the soft morning light and the gentle mountain breeze, carefully wrapped Morgan in a warm embrace. Chaldea's mystic code and communicator are gone, she said, resting against his chest with a hint of playful teasing in her voice. Well, I had just escaped captivity, Shiomi replied. Artoria captured you and stole your contract, you must know why, Morgan asked, her tone calm but direct. About that. Shiomi gently helped her rise slightly from his arms, holding her by the shoulders, just as he was about to explain, when voices from the gate cut him off. Sakura and Caren, having heard that he had returned safely, came running from the village. Morgan, with practiced ease, stepped away, giving him space as the two grown daughters threw themselves into his arms. We were so worried. Sakura's voice trembled, nearly in tears. You showed up out of nowhere, then suddenly stayed behind to cover us. We thought you'd be captured again. If that happens again, I suggest Dad stay put in Chaldea during the next singularity, Caren said coolly. I'm sure the director would love to have you on control room duty. Shiomi gave a helpless laugh. Let's not go that far. Besides, the unusual circumstances this time might actually be useful reference for the final singularity investigation. Forgive him, Morgan said with a graceful smile, arms crossed. He did block Artoria's Rangaminiad for your sake. But while we were running through deserts and wilderness, my husband was sitting comfortably in the white chalk city, living the easy life. Scáthach chimed in, perfectly timed. This is exactly the kind of moment when a beloved disciple should be the one working hard. Ah. Shiomi glanced at his master, trying to guess what kind of work she was implying. Director Olga Marie is still in Ozymandias' territory. She's stationed there as Chaldea's envoy, Morgan said, turning to Shiomi. It's time you went and brought her back. Shiomi blinked in surprise. Marie's still in Ozymandias' domain. He hadn't been there himself and knew little about the place, only that Ozymandias was the real name of the Sun King, currently one of Camelot's main enemies. That territory retains the environment of the Age of Gods, Scáthach explained. When Ozymandias was summoned to the singularity, his domain was brought along with him. Shiomi nodded slowly. That makes sense. No wonder Marie made that choice. What came next was clear. Just as his master said, it was his turn to take on the burden, aside from, well, that. As Chaldea's representative, he would head to the Sun King's domain. The others would stay behind in the mountain village, regroup and consolidate their forces, then rendezvous in the desert for a final assault on the holy city of Camelot. With a rough plan now in mind, Shiomi gently patted Sakura and Caren, still clinging to him. All right, all right. You're both adults now, enough with the clinging. You want your mother and grandmaster to laugh at you. Scáthach gave a small, amused smile. No need to stop. It's nice. Didn't you once say children can act spoiled no matter how old they are? Morgan added, unbothered. You too. Shiomi muttered, fondly ruffling his daughter's hair. Then, without warning, Caren stepped back, ran to Morgan, and reported in a voice loud enough for everyone to hear. Mother, besides your scent and masters, there's also the scent of an unfamiliar woman on father. As soon as she said it, Sakura froze. She sniffed the air intently. She's right. It smells pure. Sacred. The mood collapsed instantly. Shiomi found himself seriously considering jumping off the terrace, though even that wouldn't kill him, and he'd still be hunted down by both wife and master. With no escape in sight, he decided it was best to just come clean. The unfamiliar scent on Shiomi undoubtedly came from the Lion King. They had shared a warhorse for a long time, close enough that any knight of the Round Table would have killed themselves on the spot. So picking up her scent wasn't strange. What surprised him was just how sharp Caren's senses were. Sakura quietly stepped back to a safe distance, puffing her cheeks with a sulky look that clearly said, I don't care about Dad. Morgan, still folding her arms, raised her left hand slightly. The tip of her index finger glowed with a golden light. My husband just renewed our contract. It's the perfect chance to test the limited deployment of Rongaminiad. The Rongaminiad's too brutal. Maybe just freeze him and toss him into Ozymandias's territory instead, Scáthach murmured, narrowing her eyes. A set of runes instantly formed, a spell that even Shiomi might not be able to break. For the first time in his life, Shiomi felt ice crawl down his spine. Cold sweat soaked through his inner shirt. Listen to me. It's not what you think. I was just riding horses with the Lion King, that's all. Shiomi swallowed hard. It was a near-death pressure even worse than facing the king of magecraft. Watching Morgan and his master steadily approach, Shiomi genuinely began weighing whether jumping off the terrace might be the better option. Riding horses together. Morgan's smile was ice-cold. That close. Scáthach's voice cut like a blade. Shiomi threw up both hands. Isn't there any way to talk this out? This is the time to surrender, Dad. Caren clasped her hands together in front of her and spoke with composed grace, though her tone was merciless. Mother and Grandmaster are both very gentle. I'm sure you'll be off to Ozymandias's domain bright and early tomorrow. No, no, no. This isn't about whether I live or die. Shiomi protested, drenched in sweat. To think you'd get all buddy-buddy with the enemy's leader. I'm really disappointed in you, Dad, Sakura sighed. Her usually bright eyes now looked dull and lifeless. The sunlit terrace had suddenly become a courtroom, and Shiomi the accused. There was no backup. No one to plead his case. Even Chaldea's comms were dead silent, or more likely, completely cut off. After all, there had been a Rongaminiad-level mana blast here just before dawn. Of course the signal would be scrambled. With a thunderous blast, the terrace erupted. Smoke drifted away in the wind. Shiomi lay on the ground, covered in frost and soot, trembling slightly. Can't you go a little easier, he muttered. As he dragged himself up, brushing off the debris, he realized that he wasn't actually hurt. More sound and fury than substance. Take a short break, then report to Chaldea that you've returned to the front, Morgan said. Also, that Round Table Knight, Bedivere, wants to speak with you. Me. Shiomi blinked, surprised, as he dusted himself off. Chapter 336, Volume 5, Chapter 48, Agataram. When Shiomi was first brought to Camelot, he learned from Mordred that 2 of the Knights of the Round Table had not responded to the Lion King's summons. Those 2 were Galahad and Bedivere. Now, hearing from Sakura and the others that the servant who had granted Masher strength was Galahad, Shiomi was genuinely surprised. And the knight who had taken part in the assault on the Round Table fortress but collapsed after a fierce battle with Tristan, that was Bedivere. Piecing all this together, Shiomi became certain the distortion of this singularity wasn't without cause. When he arrived, Bedivere was in the middle of a spat with Mordred. Well, more accurately, it was Mordred pestering him, curious about his prosthetic arm. Since Bedivere claimed it was crafted by Merlin, Mordred's curiosity was through the roof. That silver arm looks amazing. Let me try it out. Mordred said, eyes gleaming. No, this is a prosthetic Sir Merlin prepared specifically for me, Bedivere replied, clearly distressed. Come on, it's a prosthetic, not a real arm, Mordred insisted, pouting. I'll just mess around with it a bit and give it back. I won't break it. Her tone was exactly like a kid eyeing someone else's toy, hardly knightly behavior. Shiomi watched with a headache forming, wondering if recruiting her had really been the right call. You've got both arms and legs, so what do you even need a prosthetic for? Shiomi muttered. Spotting his arrival, Mordred stopped tugging at Bedivir's arm. So you finally showed up too, huh? Would it kill you to be a little nicer? I did cover your retreat, remember? Shiomi sat down beside Bedivere and began checking his wounds. During the battle at the Round Table Fortress, both he and Tristan had unleashed their noble phantasms at the same time, an exchange that had ended in mutual destruction. Well, if you call that a draw, I took the worst of it, Bedivere said, gripping his prosthetic arm. Shiomi reached out to heal him, but as he examined the injury, his hands froze in surprise. What is it? Did Tristan really go that hard on you? Mordred frowned. I thought you two were close. Not that she had much room to talk, she herself had loudly declared she would take up her father's sword and defeat their enemies. All the knights still serving the Lion King seemed to feel the same way. Can I speak openly here, Bedivere? Shiomi asked. There are no outsiders here, Bedivere said, glancing at Mordred. She has a right to know. What? Mordred's tone shifted, suddenly serious. Shiomi continued applying healing magecraft. Then I'll get straight to the point. Bedivere, you're not a servant, are you? You're a human who's lived from the time of King Arthur to the present. Huh. Mordred nearly shouted. So this guy's actually some ancient grandpa who's lived for like 1,000 years. No, more like 1,500 years, Shiomi said. You carry the same aura as someone from my own time. You must have wandered through the human world for those 1,500 years and, for some reason, ended up here in the 1273 singularity. What the hell? Why isn't this guy dead? Mordred was baffled. Didn't he become a monk or something in the end? Servants could retain records of events after their death, Mordred herself was one such case. There must have been a reason, Shiomi said, his eyes scanning them both. After all, even the Lion King didn't recognize the existence of the Holy Sword. What? Mordred froze. Bedivire's face twisted with grief. It's all my fault. I failed to carry out the king's final order. With that, Shiomi understood. After the Battle of Camlan, the gravely wounded King Arthur had been taken into the forest by Bedivere. There, Arthur entrusted him with the Holy Sword and commanded him to return it to the Lady of the Lake. It said that Bedivere hesitated 3 times before finally making up his mind and returning the Holy Sword on the 3rd try. That was when King Arthur met his end and his soul passed on to Avalon. But now, Bedivere revealed something that contradicted the legend. So even the 3rd time, you couldn't go through with it. Returning the Holy Sword meant the death of my king. I couldn't bring myself to accept it. Bedivere bowed his head deeply. When I came back to the forest with the sword still in hand, the king was already gone. Mordred rushed over and grabbed Bedivere by the collar, wanting to demand answers. But the words wouldn't come. After all, it was her own rebellion that had led to Arthur's death. Gone from the forest, don't tell me. Father is in the Holy City. That's right. Unable to witness the return of the Holy Sword, King Arthur took up the Rhongomyniad and became the king of the dead, Bedivere said, his voice pained but resolute. This is my fault, my sin. I failed to fulfill the king's final command. That's why, with Sir Merlin's help, I came to this singularity, to see my king again, and return the Holy Sword. As he spoke, he gripped the silver prosthetic arm tightly. At that moment, even Mordred realized the truth behind it. That arm was the Holy Sword itself. Damn it, how did it come to this? Mordred cursed under her breath. No one could tell if she was cursing herself for starting it all, or something else entirely. Sir Merlin disguised my magic circuit so I would appear to be a real servant, Bedivere said, forcing a bitter smile. But he still couldn't fool you. It's nothing. I just happened to be unusually sharp, Shiomi replied, shaking his head. Focus on recovering. If you truly want to return the Holy Sword and atone, then joining us in the assault on the Holy City is your best path forward. What will happen to Father if the Holy Sword is returned? Mordred asked. Shiomi stood, lifting the curtain to leave, but paused. If the Holy Sword is returned, the Lion King should regain the humanity that was eroded by the Rhongomyniad, and finally find peace in death. Mordred clenched her fists. I understand. It was my rebellion that led to Father's death. So one more act of rebellion won't change anything. Don't make it sound so easy. You're clearly hurting too, Shiomi said, giving her a gentle pat on the head. I told you, I'm not your kid. Mordred barked behind him as Shiomi stepped out of the stone room, only to find Morgan and his master waiting outside. Eavesdropping's a bad habit, you know. With a single glance, Shiomi conveyed everything he needed to. 100 chapters ahead. p@triancom/pinksnake. Chapter 337, Volume 5, Chapter 49, Crossing the Desert. I just can't seem to settle down, Shiomi said. Camelot, the Lion King's side is too quiet. It's hard to feel at ease. The sand buggy sped through the boundless desert, heading toward the territory of Ozymandias. Shiomi sat at the wheel, speaking to the two beside him as he drove. Maybe Camelot's already preparing to activate the Rangaminiad, said Scáthach, reclining against the side of the buggy. Her hair fluttered in the scorching desert wind. Morgan crossed her left leg over her right, poised and graceful. That would be a foolish assumption, Scáthach. The Holy Lance signifies the tower at the end. Once activated, its location becomes the world's boundary. If Artoria fully initiates the tower at the end, this entire singularity will begin collapsing. In the end, not even the city may remain, perhaps only the central tower will be left behind. So you're saying the Holy Lance hasn't been activated yet? Scáthach asked. Of course not. A fortress was lost, and Mordred's defection aside, the overall damage is minor, Morgan replied with a composed smile. Now that she's aware I can wield the Holy Lance too, it makes far more sense to fall back to Camelot and wait for our attack. That's a much more strategic move. Conserving strength while forcing the enemy to make the first move. Then let them wait a bit longer, Shiomi murmured. After a day of rest in the eastern village, Shiomi departed for Ozymandias' territory the next day. Morgan and Scáthach had spent the entire day debating who would accompany him, until late into the night. In the end, they agreed to go together at Shiomi's suggestion. Of course, getting them to accept the idea had required quite a bit of effort. Shiomi had to do everything he could to satisfy both of them before they finally relented. Following the Round Table Fortress battle, Camelot rapidly pulled back its forces from across the singularity and concentrated them in the Holy City to strengthen its defenses in preparation for a final confrontation. As a result, the road from the mountain region into the desert was completely deserted, not a single patrolling enforcement knight or knight of the Round Table in sight. Shiomi relayed these findings to Sakura in the mountain village, and the forces stationed there also began their advance, slowly marching toward the Holy City. Once Shiomi confirmed whether an alliance with Ozymandias could be formed, they would launch a full-scale assault on the Holy City, adjusting their strategy based on the finalized troop strength. Even though we have 5 servants on our side, our overall combat strength is still inferior to Camelot's. Attacking the city won't be easy. If the enemy takes advantage of our march and launches a cavalry raid led by the Knights of the Round Table, it could turn into a serious problem, Morgan said, looking at Scáthach. What are you getting at? Scáthach raised an eyebrow. We should head back now and regroup with the others. That way, we can help ease the pressure they might be facing, Morgan suggested. Scáthach slowly nodded, looking as if she agreed. In that case, it's better for you to return. The main force will stay here on standby. If capable Magus assist in setting up the position, defense will be much easier. The tension in the air was palpable, and Shiomi, sensing the metaphorical gunpowder from behind, fell silent. Ultimately, these were all just assumptions. Camelot hadn't made a move yet, and if they truly launched a preemptive strike, Morgan could always use water mirror magecraft or teleportation to return the 3 of them to base quickly and prepare to counterattack. In the end, it was clear Morgan and his teacher were just trying to send each other away. Ha ha ha. Shiomi let out an awkward laugh to break the tension. Sorry, Morgan. Since it was my idea to have the 3 of us visit the territory of the Sun King together, please don't argue with Master. Why apologize, my husband? Morgan looked genuinely puzzled. Shiomi sighed. It's rare for us to get a chance to travel alone. The last time it was just the 2 of us was when we went to Gray's village. He knew this decision, while helping to ease last night's conflict, wouldn't fully satisfy Morgan. Don't get the wrong idea, my husband. I don't mind things like this, Morgan said casually, adjusting her sun-shielding hood. I'm just shooing away unnecessary company. Did you have to be that blunt? Shiomi couldn't help but turn back. But then he saw his master was smiling as well. If I really had an issue, your idea wouldn't have been approved in the first place. Fair enough, Shiomi murmured, turning back to face forward again. And speaking of being alone. Morgan's tone suddenly turned distant and wistful. What? Morgan fell silent mid-sentence, instantly piquing Shiomi's curiosity. Nothing. You'll find out when the time comes, she said, shaking her head lightly. During that long pilgrimage, even though she eventually gained many companions, only one person had remained by her side from beginning to end. Now that's really suspicious, Scáthach said teasingly, not quite denying her interest. She had already more or less figured it out. Morgan, who had stayed by her disciple's side as a servant, had likely come from a future point in time. The so-called Fourth Holy Grail War was probably just a convenient excuse to cover the truth. And that truth, Scáthach was sure, had something to do with her beloved disciple. Even if you're dying to know, I won't say a word. Why don't you use that wisdom of doing Scáth of yours and take a guess? Morgan said with a faint, amused smile. Scáthach rested her chin on one hand. I'm not interested in obvious stories, especially not ones involving my disciple. Trying to cover up your lack of insight with excuses. Wisdom should be used on more meaningful pursuits, not for idle speculation. As the two exchanged jabs again, Shiomi began to understand. Morgan and his master didn't actually hate each other, they just found each other annoying. Of course, thinking about it like that might still be a little harsh. But that was his fate. At least their bickering served as decent entertainment on the road. Anything was better than becoming their mutual target. They had set out in the morning, crossing mountains and deserts in a sand buggy. A fast-paced journey like this could only work with this particular lineup. Oh. We're here already, Morgan said. The outline of the Sun King's territory had just begun to emerge at the edge of the desert. The sun was nearly set. She was referring to the oasis where they had previously stopped to rest. It's already this late. Why don't we spend the night at the oasis and head to meet the Sun King tomorrow? Scáthach said as she lightly lifted her hood. That buggy was hardly comfortable. My beloved disciple, you'll have to give me a proper massage. Rare to agree with you, Morgan said flatly. Shiomi wasn't sure how sincere that was, but he kept his mouth shut and obediently entered the oasis to set up camp. Chapter 338, Volume 5, Chapter 50, Moonlit Night. Heave-ho. Shiomi hurled the last rune-etched stone into the desert just beyond the oasis. As the stone landed, the prearranged boundary spell began to form around the oasis. The barrier served three purposes: first, to ward off snakes, insects, and other desert pests; second, to block detection and observation, cloaking the area like a mirage that might be ignored or overlooked; and third, to act as a reverse radar, alerting Shiomi, the caster, to any servant or person approaching. Once everything was set, Shiomi returned to the center of the oasis to find the tents already pitched. Neither Morgan nor his master were the type to avoid manual tasks; if anything, trying to do it all himself would have been harder. Still, he didn't see either of them nearby. Instead, he heard the sound of water from the pond. Looking up, he saw Scáthach standing in the shallows, gathering her hair into a single bundle. Morgan was just emerging from the water, droplets sliding down her skin. Bathed in moonlight, the two looked like flawless sculptures of white jade, beauty beyond the reach of even the most skilled artisan. Well, I guess we can't drink that water anymore, or maybe now it's finally worth drinking, Shiomi said, squatting by the pond and speaking to the two in the water. We've got plenty of fresh water and food, Scáthach replied with a smile. Morgan traced a hand along her shoulder, tilting her head slightly. In her pale blue eyes shimmered a cold allure. If you really want a drink, I won't stop you. But first, ask someone to leave, purify the water with magecraft, and let me soak in it again. I was joking. Don't take it so seriously. Shiomi rubbed his nose. After all that wind and sand, we do need a bath. You're not going to bathe? Scáthach asked. Shiomi hesitated. Of course I am, but... Back in Chaldea, the three of them had never bathed together, let alone shared the same pool. But what? Morgan raised an eyebrow. I figured you'd take turns, Shiomi said as he reached into the water. It was crystal clear, impossible to resist. These are unusual times. You can't afford to be picky, Scáthach said calmly. Besides, when the female pharaoh Nitocris hosted us at Ozymandias' palace, we all shared a pool. Granted, it was with those girls. Ugh. Shiomi let out a deeply regretful sigh before asking tentatively, so, can I join you? That depends on what my husband wants. Everyone knew what was about to happen wasn't just a bath in the oasis. Shiomi felt the heat rising in his body, heart pounding faster. He stripped down and stepped into the water, wrapping his arms around Morgan and his master, clinging to them like a parched traveler savoring his long-awaited oasis. Really, is it okay? All three of us? Shiomi didn't hide his desire. After all, last night had felt like a series of separate encounters. There was no answer, only a response that made even the cool water feel warm and heavy. No matter how you reject the forbidden realm of the gods, one day, you will become one. The Lion King's voice suddenly echoed in his ears, stirring unease. So he held the two women he loved close, pouring everything he had into this moment, seeking, with the purest part of himself, to silence those haunting words lingering in his mind. Lying on a blanket, he gazed up through the sparse canopy at the star-strewn sky of the singularity, and the massive band of light suspended above. The desert night wind brushed against their bare bodies, cooling the lingering heat. Is it just me, or were you even more intense than usual, my husband? Morgan whispered beside his ear as Shiomi caught his breath. And more greedy too, like it was a once-in-a-lifetime chance, Scáthach murmured from his other side, resting her head on his arm. Her hair was tousled and clung to her face, red eyes brimming with affection. There was no counting how many times they'd gone at it. The open sky and bare earth stripped away restraint, sweeping them into unfiltered bliss. Of course, they'd noticed it. Shiomi's breathing gradually slowed. He let out a deep sigh, then wrapped his arms around them both. What happened with Artoria? Morgan's voice carried a teasing edge, but there was a hint of danger in it. Don't tell me it was more than just a ride around the countryside. If that were the case, my beloved disciple would have told me already, Scáthach said, her tone suddenly hard to read. It wasn't jealousy, it was something closer to quiet displeasure. Not directed at him, but at the Lion King. The reason the Lion King captured me was because she wants me to accompany her to the end, Shiomi confessed, revealing something he hadn't shared back in the village. He'd originally intended to tell them in private when the moment felt right. She wants you. Morgan's tone returned to its usual composed smoothness. Because of the authority I've come into contact with, Shiomi continued, she believes that one day I'll become the same as her. Scáthach gave a slight nod, her hair brushing gently against his neck. That makes sense. After being consumed by the Holy Lance and turning into a god, she'd want someone who's also destined to reach the divine throne to accompany her. How discerning of her, Morgan murmured thoughtfully. It's one thing to set her eyes on my husband, but she even plans to have him become a god alongside her. Shiomi didn't comment on either woman's remarks. He simply spoke his truth. She said it doesn't matter how much I resist, one day I'll become a god. That thought scares me. Morgan slipped from his arms and half sat beside him, leaning in to look him in the eyes. I see. So you tried to reject that future through human desire? Scáthach asked, her tone understanding. But if that's all it takes, it just proves you still haven't lost your humanity, Morgan said as she tucked her hair behind her ear. Ah. Shiomi noticed his master had sat up too. With both of them gazing down at him, a chill ran down his spine, and his barely steady heartbeat began racing again. Realistically, accepting the Lion King's offer would be the most advantageous choice for you, Morgan said, her fingertip lightly touching his lips. I can't abandon you to survive alone. And I definitely can't turn a blind eye to the world's crisis, Shiomi replied, speaking from the heart. What he wanted was a world full of life where the ones he loved could thrive, not an isolated, godlike existence at the end of all things. Then, Morgan began slowly. You deserve a reward, his master finished. Their words once again snapped the last thread of reason in Shiomi's mind. All that remained was the quiet, brilliant moonlight. 100 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 339, Chapter 339, Volume 5, Chapter 51, Trial of the Pharaoh, 1. The next day, in the domain of Ozymandias. As Shiomi and the others drew closer, it became easier for Nitocris, tasked with monitoring the singularity, to sense their presence. As Chaldea's representatives and returning guests, they encountered no barriers or wards obstructing their entry into the domain. So this is Ozymandias' territory, and this heir from the Age of Gods. After getting off the sand buggy with Morgan and his master, they followed a road flanked by wheat fields. Along the way, they passed numerous mud brick houses, typical residences from the 16th dynasty of ancient Egypt. There were also commoners working in the fields. It seemed that when Ozymandias brought his domain into the singularity, he also brought along these people to sustain its productivity. After all, without subjects, what kind of pharaoh would he be? Recalling the mad king of the fifth singularity, Shiomi couldn't help but shake his head. This is just a controlled environment. The rune protections are enough to endure it. But if, Scáthach said, we were to truly enter the Age of Gods, we'd need more suitable preparations. Morgan stood with her hands behind her back, her gaze drifting to the golden wheat swaying in the field. Ever since the seventh singularity was confirmed to be in the Age of Gods, Da Vinci has been preparing mystic codes tailored to help them operate there. Just saying up front, I don't need one, Shiomi quipped. Even if you did, we wouldn't prepare one for you, Morgan replied with a dry smile. If you can't even handle the air of the Age of Gods, then your training in the Land of Shadows was for nothing. How harsh. Are you insulting me as well, his master? Scáthach snorted. Shiomi slumped his shoulders. How do you two still have the energy to argue? My mana replenished a little too well, ended up wasting quite a bit, Scáthach said, rubbing her chin as if recalling something. You're the one I should be asking. How are you holding up? Morgan asked with concern. Feeling great, really great. Shiomi answered, a little sheepishly. In truth, though a large amount of his mana had been drained, his mental state was unusually vibrant. If they weren't still in the singularity with urgent matters to handle, he might have pulled them back to that oasis to laze around a few more days. As the golden pyramid of the Ramesseum Tentiris, Ozymandias' shining temple, grew larger in view, Shiomi was about to ask what kind of person this pharaoh really was, when a cheerful voice echoed from the long corridor at the temple's entrance. Sensei. Shiomi-sensei. Olga Marie emerged from a pitch-black mirror, calling his name as she ran toward them. When Nitakra said you were coming, I thought she was joking. You're really back, sensei. If it weren't for you, I. Her voice was filled with joy but also sounded like she might burst into tears at any moment. Then, with a thud, she threw herself into Shiomi's arms. It was just Rangaminiad from the Lion King, nothing serious, Shiomi replied lightly, ruffling Olga Marie's hair. But you, Marie, choosing to stay here in Ozymandias' domain as Chaldea's liaison, now that was impressive. Being a liaison was just incidental. I mainly wanted to use this environment to test Kirstaria's theory. Olga Marie rubbed against him like a contented cat. You mean the one about that grand astromancy theory he came up with? Shiomi blinked. He had heard about it. Purely on a theoretical level, Kirstaria was a genius, even Shiomi had to admit some envy. But it was just theory. According to the Mages Association, those ideas were little more than empty conjecture, impossible to realize without the conditions of the Age of Gods. As the direct disciple of former director Maris Berry, Kirstaria's theories were naturally known to Olga Marie, his successor. In the end, it's still a secret weapon worth utilizing. As part of the force we'll use against Camelot, it has merit, Morgan commented. Only then did Olga Marie remember that her teacher wasn't the only one who came to meet Ozymandias. Embarrassed, she let go of Shiomi and stepped back. The preparations for the Grand Magecraft are pretty much done, but without permission from Ozymandias, I can't activate it or test its real effect, she mumbled. So don't expect too much. Scáthach placed a hand on her shoulder. You're an exceptional magus yourself. Don't sell yourself short. Why yes. Receiving praise from the Queen of the Land of Shadows left Olga Marie flustered. She nodded quickly. So, what did the Sun King actually say? Is it really okay for us to enter like this? Shiomi double-checked with her. Sorry. When I heard you were coming, I got so excited I forgot to ask Nitakris, Olga Marie replied awkwardly. Right as she finished speaking, the great temple doors burst open. But it wasn't a welcoming gesture, dozens of sphinxes charged out. This was nothing like before, when Nitakris had arrived with only a single sphinx. Now, over a dozen came rushing from the temple. What's going on? Why are they? Olga Marie panicked, thinking she'd accidentally caused trouble. Shiomi stepped forward and pulled her behind him protectively. Morgan and Scáthach had already moved to confront the incoming beasts. I knew it wouldn't be that simple, he said without surprise. That pharaoh's arrogance isn't any less than Gilgamesh's. He clearly stated, unless we bring back our captured husband, he won't even consider moving to the next step, Morgan said coolly, gripping her magical spear. Scáthach twirled her crimson spear. After all that mana replenishment, it's the perfect time to warm up a little, wouldn't want to be out of shape during the final battle at Camelot. Master. Why does it sound like you're about to tear a muscle, ow ow ow. Shiomi muttered under his breath, only to get his face pinched so hard it seemed like it might come off. You've still got enough energy for smart remarks. That means you're fine, Scáthach said, finally letting go. Then, without missing a beat, she dashed forward to lead the charge, spear in hand. My wife, I'll leave Marie to you, Shiomi called out, summoning Gungnir and rushing after Scáthach. Time to test out my new weapon. The moment they saw the new noble phantasm in Shiomi's hand, all three of them were momentarily stunned. But there was no time for explanation. He stomped forward heavily and hurled the spear at the nearest flying guardian beast. The Sphinx dropped with a thunderous crash, shaking the ground so violently that Olga Marie nearly fell over. Chapter 340, Volume 5, Chapter 52, Trial of the Pharaoh, 2. In the end, the Sphinxes were just massive flying beasts. Individually, their combat strength could rival a small army. But as luck would have it, the ones storming the temple today were Chaldea's core fighters. The Sphinxes only managed to delay Shiomi's group for a short while. Gungnir. I was already surprised when you brought out that wand, but I didn't expect Odin to grant you his spear. As they advanced through the temple, Scáthach, scouting ahead, spoke softly to Shiomi. Even so, Odin didn't let me wield it right away, Shiomi replied, glancing down at the weapon in his hand. You noticed that too, didn't you, Master? So during your capture, something must have triggered it, breaking the seal Odin placed on the spear wound and revealing its true name. Scáthach gave him a once-over. Your concerns may not be unfounded. So even if I say no, it won't make a difference. That depends on you, Scáthach said with a gentle smile. Maybe the Lion King left you fearful of what it means to become a god. But that doesn't mean your path will mirror hers. Well now, that almost sounded like something a proper master would say, Shiomi teased, unusually using an honorific. Even if you've completed your training, you'll always be my one and only disciple. That was set the moment you chose me as your teacher, Scáthach said proudly. Helping you sort out your doubts is just part of a teacher's duty. In her endless, near-eternal life, taking Shiomi as a disciple had become one of the things Scáthach valued most. After passing through the long corridor beyond the main gate, Shiomi and Scáthach slowed their pace once inside the temple, allowing Morgan, who had been keeping a slight distance to shield Olga Marie from the rear, to catch up. They did this to ensure that, should an ambush occur in this narrow space, they wouldn't be hindered by the terrain. Once the temple interior opened up, the earlier concerns ceased to matter. Shiomi scanned the temple's interior, lips pressed into a tight line, his expression growing increasingly serious. "You've noticed something, haven't you, my husband?" Morgan asked. "As the only one who's been inside the Lion King's holy city, I can feel the same atmosphere here in this temple," Shiomi replied, turning to face them. "Do you remember what I learned, and the intel Sakura and the others brought back from the Atlas Institute? To collect qualified souls and store them inside the Holy Lands," Scáthach said. "You're suggesting this temple also?" "My instincts are telling me this place is capable of the same thing as the Lion King's holy city," Shiomi said, taking a deep breath. "It's a repository, a sanctuary, for preserving the souls of surviving humans." Olga Marie's face turned pale. Even if Ozymandias is a divine incarnation, he's still just a servant. How could he possibly? Thanks to the permissions granted to her, she'd also been able to relay findings from her fellow Chaldea members. "The Holy Grail," Morgan stated calmly. "Ozymandias holds the key item of this singularity. With the power of the Holy Grail, there's no reason he couldn't perform the same feats as Artoria using the tower's authority." Shiomi nodded slowly. "That would explain why Camelot is consolidating and refusing to act. The Lion King must be wary of Ozymandias launching an attack with the Holy Grail in hand." "Excellent insight. No wonder the Sun King had no intention of further negotiating with Chaldea before your return." A voice echoed from the shadows of the temple, dignified, yet tinged with uncertainty. "Queen Nitocris," Olga Marie breathed a sigh of relief. "Are you here on behalf of the Sun King to receive us?" Or, Shiomi shifted into a combat stance. Nitocris smiled. "No wonder the king made a detour here to recommend you to Ozymandias. You fulfilled Pharaoh Ozymandias' request and returned to the Great Temple. Even though not all of you are present, I understand you have your own plans. So I commend your keeping of that promise." In other words, Shiomi had already sensed Nitocris' fighting spirit. "We still have to fight." Olga Marie immediately panicked. "Wait, Queen Nitocris, didn't I already form a contract with you?" "That contract was my acceptance of you as a friend, to aid Chaldea," Nitocris said steadily. "But even before that, I am a subject of Pharaoh Ozymandias. I must fulfill my duty as his retainer. The Sphinxes were only a preliminary measure. I shall personally evaluate your strength. I cannot allow the voices of the unworthy to reach the Pharaoh." She tapped her staff lightly against the marble floor. Waves of mana surged, weighing down the air. "Our opponent is none other than the famed Magus, Queen of ancient Egypt." "I'll take this one," Morgan said, stepping forward. "As fellow magi, fellow queens, let's see what your magecraft can do." "Eh? But shouldn't I be the one?" Shiomi looked disappointed. He had been hoping to test himself against another Magus of the Age of Gods. But the look in Morgan's eyes told him to let it go. He fell silent with a sigh. "Whether you come one at a time or all at once, I don't mind," Nitocris said indifferently. "Let the rushing Nile wash away our ideologies and beliefs. If you wish to move forward, step over my corpse." Morgan stepped forward slowly. "I won't take your life. But I will fight with the intent to kill. As expected of the Great Witch of Britain." Nitocris praised her, then suddenly steeled her expression and gave a sharp command. "Mirror of the Underworld. Forgotten warriors of lost kingdoms. By Nitocris' command, return to the mortal realm." Shadows swept across the floor, and from within them, the dead began to crawl forth. In an instant, Morgan, now standing alone, was surrounded. "Then the trial begins. If you seek an audience with the Pharaoh, defeat these abominations I've summoned." Nitocris pointed her staff at Morgan. "I am Pharaoh Nitocris. When the dawn of victory arrives, I shall illuminate your path to glory. I am Morgan, Queen of the Fairies. I have come to carve a path forward, for my husband, my master. We may not be enemies, but just this once. I will show no mercy." Morgan raised her index finger. A droplet of icy blue mana gathered at her fingertip, fell to the stone floor, and instantly spread outward. Brilliant light filled the entire temple. 100 chapters ahead. p@triancom/pinksnake. Chapter 341, Chapter 341, Volume 5, Chapter 53, Morgan vs. Nitocris. Nitocris was a magecraft queen who reigned briefly during the 6th dynasty of ancient Egypt. The scepter she held was the same as those wielded by the Egyptian gods, both a symbol of authority and a powerful mystic code imbued with mystery. Blessed by the gods for her unwavering will and glory, she was granted dominion over the sky and the underworld. These divine gifts elevated her into a Magus adept in the arts of ancient Egyptian magecraft, and she became known throughout history as the Magus Queen. The thick black fog engulfing the temple hall was a surge of magical energy summoned from the underworld, steeped in the scent of death. For any human who came into contact with it, their life force would be rapidly drained. They'd lose the will and strength to fight or resist, and in the end, their soul would be drawn by Nitocris into the underworld. Even human magi lacking in skill had to devote their full strength just to defend against such an attack. Having acted first, Nitocris stood with confidence, waiting for Morgan's reaction, only to be caught off guard when her opponent shattered the magic through sheer brute force. A summoning spell that draws the underworld's aura into the present world. Morgan kept her finger extended. That's a rather novel approach. Looks like volunteering for this fight wasn't such a bad idea after all. She dispelled it in just one move. Nitocris slowly lowered the arm shielding her eyes from the blinding light. Doubt swiftly overtook her heart. Just moments earlier, she had brimmed with confidence, ready to engage Morgan in a top-level battle of magecraft. But now, she realized the gap between their talent and mastery was overwhelming. Not planning to attack. Then it's my turn, Pharaoh Nitocris. Morgan gracefully raised her palm, and in the vast empty hall, countless slender, pale blue magic spears began to manifest, all aimed directly at Nitocris. The female pharaoh was taken aback, alarm bells ringing in her mind. In the next moment, Morgan's fingers curled slightly, and the spears launched all at once toward the center, toward Nitocris. The resulting explosion sent dust and smoke billowing through the temple. Shiomi raised his hand. Runes formed a spell array, manifesting a protective barrier that surrounded the three onlookers. Though the attack seemed deadly at first glance, Shiomi remained completely unfazed. Whether or not Morgan held back didn't matter. If something like this could actually kill Nitocris, then Morgan's decision to fight would seem unnecessarily dramatic, and the pharaoh's role in the trial would become a farce. Morgan didn't even glance at the explosion. Instead, she casually looked upward, smiling as she gazed at the temple's domed ceiling. A black mirror hovered there, and from its surface, Nitocris slowly emerged. It was the same type of magecraft that had been used to transport Olga Marie outside the temple. Without a word, Nitocris's expression regained its composure. She raised her scepter and swung it toward Morgan. A strange, rustling howl came from within the smoke. Mummies. Nitocris had summoned a horde of mummies charging toward Morgan. Alongside them, golden scarabs burst through the dust, their wings buzzing furiously as they too flew straight at her. Ancient Egyptian summoning magecraft. This was Nitocris's specialty, calling upon bizarre familiars born of the sky and the underworld's blessings to overwhelm her foes. Whether their limbs were torn or their chests pierced, the mummies showed no reaction. Still howling, they charged at Morgan, intent on tearing her apart and devouring her. Morgan moved swiftly through the temple hall, weaving between the mummies. She dodged attacks while luring the sacred scarabs to collide with the mummies, striking down those that missed. Each golden scarab was packed with immense mana, like a small, self-guided missile. I've always hated bugs. But the kind infused with sacred mana, not so much. Morgan landed gracefully, her finger pointing at an oncoming sacred scarab. The beetle, which should have been charging with tremendous force, suddenly froze without warning. Just as Shiomi began to wonder what had happened, the scarab split open. Morgan's magecraft reversed its control, using the beetle's internal mana as a ready-made catalyst to trigger a wide-area magecraft that swept through the temple. The once fast-moving mummies slowed, reduced to hoarse growls. With every step, bits of their bodies crumbled away. Soon, they could no longer stand and disintegrated into dust. Despite her proud summoning magecraft being turned against her, Nitocris remained unfazed. How naive. You've only dealt with the scarabs and mummies. Come forth. Morgan raised an eyebrow as the nether mirror tome opened beside her. From within stepped familiars clad in white cloaks, each with 2 eyes and human-like legs. Unlike the previous summons, these bore traces of divine power. That is. Shiomi muttered in fascination. The god Medjed, Scáthach nodded slowly. Though they're much smaller than in the temple murals. Miniature versions. The miniature Medjed circled Morgan, distorting and compressing the space around her, attempting to twist her and the surrounding space apart. But just as the distortion was about to reach her body, she vanished, melting into the air like water. This was another reason Morgan had agreed to the battle. As a fellow Magus who utilized mirror-type magecraft, she couldn't deny a certain affinity with Nitocris. The water mirror and the mirror of the underworld did share some resemblance. What began as a precise exchange of magecraft had now devolved into a chaotic clash that overwhelmed the senses. Morgan and Nitocris tried to predict each other's next move, exchanging spells as they reappeared and vanished in rapid succession. The once elegant temple hall quickly fell into ruin. Cracks spread across its surfaces, and even the massive marble columns began to collapse under the strain of their battle. Isn't this going a bit too far? Shiomi muttered, concern creeping into his voice. Miss Morgan, she's going to be okay, right? Olga Marie asked nervously. Both combatants were magi far beyond her reach. The scale of the battle unfolding before her exceeded anything she'd ever imagined. It was an experience she'd never forget. Noble phantasm. Nitocris, knowing that continuing would only drag things out, chose to end it decisively. Mirror of corpses, mirror of darkness. Become a doorway and bring terror here. Anpu neb ta jeezer. A golden mirror appeared, its handle shaped like the statue of Anubis. The mirror's surface reflected nothing, only pitch-black darkness. From within its depths came the roars of vengeful spirits from the underworld. Even more deadly and overwhelming than the initial surge of mana. Unlike the wounded Nitocris, Morgan remained pristine. She brushed the dust from her cloak and leveled her magic spear at Nitocris. Then as a return gift, fall here, Pharaoh of the Sky. Roadless Camelot, the now unreachable utopia. Chapter 342, Volume 5, Chapter 54, An unexpectedly smooth meeting. Isn't that going a bit too far? Shiomi scratched his head as he looked at Nitocris slumped against a broken stone pillar. She wasn't fatally injured, but she couldn't keep fighting either. After falling, she'd murmured a few words of self-blame, something about her lack of strength and having failed the trust Ozymandias placed in her, before losing consciousness. I already held back enough. Morgan turned away slightly, like she was sulking. As expected, the clash of noble phantasms ended in Morgan's victory. I'm not blaming you, really. I just think that beating someone up this badly might make them refuse to ally with us against Camelot. Wouldn't that be a loss for us? Shiomi quickly put an arm around Morgan's shoulder, explaining that he hadn't meant anything by it. Morgan gave him a teasing look. If it had been my husband fighting her from the start, I imagine Nitocris's heart would have been pierced by your spear long ago. Am I some kind of killer? Shiomi sighed and held his forehead. Hard to say. They weren't exactly going easy on us either. Even I could get swept up in the moment if I wasn't careful, Scáthach agreed. That's why it's better to have someone as composed as Morgan take the lead. Not you too, Master. Realizing there was no winning this argument, Shiomi gave up trying. Defeating Nitocris likely marked the final trial before meeting the Sun King, Ozymandias. It meant they had passed. After entrusting the wounded female pharaoh to Olga Marie's care, the three of them made their way through the crumbling temple to where Ozymandias awaited. Unlike the grand hall outside, the innermost sanctum, the seat of the pharaoh's throne, was resplendent in gold and splendor. The men seated upon the throne lived up to his name, his very presence radiating a brilliance that rivaled the sun. Oh! Even Nitocris has fallen. No, perhaps it was only a matter of time. Ozymandias sat high upon his throne, gazing down at Shiomi and the others who had come before him. Having already visited once, Morgan and Scáthach didn't even warrant a second look. The Sun King's gaze landed directly on Tenkei Shiomi. Those golden eyes scrutinized him with piercing intensity, as though measuring every facet of him, as a master, a human, a warrior, leaving nothing unseen. Faced with the overwhelming pressure behind those unfriendly eyes, Shiomi stood firm, meeting Ozymandias' gaze head-on without the slightest flinch. If defeating your Sphinx army and taking down Nitocris still isn't enough for the Sun King to acknowledge Chaldea's strength, then I'm fine with settling things through another fight, Shiomi said, breaking the silence before the throne. He wasn't someone who sought out battles, but he understood that some people only communicated best through strength. There's no need for that. I saw everything, your battles in the desert and in the mountains, Ozymandias replied, his smile radiant and majestic. To survive the Lion King's holy lance and arrive here without a scratch is more than enough proof of your strength. Oh! I didn't expect the Sun King to be so reasonable, Shiomi said, genuinely surprised. I thought you'd be more like the King of Heroes. The King of Heroes? Ozymandias let out a low scoff. So, you really do know him? What? Shiomi blinked in confusion. The Sun King's tone sounded as if he had already met the King of Heroes. Your strength has indeed shown you're worthy of facing the Lion King. Originally, I was meant to judge whether you had the qualifications to fight alongside a pharaoh myself, Ozymandias said with a faint smirk. But as it turns out, someone already did that in your place, before Chaldea even arrived at this singularity. Those words came as a surprise to Morgan and Scáthach, who had entered the temple earlier leading Chaldea's group after being invited by Nitocris, at a time when Shiomi was still missing. Morgan recalled that during her first meeting with Ozymandias, he had firmly stated that he wouldn't consider an alliance beyond mere friendliness until they had recovered their captured companion. Because of Ozymandias' pride and refusal to elaborate, even Morgan had assumed it was just a polite way of saying he didn't recognize Chaldea's strength. But looking back now, it was clear that Ozymandias had known about Shiomi from the beginning. He had mentioned him by name. If Shiomi hadn't been with Chaldea, there'd have been no further discussion of cooperation. And can you tell us who this person was? Shiomi pressed. No need to be in such a rush, man named Shiomi, Ozymandias said casually, clearly in no hurry to answer as he dangled a riddle instead. If what that man said was true, then once you've resolved this singularity, only one will remain. With that, he suddenly laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. If you want to know the answer, defeat the Lion King and survive this place. When you arrive at the next singularity, you'll naturally meet that man and his master. His master? Shiomi echoed, clearly stunned. So, a servant had already appeared at the sixth singularity, and together with his master, had acted early on Chaldea's behalf, convincing Ozymandias ahead of time. They simply took a longer path to get there. He's a man I get along with quite well, and his master is incredibly amusing, Ozymandias added with a smile after finishing his laugh. I'm not one to spoil the mystery. Even if the journey is perilous, it's far more fun to let the unknown reveal itself at the very end. Shiomi's shoulders slowly slumped. He'd already guessed who that man and his master were, the ones who had arrived early and paved the way for Chaldea. It all made sense now. After their battle with the Knights of the Round Table, Morgan and the others had withdrawn and just so happened to encounter Nitocris, who then brought them an invitation from Ozymandias. Being the Lion King's enemy wasn't reason enough for such treatment. Only someone who already understood the situation deeply could have orchestrated such a plan. To think my husband's charm is so impressive. I really thought our fight with Nitocris was just a warm-up and that the three of us would challenge the Sun King next, Morgan said with a teasing grin, clearly more relaxed now that everything had gone smoothly thanks to Shiomi. I think it was probably because he found it amusing, so he stepped in on a whim, Shiomi laughed awkwardly. Or maybe, it's because his master wanted to help, and that guy just went along with it. We walk this path together. That's something to be grateful for, Scáthach said, stifling a smile as she comforted the still-dazed yet pleased Shiomi. 100 chapters ahead. p@tree.com/pinksnake. Chapter 343, Chapter 343, Volume 5, Chapter 55, Commencing the Advance. Then, Pharaoh Ozymandias, please have your army advance from the western side of the Holy City. After their meeting with Ozymandias concluded smoothly, Shiomi and the others had no time to linger. With the pharaoh personally stepping down from his throne to see them off, they arrived outside the great temple, where Shiomi made his request. According to news from our allies among the mountain people, relayed through Chaldea, they'll set up camp in the wilderness near Camelot in about 3 days. Once our forces meet, we'll march together. He laid out their current situation. Although the Lion King's forces had withdrawn after the fall of the Round Table fortress and consolidated within Camelot, that alone didn't solve the problem. Forcing them to retreat only ensured the Lion King couldn't continue with the Holy Selection, it didn't stop her from unleashing the Holy Lance and revealing the tower at the end at any moment. Up to now, Camelot had shown no signs of initiating anything, which clearly meant they were simply treating the threat seriously, not withdrawing or giving up. Which is why they had to strike first, before Camelot completed its preparations and launched a counterattack, if they were to stop the Lion King's plans. Rest assured. The Divine Beast Legion will arrive on schedule. We'll handle the diversionary attack on the west side of the city walls, Ozymandias agreed with composed confidence, calm and self-assured, yet not careless. I'll have Nitocris lead the Divine Beast envoys with you. You can go over the details later. Shiomi nodded and looked to Olga Marie, who would be departing with him. Beside her, Nitocris also nodded. Do not worry, ally. I've helped my friend Miss Animusphere complete the preparations for the astromancy spell. When it's time to assault the city, as long as I'm there to assist her, the ritual can be activated even away from Pharaoh Ozymandias' lands. As mentioned earlier, during her time in the Sun King's domain, Olga Marie had formed a friendship with Nitocris, establishing a temporary contract with the Magus Queen. Though the details remained unclear, Shiomi could see similarities between the two, both capable, yet held back by a lack of confidence and composure due to their personalities. That's reassuring, Shiomi said with a nod. Ozymandias' gaze softened slightly. Nitocris. Yes, Pharaoh Ozymandias. Do you have any further orders? Nitocris immediately straightened, her tone serious and respectful. You needn't concern yourself with matters here. Focus entirely on helping your first friend fulfill her mission, Ozymandias said, his voice resonating with authority. I will not fail, Nitocris replied, bowing deeply. Then go. Even with desert crossing vehicles, only a few of you can go ahead, Ozymandias said decisively, extending a hand to signal their departure. With that, he turned and walked back into the temple without looking back. Shiomi turned to Olga Marie. You and Nitocris will lead the Divine Beast envoys through the desert. I'll head back to the mountains with Morgan and Master, regroup with the army, set up camp, and wait for your arrival. Understood, Sensei, Olga Marie nodded. With the plan set, Shiomi rejoined Morgan and Scáthach, who were waiting at the base of the temple steps, and the three of them departed first from the territory of the Sun King. Camelot, inside the royal palace. What's the situation now? Gawain spoke first upon seeing Lancelot return to the hall. The scouts report that the army made up of the mountain people has set out from the fortress that suddenly appeared. They've crossed the mountains and are advancing toward the holy city, Lancelot replied. Also, there's still no sign of movement from the Sun King. As expected. They're not content with just destroying the fortress in the mountains. In the end, their goal is to march on this place, Gawain said grimly. After all, the one leading that army is Morgan, Tristan sighed. When she retreated after disrupting Rangominiad, she said she would personally destroy the 1,000-year kingdom our king built. But why does Morgan have the Holy Lance? Isn't that something only our king possesses? Lancelot asked. Agravain's expression was grave. Most likely, it's that woman's magecraft. Morgan has already developed magic capable of replicating an attack on the scale of the Holy Lance. None of the remaining knights of the Round Table questioned this explanation. After all, no one understood Morgan's magecraft better than Agravain. Up until now, Morgan hasn't launched another Holy Lance attack on the Holy City. That probably means this magecraft isn't easy to execute, Agravain continued, analyzing the situation. That's why she's gathering her troops. She plans to use the chaos of battle to unleash a fake Holy Lance and wipe us all out. What a merciless plan, Tristan said with a sigh. Now it's not only Mordred who's joined Morgan, even Sir Bedivere is assisting her. What a heartbreaking reality. Lancelot, already aware of Mordred's betrayal, didn't question it further. But when Tristan mentioned Bedivere, he was visibly shocked. Sir Bedivere? Why would he? At this point, he hasn't responded to the king's summons and has taken the opposing side. There's no point in speculating here. If we have questions, let's settle them on the battlefield, Agravain said. I believe Sir Bedivere may have been colluding with Morgan's faction for some time. He once helped her disrupt the Rangominiad and interfered with my execution of the king's holy punishment, Gawain said quietly, eyes closed, revealing something he had kept hidden. He felt the accusation was a grave one against a friend, and he couldn't bring himself to look his fellow knights in the eye as he spoke. Why have you kept silent about this until now, Sir Gawain? Agravain demanded. Wait, Agravain. Lancelot stepped forward in Gawain's defense. Sir Gawain and Sir Bedivere are close friends. If it were me, and I saw a friend standing on Morgan's side, I'd struggle to speak too. Sir Lancelot is right, Tristan sighed again. The only reason I can speak of this so easily is because of my inversion. As the discussion shifted from Morgan's military strategy to Bedivere's failure to answer the king's call, the Lion King on the throne spoke, her tone calm and indifferent. What have you all been discussing? This Bedivere, who is that? Chapter 344, Volume 5, Chapter 56, A Meeting in the Dream. Since returning to the Holy City from the Round Table Fortress, the Lion King had not once rested in her bedchamber. She remained on her throne, listening to the reports from the Knights of the Round Table and issuing the necessary orders and judgments. A great battle was inevitable. Morgan had declared she would personally destroy this place, prompting Agravain to suggest activating the Holy Lance and summoning the Tower of the End. That way, Morgan would no longer be able to destroy Camelot, and this place would become the millennia-old kingdom that had never come to be in Britannia. After the meeting, the knights departed the Great Hall, leaving only the Lion King behind. She placed her hands on the armrests and slowly closed her eyes. Rest was necessary, after all. But as a divine being, the Lion King typically did not dream. Sleep for her was merely a mechanical form of hibernation. At least, that was how it was supposed to be. When she opened her eyes again, she realized she was, in fact, dreaming. A hazy light filled the royal palace's main hall. Standing at the base of the steps leading to her throne was a figure. Tenkei Shiomi. To think you could barge in like this, infiltrating my mind through a dream, the Lion King said slowly, her voice still calm and emotionless. Shiomi gave a rare bow. It was just a shot in the dark, but it worked. Looks like you didn't throw away the rune stone I gave you. As he spoke, the Lion King reached beneath her cloak and produced the stone inscribed with runes. She had received it from him during one of their outings. He had called it a badge of parting ways. Destroying it now would end the dream, and the Lion King would return to her usual, empty slumber. What was the point of testing this method, she asked. Shiomi frowned slightly. You know very well what it means to concentrate all forces scattered across the singularity into the Holy City. Our army has already begun its march. The siege will start soon. An army cobbled together from mountain folk and refugees, hastily trained, they're no threat worth worrying about, said the Lion King. The Round Table Fortress fell because of Morgan's fake Holy Lance. As for the attack led by Queen Scáthach, it's little more than an itch. Her message was clear, whether it was Morgan or Chaldea, with such a rabble, breaching the Holy City was impossible. Instead of simply waiting for our attack, activating the Holy Lance would be far more effective, Shiomi said as he slowly walked through the hall, his voice echoing in the air. Once the Holy Lance is activated and this place becomes the end of the world, even we would be forced to rush our assault. In that case, your victory would be inevitable. What are you trying to say? The Lion King asked. Why haven't you done it? Ever since arriving at this singularity, you've acted with perfect logic. So why delay the final decision now? Shiomi stopped, not looking at the Lion King but at the direction ahead. Is it because you hesitated after seeing what lies beyond Camelot? You misunderstand, said the Lion King. This is the only mercy I can offer. Oh. Shiomi raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. He had only intended to use the medium left with the Lion King to reach her through the stream, hoping to speak with her one last time before the war began, to ask her true intentions. When I crush your assembled forces head-on and you lose every companion you've gathered, then you'll understand, there's no meaning in going against me, the Lion King said. When that time comes, you'll have two choices. Two choices. Shiomi folded his arms and chuckled. Let me guess, something like the King of Magecraft's line, submit to me or die here, right? No. Either come with me, or I'll take you with me, the Lion King replied. Is there a difference? Shiomi blinked. After all, if the end of the world truly came, even if he remained in the singularity, he couldn't avoid vanishing along with it. He had long since accepted that fate when it came to this final battle. It's only a question of whether or not you have free will, the Lion King said, gazing at him. I have to admit, you're quite skilled at persuasion, Shiomi said with a faint smile. If I were even a bit less resolute, I might have wavered. Whether you waver or not doesn't matter. The result is already set and won't change because someone struggles against it. Just like your resistance against the King of Magecraft, no matter how many singularities you repair, even if you reach him, you still can't stop humanity's destruction. The Lion King's tone was cold and rational. No matter what trump cards you hold, the odds have never been in your favor. So instead of resisting the King of Magecraft, you chose to preserve the qualified humans as data, to avoid the destruction of humanity itself, Shiomi said, shaking his head as he turned to meet her eyes. Then let me make it clear again. We reject your approach, just as we've rejected every singularity so far. The so-called great undertaking of the King of Magecraft will reject that too. I already knew of that resolve. That's why I'm giving you a chance to witness your complete defeat, the Lion King replied. Her tone shifted slightly, revealing a flicker of annoyance towards someone who continued to defy her. The change was fleeting, like a breeze brushing the surface of a lake, so subtle that Shiomi didn't even notice it, mistaking it for his imagination. So I was naive, thinking that after showing you our strength, I might have a chance to change your mind. This visit had been the final attempt to pursue a peaceful resolution, so those fighting alongside him might live to see the singularity restored and the future of humanity. Go back. The Lion King stood from her throne and stepped down. On the final step, she extended her hand toward his face, stopping just short of touching him. I'll overlook this intrusion into my dreams, but don't do it again. There won't be a next time, Shiomi said, his expression turning solemn. Then, I'll leave you to your rest. It's fine. Speaking with you isn't a waste of time. The Lion King acknowledged both Shiomi's actions and his resolve to keep trying, even on the eve of battle. It seems you never even considered the possibility of losing. Shiomi said this softly, then his figure dissolved into light and vanished from her sight. Only then did she gently close the hand she had extended, but nothing remained. She closed her eyes once, then opened them again. Alone, the king still sat upon the throne, holding the rune stone, now devoid of mana. The long night was nearing its end. 100 chapters ahead. @Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 345, Volume 5, Chapter 57, As Family. Shiomi caught a faint scent at the tip of his nose. He slowly adjusted his breathing, opened his eyes, and ended his meditation. Dream entering Magecraft came with significant limitations. To infiltrate the Lion King's mind, especially without any preparation or even certainty that she dreamed, he needed a catalyst. It was a small stroke of fortune that the Lion King hadn't discarded the rune stone. Even if the negotiation still ended in failure. He glanced to the side. Caren and Sakura were walking toward him. At the base of the hill he sat on, the army had set up camp. Dawn was just breaking, and the camp was already busy cooking and eating in preparation for the coming battle. We can march in an hour. Do you want to rest a bit longer, Dad? Sakura sat beside him on a large rock, while Caren took a seat on his other side. No need, I'm ready, Shiomi said with a smile, shaking his head. He reminded them again, sieging Camelot is exceptionally difficult. Whatever you do, don't act recklessly. Mother said that city is the embodiment of the Holy Lance. Unless the gates are open from within, ordinary methods won't break through, Caren added. Don't worry, I'll figure something out, Shiomi nodded. How's everyone else? According to Chaldea, the director and her group, with the divine beasts and their handlers, are already in position and can start the feint on the western front at any time, Sakura replied calmly. Good, Shiomi nodded again. Just as he was about to stand, he caught the girls exchanging glances, as if they wanted to say something but were hesitating. What is it? Don't keep things bottled up, not with me, Shiomi said in mock exasperation. If you're not going to say anything, I'll head down to prepare for the march. He stood up briskly, ready to descend the hill along the path. Dad. Sakura frowned slightly, pouting in frustration. So you realized you couldn't hide it and decided to run, Caren said. Shiomi froze. Hide what? It's not like I've done anything shady. Even his relationships with Morgan and his master were open secrets. They simply kept things low-key in public to avoid negative perceptions. Don't listen to Caren, Dad. Sakura sighed, visibly exasperated. It's just, we split up from Mother and went to the Atlas Institute. Shiomi already knew. It was thanks to the records at the Atlas Institute that they'd learned the true name of the servant who lent Mash her power and uncovered the broad outlines of the Lion King's plan. However, the Tri-Hermes Tower, the medium that recorded everything at the Atlas Institute, hadn't just logged those two details. If someone wanted to look up anything else, it would have been easy. Like information on Tenkei Shiomi himself. Judging by your expressions, you looked into me while you were there, didn't you? Shiomi feigned hurt. After living together for over 20 years, I never expected you two to still suspect me. He sold it well, and given how open their relationship was, always speaking frankly with one another, Sakura was clearly flustered and quickly waved her hands in denial. No, it's not like that. Do you really think that, Dad? Caren wasn't buying it. Shiomi shrugged. Of course not. There's no way you'd think of digging into my past. Someone else must have been at the Atlas Institute and got curious about who I really am. Was it Zepia? If it was Zepia of this era, that wouldn't be surprising. Sakura then told him everything about what had happened at the Atlas Institute, including Holmes' request not to reveal his existence to outsiders. I see. Holmes. Shiomi nodded in understanding. So that was why the Mages Association data on the London Singularity had already been compiled in advance. But could a modern detective, a character from fiction, really appear across different singularities just because of the counter-force? That wasn't important now. There were more pressing matters than that detective. As for the question you couldn't find an answer to at the Atlas Institute. I don't have an answer either, Shiomi said apologetically to the two girls. It's something I've never known. Lately, I've had a few brief flashes of unfamiliar memories, but I still don't know what they mean. So even Dad doesn't know, Caren nodded. Unlike Sakura, she had always been sharper and more perceptive. From a young age, she'd noticed that their father had no other family, no parents, no relatives, no one ever mentioned. Until she heard the intel Sakura brought back, she assumed he had a background similar to her own. But I feel a lot better now, Sakura said with a small, regretful smile that gradually relaxed. She and Caren hadn't come looking for answers. What really bothered them was the uncomfortable feeling of having investigated their father behind his back, even if they hadn't meant to. They just wanted to talk it through. There's no need to put that weight on yourselves. Everyone has a few secrets. And you're not kids anymore, Shiomi said as he reached out, gently patting both of their heads. I don't need to keep lecturing you about right or wrong. Don't let it eat at you. Sakura was quickly cheered up. Of course I have secrets too. Shiomi raised an eyebrow. Oh. What kind of secrets? You just said all that, and now you're already prying, Caren said as she pulled his hand off her head. You're such a terrible adult, Dad. Curiosity is a basic human instinct, Shiomi replied with mock seriousness. You can just not tell me. You're still the same, always twisting logic. And to think humanity's future rests on someone like you, how bleak, Sakura teased, smiling as she enjoyed the head pats. Shiomi pulled his hands away and gave each of them a gentle flick to the forehead. Don't forget, you two are amazing adults in your own right. He stepped back, striking a mock scolding pose with hands on hips, though his tone was completely light. By Sakura's standards, we're all cut from the same cloth. That got both of them laughing again. Shiomi turned and began heading down the mountain. No matter who you are, where you came from, or what happens next. I'm your daughter, and I'll always believe in you. Sakura cupped her hands and shouted into the wind. Shiomi turned back, surprised, and saw Caren nodding as well. He couldn't help but smile. Chapter 346, Volume 5, Chapter 58, Siege of Camelot. 1 hour later, the assault on the Holy City began. The divine beast handlers dispatched by the Sun King had already launched a feint on the western gate, drawing part of the city's defenses away. Mordred, leading the cavalry as the vanguard, engaged Gawain, who was stationed at the main gate. During this distraction, the main force bypassed the clash between Mordred and Gawain to strike directly at the gate. Once it was breached, they would split into 3 units and dismantle Camelot's defenses from within. That was the plan. The hardest and most crucial part was breaking through the gate. As Mordred led her cavalry into the charge, Olga Marie, stationed at the main camp, noticed that Nitocris had vanished. Without her assistance, the Grand Magecraft couldn't be activated from the Sun King's territory, which lay hundreds of kilometers away. Only Shiomi, Morgan, and Scáthach had gone ahead. The rest of the girls remained in the rear with the main force, waiting to enter once the gate was opened and combat moved into the city. Just as the main force was about to set out and Olga Marie was growing increasingly frustrated, Nitocris emerged from the mirror of the underworld, holding a finely crafted black box. Apologies. Pharaoh Ozymandias summoned me unexpectedly, and I had to return to the Great Temple, she said, handing the box to Olga Marie and the others. Everyone was taken aback. When the lid was lifted, inside sat the Holy Grail. Originally entrusted by the King of Magecraft to the Crusaders, it had been summoned and then seized by the Sun King. The same Grail that had allowed Ozymandias to resist the Lion King's attempts to destroy his territory was now being handed over to Chaldea. Pharaoh Ozymandias said it's worthless junk now and told you to get rid of it, Nitocris said, frowning as she tried to faithfully relay his message. Everyone chose not to comment on the Pharaoh's classic tsundere behavior. Mash secured the Holy Grail inside her shield. Olga Marie immediately began preparations to activate her Grand Magecraft to provide fire support for Mordred at the front. Due to time and mana constraints, she could only cast it once. I am Pharaoh Nitocris, queen who once briefly ruled Upper and Lower Egypt. I now grant you permission to wield the land and sky that belong to us. As her staff struck the ground, Olga Marie felt the magic settle into place. She quietly thanked Nitocris through telepathy and began chanting the incantation passed down through the Animosphere line. Stars, cosmos, gods, animus, antrum, universe, anima, Animosphere. It was a theoretical magecraft developed by the genius Magus Kirsteria Wodime, magecraft that could only be realized in the Age of Gods, and for that reason, was long dismissed as impractical fantasy. The pinnacle of astromancy. Its name was Grand Order/Anima Animosphere. At the front, Mordred surged ahead with her cavalry. The holy city loomed ever larger in view. In about 10 seconds, they would be within range of the archers on the city walls. She spotted Gawain, standing just outside the gates, ready to intercept them. TCH. Still not ready yet. Shiomi had said there would be fire support before the charge, but there was no sign of it yet. If there wasn't any, fine, she'd just force her way in. But since it had been promised, what worried her more now was friendly fire hitting her own troops. Just as she considered slowing the pace, she caught sight of Gawain raising his head, his face filled with visible shock, thanks to her vision, which, while not quite at archer level, far surpassed the average. What? Mordred looked up, and her face mirrored Gawain's. In the clear blue sky above, a radiant band of light was suspended, reputed to be the noble phantasm of the King of Magecraft. Beneath that glow, countless burning points of light plummeted toward the earth. They seemed small at first glance, but couldn't be dismissed. Mordred finally understood what Shiomi meant by fire support. She raised her sword and signaled the vanguard cavalry to slow their charge. Gawain, who had already drawn his holy sword and was preparing to release its true name to counter Mordred's initial strike, now stood frozen in disbelief. He had never witnessed magecraft capable of summoning meteorites from space. Was this also one of Morgan's tricks? Regardless, the clash was inevitable. If nothing was done, the holy city would suffer catastrophic damage. And Gawain had deliberately come outside the gate to face the enemy, he couldn't afford to stand idle. As the Lion King's first line of defense, and the one entrusted with the gift of Nightless, Gawain could not allow himself to falter. He bowed slightly, lowering his sword to his side, blade angled upward. Unlike Excalibur, which focused the radiance of the stars into a single piercing strike, its sister sword gathered the brilliance of the sun. While Excalibur delivered pinpoint destruction, Excalibur Gallatin was a sweeping, horizontal weapon, ideal for cutting down waves of enemies approaching the gate. There was no better weapon for defending the holy city's front entrance. Now, Gawain had no choice but to release its true name, to counter the meteorites raining from above. Once the blade was drawn and mana infused, the pseudo-sun embedded within the sword would activate, extending its reach across the visible sky. This sword is a replica of the sun. Its flame shall cleanse all the impurity of this world. Excalibur Gallatin. With everything he had, Gawain extended the blade to its fullest, sweeping the heavens before the holy city. As the blade's solar power met the falling meteors midair, a cascade of explosions erupted across the sky. Yet even so, Olga Marie's magecraft had targeted the entire holy city. Not even Gawain's holy sword could block everything. Thanks to his efforts, the main gate was spared, but elsewhere in the city, bursts of fire and sound echoed in succession. In that moment, the immaculate white city of Camelot was scarred. Unforgivable. Those who dare defile my king's millennial kingdom will fall by my hand. Gawain clenched his teeth. The last trace of hesitation in his heart vanished. Even if these soldiers were born of the singularity, they had to be eliminated before they reached the gates. No speeches on the battlefield, you damn gorilla. Clarent Blood Arthur. Mordred shouted as she swung her noble phantasm, now released, descending from above in a cleaving arc aimed at the point where Gawain's neck met his torso. Mordred. Even now, you would still betray the king. Gawain cried, releasing his noble phantasm again. Its strength was significantly weakened, but it was just enough to parry Mordred's blow, preventing a fatal opening. Spare me the righteous act, Gawain. You and I both know what you've done here, why you still follow my father. Mordred's expression twisted, fierce and unyielding. I'll make the Knights of the Round Table pay for their sins. If it's sin you want to talk about, then you're no different. I'll accept punishment, after Camelot is destroyed. At the moment their blades clashed, waves of mana burst outward like a tidal surge. 100 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 347, Chapter 347, Volume 5, Chapter 59, Heart of the Siege. While Mordred was holding Gawain back, the siege began. Refugees, mountain folk, and the enforcement knights loyal to Mordred broke through the outer defenses and reached the base of Camelot's walls. There, they started raising ladders and launching their assault. Fools. The sun is at its peak. Mordred, even you cannot withstand me now. As Gawain declared, bearing the numeral of the saint, all his abilities had surged the moment battle broke out under the full light of day. Their locked blades pushed back against one another, but Gawain was slowly gaining ground. Even with mana burst reinforcing her, Mordred was being overpowered by sheer strength. Do you really have time to waste fighting me here, Gawain? Despite the pressure, Mordred showed no sign of concern, only a sly grin as she threw the question at him. Gawain. Third unit on the right flank is requesting reinforcements. They're being torn apart by a woman wielding a crimson spear. Gawain. First unit on the left flank is in critical condition, on the verge of collapse. As battle cries rang out across the battlefield, Camelot's soldiers fended off the attackers while relaying urgent updates. The first unit. That's impossible. Those were elite troops, handpicked for this defense. Who could it be? Gawain, still holding his ground, was visibly shaken. It's Morgan. It's the witch Morgan, a frantic messenger shouted. The tide was turning sharply, and now even Gawain felt the weight of it. To stop the enemy from storming the city, he had taken half of the defending forces out with him to intercept them, a bold move, but tactically unsound. He'd relied on the power of his holy sword, confident that he could wipe out the enemy's vanguard before they posed a threat. But he'd overlooked one thing, what tricks Morgan's army might have prepared. Beyond Morgan, Scáthach, and the recently captured Shiomi, Camelot knew next to nothing about the rest of Chaldea's fighting strength. Which was why, the moment the battle began, they were blindsided by devastating astromantic magecraft. Gawain's outer forces took massive losses, second and fourth units were nearly annihilated. Fortunately, these weren't ordinary soldiers. Even after their units were destroyed, they didn't rout. They quickly regrouped with nearby squads and continued fighting. Then it got worse. Out on the plains beyond the walls, trees began sprouting from the ground, rapidly, unnaturally. In mere moments, dense growth had spread overhead, shielding the attackers. Now, the archers stationed in Camelot's towers found their shots deflected or blocked entirely by the thick, wild canopy. Their arrows couldn't hit the enemy soldiers climbing the ladders. Even the base of the walls was being overtaken by trees that grew right up against the stone. It was the same magecraft from the Holy Punishment. Gawain remembered that chaos vividly. He frowned deeply. Despite being called magecraft, the trees were real. After that previous incident, he'd spent days clearing the land outside the main gate, uprooting every last tree and cleansing the soil. It had been an ordeal. But now, seeing life bloom so easily from barren ground, he began to understand why the Lion King had gone to such lengths to capture Shiomi. They're just trees. The pseudo-sun within Gawain's holy sword ignited once more, solar flames spiraling down the blade. The intense heat forced Mordred to retreat. He unleashed a sweeping slash imbued with the sun's might. Wherever the blade passed, the trees burst into flames. But his strike didn't land. Another knight charged forward and blocked it, Bedivere. Mordred, who was about to charge in and resume her fight with Gawain, froze. What the hell are you doing, idiot? I can handle this ape myself. Hurry up and get into the city already. Not just you, Mordred. Even a knight as trusted by the king as you has turned to Morgan. Gawain's eyes narrowed, a flicker of anger rising in them. I haven't turned to Morgan. I came back to Camelot to defeat you, defeat the Lion King, and right the wrongs of this land. Bedivere pressed his sword forward with all his strength, but Gawain was still able to hold it back effortlessly with one hand. This is my mission. And to fulfill it, I'll borrow any power, Morgan's, or even the usurper king's. Gawain's frown deepened. The flames from his holy sword couldn't outpace the rapidly spreading trees, and the sunlight above was now reduced to scattered beams through the thick foliage. That wasn't the problem. The problem was the Sphinx flying overhead. Once the feint at the side gate had been detected, Camelot's defenders had tightened their formation, and Nitocris had quickly ordered a detachment of divine beast handlers to reinforce the main gate. The Sphinx had torn through the defense line with ease and was now heading straight for the city gate. TCH. Mordred clicked her tongue. You should know, without the Lion King's permission, no one can enter this city. That was precisely why Gawain could keep fighting his two former comrades without worrying about the Sphinx trying to break through. It was also the second reason he could afford to violate the cardinal rule of leaving the city to face the enemy head-on. The gate was unbreachable. That allowed him to fight without fear of being flanked. On a low rise behind the battlefield, Shiomi watched as the fighting reached a deadlock. He had used the foresting magecraft to disrupt the Camelot soldiers' counterattacks and conceal the joint forces' advance. Now, more enforcement knights were dropping from the walls into the fray. Unlike the regular soldiers, the enforcement knights were far more powerful. Casualties on Shiomi's side were mounting. If you need assistance, you need only ask, Master of Chaldea. A deep, unreadable voice spoke from beside him. As always, the figure had appeared silently, bringing with it a creeping sense of death. The battle outside the city is in our favor. But Camelot is resorting to trickling in stronger enforcement knights. It won't be long before only Chaldea and the divine beasts are left on the field. Shiomi clenched his fists as he stared at the city gate. But I won't ask for your help, old man of the mountain. You don't belong to either side, and the future should be in humanity's hands. You hold the authority over life, yet still cling to your humanity. Your refusal to forsake that identity is worthy of respect. With that, the old man's silhouette vanished, and a massive sandstorm suddenly swept over the battlefield outside Camelot. Shiomi had no idea what that old assassin was watching or waiting for. He shook his head. Then, softly, he murmured a word of thanks to the empty air, and ran. Mordred had said the city gate couldn't be opened. That was why they had drawn up a siege plan, to storm the walls and search for a way to open the gate from inside. But though the attackers had taken control of the arrow towers atop the walls, they were now surrounded. Blood flowed along the white outer walls, painting the city red. Shiomi, like a gust of wind, raced across the battlefield, leaping over the canopies of the now stilled trees. He landed right in front of the gate. And standing there, he finally understood why. The gate wasn't just a physical structure, it was a conceptual defense. Something like Morgan's Garden of the Innocent. Only those deemed pure could pass through. A soul unstained. A soul unshaken by the evil of the world. A soul that has never lost its purity since the day it was born. You are, indeed, worthy. He could still hear the Lion King's words from their first meeting echo in his ears. That was the standard of the Holy Lance. Among the thousands of refugees, only 3 had met it. Shiomi had never understood how he could possibly be one of them. All he'd done was follow what he believed was right. Do what he wanted to do, what he would never regret. He had no past, so he had taken the land of shadows as his starting point. Looking back, he felt no shame in the path he had walked, but he also didn't think he deserved the Lion King's recognition. It wasn't about good or evil. Not about right or wrong. He had come all this way to save humanity's future. But more than that, it was selfishness. For Sakura, for Caren, for Grey, for their world to still have a tomorrow. A small, foolish wish from an immature adult. This is my dream, my hope, my path, the fate of one who is both man and not. With Gungnir as his staff, Shiomi spoke quietly toward the gate. Roadless Camelot. Reaching the ultimate utopia. As the true name was declared, the gate, which not even the Sphinx could dent, collapsed with a thunderous roar. Chapter 348, Volume 5, Chapter 60, Chaos Within Camelot. The fall of Camelot's gates invigorated the battlefield. The soldiers, once on the brink of despair, now surged forward with renewed morale, cheering as they stormed through the gates. Inside the city, the Allied forces quickly split into 3 divisions as planned, spreading out to attack different sectors. Well done, my disciple. Scáthach landed beside Shiomi as soldiers rushed past on both sides. Morgan arrived next. Gawain's troops outside have been nearly wiped out. Gawain himself vanished into the sandstorm. Arash is leading the assault to take the city's high ground, and the rest of the soldiers are following Sakura and the others toward the gate. A 2-meter-long halberd suddenly flew in, aimed at Morgan mid-sentence. Naturally, Shiomi's ice magecraft intercepted it, but it still cut her off. Morgan frowned, scanning ahead with irritation. The troops pushing toward the center were taking heavy losses. A group of black-clad enforcement knights had blocked their advance. Agravain's mad enhancement enforcement knights. Shiomi frowned. Looks like getting inside was only step 1. Meeting the Lion King won't be that easy. Then I'll carve a path to Artoria's throne for my husband. Morgan raised her hand, launching a magic spear the instant it formed. The mad enhanced knights who tried to block it were pierced through, the spear detonating in their midst. Though many were blasted away, the remaining numbers made the effort feel like a drop in the bucket. Soldiers continued to pour out from every direction inside the city. The long staircase leading up to the royal palace was lined with enforcement knights brandishing all manner of weapons. Shiomi didn't even bother counting anymore, he already knew their forces were nowhere near enough. The Lion King, wielding the tower's authority, could endlessly produce these tireless warriors who knew only battle. What are you all dawdling for? Kill them already. Mordred leapt from the gate and plunged into the ranks of enforcement knights, cutting a brutal path through them. Her sword cleaved through armor and sent blood flying. Stained in crimson, her expression grew increasingly savage, reminiscent of the rampage gifted to her by the Lion King. Saber. Watch out. Sakura had just entered the city and joined the fight when she shouted a warning. A chilling aura descended from above. Mordred looked up sharply. Descending upon her was a knight in violet armor, swinging a long sword radiating lake blue mana. Clang. Lancelot's blade struck where Mordred had left an opening, but it didn't land. Because she wasn't alone. Mash had charged in. That shield. Lancelot's eyes widened as he recognized it. And from Mash's face, he saw a resemblance to another knight, one whose eye was always covered by her hair. Ha! A full family reunion. Mordred sneered with a laugh. Sir Mordred, leave Sir Lancelot to me. Mash declared, furious, a stark contrast to the shy, reserved girl Mordred remembered. The spirit origin granted to her by Galahad had likely begun affecting her heart. Her armor had also transformed slightly, a magical skirt forming at the hem, and her magical energy was stronger than ever. Normally, I'd let you take this, but not this time. Mordred raised her sword beside Mash. Since we both rebelled against our fathers, let me help you show some filial piety. Yes. With Mordred's voice carrying a half-joking, half-serious tone, Mash charged forward with her toward Lancelot. At that moment, Scáthach swept aside two enforcement knights and called out to Shiomi, who was also fighting nearby. I'll lead the younger ones. You and Morgan, hurry to the Lion King. Got it. Caren, Marie, Ritsuka, you stay here and lead the other servants with Grand Master. Grey, Bedivere, you're coming with me and Morgan. The front path was blocked by Lancelot and a large force of enforcement knights. With Mordred and Mash locked in combat, they had no choice but to find a way to circle through the city and reach the stairs leading to the royal palace. As they ran through Camelot, they noticed the buildings were lavish and elegant, far beyond what this era should have been capable of constructing, yet there wasn't a trace of life. The citizens who had once entered the holy city didn't live here anymore. The Lion King had taken them all, souls and all, into the Holy Lands. Stop. Morgan's sharp voice halted Grey and Bedivere, who had been following Shiomi during the breakout. Even so, only Shiomi had sensed the danger in time. The other two moved half a step too late, brushing against the dense threads suspended in the empty street. What is this? Grey's arms were bound by the threads, crossed tightly in front of her, and her legs were frozen in place. She could feel that even a slight pull would be enough to tear her body apart. Bedivere was caught as well, the threads around his neck tightening, making it hard to breathe. Above. Without even glancing up, Shiomi hurled Gungnir. It traced an arc over his head, clashing with a streak of red light and erupting in a burst of flame. To me, fate is like the Grim Reaper, Tristan said calmly. As the smoke cleared, Shiomi slashed through the threads binding Grey and Bedivere. He stepped forward with his spear, now facing off against Tristan. Just a few days ago, you tried everything to escape Camelot with Morgan. And now, only a few days later, you've returned with her. Such futile behavior. I didn't expect the men the king took an interest in to be so disappointingly shallow. It saddens me, Tristan said indifferently as he plucked his bowstring. Arrows rained down from all directions, dense as a torrential storm. And that wasn't all. Every time Shiomi tried to push forward between the attacks, he was met with those nearly invisible, razor-strong threads. This entire street had been transformed into a deadly trap. The king still holds expectations for you, but I won't let you appear before her again and poison her heart, Tristan said coldly. Especially not while accompanied by a knight who betrayed her and a demonic concubine who seeks to destroy this city. I've woven an inescapable net around you. Even if this body is torn apart, I'll see you all strangled within it. Leave this to me and Lady Grey. Please go ahead with her. Bedivere clenched his fists. He knew Tristan's web wouldn't be able to hold back Shiomi and Morgan. The one the king wishes to see is you. Shiomi shook his head. But the one who needs to fulfill his duty and seek redemption is you. I can't promise I'll have the strength left to hold back against the Lion King, waiting for you to finish here. Then, my husband, go and face Artoria. Once I've dealt with this, I'll bring them to you. Morgan drove her magic spear hard into the ground, then flicked her silver hair. A few strands twined around her fingers and drifted into the air, transforming into familiar spirits. 100 chapters ahead. P. at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 349, Chapter 349, Volume 5, Chapter 61, The Rend Heaven's Net. The idea of creating simple battle familiars from hair was inspired by the homunculi of the Einsburn family. As a means to probe Tristan's traps, they were the ideal weapon. What are you spacing out for, my husband? Time waits for no one. The Lion King could activate the Holy Lance and summon the tower at the end at any moment. Morgan extended a finger, pointing toward Tristan in the distance. Get going. At her command, the familiars, woven from strands of her hair, launched their assault on Tristan. Goshawks, owls, falcons, these hair-crafted creatures dove with sharp talons or fired magical projectiles. Their sleek, agile forms wove through the web of threads Tristan had laid across the area, slicing through them with a series of sharp, snapping sounds. Tristan frowned deeply, fingers moving swiftly across his bow. Each note that rang out transformed into invisible arrows, intercepting the oncoming attacks. Explosions erupted one after another, sending up plumes of smoke. With a rising sense of danger, Tristan dodged sharply, just in time for a long sword to graze his cheek and strike the ground hard. The blade was made of the same material as the familiars, another attack conjured by Morgan, formed from her hair. But this one differed from the bird-shaped familiars in speed, strength, and durability. Even when struck by his arrows, it couldn't be destroyed in a single blow. To think you'd only counter me with familiars, seems I've been underestimated, Morgan. Tristan's fingers moved even faster across his strings. More arrows surged forward, shooting through the thinning smoke and heading straight toward their position, yet no sound of impact or deflection followed. Realizing something was wrong, Tristan spun around, only to see Bedivere, sword drawn, swinging down and forcing Tristan to parry with his bow. Before he could make sense of how Bedivere had approached without triggering the untouched threads, the cloaked girl, her face hidden beneath her hood, seized the moment. She thrust a crimson spear at his exposed neck. Tristan twisted away just in time, and only then noticed, Shiomi was gone. Only Morgan remained. To avoid his threads and strike so directly, there was no doubt in Tristan's mind, this was Morgan's magecraft at work. Stand down, Sir Tristan. Bedivere growled, teeth clenched. He wasn't a true servant. He didn't possess the strength to overpower Tristan, who had been granted the gift. Your voice is as sincere as ever, but it doesn't stir me. I don't even sense your grief. Tristan freed one hand and grabbed the spear from Gray's grasp. Lady, this is a moment for me to speak with an old friend. Please withdraw. With that, he shoved Gray back a few steps and plucked his bowstring. More threads flew toward her. Even without seeing how many, Gray could sense the danger. She raised her spear to block, but was immediately entangled, spear and all. At that moment, feathered arrows rained down from the rooftops, aiming for the immobilized Gray. Nuisances, Morgan said, snapping her fingers lightly. A sudden whirlwind swept through the street, catching the arrows mid-flight and scattering them. The enforcement knights lying in ambush above were caught in the expanding wind blades, their bodies gradually torn apart. Earlier, Tristan had laid a 20-meter radius of thread traps across this area to stop Shiomi and the others from circling around. Now, all of it had been obliterated by Morgan's magecraft. Amid the roaring wind, Gray broke free from her restraints and regained her mobility. She raised her hand to shield her face as her hood was blown back. But what shocked her more was the sheer number of enforcement knights and soldiers lying in ambush on the rooftops. From the very start, Camelot had anticipated the breach of its gates and had quietly stationed a massive force inside for a citywide ambush. The only reason this particular area had appeared empty was because of Tristan's tendency to cause friendly fire. He had deliberately spread his forces out and hidden them to avoid collateral damage. That girl. Tristan was silently taken aback when he saw Gray's face. It was the first time he had realized that someone in Chaldea's group bore an uncanny resemblance to the king. Was she of royal blood? Or perhaps she hails from a village where a certain ritual has been passed down for generations to revive our king, Bedivere said, already familiar with Gray's origins. This young lady bears the fate of being the king's body. The king's body. Tristan immediately understood what that meant. So that's why you sided with Morgan, Sir Bedivere? Bedivere shook his head firmly. No. The ritual to revive King Arthur may have been Morgan's doing, but I travel with them because this young lady seeks to sever all ties with the king. I see. A righteous decision, but one that places you before the king as her enemy. Tristan suddenly moved, shoving Bedivere back, sword and all, before swiftly loosing an arrow. While Bedivere's silver arm blocked the invisible shot, more enforcement knights began pouring in from the alleys and streets, surrounding them. Call me dishonorable if you wish. Whether you're my dear friend, the king's vessel, or anyone else. Tristan slowly opened his eyes. In those golden irises, only a chilling emotion remained. If you want to get through, you'll have to do it over my dead body. He felt nothing for Morgan, and Morgan in turn had no opinion about being ignored by Tristan. They were simply enemies on this battlefield. I see. Then I'll just have to kill you here, Sir Tristan. Morgan raised her hand slightly. She had chosen to stay behind not out of duty, but curiosity. She wanted to witness firsthand what kind of knight Tristan truly was. And so far, it seemed the name Fairy Knight, as bestowed upon that child, was not unworthy. That said, the child had stayed by Shiomi's side for 2,000 years, nurturing and caring for him. While she had become more like a divorced mother, long cut off from her child. Still, it couldn't be helped. After all, he was the type who could fight a war and raise a child at the same time. Lost in her own musings, Morgan remained expressionless as she unleashed her magecraft to obliterate the approaching enforcement knights. As long as Grey and Bedivere could still fight, she saw no need to handle everything herself. Besides, among these knights were those warped by mad enhancement. Agravain was likely lurking nearby as well. She had to clean up the foot soldiers while watching for any sneak attacks from the other knights of the Round Table. Or perhaps Agravain had already gone ahead to intercept Shiomi. The thought made Morgan reconsider her tactics. Noble phantasm. She raised her hand slightly. Roadless Camelot, the now unreachable utopia. Chapter 350, Volume 5, Chapter 62, Shadow Sword, Unveiled Edge. Mordred didn't have particularly strong feelings about Galahad. All she knew was that he was Lancelot's son, conceived without his knowledge, and largely rejected because of his origins. Yet, due to his own excellence, Galahad was accepted by King Arthur's Knights of the Round Table and given the round shield, fragment of time that indicates calamity. So when he refused the Lion King's summons and instead lent his power to the girl Mash, Mordred had been genuinely surprised, especially after learning about Mash's background. As someone who was also created rather than born, Mordred probably felt more kinship with Mash than she ever had with Galahad himself. And now, Lancelot, having realized Mash's true identity, was being pushed back by the girl wielding a shield, with such force that Mordred found herself unable to intervene. If you have questions about the king, then you should ask them. If the king's actions are wrong, then you should fight. That's what your chivalry demands. Gone was Mash's usual gentleness. Her voice was sharp, her tone fierce, and each word struck as she launched attack after attack, forcing the shaken Lancelot into full retreat. Even if the methods are questionable, it was a decision the king had to make, for the sake of saving the people. Lancelot tried to justify. There was no other choice. And the result of that was the slaughter of innocents. Mash shot back. She didn't even realize her mind had gone blank. Everything she was saying now came from deep within, born from her resonance with Galahad's ideals and strength. Do you really believe that was the right thing to do? Just like her shield clashing against Lancelot's sword, every one of Mash's words struck him like a hammer, pounding away at his resolve and forcing him to face his choices in this singularity. This is beyond personal feelings. The Lion King's decisions have already surpassed our ideals. Lancelot insisted. Even the Knight of the Lake failed to notice it, but while his strength still held, his heart had already begun to bend. After Mordred's rebellion, he had sworn alongside the other knights never to betray the Lion King again. And yet now, faced with Mash's thunderous accusations, all he could do was argue and rationalize, desperately trying to justify everything. Because if even he were to yield, if he gave up on following the Lion King. As a knight, you should defend your country and its people with everything you have, and take pride in your integrity. As a warrior, as a knight, as a father, haven't you ever felt ashamed of what you've done? Lancelot barely blocked a strike that, under normal circumstances, he could have repelled with ease. The impact sent him flying, crashing into the ground and carving a crater in the stone of the holy city. He lay there, powerless, the chaos of battle around him seeming suddenly distant, utterly disconnected. He no longer knew what was right or what should be done. That was why he had asked the Lion King for a gift, ferocity, hoping it would help him see the greater picture. But the gift had become a double-edged sword, tearing his heart apart. On one side, he obeyed the Lion King's commands without question. On the other, he doubted them deeply, and in secret, he had begun to shelter those rejected by Rangaminiad, hiding them away in camps across the desert and the mountains. Maybe he'd been wrong from the very start. Feeling clearer now, Sir Lancelot. Mash approached slowly, shield in hand. After taking a blow like that from your shield, who wouldn't be? Lancelot struggled to his feet, muttering quietly, only to be cut off by a cold, metallic voice. So, you're going to betray the Lion King, just like Mordred. Agravain had appeared behind him without anyone noticing. Agravain. Sensing danger, Mordred immediately kicked aside a Camelot soldier and charged forward with her sword drawn. As the Lion King's chief advisor, Agravain wouldn't be on the front lines without a reason. He had to be stopped. This is the one-time authority granted to me by the king, the power to rewrite a gift. Agravain grabbed Lancelot by the head. The Round Table cannot afford more losses. If your heart can no longer remain loyal, then abandon it. Become a blade that slaughters the king's enemies without hesitation. Lancelot tried to raise his sword, but he was too slow. Staggered by Mash's powerful strike and thrown into emotional turmoil, he was completely caught off guard. Become a berserker, Lancelot. Fight until your last breath. You bastard. Mordred roared and slashed at Agravain. He had used the same mad enhancement magecraft meant for puppet-like enforcement knights on a Knight of the Round Table. Even with a long sword coming right at him, Agravain didn't so much as flinch. The mad enhancement took effect in an instant. Caren failed to sever Agravain's head. Instead, Lancelot caught the blade in his left hand, and blood streamed down its length. Let go. Damn it. Mordred knew exactly how powerful mad enhancement made a servant. She tried to yank her sword free, but it wouldn't budge. Dark red, ominous mana crept along Clarence's blade, and Mordred could feel the weapon slipping from her control. Arr. Lancelot growled, blood-red light flooding his eyes. In his right hand, he raised a rondite and lunged at Mordred. Saber. Fall back. Sakura's voice rang out. A command spell activated, dragging Mordred away just in time. Forced to release her grip, Mordred retreated under the spell's power. Everyone saw it, Clarent, now wrapped in sinister, crimson patterns. Knight of Honor, a knight does not die with empty hands. In life, Lancelot was known for defeating enemies even after losing his weapons, once using a tree branch to claim victory. That legend had become one of his noble phantasms, allowing him to use anything he held as a weapon. If what he held was already a noble phantasm, it would come under his full control, retaining its original power. Not invoking the sword's true name before striking, that was Mordred's fatal error. Spirit origin response has changed. Sir Lancelot's class has shifted to Berserker. And his spirit origin is stronger than it was in Orlan's. Romani's voice crackled over the comms, delivering grim news to Sakura and the others. Damn it, even my weapon. Mordred cursed, glaring at her now empty hands. Agravain showed no reaction. Having confirmed his suspicions and successfully forced Lancelot into mad enhancement, he simply turned and walked away. Clarent was stored in King Arthur's treasury to begin with. You only stole that sword. With those words, Agravain vanished into the sea of enforcement knights, leaving only the berserk Lancelot, eyes burning, blades in hand, as he charged straight toward Mash. 100 chapters ahead. @Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 351, Chapter 351, Volume 5, Chapter 63, Mad Lancelot. In the Holy Grail War, the Berserker class was originally created to allow weaker heroic spirits to wield immense power. But as more wars were fought, a new strategy emerged among participants. If weaker servants could use mad enhancement to match top-tier ones, then what if mad enhancement was applied from the start, on already first-rate servants? The resulting power would surpass anything seen before. Heracles, the Berserker from the Fifth Holy Grail War, was the clearest example of this approach. Shiomi planned to summon a Berserker in the Fourth Holy Grail War with a simple goal, to minimize ideological conflict and let the servant fight as a pure and deadly blade. Though the outcome turned out to be a little more than he bargained for. Lancelot, known as the strongest knight of the Round Table. Legend says he once fought Gawain, blessed by the sun, until sunset, and in the end dealt a wound so grave that it led to Gawain's death. Now, that knight's gift had been twisted. What was once ferocity, a blessing that helped him see the broader picture and discern justice, had turned into madness. It resembled the Berserker class skill mad enhancement, but its origin lay in the Lion King's gift. And so, the power boost was far greater than what a summoning ritual could normally achieve. Wielding a rondite and Clarent, the Berserk Lancelot had shed all traces of hesitation and sorrow. He had become a beast intent on tearing his enemies apart. His twin swords came crashing down. Mash raised her shield to block, but the impact still left her arms numb. His relentless, all-out strikes poured down like a storm. Now it was her turn to be pushed back, unable to counter. With eyes blazing red, Lancelot roared, shrill and terrifying. Mash was faltering, struggling to hold her ground. But she wasn't alone. Just as her defense broke and she was left exposed, Lancelot couldn't press the attack. Scáthach's crimson spear shot forward in a straight line, aiming for his face. Lancelot was forced to block with his sword, and the sudden pressure disrupted his frenzied rhythm. To think the strongest knight I faced just days ago has fallen to this, Scáthach muttered, disheartened. According to legend, Agravain had once been slain on the spot after discovering Lancelot and Guinevere's affair. Was this now his way of taking personal revenge? Either way, one more chance to win over a knight of the Round Table, to bring them to Chaldea's side against the Lion King, had just been lost. Mash, grab your shield and come with me. With Shiomi and Morgan already deep inside Camelot, Scáthach now had to take the lead and push the front line forward. Yes, Master Scáthach. Mash, who had trained under Scáthach back in Chaldea, gathered her resolve and charged after her mentor. Even consumed by madness, Lancelot's battle-hardened skills remained intact. And with the noble phantasm he'd taken from Mordred, he was even more dangerous. Neither Scáthach's lightning-fast spear nor Mash's unbreakable shield could land a decisive blow, both were blocked by Lancelot. The strongest knight, now empowered by the Lion King's gift fused with mad enhancement, was on a completely different level. He could not only hold his ground but also seize the right moment to counterattack, forcing Scáthach onto the defensive. What power! Scáthach was visibly shaken. This brute force was almost on par with the Mad King from the past. Moreover, since arriving in Chaldea, her own strength had been suppressed to that of an ordinary top-tier servant. She was no match for her own beloved disciple in this state. With a roar, Lancelot stepped forward. Arondite surged with a deep blue magical energy, ready to cleave through Scáthach, yet in that instant, his stance faltered. The blade never reached her. At his feet, a small white medjed materialized, throwing off his balance. Then, from above, a barrage of holy scarabs rained down like cannonballs. The moment they touched Lancelot's sword mid-swing, they detonated in a chain of explosions. It was Nitocris providing support. While defending the girls battling the enforcement knights, she also aided them with magecraft. However, Lancelot's magic resistance was a serious obstacle. Even with her high-speed divine words, Nitocris needed at least a 3-verse spell to land an effective blow. Even without Romani's report, it was obvious that Lancelot's mana levels were still climbing. Unlike Mordred's rampage, this was something he was actively controlling. Mad enhancement allowed Lancelot to push his body past its limits without restraint. "Give me back my sword, now." Seizing the opening from Nitocris' interference, Mordred charged forward, landing a punch on Lancelot's face and reaching for a weapon. Without her royal sword, even with magic, she could hardly deal effective damage with her bare hands. She poured all her strength into wrenching it free, but Lancelot wouldn't let go. Instead, her restrained arms were slowly being forced upward. As Arondite pressed against her armor, she had no choice but to release her grip and retreat. Yet the Arondite still scraped across her chest plate, leaving a deep gash. It didn't appear to pierce her body, but then that cut glowed with a dim, eerie blue. Damn! The sword mark suddenly burst open, penetrating her armor and injuring her. Arondite overload, breaking all restraints, overloaded Light of the Lake. A deliberate overload of Arondite's internal mana reserves, unleashing a contained magical explosion. This technique placed a significant burden on Lancelot, but now that he had become a berserker, such concerns meant nothing to him. Mordred. Mash caught Mordred as she staggered back, the attempt to reclaim her sword a failure. At the rear, Sakura, tasked with ensuring the enforcement knights didn't disrupt the fight, rushed to heal Mordred. He can still activate his noble phantasm even without speech. Scáthach realized what was wrong. Berserkers often lost the ability to speak, rendering their noble phantasms unusable. But Lancelot was full of exceptions. He could wield a noble phantasm. Whether it was the blessing of the spirits or the magic resistance ring, all of it still worked. And then, Lancelot, now wielding Mordred's stolen noble phantasm, did something that left Mordred furious and stunned. He raised the royal sword, now wrapped in dark purple mana, and its magical energy surged violently. Mash gently laid Mordred down and stepped forward. Lord Camelot. As Lancelot unleashed the true name of the stolen royal sword, Mash simultaneously activated the true name of her snowflake shield. Chapter 352, Volume 5, Chapter 64, The End Tower activates. Crossing the street, Shiomi Tenkei finally arrived at the long staircase leading to the Lion King's throne in the royal palace, and discovered something. The closer he got, the fewer enforcement knights there were. Standing on the platform between the steps, Shiomi looked back at the city and saw the enforcement knights rushing toward the various city gates. The closer he was to their stronghold, the weaker the defenses became. Was the Lion King really so confident she could keep Chaldea pinned outside the gates? Pulling a long spear from the body of a fallen enforcement knight, Shiomi stared at the empty top of the stairs, silently questioning. Then the earth itself answered. A violent tremor shook the interior of Camelot. Those immaculate houses began to collapse, and deep fissures split the ground. The entire city trembled. Shiomi braced himself and looked toward the royal palace. From the central tower at Camelot's heart came a heavy mechanical rumble. It was rising, bit by bit. The Tower of the End. It seemed the Lion King had abandoned the idea of selecting humans from this singularity. She had activated the Holy Lance as the core function of the Tower of the End. They had to move, fast. Shiomi sprinted up the stairs. Though the city was collapsing behind him, the area around the royal palace still held its original form. A blinding light, brighter than the sun, illuminated the white city. A beam capable of incinerating the entire city shot toward the central tower, but it had no effect. The great temple of the Sun King had arrived nearby. That man had apparently been waiting for this exact moment, the activation of the Tower of the End. But things didn't go as expected. When the Holy Lance activated, it generated a purifying defense concept. Not even the Dendera electric bulb from the Great Temple could penetrate it. And that wasn't all. The Lion King, unwilling to wait quietly for death, launched a counterattack through the Tower of the End. A beam of equal power to Dendera's electric barrage shot out, striking Ozymandias' temple directly. In this setting of the last crusade of the Middle Ages, Shiomi felt as if he were witnessing a battle between futuristic warships and fortresses. But the worst was yet to come. Even more attacks, like artillery fire, targeted the 3 besieged gates of Camelot. This wasn't the Tower of the End, it was the Prism Tower of Final Light. Shiomi muttered under his breath and took to the air, using low-altitude flight magecraft to rush toward the castle gate. At that moment, purple chains spread out, forming a net to block his path. Heroic Spirit Killer. The magecraft Agravain had once used to bind Hassan of Serenity. It couldn't instantly restrain a human, but it wasn't something easily broken, either. As Shiomi slowed down to swing his spear and cut through the chains, the faint sound of a sword being drawn echoed in his ears. The aide struck with all his strength, slamming Shiomi into the stairs and leaving a massive crater. Shiomi slowly rose and dusted himself off, completely unharmed. I didn't expect the Lion King's aide to step onto the front lines. Aren't you supposed to be a civil official? Shiomi teased with a smirk. We Knights of the Round Table are well versed in both governance and combat. Not only do we rule, we fight. Agravain landed on the upper steps behind Shiomi, taking the high ground. I'd advise you to give up. Dying here isn't worth it, Shiomi said, though his eyes remained calmly locked on Agravain. This man's presence was entirely different from the last time they met. He hadn't received the Lion King's gift, yet he somehow felt stronger. Life or death is irrelevant. The Tower of the End has already been activated. The King's millennial kingdom will come to pass. Agravain began descending the steps. All I have to do is stall you long enough to keep you from interfering with the King's plan. The King's plan. So you went as far as using mad enhancement on yourself, the very technique used on the enforcement knights, Shiomi muttered, then suddenly widened his eyes and lunged with his spear. He was using mad enhancement to boost his abilities, yet remained composed. Shiomi even found himself wondering about Agravain's class. Unfortunately, ever since the Lion King stripped him of his Chaldean master status, even severing his contract hadn't changed anything. Unless the Lion King returned it herself, there was no way for Romani to provide support or battlefield intel. Of course. Offering everything, including my life, to my king is only natural, Agravain said as he raised his hand. Countless soldiers formed from pure mana appeared, standing atop floating debris. Some charged at Shiomi, while others unleashed volleys of arrows. Attackers from every range. Did Morgan teach you that magecraft? Shiomi asked as his spear moved in a flawless, unbroken rhythm, guarding against every blow. Agravain glared, eyes wide with fury. It doesn't matter who taught me. If it can serve King Arthur, I'll use it. Oh, is that so? Shiomi replied coldly. He wasn't one for empathy, especially not toward enemies. This man had a heart of stone. Ordinary words wouldn't shake him, but pushing harder on that front would inevitably drag Morgan into it. Even if they weren't the same person, Shiomi couldn't shake the bitter feeling that welled up the moment he spoke. If you're standing by Morgan's side, then show me what you've got. Agravain swung his arm, unleashing more chains that streaked through the air to entangle Shiomi. He was executing his strategy to the letter, stalling Shiomi until the Holy Lance was fully activated. He wouldn't let him see the king again or risk her being swayed by this man. King Arthur was to become the core of a perfect, completed kingdom. Someone like Shiomi was nothing but a thorn in that vision. He couldn't be allowed to exist. Wild thunder. Shiomi gripped the chains wrapped around his arms and whispered. Lightning crashed from the sky, forcing Agravain into a desperate defense. He had underestimated Shiomi. The scale of this magecraft far exceeded what a typical magus could conjure. Glowing runes took shape in the air, transforming into volleys of light bullets. Agravain could only counter with similar magic to hold them off. I told you, I don't have time to play around here. Shiomi swept his spear sideways, but Agravain blocked it with his sword. He could see the men repeatedly using mad enhancement to reinforce himself, again and again, making him an absolute nightmare to take down. If Shiomi didn't completely destroy him, Agravain would cling to life with nothing but a head, biting at his ankles and forcing him to divert attention. Then let me take care of this. A second chain spell erupted, nearly identical to Agravain's, clashing and interfering with it. Morgan landed at Shiomi's side. How are you here? What about Gray and Bedivere? Shiomi asked, a little surprised. They're on their way. I've already dealt with Tristan, Morgan said as she raised her hand and brushed the dust off Shiomi's face. Now that the Tower of the End has been activated, the singularity is turning into the end of the world. Don't waste any more time. You make it sound like I'm the one holding us back. 100 chapters ahead. p@triancom/pinksnake. Chapter 353, Chapter 353, Volume 5, Chapter 65, Gawain's Resolve. At the same time, Bedivere and Grey were racing toward the royal capital. With the Tower of the End now activated, the streets of the Holy City were collapsing. From the tower where the royal palace stood, magic shells, fired with the same specifications as the Holy Lance, rained down, bombarding every corner of Camelot. Dodging the destruction, they picked up their pace. Morgan had gone ahead. All they needed to do was catch up. Are you all right, Sir Bedivere? Grey asked. Don't worry, milady. I'm fine, Bedivere replied. She was referring to Tristan's death. When Morgan unleashed her noble phantasm, Tristan had immediately countered with his own, the phantom melody of sorrow. But the two were incomparable. Tristan was defeated, grievously wounded. After exchanging a few final words with Bedivere, he passed on, his heart torn between regret and relief. Though Bedivere hadn't struck the final blow himself, witnessing the death of an old friend still left him somber. He couldn't, and wouldn't, blame Morgan. Had she not intervened, Tristan might have stalled them there, preventing Bedivere from ever reaching the Lion King. The ground trembled again. Bedivere stumbled and fell forward. Grey reached out to catch him. He was just about to thank her, when his eyes narrowed, and he drew his sword, pushing Grey aside. The air scorched with searing heat as a surge of mana, blazing like the sun, bore down on them. Bedivere gritted his teeth as he blocked the strike from the holy sword, said to embody the sun itself. Gawain. He murmured in shock. Gawain, who had vanished into the sandstorm and gone missing, had returned. But he looked changed, like he had faced something deep within. His expression was more resolute than ever. I didn't expect you to make it here. I underestimated you, Sir Bedivere. Gawain clenched his teeth and pressed down with force. Grey lunged with her spear, but Gawain freed one arm and blocked with his armored gauntlet. She was better with weapons like scythes or siege tools. Although Ad had sealed the Holy Lance, Grey had little training in true spear combat. Right now, she was relying entirely on physical strength far beyond that of a normal human, attacking with basic technique. Against a seasoned warrior, that alone wouldn't be enough. Who are you? Gawain was startled to see a girl from Chaldea who looked so much like the king. But he didn't pry. Instead, he caught her spear with a reverse grip, lifted Grey, spear and all, and hurled her far into the distance. Even now, Gawain held back. He wouldn't kill a woman unless it was absolutely necessary. Besides, it was obvious she wasn't comfortable with her weapon. He guessed she had been forced onto the battlefield. Please, stop, Gawain. Bedivere pleaded, forcing the words out. Sir Tristan has already fallen. I don't want to watch another friend die because of me. To Bedivere, Tristan's death was his responsibility. Gawain paused, frowning deeply. I see. So Sir Tristan is gone. Then there's no more need for hesitation. This time, I'll fulfill my long-held wish, to serve my king to the very end. With a burst of strength, he shoved Bedivere back and widened the distance between them. Then he hurled his holy sword into the sky. The artificial sun within the blade began to revolve, and radiant light engulfed the sword, transforming it into another sun. May night retreat from this brilliance. Its enduring protection shall shine upon this earth. The light coalesced into a long blade and returned to Gawain's hand, now stretching over 10 meters. Bedivere no longer hesitated. He switched the sword to his other hand, and his silver right arm flared with brilliance. Take my soul and go forth. Switch on. Merlin had once warned him, every time he invoked the true name of this noble phantasm, a piece of his soul would be consumed, until he reached his limit and collapsed. Since awakening from his long slumber and arriving at this singularity, Bedivere had remained a mere human. In life, he had never excelled in combat. His soul had already been worn thin by the long journey. This was the third time he offered his soul to unleash his noble phantasm. Perhaps next time, his soul would vanish completely. But Bedivere felt no fear. At the very least, he still had comrades he could trust, ones he could entrust with what he hadn't yet finished. Excalibur Gallatin. Agataram. Bedivere's noble phantasm, at its core, was still of the same caliber as Gawain's holy sword, the one that had never been returned. Their powers clashed, slicing through Camelot's once prosperous but now desolate streets. Buildings split clean in half, stone walls crumbled, and the once flawless city was rapidly turning to ruins. Gawain was sent flying by the impact, crashing into the wreckage. But the next moment, he swung his sword and scattered the debris covering him, rising steadily from the rubble. Bedivere, on the other hand, wasn't so fortunate. The strain of having his soul devoured left him nearly unconscious. He could only barely support his body on one knee, struggling to rise again. It's over. Even with that noble phantasm, a man abandoned by his allies can't win. Before Gawain could finish, a chilling wave of killing intent surged from behind. He turned swiftly, blocking with his sword just in time to deflect a strike aimed at his heart, but a crimson spear still pierced his shoulder. "Sensei!" Gray cried out in alarm. Wasn't he supposed to be with the Lion King? How was he here? Still standing, Gray. Shiomi gave her a nod before moving to help Bedivere up. "Don't use your noble phantasm again. If you unleash it one more time, your soul will. It's all right. This is my choice." Bedivere panted, barely managing to stay on his feet. After Morgan chose to take over the fight with Agravain, Shiomi had originally intended to push forward. But when he noticed the battle here, he turned back to support them. "Then let's end this quickly. At this rate, forget reaching the Lion King. If this drags on, the Tower of the End's indiscriminate bombardment will wipe out the entire allied force." Seeing that Bedivere's resolve was firm, Shiomi said no more. Gawain rotated his shoulder slightly. The wound still throbbed painfully, and he couldn't regenerate like a normal servant, but it wasn't enough to stop him. "Perfect. Then I'll stop all of you here, for my king." Far from being angered by Shiomi's ambush, Gawain's fighting spirit only burned fiercer. He. All the knights of the Round Table are such thick-headed idiots. Now I can't even stay asleep. Ad. Hearing that sharp, familiar laugh from under her cloak, Gray quickly pulled Ad from its cage. "Let's tear it up, Gray." "Yes." She didn't know what had triggered Ad's sudden awakening, but joy surged in her chest. Gripping the scythe Ad had transformed into, Gray nodded silently. Then, with a swift motion, she hurled the red spear in her hand toward the city gate. Chapter 354, Volume 5, Chapter 66, Death of the Knight of the Lake. At the city gate. The battle against Lancelot was still raging when the Tower of the End suddenly activated. Gravity around the singularity vanished, and the end of the world began pressing in from the direction of Camelot. Worse, the Tower of the End began firing into the collapsing city. Its indiscriminate bombardment made the already dangerous fight with Lancelot even more perilous. "You bastard, that's the Holy Lance." Mordred, her wounds slowly healing, shoved Sakura aside to dodge a falling blast. In that instant, she recognized it. It was the same weapon her father had once used to punish the Knights of the Round Table. A restricted release strike from the Holy Lance. Even Mordred had nearly died taking one head-on. How could Chaldea's masters possibly survive? Mash had no choice but to keep her noble phantasm active, shielding everyone. But if this keeps up... Lancelot looked ready to unleash his noble phantasm. This time it was a Rondite overload. Damn it. If I just had a real weapon, Mordred cut herself off as her eyes landed on the slender sword at Mash's waist. She reached out and snatched it. "I'm borrowing this." "Yes." Mash answered quickly. Just then, Scáthach raised her hand, and the red spear flew back into her grasp. "Message from Gray, Ad suddenly awakened and she returned the red spear to you, Scáthach." Romani's voice came through. "Is that so?" "Looks like once the Tower of the End was activated, the reason for Ad's slumber disappeared," Scáthach replied, then charged forward alongside Mordred. The girls continued supporting Nitocris, using magecraft to cover them and helping Mash resist the falling blasts from the Holy Lance. Mordred swung the borrowed sword, though it felt unnaturally light in her hands. It lacked its usual weight, and was easily knocked aside by a single swing from Lancelot. It was clear, this couldn't be called a proper gift. Rather than something bestowed by the Lion King, it felt more like Agravain had arbitrarily modified how the gift worked, endlessly draining Lancelot's potential. A merciless choice. A cold-blooded judgment. But for Camelot, still resisting the encroaching army and launching relentless counterattacks, it was the most effective strategy. It fit Agravain's iron-blooded, selfless nature perfectly. According to intel from Romani, Agravain was currently fighting Morgan at full force at the city gate, while Shiomi's group was clashing with Gawain. The tide still favored the Lion King. They had to bring down Lancelot quickly and push the front line to the Tower of the End. That was Scáthach's conclusion. Realizing she'd lost her composure, she quickly forced herself to focus. With two holy swords, his own formidable abilities, and the effect of the gift, Lancelot had become a relentless force of destruction. Other than Scáthach and Mordred, no one could even approach him. Even enforcement knights attempting to assist were instantly cut down. He distinguished neither ally nor enemy, slaughtering everything in reach. "With my voice, I tear the earth asunder." Sakura's low voice echoed across the field. It was the imaginary numbers magecraft she had once used in her desert duel with Mordred. From the fractured ground surged waves of mana, racing toward Lancelot. To break through his unknown level of magic resistance, Sakura unleashed her most powerful spell in one go. R. It landed. Her magecraft tore through Lancelot's body with merciless precision. A guttural sound rumbled from his throat, whether in pain or rage was unclear. But one thing was certain, even wounded, Lancelot would not back down. He would attack. And attack. And attack. In his case, offense truly was the best defense. Then I will too. Scáthach dodged Lancelot's sword and freed one hand to unleash primordial runes. From the shattered earth, mud surged up and coiled around Lancelot's legs. It was only a temporary restraint. Lancelot let out a vaguely questioning growl and crossed both swords in front of him. The intense mana reaction made everyone realize what was coming. He was going to unleash the true names of both noble phantasms, at once. Few servants with multiple noble phantasms ever attempted such a thing. Whether in a standard Holy Grail War or a singularity, the mana required to release a noble phantasm was a nearly unbearable burden for any servant. In other words, if one disregarded that burden and chose to self-destruct, it could be done. But the combined power of Arondite and Caren unleashed simultaneously could obliterate both allies and enemies gathered at the city gate. Sakura and Scáthach cast their magecraft in rapid succession, but neither could stop Lancelot from continuing. Nitocris had already begun preparing the mirror of the underworld, ready to evacuate the girls to safety. No one could say for certain whether Mash's currently deployed noble phantasm alone could hold back the onslaught. As Lancelot let out a long, battlefield-piercing howl, Mordred and Scáthach braced to evade, but Mash suddenly looked up and charged forward, shield raised. The illusion of the ideal city advanced with her, expanding to include both Scáthach and Mordred within its protection. But that was only secondary. Mash's true aim was to face Lancelot head-on. The dual noble phantasms exploded with mana, slamming into her and forcibly driving her backward. Hang in there, Mash. Ritsuka raised her hand, and two command spells flared in succession, empowering Mash with the strength to brace her shield and hold her ground. Blinding light swept across the battlefield at the gate. Enforcement knights and Camelot's soldiers were caught in the blast, consumed by the unleashed power. The mana surge was so dense, even Chaldea momentarily lost the ability to track the outcome. As the smoke slowly cleared, Mash's shield arm trembled. She was completely drained. Though still inexperienced, she had managed to block Lancelot's power with her comrade's support. Lancelot, having expended an enormous amount of mana in an instant, began to move sluggishly. Or at least, sluggish for a servant. A flash of white and a streak of violet burst through the smoke, attacking from both flanks. Mordred's sword. Scáthach a spear. Lancelot raised his swords to defend, but in the very next moment, found himself immobilized. The space around him had been sealed. You were the real target. Scáthach released the first spear, used to lock the space, and aimed her second directly at Lancelot's heart. Fade away with Camelot, Knight of the Lake. Gi Balg alternative, soaring spear of piercing death. R. Or. Both of Lancelot's swords fell to the ground. Blood poured from his mouth and chest, washing away the crimson glow in his eyes. Back to normal, you damn bastard. Mordred picked up her sword. Yeah. Lancelot showed no anger over being controlled, only a quiet sigh of relief. Maybe, this is the end I deserved. 100 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 355, Chapter 355, Volume 5, Chapter 67, Toward the Lion King's Throne. The gravitational collapse triggered by the activation of the Holy Lance was gradually spreading into Camelot. As Shiomi and the other two fought, Gawain, bricks and stones from within the city had begun to float, drifting upward and circling the central royal tower. But this weightlessness only affected lifeless objects. People remained bound by gravity. Jumping, attacking, and dodging between massive floating stones meant that even the slightest misstep could plunge one into a bottomless abyss. It wasn't just about judging where to land or keeping one's balance, the fierce high-altitude winds also had to be accounted for. There was no time to properly measure the height of the Tower of the End, but according to Chaldea's observational data, it was nearing the scale of a structure like the Sky Tree. Did the Lion King truly intend to stand alone atop such a cold, towering spire, guarding only the few preserved souls of humanity? That thought stirred in Shiomi a vague and inexpressible loneliness. And sorrow. Even if the Lion King herself had never acknowledged it, let alone felt it, without realizing it, she had already welcomed someone to share that fate with her. In the middle of battle, and you're still looking around. How careless. Gawain leapt between the floating boulders, swinging his holy sword down at Shiomi. Just thinking, Shiomi said, blocking the strike with his spear, voice hardening. If you win today, neither the Knights of the Round Table nor Camelot will remain. This singularity will become the end of the world. Only that tower and the souls it preserves will be left behind. I know that. From the beginning, we of the Round Table had no right to follow the king to the end, Gawain replied, unmoved. Even so, I will serve my king with unwavering loyalty and fight to my last breath. The holy sword and Gungnir clashed again and again. Gawain had the strength advantage, but Shiomi countered with speed and finesse. Dozens of exchanges passed with neither gaining the upper hand. Shiomi still couldn't find a window to unleash Gungnir's true name. But in the end, that tower will hold only the Lion King, Shiomi said after a downward slash missed, spinning into a backward thrust. The tip of his spear struck against the holy sword Gawain raised to block. Is that your loyalty? To leave the king you serve trapped in eternal solitude? That is the king's will. It is our duty to obey. Gawain shot back with conviction. Shiomi narrowed his eyes. Do you know why the Lion King captured me? Why she kept me at her side? Why? Gawain asked, a rare flicker of doubt in his voice. Because the Lion King needs someone like her. Someone who can also ascend to the throne of gods, Shiomi replied with a faint, mocking smile. Nonsense. Aren't you human too? Gawain shouted, refusing to believe it. But he didn't have the luxury of distraction. His thoughts flashed back to a conversation Agravain had once gathered them for. They had worried the king might be being manipulated, ensnared. But they'd never understood why she valued this master of Chaldea so highly. Now, the answer was clear. Like calls to like. The king had cast off her human heart. She had become a god who judged and selected humanity. And a god needs another god. As absurd as it sounded, the logic was undeniable. In the end, your king doesn't even realize she's lonely. And you, her loyal subjects, never noticed either. That's your failure. The two combatants separated, their weapons momentarily still. Shiomi stood at the edge of a stone, his gaze fixed on Gawain, whose cloak fluttered violently in the wind. His chin lifted ever so slightly as he spoke, just enough to spark a fire in Gawain's heart. The Knight of the Sun ran a hand across his blade, and solar flames burst forth, wrapping around it. Now. Having been unable to join the main battle due to the shifting terrain, Bedivere, who had landed with Grey on a nearby floating boulder, finally saw an opening and leapt into action. Wait. Shiomi knew what Bedivere intended to do, but it was already too late to stop him. The knight with the silver arm, prepared for martyrdom, offered up his soul and unleashed his noble phantasm to clash with Gawain. The violent collision of their noble phantasms shattered the floating stones around them, leaving no footholds. Gawain and Bedivere were sent flying in opposite directions, both plummeting downward. Sensei. Grey rushed forward and caught Bedivere in her arms. Knowing Bedivere's sacrifice couldn't be wasted, Shiomi raised Gungnir. This was the perfect moment to release its true name. This is a strike that speaks fate, delivering predestined death to all things in this world. Fall, Knight of the Sun. Gungnir. A blinding light, equal in brilliance to the holy lance, shot forth. Midair and unable to steady himself, Gawain tried to block it, but the light pierced his heart. He was flung backward, pinned to the steps leading to the Lion King. Odin's spear. Gawain murmured, feeling his life and strength slip away with his blood. He could no longer hold his holy sword. Lying across the long steps, he looked out at what had once been the holy city, now reduced to rubble, with only the central tower still standing. The Temple of the Sun King had broken the Holy Lance's activation with its final impact, but it, too, could fight no more. All it had done was buy a little time. So Gawain told himself silently, his consciousness fading. His battle was over. Shiomi landed nearby, but didn't glance at Gawain. Instead, he ran to Bedivere, who lay collapsed. Grey tried to support him, but the knight with the silver arm could barely move. Don't worry about me. Bedivere said through trembling breaths. You must stop the king. I'll catch up, after I rest a bit. Shiomi didn't answer. He wanted to tell him, his soul had already reached its limit, that he wouldn't make it to the Lion King. But in the end, he said nothing. He only nodded. Grey, look after Bedivere. Come once he's stable. Understood. He ran past Gawain without even looking. Gawain wanted to say something, to call out to a friend, but he no longer had the strength. Shiomi adjusted his magecraft circuits as he ran, racing up the now unobstructed stairs until he reached what had once been the throne room. It had become the tower's summit. There, seated alone, was the Lion King. Around her, there was nothing, only the burning light of the world's end, flickering at the far reaches beyond Camelot. I've been waiting a long time. You've kept me waiting too long, the Lion King said quietly. This place is about to become the land of endings. Come with me. Even now, you're still saying that. Shiomi tightened his grip on Gungnir. I won't go with you. I'm here, to stop you. Is that so? Then allow me to show you the difference in our power. The Lion King extended her hand. In her palm, light converged and formed into a spear. This is the truth revealed when the skin of the world is peeled away. Chapter 356, Chapter 356, Volume 5, Chapter 68, Agravain's Last Stand. As the sky darkened with the coming of the end, the light from the top of the tower lit it up once more, drawing everyone's gaze. Looks like my husband has reached the top and is now fighting the Lion King. Morgan rested lightly on her magic spear, turning her gaze away from the tower. She addressed Agravain, who was bound tightly in chains, unable to move. You've already lost. Just give up and fall back. Lost. Agravain's iron-like face twisted with rage, veins bulging, eyes wide. One by one, he snapped Morgan's chains apart. No. From the very beginning, our mission was to delay you. Even if that man reaches the throne, he won't be able to stop the Lion King from reactivating the Tower of the End. That still takes time. And anyone with eyes can see that. Morgan slowly backed away, aware that Agravain hadn't given up. He had cast even more mad enhancement spells upon himself. Even under such heavy layers of berserk magecraft, he retained his reason. Even Morgan had to begrudgingly admire her counterpart on this side of the world, for having raised such a child. Worthy of respect, yet utterly pitiful. No one can defeat the Lion King. Least of all some mere master, Agravain growled, grabbing the weapon he'd drawn to him with the broken chains and charging at Morgan. He knew he couldn't win. But if he could deal her a serious blow, stop her from aiding that man, then it was worth sacrificing his life. You'd go this far for Artoria. What is it about her that makes her worthy of such loyalty? Morgan struck back fiercely, sending Agravain flying into a floating boulder. Agravain nearly lost his grip on his spear. You're the one who sent me to her side, and you still ask that. That's exactly why I don't understand. You were a spy sent by Morgan to infiltrate the Round Table and seize the throne. Morgan narrowed her eyes. So what made you abandon your desire for the crown? I never cared about the throne. Agravain rose again, casting spell after spell, but none reached Morgan. She blocked them with ease, sometimes even turning them back on him. So long as Britannia lives on, I don't care whether it's you or Arthur who rules. But, he roared, unleashing what little mana he had left, compared to someone like you, she's far more suited to be king of Britannia. His mana surged outward, manifesting into countless shadow soldiers. Agravain's own phantom army. Is that so? Morgan had expected those words to anger her more, but when she heard them, she felt almost nothing. Not because she wasn't the Morgan Agravain had known, but because she had already chosen something more important than Britannia. That's why she was here. Why she had come this far. My whole life, I've loathed women, held contempt for humanity, hated love itself. And it all started with you, Morgan. That's really. Morgan let out a quiet sigh. Just how far had the version of herself from proper human history gone? Mordred. Agravain. Children of hers, and yet they all hated her. And now, even after bringing about Britannia's ruin, you're still not satisfied. Don't think for a second I'll let you get near my king. The phantom army surged forward. Agravain, consumed by rage, charged at her with all that remained. The more he saw Morgan's calm, indifferent expression, the less she reacted to his fury, the more violently that fury burned within him. 'Tis a ruinous dream I cannot bear to see. No recompense, no salvation to be had. At the world's end, a bird sings of tomorrow. Let this be a sign. Morgan raised her hand in farewell, the final gesture for a man forever bound and never to be freed. A parting gift before she returned to the throne. Roadless Camelot. Light from the edge of the world lit up the sky. Agravain could neither resist nor break through. All he could do was watch as Morgan's impossible noble phantasm erased his entire army. In the end, only Agravain remained, half his body scorched, plummeting from the sky. He landed on a crumbling platform within the ruined royal city. That noble phantasm. The same hollow feeling returned. Once, he had rejoiced, thinking the person he both revered and feared disappointing was a man. But when he learned King Arthur's true identity, understood her sorrow, that joy gave way to a gnawing emptiness. When Morgan appeared alongside Chaldea, Agravain had been deeply cautious. He thought he understood why the king had sent her. He was determined to kill her, to destroy Morgan and Chaldea, even at the cost of his own life. But in the end, he had been completely wrong. You, woman. Agravain asked in a fading voice, you're not Morgan. So who are you really? Morgan landed in front of him, but Agravain, now blind, could no longer see her face. No longer deceived by appearances, he finally realized, his anger had nowhere left to go. This woman was Morgan, and yet, she was not the queen mother he had known. Does it matter? No matter who I am your enemy. The woman who attacked Camelot alongside Chaldea, the Sun King, and these people, to destroy the Lion King's plan, Morgan said flatly. So, that's it. Agravain murmured. Blood spilled from beneath his ruined armor. He struggled to his feet, not to keep fighting, but to drag himself in a certain direction. A long smear of blood marked his path. With a body as broken as yours, where do you think you're going? Morgan asked. I still can't die yet. I have unfinished duties. I need to report this to the king, reassess the threat Chaldea poses. Morgan sighed again, unable to hold it back. Humans and Fae really were different. They would give everything they had for something they believed in, and for that same belief, they'd fight endlessly, without ever stopping. The Knights of the Round Table were like that. And so was that man. Morgan slowly looked up toward the top of the Tower of the End, where the Lion King's throne awaited. The clash of two spears still rang out, the final battle was not yet decided. She saw Sakura and the others break through the lines. She saw Gray, supporting Bedivere, ascending the steps. Everyone was moving toward the throne. She couldn't afford to fall behind. She had to reach him, quickly. Rising to her toes, Morgan lifted off and left that place behind. Not far from where she had been, Agravain finally lay still in a pool of blood, his life fully spent. 100 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 357, Chapter 357, Volume 5, Chapter 69, Radiance of the Lion King. This was the second time Tenkei Shiomi and Artoria had truly crossed blades. But whether it was back in the Great Chasm of Singularity F or here at the summit of the tower at the end of the Sixth Singularity, both encounters had been anything but normal. Shiomi admitted he had once wanted to fight Artoria, but not like this. Whether it was her alter state or her divine transformation, it made him deeply uncomfortable. You're hesitating, the Lion King said coolly. She held the holy lance with just one hand, yet Shiomi had to brace with both arms to block her strength. You're the one who's hesitating. Shiomi frowned. Why aren't you using your true name? Why fight me in close quarters like this? Because there's no need. The Lion King pressed forward slightly, cracks spread beneath Shiomi's feet. The immense mana she radiated amplified her strength beyond reason. That's arrogance, Lion King. Shiomi reinforced his body with magecraft and shoved back. The Lion King raised her eyebrows slightly, caught off guard by his resistance. But the real strike came just after. Two crimson spears, infused with runes, flew in from behind Shiomi, one from the front, one from the rear. Clang! Clang! The Lion King shoved Shiomi back and swung her lance hard, knocking the spears aside and widening the distance between them. Against someone like her, dual-wielding would only put Shiomi at a disadvantage. That was why he had imbued the red spears with rune magecraft, allowing them to move by his will. They lacked the power and precision of his direct control, but they were enough to create an opening. More importantly, Shiomi had never intended to wield a third spear, and he hadn't had enough time to develop a formula that would let the weapons attack independently. Once he focused on his own assault, the spear's efficiency would drop. Just like now. All the Lion King had to do was release her power, and she could easily bat them aside and rush in. If anyone here is arrogant, it's you, the Lion King said, striking with merciless speed. Me. Arrogant. Shiomi dodged a thrust aimed at his heart, clamped the holy lance between his arm and side, and lunged in return, but the Lion King caught his spear. They struggled, both pushing with all their strength, neither able to wrest the weapon away. If you're not arrogant, then why do you wear that look of pity toward me, the Lion King asked. It's not pity, Shiomi said with a bitter smile. It's sorrow. I feel sorry for you. I don't understand what you mean. And there's nothing you need to feel sorry for, the Lion King replied bluntly. Shiomi drew a deep breath. Of course you'd say that. You can't even feel your own loneliness. Frosty magecraft spread from his hands along the spears, creeping toward the Lion King. Loneliness, she repeated, as if she hadn't noticed the magic at all. I am fulfilling a great work that belongs only to me. That alone is no reason to claim I feel this loneliness you speak of. If you weren't lonely, then why are you so insistent I follow you to the end? That I become like you, a guardian over the souls. Didn't you abandon even the Knights of the Round Table? The frost had reached the Lion King's hands. You and I are kin. Naturally, I treat kin accordingly, she said, unmoved. But let me ask you, why do you refuse the path laid out before you? Ascend to the throne of the gods. Fulfill your duty. That's what you were meant to do. If being a god means becoming someone like you, unable even to feel loneliness, then I'll reject it forever. With a roar, Shiomi poured his strength into the spell, freezing the holy lance and the Lion King in a sheath of ice. Beyond the irregular, transparent crystal, her expression was colder than the ice itself. No matter what he said, no matter how he tried to reason, it meant nothing. The deified Artoria. The goddess Rangaminiad. She had long since become a tool, a mechanism to govern a completed nation. Unless, her human heart could be awakened once more. Pointless stubbornness, came the Lion King's voice from beneath the ice. This is your end. Now is the moment everything shall be taken into my hands. Know the limits of life. A surge of mana, far greater than before, erupted from her and wrapped around her body, shattering the ice in an instant. Shiomi had no choice but to release Gungnir, or the force radiating from the Holy Lance would pierce through him, robbing him of the ability to fight any longer. The Lion King would never let such a small opening slip by to completely overwhelm him. Radiant light coiled around the Holy Lance, so intense that even the two crimson spears couldn't get near her. You expanded territory, built cities, crossed seas, split the skies, for what purpose? Her voice carried a fleeting hint of ancient confusion, so brief it almost seemed imagined. Light, may you be released from the ends of the world. Split the heavens and tether the earth, anchor of the storm. Rangaminiad. This was Shiomi's second time facing the Lion King's noble phantasm. He had already concluded after their previous clash in the desert. With his current power, he couldn't fully withstand an attack of this scale. At the very least, he needed a force of equal magnitude. But that didn't mean he should just give up and wait for death. Once again, Shiomi used runes to craft a similar, yet subtly different formula, layering the same magecraft over and over, creating runes from runes, instantly forming a complex, multi-layered defensive structure. He had anticipated the Lion King might unleash her noble phantasm right at the start, and had been preparing for it during the entire journey here. Even so, the moment the rune-formed barrier came into contact, it cracked. Being breached was just a matter of time. Should he take a critical injury to find another opening? Or hold on until the others, likely already near the summit, arrived? Shiomi gritted his teeth, expression twisted in pain, as he overloaded his magic circuits to patch the spreading fractures in the barrier. Then, a calm voice rang out behind him. Gray, rave, crave, deprave. Grave me. Grave for you. Simulated personality disengaged. Mana accumulation has surpassed set threshold. Initiating second stage limiter release. It was Gray's chant, and adds activation. Holy Lance against Holy Lance. Looks like Morgan had taught her well. Even if their ranks were worlds apart, with Shiomi absorbing most of the force, it was entirely possible now. This is a battle for survival. Holy Lance, anchor released. Rangaminiad. That is. A flicker of surprise crossed the Lion King's eyes. Chapter 358, Volume 5, Chapter 70, Return of the Holy Sword. Shiomi's magecraft barrier was a one-sided defense. It blocked frontal attacks while allowing those from behind to pass through, designed as a defensive grand magecraft meant to function in coordination with allies. In just a few short days, the Rangaminiad had clashed twice in this singularity. Shiomi found himself unable to describe what he felt. This singularity had begun collapsing with the appearance of the Tower of the End, and its darkened skies were now illuminated by the radiance of Rangaminiad, each repelling the other. The Lion King was aware that Morgan possessed magecraft on par with Rangaminiad and had already prepared for the possibility of her launching a Rangaminiad strike on the royal capital. At this moment, Morgan was being held back by Agravain. Intent on settling the battle before that happened, the Lion King failed to notice something else. Or perhaps she simply never knew. Among the Chaldean party was a girl. Her village had upheld a certain mission for 1,000 years, and she was the embodiment of that very mission. The light of the end clashed and cancelled out, scattering into drifting feathers. The top of the tower glowed under a blinding light. At the climax of the Rangaminiad clash, Gray was thrown back, tumbling several times across the ground. The Lion King was forced to the foot of the throne, her feet gouging 2 deep marks into the floor. Though the Rangaminiad strike had been blocked, the Lion King straightened up with an emotionless face, ready to retaliate at any moment. Shiomi clenched his fists and thrust them forward, 2 crimson spears spiraled in from both sides. The Lion King, drained from her previous attack, was forced to fend them off hastily, losing her balance. The ground trembled beneath her feet as a relentless barrage of magecraft erupted. Lightning, frost, flame, and gales, each wave wrung the magic circuits dry, drawing out more mana as countless grand magecraft spells detonated around the Lion King. Finally, overwhelmed by the onslaught, the unbalanced Lion King fell backward onto the damaged throne. Through the haze of smoke, Gungnir shot forth toward her. She merely raised her head to face the deadly strike. Slash. The spear grazed her cheek and pierced the throne, not so much as nicking her skin or hair. What's this supposed to mean? Do you think showing me such mercy will make me surrender? The Lion King said as she slowly raised her spear. How utterly foolish. You wield a weapon that can slay a goddess, and yet you hesitate again and again. A voice rang out, familiar, yet as if heard for the first time. It sounded just like Ad's voice when he shut down his personality simulation. 10 years ago in Blackmoor Village, Ad had spoken in that same tone. You are. A knight in silver armor appeared, supporting the dying Bedivere, approaching from behind Gray. Kay, King Arthur's foster brother, should have perished alongside the other knights of the Round Table who chose to follow King Arthur, slain when the Lion King entered this singularity. More precisely, it was a personality model created to seal Rangaminiad. Morgan had personally chosen Kay, among Arthur's closest confidants, as the basis, specifically because he had the least interest in fame or in mystery. To counter the Lion King's Rangaminiad, had exhausted the vast mana he had amassed over the years to manifest this personality model in a form akin to a servant. Of course, his appearance now wasn't just coincidence. When they arrived at the sixth singularity, he sensed the presence of the Lion King, causing Ad to enter a state of unprecedented hibernation. They waited until the situation reached a critical point before reviving Ad. Naturally, the unique environment of the Tower of the End also contributed to the manifestation of Kay's simulated personality. Even if we did this all over again, I still wouldn't support your so-called plan, Artoria. Kay grabbed Bedivir's left hand and slung him over his shoulder. I only came out because some idiot insisted on seeing you one last time. This is enough. Thank you, Kay. Bedivere slid off Kay's shoulder, collapsed to the ground, and struggled to rise, managing to kneel on one knee. Who are you? The Lion King looked past Shiomi, toward the knight kneeling at the base of the steps, still in human form, the Rangaminiad nearly slipping from her grasp. Bedivere, one of your knights. Shiomi drew Gungnir and stepped aside to clear the path for the Lion King as she tried to rise. Bedivere. The Lion King clutched her head. Shock, confusion, pain. She had forgotten the holy sword, and with it, the knight who had grieved endlessly before her death. That part of herself had been lost. I sinned, because I didn't want to lose my king. I made a foolish mistake. Bedivere raised his silver arm, and the holy sword separated from it as his breath grew weaker. In that forest, I hesitated to carry out your order. If I had returned the holy sword to the lake, you would have truly died. Summoning the last of his strength, he raised his head and offered the holy sword with both hands to his king. This time, I can finally return it. For 1,500 years, the holy sword had kept Bedivere alive. The moment he returned it, he would vanish. Even so, he had no regrets. To atone for failing to fulfill his king's final order, he was willing to give up his life. Raise your head. The holy sword has indeed returned to my hand. Be proud, Bedivere. You have fulfilled the mission your king entrusted to you. With the return of the forgotten knight and the holy sword once again in her grasp, her memories returned. That forest. That hill. The knight who had wept ceaselessly, worried for his king to the very end, his face slowly faded before her eyes. The knights of the Round Table, all stubborn to the core. Not that their king was any different. Even with the chance to pull the sword of selection, she still charged into hell without hesitation. Kay turned away as if annoyed and walked off. Even so, I still don't believe it was a mistake, Kay. The Lion King, Artoria, used the tone of the past to address the figure who was merely a projection of her elder brother's personality. I know. That's why I followed you and joined the Knights of the Round Table. Kay's voice gradually faded as he walked toward Gray. Watching quietly, Shiomi put away his spear and looked at Artoria, who was now standing, holding the holy sword, a mix of emotions in his gaze. Sorry for the trouble, Tenkei Shiomi, said Artoria. It's no trouble at all. As long as you're willing to admit you were wrong. Shiomi chuckled. The Lion King put away the holy sword and calmly replied. That's something I cannot do. Even now, I still believe I was right. 100 chapters ahead. p@tree.com/pinksnake. Chapter 359, Chapter 359, Volume 5, Chapter 71, Amidst the Radiance. As if her tone hadn't changed at all, Shiomi felt a headache coming on and slowly raised his hand. Even after reclaiming the holy sword and freeing herself from the holy lance's hold, she seemed unchanged. Facing Artoria, now wielding both the holy lance and the holy sword, Shiomi wasn't sure he could hold out until Morgan and the others arrived. It's okay, Sensei. Gray, dragging her exhausted body, slowly approached. King Arthur doesn't intend to fight you. A faint smile rose on Artoria's face. She wouldn't admit she was wrong, and her earlier tone had simply been a tease at Shiomi's expense. I have to admit, you were right about one thing, Tenkei. Relieved, Shiomi had already guessed what she was referring to. My choice was happiness for the next visitor to this planet. After everything ends, I entrusted the future of this world to those who would come later. To future visitors, whether it's humanity or myself, were just remnants of the past. She had made that lonely choice fully aware of what it meant. And yet, for reasons even she couldn't comprehend, she had invited her fellow people to journey with her to the end. To borrow your words, even if humanity is destined to go extinct someday, I don't want it to be through something like the incineration of humanity. At the very least, it should be like quietly ceasing to breathe in a dream, reaching the end of its time as a primate. Shiomi touched his head, voicing what he truly thought. So whether it's you or the king of magecraft, I'll do everything I can to reject it. That's quite the lofty goal. My plan's already been stopped by you all. I imagine the king of magecraft will meet the same end. Artoria gave a gentle nod. She extended her hand to Gray, who had reached Shiomi's side, gesturing for her to come closer. A bit puzzled, Gray stepped forward under Shiomi's encouragement. Artoria placed her hand on Gray's shoulder, and as if something was being pulled away, Gray felt the resonance she'd always shared with King Arthur gradually fade. What is this? Gray asked. A gesture that hardly qualifies as an apology. My sister forced her fate upon a group of people, and in the end, it fell onto you. I'm simply reclaiming what I can. There's nothing I can do about what's already happened. Even with her humanity restored, Artoria still retained the divine power of a goddess. With that power, she severed the fate between herself and Gray. The hair that had once turned gold from their resonance returned to its original, pure silver. Finally, in the end, I managed to do something good. Shiomi supported Gray, who had collapsed from exhaustion and fallen asleep, and gently picked her up. Thanks to your efforts, I was freed from the binding of the Holy Lance. But it wasn't meaningless. Artoria smiled as she looked at Shiomi. I've learned a truth, one that only I, as the King of Storms, could know. What kind of truth? Shiomi asked. The truth about the King of Magecraft. You once told me that he appeared before you and said he would only consider you a real threat if you could resolve the 7 singularities, she said. But your understanding was mistaken. What he really meant was, the 7th singularity is where his absolute confidence lies. Because it's the only one that predates the King of Magecraft, from humanity's primordial dawn when people still lived in ignorance. Exactly. The other 6 Holy Grails, along with the emissaries bearing the names of the demon gods, and the Magi, descendants of the King of Magecraft, who spread across the world and lived until their awakening, they all originate from his era, existing within the timeline up to 2016. But the 7th Holy Grail was sent back by the King of Magecraft himself. It marks the first step in the incineration of human order, the very foundation of human history. Only that Grail can lead you to the Temple of Time, a place outside of the proper timeline. Every word Artoria spoke carried immense weight. Despite the fatigue from battle, Shiomi forced himself to stay alert and commit everything to memory. Maybe his expression was too serious, because Artoria gently reminded him. You don't have to look so grim. Even after becoming the King of Storms and gaining the same perspective as the King of Magecraft, there's still one thing I can't figure out, your identity. My identity. Why did the King of Magecraft want your submission? And why did he personally try to kill you? The mystery of your origins, something even you haven't uncovered, may be the key to defeating him, Artoria sighed softly. That's what my instincts tell me. After all, even Odin entrusted you with his weapon. You must be special. Shiomi couldn't help but joke, don't tell me I'm Odin's reincarnation. Not possible. Odin still watches from beyond the world, his eyes seeing through countless dimensions, she refuted calmly. Giving you the spear was the furthest he could intervene. Fair enough. Shiomi felt a little bad for saying that. The singularity's collapse has stopped, the Holy Grail's been recovered. It's about time to say goodbye. Artoria reached out and grasped Shiomi's upper arm. The Chaldea mystic code that had been replaced earlier reappeared on his body, fully restored, along with the last remaining command spell. Behind him, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed up the tower. The first to arrive was Morgan. And then the others followed. Let's part ways here, not sure if we'll ever meet again. As Shiomi said his farewell, he suddenly felt Artoria's grip tighten. And finally, as an apology from me, your one and only kin. Before Shiomi could react, Artoria's soft, dry lips closed over his. Swish. 2 spears pressed against the back of his head. Morgan and Scáthach had raised their weapons. Care to explain, husband? I was worried you'd die fighting, but this is what you were doing. I'm disappointed, dear disciple. You bastard. What did you do to father? Dad, you're the worst. Next time we dive into a singularity, maybe we should freeze Dad until the final battle. Caren, that's a dangerous idea. After letting go of Shiomi, Artoria walked back to her ruined throne, sat down, and watched everyone vanish in the light that marked their departure from the singularity. That glow slowly consumed Camelot, wrapping around the now lonely peak of the tower. Realizing they would never meet again, a tinge of sorrow crept into her heart. She still wanted to help him. Artoria slowly closed her eyes, waiting for her consciousness to fade. As her thoughts drifted away, she seemed to hear something. Please come this way. She instinctively opened her eyes but was met with a blinding light. After a while, her vision adjusted. A boundless field stretched before her, flowers and grass blooming together in eternal spring, untouched by the passage of time. In the distance, someone sat amid the sea of flowers. She slowly walked toward that figure, without any doubt or question. There was no need for either. Artoria knew this person better than anyone, just as that person knew her. The blonde girl sitting among the flowers spoke softly without turning around. Didn't think we'd meet like this. Mind telling me your story? Of course. But our stories aren't all that different, just like you and me. Not everyone gets the chance to tell their story. There's plenty of time here, or is there something urgent? I do have something important, but you're right, we've got time. So, let me tell you about Tenkei Shiomi. That does sound intriguing. With that, the two of them sat in the warm breeze and talked quietly. Chapter 360, Epilogue I, King of Magecraft. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but endless ocean. Tenkei Shiomi stood on a cliff by the sea, facing the ocean breeze. His clothes rustled in the wind. What business do you have intruding into my dream, King of Magecraft? Shiomi asked without turning around. Behind him stood a man, he didn't need to look to know who it was. There's no need to be so quick to send me away. You led Chaldea through 6 singularities. Naturally, I'm here to congratulate you, said the King of Magecraft. His voice was as contradictory as ever, blurred and indistinct, yet unmistakably clear. Appreciate the effort, but something feels off about this dream, Shiomi said, still standing in place. A deep calm settled within him. This place, it looks like the island of Patmos. As he spoke, a door opened in the sky. A voice echoed like a trumpet. Come up here and confess your sins, and I will show you what must take place after this. The voice might have been directed at Shiomi, but he turned around calmly, ignoring it. You're dreaming about receiving revelations now. Do you really think you're divinely chosen? The King of Magecraft said, glancing at Shiomi without once looking up at the open door above. Seems like it. Probably from reading too much scripture lately, day thoughts become night dreams. Shiomi shrugged. Still, hearing something like that in a dream you're meddling with doesn't bode well for me. You think you've received a divine calling, yet put on a show of indifference. You're an unbearably arrogant man, the King of Magecraft said. Shiomi shook his head and smiled casually. King of Magecraft, since you claim to possess clairvoyance that sees past and future, why don't you use those eyes to uncover the cause of all this? Tell me, what is this sin that voice says I've committed? But the King of Magecraft remained silent. He stared at Shiomi expressionlessly, neither speaking nor reacting. You can't see it either, can you? Shiomi raised his hand, pointing at him. You talk about how only once the 7 singularities are resolved will we matter, and yet here you are, wasting your time meddling in my dreams. Accept the Lion King's invitation and go with her to the end. This is your last chance, the King of Magecraft interrupted. You're no longer purely human. There's no need to throw your life away for them. You really think humans are worth nothing? Shiomi narrowed his eyes and let out a cheerful laugh. What did humanity ever do to offend you? The Lion King said you're walking the path to the throne of God. You should understand exactly what overcoming death means for humans. You're no longer one of them, the King of Magecraft said, his tone calm and uncharacteristically rational. You've broken free of the death fated for humans since the beginning. You could remain in the land of shadows, the tower at the end, or any such place, bearing witness to the extinction of human history. So why keep risking yourself for lives so worthless? Shiomi pressed his lips together. Didn't you say it yourself? I overcame death, and I know I'm hard to kill. Since I can't die, of course I should try for those who can die, for those who fear death. You want to be humanity's savior? Be worshipped like the Son of Man, the King of Magecraft asked. No thanks. Anyone who wants to be the savior can have it, Shiomi replied without hesitation. The King of Magecraft stood still, his clothes and hair stirring in the wind. His expression was calm and solemn, as if discussing something of great importance, yet there was a faint undercurrent of suppressed anger, born of frustration with the men who met it all with such levity. That being the case, you should be joining me, rather than throwing yourself into a battle with no chance of victory. The King of Magecraft extended his hand. My temple will always be open to you. You could become the prototype I use when reshaping this planet from the ground up. Oh. Shiomi realized this might be his chance to uncover the King of Magecraft's true intentions. From the intel obtained at the Atlas Institute, along with Holmes' analysis, the incineration of humanity had already been completed. The King of Magecraft was now moving on to the next phase of his plan. You've seen it yourself, haven't you? Long-lived or short-lived, human life is ultimately limited, said the King of Magecraft. Take that little girl in your team, she has, at most, less than a year left. Mash. Shiomi's gaze darkened. It wasn't his fault, nor was it his burden to bear. That was one of the sins left behind by Marisberry Animosphere as a Magus, an act done under the pretense of benefiting humanity as a whole. There are many humans like her. Even if they weren't created that way from the start, their lives are still painfully short, the King of Magecraft continued. Don't you want to see them, like you, overcome death and step into the next stage of evolution? You've already burned the world to ash. What next stage is there for humanity? Shiomi scoffed. Or are you trying to sugarcoat extinction by creating new life from scratch? He was beginning to grasp the king of Magecraft's goal. For reasons unknown, this self-proclaimed king had grown disillusioned with both humanity and life on this planet. So he orchestrated the incineration of humanity to gather energy and rewrite history, starting from 4.6 billion years ago, to build his ideal version of Earth. And Shiomi's power, accidental or not, had become a model worth replicating in the king of Magecraft's eyes. It's not for you or me to define humanity's worth. The right to decide its future should always belong to humanity itself, Shiomi said, lowering his gaze to his clenched fist. I'm one of them. Now and always, I want to continue living as a human. That's all. A massive wave crashed against the rocks below the cliff, roaring like 1,000 galloping horses. Shiomi tilted his head slightly, looking up. The illusionary door in the sky had vanished. Ha ha. The king of Magecraft's body began to tremble. Ha 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 ha. The mastermind of the incineration of humanity laughed maniacally, as if mocking Shiomi's obstinacy and foolishness. The laughter dragged on for minutes. Shiomi simply scratched at his ear. This was a dream. No matter what he wanted to do, he had no way to act. Done laughing, he asked. Then I'll remain in my temple and enjoy watching you and the last remnants of humanity struggle until the end. The final singularity will be your grave. As the king of Magecraft's laughter echoed, the dream unraveled, and Shiomi's consciousness began to fade. 100 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 361, Chapter 361, Epilogue 2, Return to the Everyday. When he opened his eyes again, the ceiling of his private room in Chaldea came into view. The digits on the bedside clock changed quietly. The dream was over. That was his first thought, but his arms wouldn't move, as if bound. Then Shiomi remembered, both Morgan and his master were curled up under the same blanket. Despite the presence of pillows, they were using his arms as cushions. Ever since they returned from the sixth singularity, this had more or less become routine. Even though his master had a room of her own, she always ended up sleeping here. Shiomi didn't mind at all. The soft warmth nestled against him beneath the covers made him almost forget the dream, tempting him to believe it was just a fleeting moment after waking. If only the king of Magecraft hadn't shown up. That bastard had no sense of decency, choosing that moment to show up in his dreams. After grumbling to himself a bit, Shiomi glanced at the clock. It was just past 6 in the morning. In Chaldea's South Pole schedule, early to bed and early to rise was the norm. Technically, it was time to get up. But considering they'd only just completed the sixth singularity expedition, he figured lazing around in bed a little longer with Morgan and his master wouldn't get him scolded for slacking off. Still, his arms were going numb. Shiomi tried to gently ease them free. At that moment, the room's communication terminal began to ring. A one-way message came through, the notification chime sounding repeatedly. Feeling the pressure on his arms suddenly lighten, Shiomi slipped out of bed, threw on a robe, and hurried over to answer the call. It was a visual message from Romani. Sorry to contact you so early, but there's an issue with the soil in the food crop cultivation room. When you're up, please come take a look as soon as you can. Chaldea had a dedicated chamber for growing food crops. From the very beginning, it had been clear they couldn't rely solely on external supply lines. At the suggestion of several members of the staff and some Magus from China, Maris Berry himself had incorporated the function into Chaldea's design. Now, with the incineration of humanity underway and no outside aid to speak of, sustainable resource production had become a top concern, one that Romani, acting as Chaldea's interim director, had to monitor constantly. The soil issue wasn't catastrophic, but it wasn't trivial either. In most cases, Chaldea's Magecraft-based systems could handle it. Still, Romani was constantly worried the soil might lose vitality, leading to something akin to the decline that followed the Age of Gods. Shiomi's emerging authority had become something of a last resort for emergencies like these. Of course, aside from the two people in his room, only Romani and Da Vinci were aware of that. After reading the message, Shiomi tugged his robe into place, and noticed two pairs of eyes watching him. They were both awake. Morgan rolled over to lie on her side, gazing at him. Furthest in, Scáthach sat up. Her long violet-red hair cascaded over her chest, and the view in front of her was completely unobstructed. Sorry, I've got to get up. Shiomi scratched his cheek. It's nothing urgent. I'll run a bath, take my time washing up, then head to breakfast. He said the same thing every morning, but his heart was a little uneasy. After all, ever since returning from the sixth singularity, his nights had been quite indulgent. But he knew the real reason behind it better than anyone. The Lion King, or rather, Artoria's half-apology, half-peacemaking gesture, had brought him more trouble than comfort. And the result was the string of nights that followed. No matter. Since you're up, we're up too, Morgan said lazily, pulling the blanket over her fair chest. But from the look on your face, something's bothering you. From the bathroom came the sound of running hot water. Hearing her, Shiomi leaned out and explained. It's about food and survival. Can't exactly slack off on that. Scáthach tilted her head slightly, smiling deeply. Did someone visit while we were asleep? Merlin. Or maybe his sister. If they had, I'd be asking you the same thing. Shiomi stepped out and began picking up clothes scattered around the room. It was the king of magecraft. He tampered with my dreams. Then he roughly recounted what had happened. Nothing new, the king of magecraft trying once again to persuade him to surrender, for reasons of his own. Sounds like solving the 6 singularities has finally made him feel threatened, Scáthach said as she stepped out of bed and stood in front of the mirror to tidy her hair. He's not even waiting for the 7th one to be repaired before making a move. The real issue lies with my husband, Morgan said, unfazed. You're the only unpredictable factor the king of magecraft can see. He fears you too much. It really is strange, Shiomi muttered, pausing mid-fold. He can't see through my origins at all, yet treats me like a major threat. It's like he received a divine revelation or something. Scáthach chuckled softly. Well, the king of magecraft is said to have heard divine revelations before. He's the one who was given the 10 commandments, remember. If that's true, then his god is pretty biased, giving guidance to someone who wants to erase human history, Shiomi said, frowning. Then maybe you should become a less biased god, my husband. Morgan teased lazily. Shiomi nearly choked. What are you even talking about? All that aside, the king of magecraft's attempt to stop you from reaching the 7th singularity has already failed, Scáthach said, placing a hand on his shoulder. Something huge might be waiting for you there. For us, Shiomi corrected. It's only because we've all worked together that we've made it this far. Just because he sees me as the main threat doesn't mean it's all thanks to me. Master, you're being way too biased. Scáthach's hand slid from his shoulder down his back, caressing him with playful ease. Can't help being biased toward you. Shiomi sighed in understanding. But master, could you stop touching me? We really don't have time today. If you keep going, things are going to get out of hand. No one's rushing you. You said yourself there's plenty of time. Scáthach's left hand wrapped around his waist, slowly sliding downward, while her right hand curled around his neck, pinching his cheek and guiding his face down to meet her kiss. Behind her, Morgan stepped into the bathroom. Not joining us? Scáthach asked playfully. If I do, my husband's not leaving this room today, Morgan replied, turning on the shower. Oh. Then I guess I'll have my dear disciple all to myself. Don't talk like I'm some kind of snack, master. Even as he protested, Shiomi couldn't bring himself to refuse. Nor would he ever. Chapter 362, Prologue I, Romani's Day Off. Here you are. No wonder the others had the gym to themselves. Romani said this as he found Shiomi sitting by the window in one of Chaldea's corridors, the dim Antarctic sky outside the glass behind him looking like eternal night. The blizzard hadn't let up even once since the incineration of humanity began. Shiomi was clenching a large cookie in his mouth, seemingly trying to eat it hands-free, one bite at a time. With Romani's arrival, the challenge was cut short. Shiomi bit off a chunk, swallowed, then picked up the cookie basket beside him and held it out. Thanks. Romani took one and sat down next to him. Preparations for the 7th Singularity expedition were nearly complete. The director was currently in the control room giving instructions, and Romani had been chased out under the excuse that his presence would make everyone slack off. Did you come find me for something? Not really, Romani said with a chuckle. The director ordered me to take a break. I wasn't particularly tired, so I figured I'd find someone to talk to. Shiomi nodded. Then actually take that break, will you? You're not a machine. Living off pills and coffee without rest is going to kill you from overwork. Yeah, I'll head to bed in a bit. Romani took a bite of the cookie, then paused. This flavor, did you make these? I had some free time, so I baked a batch. Shiomi shrugged. Another skill you picked up raising those kids? Sort of. Even if I hadn't adopted them, I'd still know how to cook. Shiomi shrugged again. That's impressive. I can only manage the basics, nutritionally balanced, but not exactly tasty. Shiomi smiled in understanding. You've got enough on your plate as it is. Yeah. Romani nodded and let out a small sigh. We're finally almost there, the last singularity. The Lion King said the Holy Grail at the 7th singularity would reveal the coordinates of Solomon's temple. If it doesn't exist within proper time, then imaginary space is the only explanation, Shiomi agreed with a nod. But even Sakura couldn't pinpoint the temple's location from imaginary space. After all, the enemy was the king of magecraft, his strength was beyond question. Of course he wouldn't leave himself exposed in imaginary space, where anyone else with the means to access it could stumble upon him. At that thought, Shiomi suddenly recalled what BB had said when she appeared before him after their return from Singularity F, how there were other contenders moving through imaginary space. Was she talking about the king of magecraft? What were you thinking about? Nothing. Shiomi shook his head, then hesitated. I've got a personal question, mind keeping it between us for now? Huh. Does the king of magecraft know what the moon cell is? Shiomi asked. Romani's expression shifted slightly. I'm not entirely sure, but that thing seems to be a mysterious relic buried in the moon's core. Even King Solomon, the king of magecraft, knows nothing about its origins, let alone having any direct contact with it. So it's something that belongs neither to humanity nor the gods. Shiomi sighed. How do you know about it? Romani asked. I'd rather not say, if that's all right. Shiomi smiled apologetically. Romani, long used to Shiomi's habit of keeping some things close to the chest, just nodded. Fair enough. That thing's far removed from humanity. Very few Magus even know it exists. Thanks for understanding. Shiomi nodded and handed him the basket of cookies. Consider this a small thank you. Oh. Don't mind if I do, Romani said with a smile. Now if only there were coffee or tea to go with it. My treat, Shiomi said with a wry look. They got up and made their way to the cafeteria. On the way, Romani chatted idly, the 7th Singularity, 2600 BC, just so happens to be during Gilgamesh's reign, right? Gilgamesh. Shiomi's expression turned complicated. Ah, right. Romani offered a sympathetic look. That would make it your third time clashing with him, wouldn't it? Which is exactly why I'm not optimistic about the 7th Singularity, Shiomi sighed. We're talking about a guy who helped his master activate a tainted Greater Grail just because he found it amusing. Romani muttered, half to himself, I knew Gilgamesh could be reckless, but that's quite the resume. Begging him for help, only for him to block us before the final battle. Shiomi wore a grudge-holding expression. Wait, are you actually planning to settle the score? Romani suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. If Shiomi wanted to, he could erase him from existence right then and there. If it were the king of magecraft. Maybe. But Romani Archaman. Nah. I've killed people, but I don't kill just anyone. Shiomi pointed at him with a mischievous glint. Now, if you were a noble from the Mages Association. Maybe. Why don't you marry into the director's family, become a branch house of Animosphere? That, Noble Slayer, nickname really suits you, huh? Romani muttered. He'd heard the title from Marisberry himself. People still call me that. Shiomi pretended to be outraged. Once the incineration of humanity's over, I'm finding out who started it, and wiping out their whole family. Haha. In that case, why not just kick the king of magecraft out and handle the incineration of humanity yourself? Romani joked, playing along. Shiomi exaggeratedly shook his head from side to side, like a broken fan. So destroying humanity is the only way to stop rumors. How tragic. I should have just taken the king of magecraft's offer and defected. Hey now. Anyway, if Gilgamesh stabs us in the back at the 7th Singularity, the whole incineration of humanity thing is your problem, got it? Shiomi clapped Romani on the back. If you're that worried about Gilgamesh, why not summon a few servants once we get there? Romani suggested. That time period probably doesn't have many masterless servants lying around. In the 6th Singularity, they'd been able to form an alliance with Nitocris, flip Mordred, and win over the servants protecting the mountain people. There was no guarantee the 7th would offer the same opportunities. We'll see. Plans never keep up with reality. When they arrived at the cafeteria, Shiomi fetched a tea set and brewed a pot of black tea. Romani, of course, asked if there was cake. In response, Shiomi dumped a lethal dose of sugar into the pot, letting Romani stir the half-dissolved mess in his cup with a teaspoon. You brought this on yourself. After hearing Romani's complaints, Da Vinci laughed and summed it up perfectly. Serves you right. 100 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/pinksnake. Chapter 363, Chapter 363, Prologue 2, Gym Games. As a facility built atop the Antarctic Plateau, Chaldea was equipped with comprehensive amenities to ensure the physical and mental well-being of everyone stationed there. According to the original plans, masters were expected to engage in regular physical training in addition to simulated battles, maintaining peak condition to handle the unpredictable conditions of singularities. That said, only a handful of masters were currently active enough to use the training area. Scáthach launched a quick punch, Shiomi dodged with full focus. The whistle of wind brushing past his ear made it clear, if that had landed, it would have hurt. His master was training him in hand-to-hand combat. Neither Scáthach nor Morgan actually needed the practice, they were more like sparring partners. But Shiomi's training was in a class of its own. Their sessions bordered on death matches in an octagon cage. "Master, can you go a bit easier?" Even Shiomi had to voice his complaint while blocking Scáthach's incoming punch. "Isn't this exactly like training back in the land of shadows?" Scáthach smiled. "Don't worry. Even if you get hurt, I'll heal you." Shiomi felt a chill run down his spine. He still remembered those early days, getting beaten black and blue every day, only to be healed with runes afterward. And yet, he'd fallen for her. Was this what they called Stockholm Syndrome? Well, maybe not that extreme. The training had been brutal, but looking back, it had brought him a strange kind of happiness. He started to zone out with those thoughts, and in that moment of distraction, his movements faltered. Scáthach immediately shifted, dropping her power before ducking and launching a spinning side kick. If he dodged even a second slower, his jaw would have been dislocated. Ugh, seriously. Shiomi tried to break away and end their increasingly intense bout, but Scáthach rolled and caught him in a scissor hold around the neck. "Nope. Everyone's watching," she said, looking entirely too pleased. She grabbed his arm and locked him in a cross hold. In raw strength, Shiomi wasn't any weaker than his master. But if this kept going, it'd turn into an actual brawl, and he'd walk away battered. Even with fast healing, that was still a hassle. "Can I just admit defeat already?" Shiomi muttered. "And who's even watching? Feels like I'm in a public match." Ritsuka and Mash were jogging on the treadmills, while Sakura and Caren practiced bench presses with Gray spotting them. Only Morgan was actually watching. "Giving up already? And you're the same guy who grits his teeth and fights to the death on the battlefield." Scáthach looked disappointed but released him and walked off to grab a drink. "If you ever become my husband's enemy, he definitely won't hold back," Morgan said as she stood and stretched. "She's got a point," Scáthach chuckled. Morgan lightly stretched her arms. "Need a break? Or are you up for a round with me?" "It's not that serious." Shiomi got up and took a stance. "You could easily keep enemies away with magecraft alone, but you always insist on close combat. You're not one to talk, my husband." Morgan moved into spar. The intensity clearly dropped. Their exchanges became more fluid, almost like a choreographed routine. "I'm my master's student, like master, like disciple," Shiomi said smugly. "In the Scáthach school, the rule is, if you can use a spear, don't use magecraft." What a ridiculous excuse. Morgan laughed, her punches now gentler. Shiomi was happy to take it easy, meeting her strikes with casual blocks. As he glanced around the gym, he spotted a small white figure running on one of the empty treadmills. Foe. He recalled seeing that little creature in Chaldea since before Singularity F, but no one had ever seriously questioned its identity. Even he hadn't given it much thought, Foe had always seemed harmless. Still, he never understood how it was able to undergo ray shifting with the others. "Worried about Cathpalag?" Morgan asked suddenly. "Cathpalag?" Shiomi blinked. "Is that Foe's real name?" "More or less." Morgan's voice was soft, barely audible beyond the training area. "But it's not important. As long as the thing doesn't do anything strange, I won't bother with it." "Is it dangerous?" Shiomi asked, intrigued. "By nature, yes. But it's been oddly well behaved in Chaldea, so there's nothing to worry about." Morgan added, "Besides, I'll keep an eye on things you don't have time to watch. You just focus on what's in front of you." "Like you?" Shiomi asked. Morgan paused, her eyes softening. "If that's your way of trying to get me to let you win, then you're seriously underestimating me." "Ah. It's about time you got serious. Scáthach's glare could kill right now." Morgan's strikes picked up in speed and precision. "How bold of you to talk behind my back right in front of me," Scáthach said, biting her sports drink straw. Morgan sidestepped Shiomi's counter, unfazed. "Talking behind someone's back is cowardly. If you've got something to say it to their face." "Oh really?" Scáthach put down her drink and stood up from the bench. Shiomi immediately sensed trouble and tried to distance himself from Morgan, but it was already too late. Scáthach moved like a ghost, reappearing behind him in an instant. A perfectly timed roundhouse kick from one side, paired with Morgan's punch from the other, closed off all his escape routes. Isn't this a little much? Since they'd agreed not to use magecraft and go purely physical, Shiomi was definitely at a disadvantage. "It's just 2-on-1. My disciple should be able to take on 100 foes alone," Scáthach said, clearly seeing no issue. Morgan nodded. "The seventh singularity is set in the Age of Gods. Too many unknowns. This is a good opportunity to sharpen our teamwork. You just want to beat me up." Shiomi dropped the force from both sides and slipped away with a dodge. Truth be told, This was the first time he'd faced both Morgan and his master outside of those situations. Maybe it was time to use Chaldea's simulation systems for a proper match against these two powerhouses. If you want to give up, I won't stop you. This was just Master's whim, Scáthach said casually. Let's do this. Shiomi hesitated for a beat, then slowly raised his guard, eyes sharpening as he faced the two women before him. The moment he spoke, Morgan and Scáthach launched another pincer attack, sharp fists and kicks flying in from both sides. And so began a training session tailored perfectly to Shiomi's needs. Chapter 364, Chapter 364, Volume 6, Chapter 1, Spawn camped again. Clang. The vermilion magic spear was pulled from the body of the fiery red magical beast, which looked like a lion. Shiomi gave it a quick swing into the empty air, flicking off the blood. That was the last one. Shiomi turned to look at the others in the group. This was the seventh singularity, Babylonia. According to Chaldea's original plan, they were supposed to ray-shift directly into the city of Uruk. But instead, they ended up on a wasteland over 10 kilometers away. Based on Romani's report, the ray-shift itself went smoothly, so the most likely explanation was that the ground coordinates had become inaccurate over time due to the sheer age of the era. Still, getting swarmed by magical beasts right off the bat. The Age of Gods really isn't easy, Sakura muttered, rubbing her temples. Even so, we've got enough firepower to handle it, Shiomi said with a smile. More importantly, how are the mystic codes Da Vinci made holding up? At his question, the girls reached up and touched the thin scarves around their necks. These were magical mystic codes jointly crafted by Da Vinci and Morgan, designed to keep the air of the Age of Gods from directly entering the Master's bodies. With mana concentration off the charts and the environment saturated with true ether, modern humans would die just from breathing it in. Only people like Shiomi, who had trained in the land of shadows, or those akin to servants, like Morgan and Scáthach, could endure it. Mash was the same. Yeah, it's working fine, Ritsuka said, stretching her arms wide. You can really tell this era hasn't been touched by industrial civilization. The air's something else. You're way too relaxed. This is the Age of Gods, not some spring picnic. Olga Marie grabbed Ritsuka's cheeks, just like always. She clearly wasn't pinching hard enough to hurt, but Ritsuka couldn't escape her grip. With the first battle behind them, the girls finally let their guard down, laughing and teasing each other. Shiomi was satisfied. The more critical the mission, the more important it was to keep a calm and steady mindset. Come over here, my beloved disciple, Scáthach called out to Shiomi from the cliff's edge. He and Morgan walked over, one after the other. Looking south from the cliff, they could see the Tigris and Euphrates rivers flowing into the Persian Gulf from opposite directions. And on the plain between them sat an ancient city, most likely Uruk. But the real issue lay to the north of the city, towering walls that would be considered massive even by modern standards. Something like that had no place in actual history. Gilgamesh must have built those walls, Shiomi guessed. This was likely the clearest distinction between a singularity and real history, things that shouldn't exist in that era showing up anyway. Just like the White City of Camelot in the sixth singularity. As for what those walls meant, whoever built them, there's no doubt they were meant to defend against the magical beasts attacking the city, Morgan said, pointing toward the base of the walls. Swarms of magical beasts were surging forward in waves, assaulting the walls, while defenders on the ramparts fought back. Among them were beasts of the same kind that had just ambushed Shiomi's group. This era's overrun with magical beasts, he muttered, unable to hide his surprise. Just a rough estimate put their numbers in the tens of thousands. Against that kind of swarm, even they could only think about avoiding direct combat. And that's not all. There's a magical energy response from the northern wall of the city, one that's dozens of times stronger than the beasts you just fought, came Romani's voice. No wonder those walls can hold them back. Well, we are talking about Gilgamesh, Morgan said with a smile to Shiomi. His treasury holds countless original noble phantasms. If he's serious about defending his nation, it wouldn't be strange for him to use them for fortifications. Seems we don't have to worry about Uruk falling before we get there. Facing the wind, Scáthach took in a breath of the air. Besides, this is your first real experience of the Age of Gods, my disciple. Take your time and study the environment, you'll learn a lot. It's not just me. Shiomi chuckled, glancing back at the girls. As Magus, getting to witness the Age of Gods is just as important for you. Especially after just battling those magical beasts. Understanding the unique ecosystem of this era, learning how to adapt to it, and using the ambient mana in the air to boost your magecraft, those are all vital lessons. Scáthach twirled her fingers, casually launching into a lecture. Morgan couldn't help but shake her head, thinking this had truly turned into some kind of field lecture. Just as the group was settling into a calm atmosphere, an icy killing intent cut through the air, followed by a voice laced with blatant mockery. You all sure know how to relax. Moments later, the sky was filled with weapons. Even at a glance, it was clear they were all noble phantasm class. Fortunately, Having been ambushed the moment they landed in the sixth singularity, they were prepared. Even though Shiomi and Scáthach had been talking, they hadn't let down their guard. They immediately moved with mash to block the first wave of attacks. This magic surge, it's overwhelming. A servant. No, it's a living heroic spirit. Romani's tense voice came through. Cold sweat beaded on Shiomi's face. He resisted the urge to say he'd already figured that out. And this attack, its style was way too similar to Gilgamesh's King's Treasure. Was this another one of that man's unpredictable tests? As the smoke from the explosions was swept away by the wind, a young figure stepped into view. He wore a simple white tunic, no visible equipment, and his clothing looked plain and unremarkable. Shiomi quietly studied the figure. Not Gilgamesh. A woman. Glowing skin, soft facial features, gentle, even. Though the loose clothes covered their chest and waist, their limbs were visibly strong. Could be a man. Gender aside, the youth's appearance was strikingly beautiful. Human, yet carrying an uncanny presence that didn't belong to humanity. I had hoped to bring you all back to the temple, the youth said, voice perfectly androgynous, belonging to neither side. But with this many of you, it would be troublesome. Some of you might start to doubt me. A soft smile played on the youth's lips as they reached out a hand, without hiding even a sliver of the murderous intent aimed at the group. Behind them, more magical beasts gathered in droves. 100 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/pinksnake. Chapter 365, Chapter 365, Volume 6, Chapter 2, but it's not a big problem. An overwhelming surge of mana. It's neither a servant, nor human, nor divine. Shiomi calmly stepped forward, forming the front line with Scáthach and Morgan, ready to intercept the attack. In this era, there's only one being who could wield this kind of power, right, Romani, he said with a faint smile. Enkidu, Romani answered, hesitating for a moment. Thank you for the introduction, Tenkei Shiomi of Chaldea, and Romani Archaman. The young man, with long green hair and violet eyes, spoke evenly. You know us. Shiomi wasn't particularly surprised. His experience in the sixth singularity had taught him plenty. If the Lion King had known who he was, it made sense that others in the seventh singularity would as well. Since you've introduced me, I might as well follow through with a proper introduction. The young man smiled softly and opened his arms. People of Chaldea, nice to meet you. And farewell. I am the one who brings an end to the old humanity, and the companion of Solomon, the king of magecraft. Countless golden chains, brimming with mana, burst forth like vines from the ground. The sheer density of magical energy made the very air crackle with electricity. My name is Enkidu. At that proclamation, Enkidu launched his assault. The chains, as if possessing a will of their own, surged toward the group. Battle erupted in an instant. Mash raised her shield, standing beside Grey to block the storm of chains raining down. Shiomi and Scáthach, the swiftest among them, darted forward to engage Enkidu directly. Meanwhile, Morgan and the other girls used magecraft to interfere with the chains around them, preventing them from closing in on the melee. But magic had little effect on Enkidu. As a living heroic spirit, his mana and resistance were terrifying. Most conventional spells were little more than a nuisance to him. Worse still, it was clear Enkidu had no intention of finishing the fight himself. He was deliberately pushing the front line to wear them down, then retreating to let waves of magical beasts continue the assault, second, third, and on without end. He understood Chaldea's combat strength well. Whether it was on Solomon's orders or his own decision, Enkidu wasn't trying to defeat them all at once. If this went on, the real objective was clear: push Enkidu back and seize a window to retreat. Shiomi spotted an opening and swung his spear, only for Enkidu to raise a hand and deflect it effortlessly. It transformed. Shiomi froze for a moment. Enkidu's hand had morphed into a meter-long broad blade, gleaming with deadly sharpness. Oh! So this is ancient Mesopotamia's strongest weapon. It not only creates armaments, but its body can also shapeshift freely to become a weapon itself. Scáthach's tone was calm, but she wasn't at ease. Before departure, Shiomi had gathered everyone to prepare a fallback plan, just like during the sixth singularity, in case they were ambushed immediately after ray-shifting. And yet, despite the preparations, they were still driven into a corner. Enkidu's combat strength far surpassed the Knights of the Round Table, and he commanded a force of Age of Gods magical beasts leagues beyond what the Lion King's enforcement knights could muster. Even retreating would require one or two people to stay behind and hold the line, possibly at the cost of their lives. Master, let me do it, Shiomi began. No, Scáthach rejected him flatly. She absolutely refused to see her disciple captured a second time. Especially against an enemy like this, far more ruthless than the Lion King. Enkidu wouldn't show Shiomi any mercy. Meeting her gaze, Shiomi gave up on the idea. Then let's break through together. But even if they did, where would they go? The seventh singularity situation was uncertain. Enkidu, Gilgamesh's closest friend, had suddenly appeared and was trying to wipe out Chaldea's team. At this point, even trusting Gilgamesh might not be an option. Shiomi quietly braced for the worst-case scenario. He hadn't expected anything from that man, but this. This was beyond cruel. Lost in thought. Then why not just die here? If you're dead, you won't have to worry about anything anymore. Enkidu evaded Scáthach's crimson spear and slipped into Shiomi's blind spot. Chains burst from the ground, lunging straight for him. These chains. They were unmistakably the chains of heaven. Shiomi had seen this noble phantasm before and didn't fear it. They were just tougher than usual restraints. He planned to take the hit with one arm, then counter. But the instant they wrapped around him, he felt his strength being sealed away. What? You fool. Enkidu's right arm shifted into a blade and thrust toward Shiomi's heart. You won't die, maybe, but losing your heart's going to be a problem, isn't it? Enkidu even knew that killing Shiomi wouldn't be easy. But just then, a third killing intent cut in from behind. Not Scáthach. Not Morgan. A small figure in a black cloak struck during that fleeting opening, forcing Enkidu to turn and defend. The black silhouette was instantly cleaved in two, only to burst into a flurry of petals. What? Not just the attacker. Shiomi, who'd been bound, as well as Scáthach and Morgan, all began to dissolve into petals, vanishing without a trace. An illusion. Magic from one of Uruk's Magus. Enkidu clapped softly to himself, offering his silent praise for the retreat. Meanwhile, some distance from the battlefield, in a cedar forest. Shiomi flexed his now freed arm, still shaken by the strange sensation from before. Had he actually become someone who could be bound by the chains of heaven? But that could wait. More pressing was the identity of the servant who'd ambushed Enkidu just now. And the one who had cast that illusion to trick him and buy time for their escape. They were both here too. One was a tiny girl in a black cloak, even smaller than Grey. The other, a woman in white, about the same height as Grey. My, that went perfectly, absolutely perfectly. The woman in the white cloak spoke with a flippant, bewitching voice. As expected of Chaldea. To immediately catch on to my illusion and coordinate like that, what a magnificent retreat. She looked delighted. As for a reward, just shower me with your gratitude, won't you? Her beautiful face, framed beneath the cloak, beamed with pride, clearly awaiting the thanks she thought she deserved. The girls instinctively felt like thanking her, but Shiomi and the other two looked far more suspicious. Then, out from Grey's hood, where he'd hidden during the battle and followed along through the ray shift, Foe suddenly leapt out. He scurried up a cedar tree, perched himself at a height 10 times normal, summoned 10 times the killing intent, 10 times the power. And pounced. Merlin must die. Foe's cry was unmistakably filled with meaning. The elegant woman in white was caught completely off guard and soon found herself in a chaotic scuffle with the furious beast. Chapter 366, Chapter 366, Volume 6, Chapter 3, that's right, it's Magi Mari. Cath Palag. Doing something like this right after we meet. That's way too much. Just because Merlin isn't around doesn't mean you can take it out on me. After a fierce scuffle between mismatched sizes but equal strength, Ritsuka scooped up Foe, and the woman in the white cloak sat up from the ground. Though her identity was still unclear, Shiomi could at least be certain, this woman was no ordinary person. During her fight with Foe, the woman's hood had fallen back, revealing flowing white hair that shimmered with illusion. Her skin was so pale it was nearly translucent, and just meeting her pink eyes radiated an intense charm. It was especially effective on men. Without the habit of reinforcing mental defenses with mana, even Magi could easily be captivated at first glance. Merlin. Shiomi leaned against a tree, eyeing the woman. Are you someone who knows him? Scáthach stepped forward. She's the one I mentioned, Lady Avalon. She helped me leave the Land of Shadows and reach Chaldea to meet my disciple. Thanks to Her Majesty the Queen of the Land of Shadows for the introduction. I'm Merlin's little sister, the Flower One-Isan, Lady Avalon. And this young girl with me is Anna. We're both servants. That name sounded made up, which only made Shiomi more suspicious. But his master gave him a look that said, just roll with it, so he decided to go along with it for now. We sensed your battle while traveling and came to help, said Lady Avalon. Sakura stepped forward to thank Anna on everyone's behalf. Thank you so much for stepping in. Dad was in real danger back there, we were all at a loss. No need for honorifics. Just call me Anna, she muttered, tugging at her hood. Also, I hate humans. Try not to get close. Sakura gave an awkward smile and quickly stepped back to create some space. She glanced at Grey, who also pulled up her hood sheepishly, her eyes saying, I'm not like that. Anyway, since you're servants, were you summoned to this singularity by the counter force, or? Shiomi tapped the communicator on his wrist, connecting to Chaldea. Thanks to the data from the sixth singularity, the Sun King's domain, the interference from divine era mana had finally been resolved, allowing for smooth communication. Hey! Wait up! Romani, who had been following from the control room, could no longer hold back. As the screen connected, he practically shoved his face into it, taking up the entire frame. But his eyes weren't on Shiomi, they were fixed on Lady Avalon. You said you're Merlin's sister? That's right. Lady Avalon nodded cheerfully. You're Romani Archaman from Chaldea, right? I know you. Ever since the incineration of humanity began, you've been my last remaining fan still supporting my online activities. Huh. The group practically reacted in unison. Romani had been known to watch virtual idols in his spare time, but in this era of human history burning, anyone still active online was already suspicious. I always suspected Merlin was behind that weirdness, but you're telling me Magi * Mari's true identity is his sister. That's news to me. No way. I refuse to believe it. Romani leapt from his seat, roaring up at the ceiling of the control room. There's no way Merlin has a sister. That useless man is a half-blood, born of a human and an incubus. There's no legend of him having a sister. Who the hell are you? If you're a fake, you'd better come clean right now. Someone, help. Acting director's losing it, came Munier's voice over the comms from the control room. Apparently, Romani's outburst had thrown things into a kind of chaos that, while disruptive, didn't seem particularly alarming. Olga Marie sighed and rubbed her forehead. She was starting to regret not staying back at Chaldea to support from there instead of insisting on following her professor to the front lines of a singularity. Romani, did you forget to wake up today? If that's the case, I suggest you strap yourself to the next planetary probe and go search for asteroids in space for a few years. Maybe then your brain will clear up a little, assuming you don't get incinerated in the stratosphere, Lady Avalon said with a cheerful smile. Ah. Romani suddenly let out a quiet gasp. That smile, so cute it hurts, and that razor-sharp tongue. You're the real deal, right? Finally got it. Lady Avalon winked at him. I'm your beloved Magi * Mari, everyone's favorite idol. Feel free to just call me Mari, okay? Everyone else does. Ugh. Romani let out a dramatic gasp, clutched his chest, and collapsed backward into his chair. Munier quietly wheeled him out of the camera's frame. Taking his place at the command seat was Da Vinci. All right. Let's set Romani's little episode aside and get back to the main point. You said you're Magi * Mari, the sister of the flower Magus, Merlin, correct, Lady Avalon? Mari is just fine, Lady Avalon replied, clearly embracing her identity as Magi * Mari now. But Merlin has an eternal life that won't end, even if the world does. As his sister, wouldn't you have the same kind of immortality? Shiomi scratched his brow. Romani's earlier chaos had thrown him off, so rather than continue questioning things, he just tried to make sense of the situation. That's because we have an excellent master here, Mari said breezily. This place predates the time of my birth. Since my body doesn't exist here, I can technically be considered dead. And that lets me be summoned as a servant. Talk about exploiting loopholes, Morgan chuckled. Of course, it was unclear whether she was mocking Mari, or herself and Scáthach, who were also unusual cases. But actually, the summon was originally meant for Merlin. However, knowing that there's a super scary queen in Chaldea, he dumped the job on his adorable little sister instead, Mari added with a half-joking explanation. It went without saying who that scary queen was. Ah, right. Shiomi slumped his shoulders and glanced at Morgan. No need to look so surprised, Morgan said casually, despite the dangerous content of her words. Even if Merlin himself showed up, I'd still wait until we resolve the singularity, then lock him in the tower. Looks like it really was the right call to send me instead. Mari's expression trembled slightly, clearly, she was afraid of Morgan too. 100 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/pinksnake. Chapter 367, Volume 6, Chapter 4, Uruk. After confirming the identities of the two servants who had helped them retreat, the conversation shifted to the main issue. But we've already run into someone claiming to be Enkidu, the king of Magecraft's companion, Shiomi said. So as Enkidu's closest friend, does that mean Gilgamesh has also sided with the king of Magecraft and become our enemy? Looks like the hero king left quite a bad impression on you, Mary replied, sounding like she had a headache but wearing a curious smile. The situation's a bit complicated, so let me explain it step by step. First off, the Enkidu you encountered isn't the real Enkidu. What do you mean? Asked Scáthach. The real Enkidu died long ago. Gilgamesh, devastated by his death, set off on a journey in search of the elixir of immortality, Mary explained. The one calling himself Enkidu, with the same power, showed up 6 months ago. He led a horde of magical beasts to attack the cities of Mesopotamia. Most cities have already fallen, only Uruk and a few others are barely hanging on. He's not Enkidu, but also not a servant. Shiomi felt the situation growing increasingly complex. If Mary wasn't lying, then their prediction of Gilgamesh's stance was back in uncertain territory. They couldn't immediately declare him an enemy. From what you're saying, it sounds like you're from Uruk. So your servant's working with Gilgamesh? Morgan asked. Exactly. But it's a bit more complicated. Right now, Uruk isn't ruled by King Gilgamesh, but by the Moon King. This woman, who seemed to enjoy both good and bad news alike, suddenly turned serious. The Moon King. Shiomi was taken aback. But don't worry, it's someone you know, Mary said. Whether it's the singularity itself or Uruk, the reality is far worse than what you've seen. She started walking toward the other side of the forest, gesturing for everyone to follow. It was clear she intended to lead Chaldea onward. Please come with me. I'll stake everything I have to prove it, Uruk is not your enemy. And as part of that proof. Under her guidance, the group emerged from the forest and finally saw the massive wall, over 100 kilometers long, up close. Below, thousands of magical beasts were trying to scale the wall, while countless soldiers stationed on top repelled them with ranged weapons. There was no doubt, this place had already endured a long and bitter battle before Chaldea arrived. To defend against the magical beasts, the ordinary people of this era spent 6 months building this defensive line, Mary said with a smile. It's called the Absolute Demonic Battlefront, Babylonia. It truly is humanity's last stronghold. She turned at the cliff's edge and looked back at the group. And the one who built this wall was Gilgamesh. Knowing that, it's clear whether he's friend or foe. Gilgamesh is fighting for humanity, but he's not sitting on Uruk's throne, Shiomi said, folding his arms. The Moon King. Next, I'm going with Anna to pay respects to the Moon King. Once we get there, everything will become clear, Mary said, placing a finger on her lips. Her natural succubus bloodline made every small gesture exude charm. Tone down the succubus act, Morgan said with a grin, pressing her hand to Mary's face. Otherwise, whether you're Merlin's sister or something else entirely, I'll treat you as his associate and lock you up in the garden. Even if your mystic eyes don't work on my husband, it won't matter. And no wonder they call you the Great Witch Morgan. To think you actually married a human master, Mary flailed, still caught. Scáthach chuckled quietly to herself. As she examined the wall, a feat beyond its era, she noticed something else. No wonder there haven't been any magical beast attacks from above. There's already a large-scale barrier deployed, Scáthach said. The magecraft of this age isn't half bad. So that's why our rayshift didn't land us near Uruk. It was the barrier's interference, Shiomi murmured thoughtfully. Just then, having escaped Morgan's grip, Mary clapped her hands. All right, whether you want to admire the view or not, we need to get moving. There's still a long way to Uruk. I came out alone, so I don't have a carriage or anything, sorry, but you'll have to walk. That said, everyone in Chaldea's group, aside from the servants, were Magus. Even Ritsuka, who had only just learned to use magic circuits, had spent nearly a year mastering the basic use of mana to strengthen her body, enough to handle a long trek on foot. The group arrived at the Singularity in the morning. After a long trek, they followed Mary through a hidden passage into the city, gradually approaching their destination. The fortified city of Uruk. Unlike modern cities, this ancient city served both as a residential area for civilians and as a military fortress. For a long time throughout history, cities across various civilizations shared this dual function. It wasn't until the emergence of the modern urban model that military operations began to be separated from city infrastructure. Thanks to the lacquer seal Mary obtained from Siduri, the king's secretary, Chaldea's seemingly large Singularity restoration team was able to pass through the city gates without issue, under the pretense of being refugees seeking shelter. In contrast to the vast open plains outside, the city was filled with stone and mud houses, bustling markets, and neatly arranged streets. At the center of the city, surrounded by these buildings, stood a structure that towered above all others. The Divine Tower. It served as the royal residence and was the tallest structure in the city. The city's circular layout and the palace at its center reminded Shiomi of Camelot, though their architectural styles were entirely different. Led by Mary, the group climbed the steps of the Divine Tower and entered the palace. A young girl in white sat on the throne, busy attending to state affairs. At the base of the throne, one person stood on each side. One was Gilgamesh, dressed in Uruk attire. The other was a woman, Siduri, the secretary Mary had mentioned. The girl studied a clay tablet and asked a question, while Gilgamesh, adopting the posture of an advisor, offered his opinion alongside Siduri. Shiomi recognized the girl seated on the throne with a calm and focused demeanor. So did Morgan. She was the same girl who had appeared alongside Gilgamesh in the Fuyuki Holy Grail War 11 years ago. Hakuno Kishinami. Chapter 368, Volume 6, Chapter 5, Abnormal Phenomenon. Wait a second, that reaction. Romani suddenly spoke up. He had already recovered from his outburst after seeing his idol and returned to his post. What reaction? Olga Marie asked. It's clear the one on the throne isn't Gilgamesh, but the Gilgamesh standing there. Romani's voice was full of doubt. Is he a servant? Obvious enough, Shiomi said, not particularly surprised. If this were the real Gilgamesh from this era, Shiomi doubted he'd step down from the throne to play the role of a cheerful advisor. He turned to Mary. So, this is Uruk after Gilgamesh's reign? No. Strictly speaking, this is still the historical period during which King Gilgamesh ruled, Mary replied with a knowing smile. Of course, that's assuming we're still within normal human history. Could you elaborate? Shiomi glanced toward the throne. For that, I'll let the Moon King and advisor Gilgamesh explain it themselves, Mary said. She casually stepped forward and addressed Hakuno Kishinami and the other two, who had just finished their audience. Moon King, your court Magus has returned. Hakuno Kishinami, who had noticed them the moment they entered, gave a small nod. Thank you for your efforts, Lady Avalon. So, any news on the clay tablet of destiny? Regrettably, it wasn't in the Western Forest either. Another wasted trip, Mary replied with a pout. If Gilgamesh could remember where he threw it, I wouldn't have to keep chasing ghosts. Humph, this is your job. Don't try to shirk your responsibilities, Gilgamesh said casually. Otherwise, there would be no point in summoning you here. Hakuno smiled wryly from the throne. In any case, thank you. If it's not in the Western Forest, it must be somewhere else. I'll ask Gilgamesh later if he remembers any other possible locations. Though she was called the Moon King and ruled over Uruk from the throne, the girl didn't have the kind of gaze one would expect from a conventional monarch. Before that, could I meet your guests? Hakuno looked toward the group that had arrived with Mary. Some of them look familiar. It's been 11, maybe 12 years since then. I didn't expect to see the two of you again at this singularity. Quite the surprise, Shiomi said. Ah. It's really been that long. Hakuno looked genuinely shocked. It only feels like a year has passed since we last met. Gilgamesh, standing at the base of the steps, turned to Shiomi. Different timelines flow at different speeds. You should at least understand that much. Ah, I see, Hakuno said, suddenly understanding. So you're the Chaldea Magus and servants Gilgamesh mentioned, here in Uruk to resolve the incineration of humanity. That's correct, Shiomi confirmed. Still, the strange circumstances surrounding Uruk, and a girl who shouldn't have been on the throne, made Shiomi feel the need to clarify the situation. If possible, could you or Gilgamesh explain what's going on here, he asked. Chaldea needs to understand the situation before deciding whether to ally with Uruk to face the crisis in Mesopotamia. Hey, an alliance, is it? Gilgamesh burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Just like last time, so arrogant. Showing up and immediately talking about whether or not to form an alliance. King Gilgamesh, perhaps it would be wise to hear the Moon King's thoughts first, Siduri interjected gently. Clearly, even with Gilgamesh away from the throne, Siduri still regarded him as king. Hey, don't be so stiff, Siduri. I'm just an advisor now, Hakuno is the one acting as king. Gilgamesh's tone towards Siduri was surprisingly gentle. He turned to Hakuno. You're the one on the throne now. What you decide is up to you. I'm just offering my opinion. Hakuno relaxed a bit, leaning against the armrest. This is something that should have been clarified from the start. A singularity is a distortion of human history. Me sitting on Uruk's throne is a distortion within a distortion. With the world in crisis, it only makes sense to gain as many allies as we can. Then, Shiomi gestured for her to continue. Hakuno glanced at Siduri, cleared her throat, and began, the issue with this singularity is serious on a different level. Let me start with the root cause. The first distortion is that Gilgamesh, the one who should have returned and taken his place here, never came back. What? Romani gasped. Everyone understood the weight of those words. According to what Mary had said earlier, Enkidu had died, and Gilgamesh, stricken with grief, had set out in search of the elixir of immortality. When he returned, he accepted the inevitability of death and became a wise king. It seems you've all realized what never came back really means, Siduri spoke up. That day, the king left Uruk. He entrusted me with managing the city and awaited his return. But not only did the Gilgamesh who set out on his journey fail to return, Hakuno continued, but at some point, magical beasts and a group calling itself the Three Goddess Alliance suddenly appeared and launched an invasion of Mesopotamia. City after city across the Tigris and Euphrates fell. That's when Gilgamesh and I arrived here, she added. Then why didn't Gilgamesh take the place of his original self and sit on the throne? Morgan asked, eyes fixed on Hakuno. Gilgamesh swept his gaze over the Chaldeans with scorn. Figure it out yourselves, you fools. Wait, Gilgamesh's spirit origin is highly unstable. This reading. Romani, noticing the irregularities in the scan, immediately began analyzing the data, but couldn't produce an answer right away. That's also why I took the throne in his place, Hakuno said, frowning, visibly unsettled. I had no choice. This singularity was born with a concept embedded in it, the denial of King Gilgamesh. The denial of Gilgamesh's kingship. Which meant that even as a servant, Gilgamesh couldn't take the place of his former self. 100 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/pinksnake. Chapter 369, Chapter 369, Volume 6, Chapter 6, This woman has finally gone mad. This kind of situation. Romani let out a weary groan. Headache or not, the facts were plain to see, and he had no choice but to accept them. Although the singularity's foundational value wasn't as high as the sixth singularity, it still rated an extremely high A+. He suspected the reason it hadn't reached EX was likely because Gilgamesh and Hakuno Kishinami had arrived here at the very beginning. By exploiting a loophole, they had just barely managed to stabilize the singularity enough to prevent it from becoming irreparable before Chaldea could intervene. Why worry so much? You've already crossed 6 singularities, you should have a bit more confidence in yourselves, Magus, Gilgamesh said to Romani. No. I suppose I should call you doctor instead. Ha ha. Romani gave a forced laugh, realizing Gilgamesh had recognized him. Originally, it should have been this king's duty to protect Uruk. There was no need for outsiders like you to get involved, Gilgamesh said with a smirk. But that was my responsibility while I was alive. So whether Hakuno chooses to form an alliance with you or go to war, I don't care either way. Shiomi was speechless. He leaned toward Morgan and whispered, sounds like he's just dressing up the fact that he can't fight anymore. Morgan gave a soft smile. Then what shall we do, my husband? Everyone's waiting on your decision. Whether we stay or leave, we're all in this together. Personally, I definitely prefer to fight alongside you, Hakuno began. She could already tell how powerful the Chaldea group was. After all, she had witnessed the end of the Fuyuki Holy Grail War from afar. She was familiar with the strength of most of those present. But before she could finish, a palace guard burst into the hall and came to a halt. My apologies for interrupting, Your Majesty. It's all right. What is it? Hakuno raised her hand, signaling for the conversation to pause. Yes, someone is approaching Uruk. One of the 3 goddess alliance, Goddess Ishtar. Gilgamesh suddenly looked delighted, like he was ready to enjoy the show. Perfect timing. Let's see if Chaldea, after clearing 6 singularities, can deal with that idiot goddess. Deal with? Hakuno gave a helpless smile. What did you just say? A voice, familiar to many in the room, rang out from above the palace ceiling. Before anyone could even recall whose voice it was, Shiomi instinctively raised his arm to shield Morgan, pulling her back toward the others and away from the source, right below where the voice had come from. The palace roof exploded with a thunderous crash. Enormous stones capable of killing on impact smashed through the pristine floor, leaving deep craters in their wake. A woman in an outfit resembling a bikini flew down through the hole, using what looked like a bow as a flying board. She drifted through the air across the hall and came to a stop near the entrance. That's Lady Ishtar. Everyone, fall back. Clearly, the guards had encountered this before, they retreated from the hall in disciplined formation. At first, everyone had been curious about who Ishtar was. But once she landed and Shiomi stepped forward for a better look, he let out a sigh caught between laughter and disbelief. Isn't that? Karen's eyes widened in shock. Gray looked just as surprised. I remember her, she's Sakura's. Out of my way. I'm only here for the golden jerk. Ishtar landed gracefully and moved to shove the Chaldea group aside. Sister. And what's with that indecent outfit? Sakura asked, clearly flustered. Ishtar raised an eyebrow at the girl calling her sister and turned toward her. Sister? Who are you calling, The moment their eyes met, a chill ran down Ishtar's neck. She should have found the girl endearing at first glance, but instead, she instinctively sensed trouble. So it really is Rin Tosaka. Morgan mused, fingers on her chin. I heard she went globe-trotting, even hired teenage pirates to recover sunken ships. Shiomi narrowed his eyes, clearly reluctant to admit he'd once taught her magecraft and martial arts. I knew she was a bit wild, but I didn't think she'd completely lose it. Hakuno wasn't surprised. At the end of the Fuyuki Holy Grail War, it was because she recognized Rin and Sakura that Gilgamesh had backed off after defeating the servants. After all, this was the Red Devil who created the infamous Tosaka money equals power system. Dad, don't talk about my sister like that. She's just. Sakura tried to defend her but couldn't find the words. Just a little, out of control. A little. Olga Marie tilted her head. Out of control. Ritsuka looked utterly confused. That's it. Mash blinked in disbelief. Ishtar felt a wave of unprecedented shame, not the kind that struck at her dignity, but a raw, vulnerable embarrassment, like someone had ripped off her mask in public. Could they know the identity of the vessel she was possessing? No, these people weren't from Mesopotamia. Sister, it's not too late to stop, Sakura said sincerely, wiping the corners of her eyes. Her expression was full of heartfelt concern, like someone facing the disgrace of their own family. Finally reaching her limit, Ishtar clutched her head and screamed, Aya, I've had enough. I don't care who you people are. I came here for that golden bastard. Get out of my way. She raised her hand, her posture identical to Rin Tosaka's when firing Gander, but the magic building at her fingertips was golden, not even remotely comparable in power. The golden blast shot forward, aimed at Gilgamesh, who was still standing before the throne enjoying the spectacle. He didn't flinch. Because Mash had already leapt forward, shield raised, blocking the magical bullet midair. Ishtar was shocked, but battle allowed no time for surprise. Now, Miss Anna. Gray gave a soft cue, and she and Anna moved in unison, scythes sweeping from both sides. Since meeting her, the girls had earned enough of Anna's trust for her to willingly join the fight. Clicking her tongue, Ishtar sprang back. Her massive weapon flew out and intercepted the dual strike. Don't think having numbers makes you special. Ishtar was getting fired up. She slipped 4 differently colored gems between her fingers and hurled them at the 2 girls. With my voice, my shadow rends the earth. But before the gems could unleash their magic, they were sucked into imaginary space, twisting into energy and rebounding toward Ishtar. What? Caught off guard, Ishtar fell back, eyes locked on the girl who had just turned her spell against her. Sister, can we handle Ishtar ourselves, Dad? Sakura asked, wand at the ready. She's a goddess. Don't overdo it, Shiomi warned. If it gets too tough, call for backup. Sakura's eyes lit up with determination as she answered, loud and clear. Got it. Chapter 370, Volume 6, Chapter 7, Settling Down in the Divine Tower. Aren't you going to help? Sakura and the others had joined forces to push Ishtar out of the main hall. The fight had now moved to the steps before the Divine Tower. From the throne inside the hall, Hakuno could still get a general view of the battle. Don't worry. Those girls are strong. Even for a goddess like Ishtar, taking them down quickly won't be easy, Shiomi said calmly. Besides, if things really turn south, we'll intervene. The reason the fight had been left entirely to Sakura and the others was that Magi needed to refine their skills and gain experience through real combat. After splitting up and regrouping, and enduring the battles at the Singularity, they had gradually grown into warriors well versed in the ways of the battlefield. That's good to hear. Hakuno hesitated briefly, then nodded in agreement. Her servant and aide, Gilgamesh, was rendered unable to fight due to the concept of negation brought about by this singularity. He couldn't even leave the Divine Tower easily. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to maintain his existence within this singularity unless he chose to leave it altogether. Then let's return to what we were discussing earlier, Shiomi said seriously. On our way here, we heard from your court Magus, Mari, that the absolute demonic battlefront, Babylonia, you established is now facing an entity known as the Three Goddess Alliance. Hakuno gave a deep nod. That's right. But as of now, we only have information on one of them, Ishtar. We know very little about the other 2. However, we've now learned that another of them is the goddess of the jungle, who's transformed the southern region of UR into a tropical rainforest, Mari said regretfully. We've already lost 2 servants, Amakusa Shiro and Fuma Kotaro. They went to investigate that area and never came back. Their spirit origins have completely vanished. As for the 3rd goddess, we still have no clue about her, Hakuno added. From the information they had, the situation in Uruk looked grim. Before Chaldea arrived, someone had already summoned servants by some unknown method to defend the city and survey the surrounding area. At least 2 of them had been lost in the process. Just then, Siduri glanced at Hakuno. King, we seem to have more matters requiring your attention. Could we put this meeting on hold and resume it after the goddess Ishtar has left? But Miss Siduri is also supposed to stay here and assist me. Hakuno said thoughtfully, then called out, Archer, come here. Moments later, the archer Hakuno had summoned stepped into the hall, a white-haired female servant dressed in the style of ancient Japan. Behind her were Sakura and the others, having just repelled the goddess Ishtar. According to Sakura, Ishtar hadn't shown much of a will to fight. In fact, after catching sight of Anna, she seemed to realize something on her own, muttered a threatening remark, and left. But even without a desperate will to fight, God-class servants are absurdly strong, Olga Marie sighed helplessly. Thanks for your hard work, everyone. Archer will take you to your room so you can rest, Hakuno said with a wry smile, offering a few words of comfort. What do you think about arranging the guest rooms in the side hall of the Divine Tower, Gilgamesh? Don't bother me with such trifles. Handle it yourself, Gilgamesh replied lazily. Hakuno nodded in understanding and turned to Archer. Then I'll leave it to you to take care of our guests. Originally, I was going to send you to the front lines to relieve Lancer. No need to worry, King, Archer replied with a bow. Welcoming important allies is also part of maintaining the northern wall's defenses. Besides, you've already proven yourselves capable of driving back the goddess Ishtar. She then turned to the group from Chaldea. Allow me to show you to your rooms. Just then, she remembered something. I'm the servant Archer, assigned to the defense of Uruk. My true name is Tomo Guzan. The girls immediately reacted with recognition. Tomo Guzan, a famed warrior of the late Heian period and wife of Kiso Yashinaka. While not universally renowned, her name was still quite familiar to those of Japanese origin. After briefly parting with Hakuno Kishinami and the others, the group followed Tomo Guzan out of the royal palace to the side hall of the Divine Tower, where their accommodations had been arranged. Compared to roughing it through the previous 6 singularities, being able to stay in one of the most luxurious palaces of the era in the 7th singularity gave Shiomi a rare sense of relief. Even if the path to restoring the singularities was still uncertain, at least for now, they could rest a bit easier. Archer, from what you said earlier, it sounds like the Moon King summoned more than one servant to Uruk. Shiomi asked. True names are fine, everyone, Tomo Guzan replied gently. About 6 months ago, after the Moon King and King Gilgamesh arrived, they summoned 7 servants to protect Uruk. In addition to myself, there were Amakusa Shiro, Fuma Kotaro, Ibaraki Duji, Ushiwakamaru, Musashibo Benkei, Leonidas I, and Lady Avalon. More than half are Japanese, Shiomi noted. Perhaps it's because the master is the Moon King, Tomo Guzan explained. Only Leonidas I and Lady Avalon were chosen based on King Gilgamesh's recommendations, though it seems the latter was originally meant to be Merlin Dano. How many servants are still active? Scáthach asked. Tomo Guzan's expression turned slightly grim. Besides the 2 you already know, Ushiwakamaru went missing during a battle 2 months ago. Benkei Dano lost his will to fight afterward and left Uruk. Although Ushiwakamaru, Minamoto no Yoshitsune, had been the one to bring down her husband, Kiso Yashinaka, Tomo Guzan still felt regret over his loss under the current circumstances. As for Ibaraki Duji Dano, she found defending the city too boring and ran off, she added with a troubled expression. Right now, Leonidas I and I take turns holding the front, and Lady Avalon is handling external investigations. The girls were settled into a palace room, leaving only Shiomi, Morgan, and Scáthach in the corridor. Tomo Guzan clearly intended to place them elsewhere. Wait just a moment, Morgan said lightly, smiling. Naturally, I'll be staying with my husband. And Scáthach should stay with the other girls in the larger room. Ah. Tomo Guzan gave a strained laugh. Her instincts told her there was more to Shiomi's relationship with these 2 than met the eye. It seemed far more appropriate to have them all stay together. 100 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/pinksnake. Chapter 371, Volume 6, Chapter 8, Merlin. Yes, this is exactly what I wanted to see. After settling the Chaldea group in the side hall of the Divine Tower, Tomo Guzan left for the northern front to relieve Leonidas I, Shiomi, Morgan, and Scáthach remained in the room to contact Chaldea and discuss their next steps. After all, while Hakuno Kishinami had accepted their arrival, she hadn't yet assigned them any tasks. Acting on their own initiative probably wouldn't provoke any objections from that easygoing girl, but it could disrupt some of the plans already in place. Let's review the situation, Shiomi said, seated on the carpet with Morgan and Scáthach around the communicator. First, the Gilgamesh we encountered isn't the real one, his whereabouts are still unknown. Second, the ones currently leading the assault on Mesopotamia's city-states are the 3 Goddess Alliance. The countless magical beasts must be their forces, and that Enkidu is likely among them. Ishtar is confirmed to be one of the goddesses. This is looking even worse than the 6th singularity. Came Romani's voice through the communicator. Scáthach gave a small nod. With that many Age of Gods magical beasts, charging in head-on would only lead to a slow, grinding death. But the wall only keeps the beasts from breaking through, it's already on the verge of collapse, Morgan added. We'll need to strengthen the northern wall's defenses based on the current situation. You mean like in the 6th singularity, turning the wall into a full fortress? Shiomi asked. Morgan nodded. It's not impossible. Since this is the Age of Gods, I can more easily gather mana and remodel the northern wall. That way, we can reduce the burden on my husband and Chaldea. But doing that... Scáthach smiled faintly. You won't be able to leave Uruk, will you? In the end, this singularity is even more complex. We can't let those kids go out and take unnecessary risks, Morgan replied with a calm smile. Besides, someone needs to stay behind to support the city's defenses. The only ones suited for outside missions are you, me, and my husband. Scáthach maintained her gentle smile, but her tone was serious. And with the steady flow of refugees arriving in Uruk seeking shelter, I doubt it'll be long before the Moon King formally entrusts us with a mission. It was clear that they'd have to divide their forces into two groups, field and internal support. The girls, most of whom were magi, were better suited to staying within the city to build fortifications and defend against magical beasts and other potential threats. Fieldwork would fall to Shiomi. That's a fair assessment. But if it's just Shiomi and Lady Scáthach going out, wouldn't that be a bit lacking in firepower? Don't worry, I'll be joining the field team too. Now that everyone's here, the king can finally begin the search for Gilgamesh. Before, I was handling it alone, and progress was slow. Mari's voice came from the doorway. She strolled in with a carefree air and sat down naturally beside the group, joining the discussion. What she didn't mention was that tagging along with Shiomi's group sounded much more entertaining. From the current state of things, it looked like Morgan would be staying in Uruk to help bolster the city's defenses. That actually makes it even less reliable, Shiomi said bluntly. Mari instantly put on a teary-eyed look. I didn't expect to be rejected so harshly, boo-hoo. Come on now, Miss Mari's been helping you all. Don't be so cold, Romani chimed in from the communicator, his tone full of mock indignation as he clearly took her side. Romani. Shiomi wanted to retort but decided it wasn't worth it. People tend to lose their senses around their idols. Fortunately, Romani's condition wasn't too severe, for a doctor, at least. But if you think I'm not strong enough, Mari suddenly said, dropping the act and flashing her usual smile, why not summon another servant? Just like you did in the other singularities. Only one. Romani caught the nuance in her words. That's right. There's only enough for one more servant, Mari confirmed. The 7 of us were summoned using the Great Uruk Grail from Gilgamesh's treasury, simulating a Holy Grail War ritual. But the purpose was to repair the singularity, a hybrid of heroic spirit summoning and a Grail War. She explained it smoothly. Since the Moon King is human, mana for heroic spirit summoning can be supplied by Gilgamesh's relics and the divine environment of this era. But the ley lines here are almost at its limit, you understand, don't you? Mari's point was simple. Besides the 7 servants already summoned, there were lone ones like Anna, the divine spirit-class servant of the 3 goddess alliance, and the unending tide of magical beasts that hadn't stopped in 6 months. All of them, along with Uruk's defensive systems, were draining the ley line. If Chaldea summoned more servants, the land's spiritual veins would dry up, making it uninhabitable and endangering the city's civilians. One more servant was the hard limit. This wasn't Mari's personal opinion, it was the cold reality. And so, the one who would perform the summoning was obvious. All right. Shiomi stood, pulled out a pre-prepared summoning crystal, and tossed it onto the floor. The summoning circle formed the moment it struck the ground, an innovation Shiomi had developed during the London Singularity. But while Scáthach, Morgan, and Romani all focused on Shiomi, none of them noticed the faint, knowing smile on Mari's face. Bound for 7 days by the stargazing words. Run. Fall. Deliver judgment. Guardian of the Scales. After a brief pause to gather his thoughts, Shiomi began the summoning ritual, reciting the incantation clearly. A violent gust swept through the room. Shiomi, now used to the phenomenon of a servant's 3rd summoning, watched the figure emerge from the dense fog, the presence and silhouette stirring a sense of familiarity. Footsteps echoed across the stone floor, armor clinking with each step. So that's why I ended up there. It was all for this moment. I suppose this, too, is fate, or perhaps redemption. As the mist cleared, the pure white figure became distinct. Her voice was clear and dignified, yet carried a comforting warmth. Ruler, Artoria Pendragon. To atone for my past sins and to save this world, I offer myself as a blade to protect humanity. Tell me, are you my master? There was no mistaking it, this was the Lion King, who should have vanished with the 6th singularity and was never meant to become a heroic spirit again. And yet here she was, responding to a random summoning without a catalyst, as a ruler class. Rather than joy at summoning such a top-tier servant, Shiomi felt his heart skip a beat. No one noticed the deepening delight in Mari's expression. Chapter 372, Volume 6, Chapter 9, Good idea, just a bit wicked. Siduri was the high priestess of Uruk and one of the king's closest aides. Serving as the king's secretary was merely one aspect of her many responsibilities. Normally, the task of welcoming and attending to important guests also fell to Siduri. But due to her busy daytime schedule, she had asked Tomo Guzan to handle part of it on her behalf. That evening, having arranged for Chaldea's group to be served dinner, Siduri came to the banquet hall in the Divine Tower's side chamber to check on things, only to find a slightly awkward atmosphere lingering around the table. There was no mistaking it, Tenkei Shiomi sat alone at one end of the table, sipping ale in silence. To his left was Scáthach, calmly eating lamb chops. To his right sat Morgan, quietly eating from a bowl with a wooden spoon. But the food in Morgan's bowl wasn't something the palace chefs had prepared. It was a simple mutton rice bowl, made with dehusked wheat and lamb, nothing more than a plain home-cooked meal. Though Morgan also partook in the lavish dishes served on the table, that one bowl was clearly hers alone. More than the food, though, it was the mood that caught Siduri's attention. Shiomi kept glancing from left to right between the two women, as if searching for the right moment to speak, yet he couldn't seem to muster a single word. It was a stark contrast to the composed, decisive demeanor he displayed in the main hall. "General Tomo-guzan, what exactly is going on?" Siduri whispered, leaning toward her from the end of the bench. As comrades who would soon fight side by side, Tomo-guzan and Leonidas had returned from the front at Siduri's suggestion to join Chaldea's group for dinner during this brief respite. The gathering was predominantly female, and Leonidas was clearly uneasy. He was eating stiffly and hadn't uttered a word. "Ah. I think it's best not to ask too much right now," Tomo-guzan whispered back. Siduri furrowed her brows, her mouth slightly parted behind her sheer black veil, showing clear confusion. "Oh, it's nothing serious, just the usual little bout of jealousy." The comment came from Mari, seated across from Tomo-guzan. She said it softly, but with a playful tone. Mari had already downed several cups of ale and looked to be thoroughly enjoying the meal. The dinner itself wasn't quiet, laughter and cheerful chatter came from the other girls. The only awkwardness came from the corner where Shiomi sat. "Mari-sama." Siduri wanted to advise Mari to go easy on the drinking, but Mari was the type of court magus who, while very different from Gilgamesh, was just as willful in her own way. Any attempt at persuasion would be meaningless. That was when Siduri noticed a face she didn't recognize. Well, not entirely unfamiliar, there was a strong resemblance to Gray. The blonde woman sat beside Gray and Mash, chatting warmly with them. But with just a glance, Siduri could tell, this woman radiated a presence that only a king could possess. "Who is that?" Siduri asked. "That's the Lion King, Arthur Pendragon, Chaldea's newly summoned servant," Mari replied cheerfully. Though really, calling her Artoria might be more fitting. She wore the expression of a storyteller as she continued, "She's the one behind the sixth singularity, caused more trouble than Uruk ever did. And now she's fighting alongside Chaldea." Surprised. Siduri wasn't very familiar with the concept of singularities. All she knew was that an unprecedented crisis had swept through Mesopotamia, so all she could offer were confused and hesitant murmurs. "That's all in the past," Artoria answered calmly. "Now I serve Chaldea. I'm here to help restore the seventh singularity, and to protect this city called Uruk." Just like she had said during her farewell at the sixth singularity, she never believed her past actions were wrong. But Chaldea, or rather, Shiomi, had shown her through action that there were other paths. She had simply accepted defeat. At that moment, Morgan set down her bowl and took a sip of Shiomi's barley wine, despite having her own cup within reach. "You're willing to protect this city?" Morgan asked. "It may not be easy for you to work with someone you once called an enemy, Morgan," Artoria replied, meeting her gaze. "But I meant every word I said." Morgan smiled faintly. "Of course. I don't even need fairy eyes to tell if you're lying or not. If there's anything else you'd like to ask, feel free," Artoria offered. "No, I just thought of a plan," Morgan said, resting her chin on one hand while twirling her spoon with the other. "Oh. Sounds interesting, let's hear it," Scáthach chimed in. Shiomi had a bad feeling and wanted to shut the conversation down, but the timing was off. "My husband summoned a servant to reinforce our numbers. Now that the Lion King has answered the call, there's no longer a need for me to stay behind to guard the city," Morgan said. "Artoria is far more suited to that role." "Why?" Shiomi finally asked. "The northern wall is strong, but the enemy's strength remains unknown. If it's breached, there's nothing but open plains between them and Uruk," Morgan explained. "When that happens, let the Lion King raise a city around Uruk. With the Holy Lance, the tower at the end could be raised, allowing the Lion King to create the White City of Camelot overnight." But even Artoria found the idea reckless. "Are you serious, Morgan? If I summon the tower here, I can't guarantee what effect it'll have on the singularity. It might end up even worse than last time. In other words, the root of the singularity might no longer be the three goddess alliance and their beast army, it could spiral into something like what happened in the sixth singularity." "No problem. We'll use your power, then eliminate you," Morgan said, raising a finger with an utterly serious expression. Shiomi let his forehead drop onto the table with a thud, then turned to Morgan in disbelief. "So that last line, that's the real heart of your plan, isn't it? It's efficient, isn't it? Once we deal with the rest, Gilgamesh can regain his power. Then we'll put that man to work," Morgan added, her tone turning darkly playful. At this point, it was hard to tell just how serious she really was. "It seems I'm not very welcome here, as a former enemy," Artoria said with a composed smile. Rising from her seat, she added, "Then I'll excuse myself. Please, enjoy your meal. You don't have to go that far." Shiomi muttered, grabbing a towel to wipe Morgan's mouth. "It's just a little payback for her past actions." feeling sorry for her now. Anyway, I'll go check on her. 100 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/pinksnake. Chapter 373, Chapter 373, Volume 6, Chapter 10, True Feelings. On the surface, Morgan and Scáthach's words had been pointed, aimed squarely at Artoria. But Shiomi knew better. That was just their usual way of speaking, sharp and direct. To anyone unfamiliar with their conversational rhythm, it could certainly come off as harsh. After getting Morgan's approval, Shiomi left the dining hall. He found Artoria on the terrace upstairs, gazing out over Uruk while the breeze played through her hair. This is a beautiful country. I imagine it's ruled by a wise king, Artoria said softly, speaking without turning. She was addressing him. I wouldn't know. According to legend, Gilgamesh returned to Uruk after his search for the elixir of immortality and became a wise king, Shiomi said as he approached, carrying a small tray. But the real Gilgamesh hasn't returned yet. The one on the throne now is a rather remarkable young girl. I see. Artoria didn't comment further. She rested her hands lightly on the terrace railing and turned to face him. The banquet is still going, isn't it? If you slipped away, Morgan and your master are probably not too happy about it. I left with their knowledge, Shiomi replied, then lowered his gaze. Sorry. It was my responsibility, and yet you ended up taking the criticism. If I could be wounded by words that easily, how could I have remained undefeated and built Britain? Artoria's expression was calm, unshaken. Then why did you leave the table so suddenly? If I hadn't, my master wouldn't have left everyone else to come find me, Artoria said plainly. Shiomi nearly dropped the tray, he barely managed to keep the pastries from tumbling. Tristan said, King Arthur does not understand the hearts of men. That's total nonsense. No, Sir Tristan wasn't entirely wrong, Artoria replied, looking back toward the city of Uruk. Even now, I understand what he meant. Back then, I didn't have the room to carry the heart of a human. A king had to be ruthless at times, cruel, even. A tool of absolute rule. But the King of Knights, who gave her entire life to Britain, hadn't been blind to what that meant. I see. Then I guess I worried for nothing. Shiomi placed the tray on the stone railing. I thought you might have eaten poorly, so I brought out some butter cake. The recipe's a bit old-fashioned, but it should be edible. Thank you for your thoughtfulness, master. Artoria reached out, picked up a piece, and tasted it naturally. The subtle change in her expression showed she truly enjoyed it. Shiomi watched her quietly, then rested his arms on the railing. You can eat regular food now. That's why I even regret not being able to eat your cooking back then. Don't worry about it. Shiomi gave a helpless smile. By the way, why is it always you? What do you mean? This is the 5th time I've met you, Shiomi said, beginning to count on his fingers. First time was the Holy Grail War in 1994. We started as enemies but ended up allies, working together to deal with the chaos that kept erupting around the Grail. Artoria nodded as she nibbled at her cake. Second time was Singularity F, Twisted 2004. You were corrupted by malicious data and became an enemy again. But thanks to the manipulator behind it all, we ended up fighting side by side once more. Third was the London Singularity. I summoned a servant at Chaldea to bolster our forces, and you answered, this time wielding the Holy Lance. But to keep from being consumed by it, you took on the form of the King of the Wild Hunt. And then came the 4th time, and now, this 5th encounter. Looking back, you and I have shared quite a few encounters. But compared to your bond with Morgan, it hardly means anything, Artoria said as she picked up a second slice of cake. Huh. Shiomi blinked, confused, but Artoria didn't elaborate. So this persistent connection between us doesn't guarantee you'll always respond to my summons, Shiomi said with a sigh. If Morgan weren't present, it would have been her who answered the call, Artoria replied calmly. Only after that would it have been me. As for Scáthach, she was a special case. Without a crisis like the incineration of humanity, she wouldn't even be able to leave the land of shadows, let alone respond to a summoning. Normally, summoning a servant requires a catalyst. If no catalyst is used, or if it's imprecise, then the system selects the servant most compatible with the master's nature, Artoria explained, glancing his way. But there's a third possibility, the servant might hold the catalyst themselves. Shiomi nearly choked. Because Artoria had just pulled out an inert rune stone. That counts, he said, covering his face. If I'd known, I would have given you something better. To think that a rune stone he hadn't even meant as a gift had become a bond. It's because it was so unassuming that it became something special, Artoria said, gently cradling the stone. Her expression was soft. Why are you so, forget it, Shiomi faltered, unable to finish the question. Thanks to you, I was freed from the Holy Lance's grip and regained my human heart. But I'm still the goddess of the Holy Lance, Artoria said. As someone who, like me, has not reached the end, you remain irreplaceable to me. Sigh. Shiomi felt like he'd already refuted that sentiment 1,000 times. Also, there's something I didn't get the chance to tell you before, Artoria added suddenly. Shiomi tensed. What is it? In this singularity lies an evil beyond what you at Chaldea can imagine. It's likely a great demon, even more terrifying than the king of magecraft, an original sin at the root of what we, as humanity, truly are. We. Shiomi couldn't help but feel a little moved that she used the word we to refer to humans. Unfortunately, I can't fully see through the true mastermind behind this singularity. But don't worry, your servant is me. I wield both the holy lance and the holy sword. I'm not the same me you've seen before, I'm stronger now. You can rely on me. She smiled with confidence. It was reassuring, though it would have landed better if she didn't still have food in her mouth. You're not my husband's only companion. Keep that in mind, Artoria, Morgan's voice rang out from behind them. I will, sister. Don't call me that. Morgan frowned. She knew Artoria was doing it on purpose, especially since the two of them weren't actually related. Just then, Shiomi found himself caught in a chokehold as Scáthach effortlessly dragged him away. Everyone else has cleared out. Time for the grown-ups to have their drinking party. Master. I can't breathe. Shiomi choked out, reaching desperately toward Artoria. But she just picked up the empty plate and followed after them, clearly not done eating. Chapter 374, Volume 6, Chapter 11, Hangover. Tenkei Shiomi woke with a splitting headache. It was the first hangover he could remember, and it felt as though even his magic circuits had been dulled by the alcohol. He couldn't ease the pain on his own. Pressing a hand to his forehead, he opened his eyes and found himself staring at the towering ceiling of the Divine Tower residence, easily over 10 meters high. The pristine sleeping quarters still held the faint scent of malt beer, a clear sign that someone had been drinking heavily the night before. And he was definitely one of them. After all, this was the distant, primordial dawn of civilization. Brewing methods for malt beer weren't so much crude as they were steeped in the wild, unrefined essence of the age of gods. Shiomi had clearly underestimated its potency. It hadn't tasted strong at all, but after drinking too much, he'd still ended up completely drunk. Not even heroic spirits were immune to its effects. Now he sat slumped on the carpet at the foot of the bed, leaning back against it. Judging by his posture, he'd probably passed out like that last night. His master was still fast asleep, using Shiomi's thigh as a pillow. Behind him, Morgan was lying on her side in bed, draped in an intricately woven wool blanket. Her sleeping face was serene, almost beautiful. His clothes were still in order, thankfully, which meant nothing had gotten out of hand. Shiomi quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Because he remembered, there had been someone else there last night. Artoria. But after glancing around the room, she was nowhere to be seen. From the garden outside, however, came the rhythmic clash of training, along with faint traces of magical energy. It sounded more like a sparring match than actual combat. After carefully lifting his master and settling him on the other side of the bed, Shiomi asked a maid for some water and a towel, washed up, and stepped into the small garden outside. There, Mash and Gray were engaged in training. Gray continuously shifted Ad's form: scythe, battering ram, compound bow, hook lance, boomerang. Even though the influence of King Arthur no longer manifested physically through her, the power she had inherited as Arthur's vessel still remained. The Lion King had taken away the part of her that continued to change, but not her will to fight. When Ad shifted into a shield and clashed against Mash's own, Shiomi turned his gaze away and approached Artoria, who stood quietly at the edge of the garden. She was watching their sparring match, or rather, overseeing it. Under her guidance, Mash and Gray were engaged in their usual training. Are you awake, master? Artoria turned her head at the sound of footsteps and greeted him. Morning. Shiomi covered his mouth, trying to mask any lingering smell of alcohol. He was using magecraft to erase the remnants of last night's drinking party. Last night was quite enjoyable. Your tolerance is remarkable, Artoria said with a smile. Shiomi felt the taste in his mouth slowly fade. It wasn't that impressive. Morgan and Master are still out cold. You're up early. Well, you got them both drunk before passing out yourself, Artoria chuckled. I just happened to avoid the worst of it. Then she recalled the final moments of the evening. Shiomi, originally the one being pressured to drink, had turned the tables and ended up pulling both Morgan and his teacher into the drinking spree. After putting the drunken Morgan back in bed, he collapsed on his way to help his teacher to bed. Ugh, sorry you had to see that, Shiomi said awkwardly, as the memories began coming back. Acting so recklessly in a singularity, he couldn't help but feel embarrassed. It's nothing. If anything, I was a little disappointed. Before passing out, you were still considerate enough not to push me to drink too much, Artoria said, somewhat unexpectedly, given her usual demeanor. Shiomi felt a new headache coming on. It's not like I was trying to keep you out of it. I know. Artoria nodded with a gentle expression, clearly teasing. So you're guiding their training now. Shiomi shrugged and glanced over at Mash and Gray, who were still sparring. The others are getting ready to head out. Once Mash and Gray finish their morning session, High Priestess Siduri will arrive to assign their duties, Artoria explained. I happened to see them training when I woke up, so I offered a bit of advice, hopefully something useful. That reminded Shiomi of dinner the night before. It was clear Artoria cared about those two girls. They mean something to you. Each of them shares a connection with me. It's probably instinctual. Artoria's gaze grew distant, her tone softening. Especially the girl who inherited Sir Galahad's power. We need to come up with a solution. Shiomi leaned against a stone pillar in the garden, his expression clouding. Everything we've done over the past year was to ensure humanity's survival. But if saving the world comes at the cost of a child like Mash. Artoria's voice turned airy, as if echoing from the sixth singularity. With an incomplete authority, all we can do is prolong her life. She didn't finish the sentence. This time, Artoria wouldn't try to persuade Shiomi to accept the throne of gods or fully master the power of life. Shiomi understood that. He could only let out a faint, almost inaudible sigh. Since you're awake, Master, please get ready to depart, Artoria shifted the topic. The High Priestess stopped by earlier, His Majesty wants the investigation team to head for the southern city of Uar. Siduri had already taken care of distributing the Chaldea personnel and reported the plan to the king. Uar sat on the western coast of the Persian Gulf, south of Uruk, in the Mesopotamian basin. It was more than half a day's journey from Uruk. That area had transformed into a tropical rainforest, far removed from the lands of Mesopotamia. The two servants Uruk had sent before had been lost there. That's pretty far. Should we prepare a carriage? Shiomi wondered. If we take my warhorse across the plains and avoid the monsters, we can make it in less than half a day. But your warhorse only seats 2. Just you and me will be enough. There was no mistaking it, Artoria was suggesting they leave Morgan and Scáthach behind and ride to Uar together. It made sense from an efficiency standpoint, but it also posed some serious problems. King Arthur's plan sounds pretty solid. Why not go with that? I can stall them for you, let them sleep until nightfall, Mari suddenly cut in with a cheerful suggestion. She had apparently been eavesdropping nearby for a while. Oh. That's an amusing idea. How about we lock you in the garden and have you perish along with the singularity? Morgan's cold voice rang out. A rune-based binding spell snapped into place around Mari, that was Scáthach's handiwork. If you're going to make a move, now's your chance, Morgan. Oh dear, what a shame. 100 chapters ahead. p@treon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 375, Chapter 375, Volume 6, Chapter 12, Investigation Mission to Uar. In the end, Mari never showed up in person. The moment Scáthach's magecraft ensnared her, Lady Avalon, the court magus of Uruk, dissolved into a swirl of petals and vanished. It hadn't been her real body, just an illusion. That really was an impressive illusion. Even I didn't realize it wasn't her true form at first, Shiomi remarked on the way to Uar. More like, a succubus who'd throw out a dumb idea like that probably knows full well she can only have fun safely if she doesn't expose herself, Scáthach said, her tone laced with regret. Clearly, she thought it was a shame they hadn't managed to team up with Morgan to trap Mari. That succubus claims to be Merlin's sister. What do you think, Artoria? Morgan asked. Well, she certainly resembles Merlin, but I can tell now that she's even further removed from humanity than he is, Artoria replied, slowly analyzing. Merlin still concerns himself with the bigger picture, but she seems to care about it only insofar as it doesn't get in the way of what she finds entertaining. She doesn't worry, she doesn't grieve, she knows exactly how different she is from humans. That was why she kept appearing with schemes that seemed dangerous, but ultimately never jeopardized the larger picture. That was the kind of fun Lady Avalon, who called herself Mari, sought. Would Merlin even be troubled by something like that? Shiomi asked, surprised. Who knows? Maybe he would, Artoria admitted. Even though he was my teacher and molded me into Britain's king, I never really understood him, she added matter-of-factly. Before my final expedition, I advised him to stop messing around with women. He told me that was his purpose in life, without flowers, what's the point of living? And everything after that unfolded just like in the legends. Merlin vanished into the prison tower, and when King Arthur returned from the campaign, the greatest rebellion awaited. The details may have differed slightly, but Artoria's experience wasn't far off. Heh. Shiomi let out an awkward laugh. Artoria had merely been recounting events, but her words struck like invisible arrows, hitting him square in the gut. If my dear disciple ever ends up hiding away like that flower magus, just return to the land of shadows, Scáthach said, finding it perfectly reasonable and offering the suggestion. Comparing my husband to Merlin, is that your poor judgment as a teacher? Morgan retorted, unimpressed. Don't worry, master. You're nothing like Merlin, I can guarantee that, Artoria added. You know, the more you try to comfort me, the guiltier I feel. Shiomi muttered, head drooping. But the three of them simply shared a round of soft laughter, brushing the matter off with the same light-hearted mood. Up ahead stretched a rugged mountain path. Although Uar lay to the south of Uruk, they had followed Hokuno Kishinami's advice and entered the southern forest from the plateau to the west of the city. After all, the southern plains were too exposed, any approach would immediately draw the attention of the enemies who had already taken down Amakusa Shiro and Fuma Kotaro. Fortunately, everyone in the group was far from ordinary when it came to stamina, so the hike wasn't all that difficult. Still, a question had been nagging at Shiomi. He turned to Artoria. Why aren't we riding? I remember your warhorse can handle terrain like this without any issue. My master chose to walk. How could I, as your knight, be content to ride? Artoria answered calmly. I may be a king, but right now, I am your knight. Sharing in your hardships is my duty. As she said that, her clear gaze met Shiomi's. Sharing hardships? That's the obligation of a wife, Morgan said flatly, standing atop a slope and looking down at Artoria, who was at the rear of the group. That's not something you need to do in my place. There's no point in nitpicking words. This singularity is full of unknowns. Besides, Artoria continued walking as she spoke. She had just passed Morgan and now stood slightly behind her, watching Shiomi ahead. She was about to say more when a sudden alert chimed from the communicator on her wrist. The moment she answered it, Romani's voice came through in a rush. Watch out. There's a massive surge of mana, on the same level as the one from the absolute demonic front. Get ready for combat. Even as he spoke, a green magical beast with a flat, scorpion stinger tail and a body larger than a giant crocodile came crawling down from the mountainside. It let out a roar and leapt toward Shiomi and the others. But the creature never made it to the ground. It froze in midair. Nearly 10 blue chains shot out from the void, wrapping around the beast and pulling tight. Its armor was so tough that not even blades or axes could pierce it, and the sound of the tension echoed in the air. The instant Morgan clenched her raised hand, the chains contracted all at once, crushing the beast into gory chunks still attached to bits of bone. Dark purple blood sprayed everywhere. Shiomi quickly raised a barrier to shield them, blocking the splatter. Get ready. Romani's voice trailed off. The mana reading vanished in an instant. He figured he'd be better off worrying about the others back in Uruk, handling administrative work. Clean kill. Nicely done, Artoria said as she let go of her invisible sword and offered Morgan a smile of thanks. Next time, though, maybe don't scatter it so much. It's all over the road, Scáthach said as she nimbly stepped over the remains. Shiomi took a longer path around, eyeing the spreading blood and unmoving corpse. Yeah, figures. The moment we leave Uruk, we run into a magical beast. So they're not just limited to the northern front. He prodded the beast's green exoskeleton with his red spear. The tip punctured the shell, and dark green venom oozed from the wound. Be careful. This one's venom is on par with the hydras from Greek mythology, Romani's voice chimed in again. According to intel from Miss Mari, this type of magical beast is called Mo'u. It's one of the 11 beasts born from the primordial goddess Tiamat. Also known as the Dragon of Babylon. The primordial goddess. Tiamat. Shiomi retracted his spear and caught up with the others. There's also the mystery-born Lamu, and the giant lion Yugalu. Romani continued cheerfully, like a kid excitedly sharing candy. He relayed what Mari had told him using Chaldea's comm system. Even if he was a little too enthusiastic, Shiomi figured it wasn't a bad way to pass the time on the road ahead. Chapter 376, Chapter 376, Volume 6, Chapter 13, Voice of the Dense Forest. The destination, UR, had been swallowed by a dense forest about 6 months ago, an act carried out by one of the 3 goddesses whose identity remains unknown. At the same time, Eridu, farther to the south, was also consumed. Since then, Uruk has been unable to establish contact with either city. Hokuno Kishinami had dispatched multiple small teams, but none of them returned. The last investigation ended with 2 servants withdrawing. In my opinion, to resolve this singularity, we need to bring Gilgamesh back first, he said while listening to Romani's briefing. I agree with your assessment. But the reason the Moon King needs us to investigate is precisely because even 2 servants didn't return. You're the only ones left who can handle this, Romani replied, his tone heavy. We're about to enter the forest, so let's end the communication here. Keep your focus on the director and the others. Contact me if anything urgent comes up. Shiomi looked at the edge of the forest as he spoke, then shut off the communicator. Mesopotamia lies in the Twin Rivers Basin, right between a tropical desert climate and a temperate continental one. In 2655 BC, the average temperature was 1 or 2 degrees higher than today. And while this wasn't the hottest season, the moment they stepped into the rainforest, the humid heat hit them like a wave. The air was thick and sticky, like a giant wet paper towel clinging to their bodies, stifling them and clogging their pores. What scorching weather! It reminds me of the summer of 2009, when my husband took the whole family to South America to explore Incan ruins, Morgan muttered, unable to ignore the heat. At the front, Shiomi used his magic spear to cut away vines and slender branches blocking the path, slowly clearing the overgrown route ahead. Hearing Morgan's words, he looked back with a wry smile. At least we had an off-road vehicle back then, with air conditioning and cold drinks. He murmured, but trailed off when he turned and saw Artoria's face, soaked with sweat. Even servants, once granted physical form, still feel heat and cold. They're just more resistant than normal people, not immune. But the forest heat really was brutal. They had walked only a few hundred meters while clearing a path, and Shiomi was already beginning to feel the strain. Magecraft. He muttered under his breath, pulling from his satchel several rune stones, irregularly shaped, yet with smooth surfaces. Originally prepared for small-scale combat, they had found a new, unexpected use. Shiomi didn't believe that elite magi like Morgan or his master wouldn't appreciate such minor tools. That would be seriously lacking in tact. He handed them the cooling rune stones. As Artoria took one, she instantly felt the suffocating heat around her dissipate. Feels better now, doesn't it? Shiomi said. Yes, quite a practical bit of magecraft. Artoria enjoyed the refreshing sensation and then held out a neatly folded coarse cloth handkerchief. Artoria gave a light laugh. I won't be shy, then. She had already shed her cloak and armor upon entering the forest, wearing only close-fitting clothes. But even that wasn't enough to counter the jungle heat. Not just her cheeks and arms, but her fair, full chest was dotted with beads of sweat. As she instinctively wiped herself down, Shiomi quickly looked away from the sight, dodging the subtle glances from Morgan and his master, and continued clearing the path ahead. He figured Artoria probably had no idea just how captivating she was. Even over 4,000 years ago, the Middle East shouldn't have had rainforests, Shiomi muttered, eyeing the forest with suspicion. The presence of mana here matched the natural aura of the era, but the forest itself had clearly grown through natural means. Of course not. But once the goddess took control, the land transformed to suit her, Morgan said, following behind him and lightly tugging at his sleeve. Judging by how much the terrain has mutated, it's almost no different from a reality marble. Even after forcing a path open, the ground beneath their feet was overly damp, making each step sink unsteadily. It was difficult terrain to move through. Noticing the slight tug, Shiomi reached back and took Morgan's hand. Gods really are capricious, he said with a crooked grin. That's how gods are, especially goddesses, Scáthach replied, her tone loaded with implication. Artoria, unfazed, spoke with calm certainty. Even the king of magecraft chose to burn away humanity out of personal will. So if I act a little willful to protect the people I love, I see nothing wrong with that. When gods act on whims, it always ends in disaster for humans, Morgan said dryly. Well, if you put it that way, wasn't Enkidu's death in the epic also because of Ishtar's caprice? Shiomi shifted the topic. I'm starting to understand why the hero king and the king of magecraft led humanity to part ways with the gods. Scáthach took a slow look around. From how the land has changed, this place no longer matches the climate of the Mesopotamian basin. I suspect the goddess occupying this region isn't from the Mesopotamian pantheon. For example. That's enough talking. An unfamiliar voice suddenly cut through the air, followed by a massive surge of power. It felt less like mana and more like divine presence. Despite all the banter and jabs along the way, the moment this energy appeared, Shiomi, Scáthach, and Artoria instinctively shifted into formation around Morgan, 3 warriors shielding a Magus. I had a feeling it was about time. Shiomi raised his spear to the ready. Divine Spirit. Be on guard, my dear disciple, Scáthach warned with a sharp smile, her eyes filled with bloodlust. That's right. Not a heroic spirit, but a god. The overly exuberant voice rang out again, brimming with bold personality. Boom. A yellow blur zipped through the trees at such high speed that even Shiomi struggled to follow it. The figure finally landed in front of them. A yellow-haired female servant, dressed in something that looked like pajamas, stood on the branches, radiating raw, untamed energy. I am Jaguar Warrior. A god from Central and South America, Jaguar Warrior. She gave her calm self-introduction, then suddenly burst into energetic mimicry, as if impersonating someone else, her voice bubbling with excitement. A beautiful goddess from Central and South America. Jaguar Warrior. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful Jaguar Warrior. Her wildly extroverted nature and total lack of reservation only heightened Shiomi's caution, but he couldn't help glancing at the others and asking, beautiful? Well. Scáthach responded vaguely. Heh. Morgan gave a knowing chuckle. Master, speaking about women like that lacks chivalry, Artoria added, gently chastising him with a knight's sense of decorum. 100 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/pinksnake. Chapter 377, Volume 6, Chapter 14, The Elusive Jaguar Warrior. What kind of reaction is that? I'm still a totally capable and beautiful woman. And for a problem student who dares to question me. Clearly provoked by Shiomi's doubtful remark, Jaguar Warrior glared with wide, exasperated eyes, then suddenly vanished, leaving only a scattering of leaves drifting in the wind. Here it comes. Shiomi's eyes sharpened. He knew this opponent was no joke. Trusting his instincts, he stepped forward and raised his spear. Thud. A heavy impact rang out as Jaguar Warrior withdrew after the clash, landing atop a tree and rising into a half-kneeling pose. I think I get it now. You all look pretty tasty. Huh. Shiomi was completely thrown off by the sudden shift in her thought process. Jaguar Warrior started leaping between the trees again, her movement so fast it was nearly impossible to predict her next attack. This was her territory, and she held a clear advantage. Rather than attacking recklessly, Shiomi judged that sticking to defense was the smarter move. No guide, no tomorrow. Let today be a lesson. Next time, don't forget to tip the locals before heading into the jungle. Meow ha 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 ha. Her wild laughter echoed as she disappeared into the depths of the dense forest. Everyone stayed on alert, but the feeling of being toyed with was unmistakable. Jaguar Warrior. Shiomi tried to recall the legends. Though they lowered their weapons, none of them intended to retreat. They pressed deeper into the jungle. She's an ancient divine spirit from Central and South American legends. Jaguars represent battle and death. In those myths, they're often depicted as spiritual entities, shadows, or supernatural guardian spirits known as Nawal, Scáthach explained. I remember now, among the deities linked with the Nawal, the most well-known would be. Shiomi thought aloud, Tezcatlipoca, one of the major gods worshipped in the Aztec civilization. After going through the Holy Grail War, Shiomi had developed a habit of reading up on mythology and ancient legends. What started as a precautionary instinct had ended up being unexpectedly useful on this journey to restore the foundation of humanity. But don't worry too much, Morgan added. Even if Jaguar Warrior is connected to Tezcatlipoca, she's likely just one of his aspects. And besides, she's a divine spirit servant formed by possessing a human, similar to Ishtar. That's not very reassuring. Shiomi sighed. Still, now that the existence of the three-goddess alliance was confirmed, Shiomi had already mentally prepared himself for the inevitable confrontation with three divine spirit-class servants. But with her personality, is Jaguar Warrior really one of the three goddesses ruling this forest? He asked casually. There's no way to be certain. Divine spirits are even more unreasonable than kings. No matter how absurd they seem, they still wield terrifying power, Artoria replied. Shiomi couldn't help but chuckle. Is that a bit of self-critique? Hardly. I see it as an objective truth, Artoria said with a small smile and a nod. Even as he joked with her, Morgan suddenly squeezed his hand hard enough to make him wince, while his master claimed his other hand. But Artoria wasn't wrong, divine spirits in this era were utterly unreasonable. The so-called Age of Gods was, in simple terms, the era when gods ruled the world. In that time, nature itself was the will of the gods. Whether it was a torrential downpour or the emotions in human hearts, it all happened because the gods willed it to be so. In that sense, during the Age of Gods, the gods could be seen as natural laws with a will of their own. UR was now covered in rainforests completely out of place for the Mesopotamian basin because the goddess ruling this land had rewritten the very laws of nature here. We did just run into an enemy, but now it feels more like a spring outing, Shiomi muttered, unable to hold back a jab. Holding flowers in both hands might be a nice situation, but having a beautiful king of knights walking behind him made his back itch with unease. This season has that kind of air, Artoria said. Even if countless hardships await us ahead, it's only by maintaining a calm and composed heart that we can resolve the crisis of the singularity. When we were in Camelot, my master often accused me of lacking humanity. But in truth, wasn't it his own sense of duty that kept him from ever truly relaxing? Am I really that dramatic? And come on, isn't that line more about you than me, King of Knights? Shiomi replied. There are some words that suit both of us equally. That's another way you and I are alike, Artoria said. Perhaps even without a catalyst, Master would have summoned me through that shared nature alone. Morgan glanced over her shoulder. My, you're quite the sweet talker. Looks like finding a good master has made you genuinely happy, Artoria. Of course. When something good happens, it brings joy, Artoria said naturally. And seeing a master who isn't alone makes me feel a little less alone myself. I believe, even if he ascends to the throne of gods, my master won't end up the way I once did. Is that so? Shiomi suddenly felt an odd sense of reassurance. You should have said that earlier. Some things, if left unsaid, only end up shocking him when he faces the truth, Scáthach said with a relaxed smile. My dear disciple's been working hard to prove he's still human. Prove? Artoria looked puzzled. It's true that because of his power, Master is at a delicate tipping point, but he's nowhere near needing to prove his humanity. Unaware that she had misunderstood, Artoria simply noticed the odd exchange of glances between Shiomi and Scáthach. Okay, stop right there. Shiomi quickly stepped in to steer the conversation away. And just in time. Through the dense foliage ahead, part of a structure came into view. UR was finally within sight. This was enemy territory. It really wasn't a place for poetic musings or flirtatious banter. Seeing the destination so close, Shiomi quickened his pace, leading the others into the outskirts of UR. The city, now wrapped in forest, had been overtaken by nature, trees had pushed their way into the streets, and vines clung to the walls of the buildings. It looked nothing like the typical cities of Mesopotamia. Children played together in the streets. Women went about their chores with calm expressions. More townsfolk wandered through the alleys and open roads. It was tranquil. Peaceful. Nothing like a city under siege. But why does everyone here look so lifeless? Chapter 378, Valentine's Day Special Extra, Morgan Chapter. Shiomi was awakened by the aroma lingering at the tip of his nose. The sweet and bitter notes intermingled, the scent of melting chocolate. He opened his eyes on the living room sofa and naturally saw Morgan standing in the kitchen, seemingly busy with something. Husband, come here, Morgan called softly. Ah, all right. As he got up, he glanced at the calendar on the wall and paused at today's date. Time hadn't flown by. It had already been 2 or 3 months since the Fourth Holy Grail War took place back in November. And yet, what happened in just those few days had been more intense than most of his life, barely a moment to breathe. What is it? Shiomi asked as he stepped into the kitchen. He saw an assortment of ingredients laid out on the stove, along with an absurd number of molds. Looks like we're short one ingredient. Do we still have any left? Morgan asked seriously as she handled the ingredients. I mean soy lecithin powder. The way she focused on the task was more meticulous than when dealing with the greater grail that housed the third magic. Ah, I think we have some. Shiomi opened a cabinet in the corner and pulled out an unopened pack of powder. It was something he'd bought just a few days ago. Still, this is a bit much. I thought it'd be simpler. I do have some experience. Or do you prefer things to be simpler? Morgan smiled slightly. Aren't you quite good at making handmade sweets yourself? If Shiomi were the one making the chocolate, things probably wouldn't look much different from Morgan's setup. I'm just surprised that we're so alike in this sort of thing, Shiomi said with a smile, showing his understanding. It's like we've lived together for years. We will. Morgan's voice dropped, her tone soft and drawn out, like time itself lingering in the air. You say that, and now I feel shy, Shiomi chuckled, thinking she meant she'd be staying here from now on. I'm really looking forward to the finished product. Morgan turned to look at him. I can tell you are. Just remember, next time, put the return gift somewhere I won't check, like the car's glove compartment. Shiomi nearly dropped the magazine in his hands. He covered his face with the book, peeking out just a little. So you noticed. Next time, don't bother using perception-interfering magecraft when hiding things. It just makes it more suspicious. Morgan let out a light, amused smile. I honestly thought it was some cursed, dangerous object. You looked inside? Shiomi asked quietly, turning his eyes away. No, I didn't. But my name was written on the packaging in gold paint. Morgan reached up to adjust her apron. Even the densest person would know what that means, don't you think? Shiomi put his hands together, the closed book pressed between them. Well, now that it's out in the open, there's nothing I can do. Honestly, I thought you'd just buy me some chocolates at a store. I didn't expect you to make them yourself. For a magus, making something by hand isn't just about the product. If you're going to do it right. Morgan's voice carried a calm confidence that made Shiomi's heart sway. She took the soy lecithin powder from him, then gave him a gentle push on the chest. That was her way of telling him to get out of the kitchen. This is my workshop. Shiomi asked, trying to suppress a laugh. If you can use the magical workshop, then this place is no different. Morgan was already acting like the mistress of the house. At this moment, everyone in this house, including Shiomi, had to obey her. Yes, Your Majesty. Shiomi grumbled and left the room. What else do you want me to do? Prepare a gift in return and wait patiently for my finished product. Understood. After taking out the prepared gift, Shiomi hugged it and settled back onto the sofa to watch TV. Before he knew it, he had fallen asleep again. By the time he woke up, it was already afternoon, almost time to drive out and pick up Sakura and Caren. Morgan was already seated next to him, letting his head rest on her lap while she sipped a cup of afternoon tea. I'm done. Shiomi slowly sat up, but the words caught in his throat the moment his eyes fell on the artwork displayed on the coffee table. He could still recognize it as chocolate, but it had clearly transcended the category of food. It was a work of art, too exquisite to eat. I made the first batch of chocolate for my husband in the style of the fairy kingdom of Camelot, Morgan said, setting down her teacup. At first, I was aiming for realism and detail, but that would have made it completely inedible. Even now, with all its fairy tale charm, I don't think I could bring myself to eat it, Shiomi said, staring in awe. He noticed several figures arranged in front of a castle-like structure, reminiscent of chess pieces. One of them was unmistakably Morgan. Let me introduce the characters, Morgan said, clearly enjoying herself as her tone turned lively. The close queen and princess, the young brave general, the two trustworthy knights, and the minister who is difficult to agree with but still worthy of praise. It was only then that Shiomi noticed she was holding another piece in her hand, one that bore a strong resemblance to him. Why didn't you include me in the display? Shiomi asked naturally. He didn't actually mind, after all, this creation likely drew inspiration from Morgan's own experiences. Because His Majesty the God King is still asleep, Morgan replied, giving the Shiomi in her hand a little shake. I'm sorry. Falling asleep while waiting was my fault, Shiomi apologized sincerely, not even asking why he was the God King. If you always woke up this easily, it would be much less of a hassle. A faint touch of melancholy flickered through Morgan's smile, quickly hidden behind her usual composure. Never mind that, what about your gift? You're asking so casually, now I feel embarrassed. Maybe I could wait until next month. Shiomi stopped mid-sentence as Morgan silently held out her hand. He had no choice but to pass the gift to her. No matter what kind of gift it is, it has its own value, she said, unwrapping it. It was a finely crafted little box that fit neatly into her palm. Inside was a wooden comb, the carving work precise and masterful, with a small bird spreading its wings at one corner. It was clearly handmade by Shiomi. My husband is quite skilled with his hands. Morgan handed the comb back to Shiomi. I told you it wasn't that great. Let me make something better. He was in the middle of apologizing when he saw Morgan undo her hair. This is for combing my hair, right? Or, were you planning on letting me do it myself? Is this enough? Shiomi asked as he took the comb and gently lifted her long, silken silver hair. Near the ends, the strands glowed with a beautiful blue sheen, a shade no dye could ever replicate. It's been a long time since you combed my hair. A long time. Didn't I just do it this morning when you woke up? Shiomi asked, puzzled. It really has been a long time. Every day spent like this, with you by my side. Morgan kept the thought to herself. 2,000 years, a span one only truly feels when looking back. During the time they were apart, each meeting was from across the battlefield, only able to catch a distant glimpse. There's no helping it. From now on, I'll handle your hair. Even if I know you can use magecraft to braid it, Shiomi said with a smile. Okay. I'll be in your care. She had so many things she wanted to say, but in the end, only those heartfelt, gentle words made it out. 100 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/pinksnake. Chapter 379, Chapter 379, Valentine's Day Special Extra, Scáthach Chapter. My beloved disciple, what is your most unforgettable memory? In the ever-spotless workshop, Scáthach's voice lingered in Shiomi's ears. Eh? What's with the sudden question, Master? Shiomi looked away from the mystic code and turned toward Scáthach, who was leaning casually against the table, her expression relaxed. Scáthach suddenly let out a soft laugh. You mean you haven't realized it yet? Ah, you're talking about that line I said, right. The memory I'd never forget, even if I fell into hell, was the day you stood before me, something like that. Shiomi blinked in realization. It was how he truly felt, but the mood right now wasn't right. Coming down from work mode to get into that sort of sentimental exchange wasn't easy. I do want to hear you say that, Scáthach said with a hint of amusement, crossing her arms. But no, that's not what I meant this time. She turned her head to look at him. I was wondering if, by now, you've become aware of it. Aware of what, exactly? Shiomi walked over, leaning on the table across from her, eyes fixed seriously on his master. You're going to live a very long life. By the time it truly matters, I might not even bother counting the years between us, Scáthach said. Shiomi frowned slightly. Why are you suddenly saying things like that? It sounds so old. I'll deal with that comment later, Scáthach chuckled, brushing it off. But have you ever thought about what it really means to live that long? Not really. Shiomi paused. I've had many disciples, but they all died young, Scáthach said, shaking her head. Looking at how things are now, you're set to live longer than any of them. That alone makes me feel at ease. Living is what matters most. If you die, everything else is meaningless, right? Shiomi thought for a second. Wait, actually, if I die, wouldn't I just return to the land of shadows and end up back by your side? Unless, of course, I get dragged off to some other underworld. But in the land of shadows, the rules for the living and the dead are completely different. If you're dead, no matter how you lived, you fall under my dominion, Scáthach said with a sigh. But that wasn't the point she wanted to make. I see. Shiomi nodded, raising a hand in a mock gesture of respect. Please go on, master. I'll commit it to heart. Scáthach lifted a finger. When life drags on too long, memory wears thin. It starts to slip beyond your control. Everything becomes dull. Each day ends up just like the last. There's a stark contrast between a life that stretches endlessly with no end in sight and one that's sharp and finite, where you can see the ending clearly. That doesn't sound fine to me. If you had to face that endless time alone, I don't think I could accept it, Shiomi said, shaking his head sincerely. A sudden pang of regret swelled in Scáthach's heart. Maybe she shouldn't have chosen this moment to bring up the topic of lifespan. She would keep existing until the world itself ended, until the land of shadows disappeared along with it. But he would continue as well. Someday, he'd return to the land of shadows, not like now, where the crisis of the incineration of humanity had allowed her to stay by his side and lend her strength. Her beloved disciple had long since become someone capable of standing on his own. Even if she stayed uninvolved, he'd be fine. But Scáthach couldn't do that. And she didn't want to. You bastard. Scáthach raised her hand. Shiomi instinctively flinched, thinking she was about to settle the score with him, and went to shield his head. But instead of the usual well-placed tap, a heart-shaped box was pressed firmly against his chest. Take it. Huh. I heard from the children that today should be Valentine's Day. Even though time and holidays have lost their meaning in this world of human order incineration, I still think they matter, for us. As she spoke, a faint blush colored Scáthach's cheeks. Her brow was slightly furrowed, trying to mask her feelings behind a forced sternness. You're always saying I'm your woman too, aren't you? I can't exactly deny that, so I'm just doing what comes naturally. Master. Shiomi carefully accepted the chocolate. So that question you asked earlier, that's what it was about. Scáthach was impressed by his insight, though it didn't surprise her. Of course. I wanted this to be something that would stand out in your long life, something you'll remember. The fact that you made a heart-shaped chocolate with your own hands, delivered it yourself, and even gave me a lecture to go with it, there's no way I'll ever forget. Shiomi opened the box and found a large heart-shaped chocolate inside. Scáthach's name was written across the surface. What's wrong? She asked. It's huge. There's no way I can finish this by myself, Shiomi said. You don't have to eat it all today, Scáthach replied casually. Just don't share it with anyone else. As long as you finish it before it goes bad, that's fine. No, I mean, Shiomi took a bite, held the piece between his teeth, and leaned in close to Scáthach. The sweet scent of chocolate enveloped her, rich and heavy, making it hard to breathe or pull away, like drowning in a deep, still pool. But this pool had traveled far, carried on a breeze of spring warmth, completely unlike the frozen world outside Chaldea. It felt like a dream, close enough to touch. I can't finish it on my own. So, will you share it with me, master? After they finished the piece together, Shiomi wrapped his arms around her waist and asked sincerely. You're always so unexpected, Scáthach said, cupping his face in her hands. I'm starting to wonder how I'm supposed to be surprised next time. Then don't be surprised. I just felt like, given the time and place, we should do something that makes you happy too, Shiomi said. Of course, if you don't like it, I'll stop. Scáthach raised a finger and gently wiped away the chocolate at the corner of Shiomi's mouth. Do you want me to stop? Of course not. But you have your position as master, I won't force anything on you, Shiomi said, leaning in to kiss her. Then, as you wish. Scáthach nodded. But seriously. Shiomi smiled as he licked his lips. That's a lot of chocolate. Even with the two of us, we'll probably get sick of it before we're done. Well, it was my first time making chocolates for someone. I'll do better next time. As she said that, Shiomi picked Scáthach up and placed her on the table. She caught on to his intent and met him with a knowing smile. Looks like my dear disciple wants to savor more than just the chocolate. Master knows me best. Fortunately, no one would interrupt them in the workshop. For now, this moment belonged to just the two of them. Chapter 380, Valentine's Day Special Extra, Artoria Chapter. Ha! The invisible sword came down hard, cleaving the monster before her clean in two. With that, the battle was over. Artoria gave the blade a light flick, shaking off the purple blood that clung to it. Well done. That should be the last one, Shiomi called as he jumped down from the cliff behind her. It was nothing. Just a standard skirmish. Think of it as a warm-up, Artoria replied. I really am sorry. You just finished dealing with the 7th singularity, and now we've had to ask you to leave Avalon again and come to Chaldea to help with the final issue. Shiomi walked up to her. There was still some time left before the path to the final singularity opened. After securing the Holy Grail from the 7th singularity, Romani had been leading the staff of Chaldea in analyzing it day and night. It was a dangerous undertaking. Once they used that grail to locate the king of magecraft, he would simultaneously become aware of Chaldea's position. The base, which had been spared from the incineration of humanity thanks to a special magnetic field, would be dragged once again into the burning quantum time lock, consumed as fuel. It would be the true final battle. That's why I said there was no need for farewells, Artoria said, placing her empty hand against her chest. You've already given me more than enough answers. The least I can do is repay that. But now I've got you helping me investigate and clean up these minor singularities, Shiomi said with a shake of his head. It feels like overkill. It can't be helped. Right now, you're the only one who can move quickly and get things done. Artoria gave him a gentle, understanding smile. Morgan and Scáthach were both busy making all kinds of preparations for the final battle. As top-tier Magus, they were responsible for critical tasks, including how to safely extract Chaldea from the Temple of the King of Magecraft after victory. You've got a point. Shiomi lowered his gaze and nodded. And? Artoria's eyes fell. What is it? Shiomi stopped, just as he was about to contact Chaldea to begin preparations for their return. I'm a little tired. Could you treat me like you did back in the 7th singularity, she said, lowering her head. Her eyes were hidden beneath her bangs, but a soft blush colored her cheeks. Artoria. Shiomi gently took her arm and pulled her into an embrace. She had already removed her armor and cloak. In terms of mana expenditure alone, this micro-singularity was nothing compared to any of the battles they'd fought during the 7th. But this wasn't about mana. Artoria pressed against his chest and stretched out her arms, wrapping them tightly around him. Her sigh felt like it seeped through her whole body, softly echoing by his ear. Are you thinking about your past life? I fought 12 great battles. I won them all in the end, but sometimes there was this feeling I couldn't quite name. And then, when you said, you've worked hard, Tenkei, I finally understood. That feeling was exhaustion, Artoria murmured. Didn't your knights ever offer words of comfort? Shiomi asked, surprised. To the people of Britain, the king had to be perfect. And I had to uphold that ideal. Even if the Knights of the Round Table said something like that after a battle, it was purely ceremonial. It was more about celebrating their ever-victorious king and projecting their hopes onto me. It wasn't that the Round Table Knights were intentionally cold or indifferent. But their king had maintained such a flawless facade for so long that even her closest retainers had unconsciously forgotten she was human. Even if she was born through the design of the former king and Merlin. Even if Artoria Pendragon had cast aside her humanity the moment she drew the sword in the stone and chose to become king. That didn't mean she could simply become a ruling mechanism that felt no fatigue, no pain, and governed forever without rest. What's more, it had always been a reign doomed from the beginning. Even knowing how it would end, Artoria still set out on her path, holding tightly to her ideals. Then rest well, Artoria, Shiomi said gently, pulling her into a firm embrace. He lowered his gaze to take her in. Fair skin, delicate shoulders, and a figure full of grace. She didn't look like the king of knights who once strode the battlefield. Right now, she looked more like a fragile girl who, once fallen, couldn't bring herself to rise again. Whether it was the holy sword or the holy lance, whether she had grown or not, she had always fought to the very end with the same slender frame. I'm sorry. I thought something that might be disrespectful to you, Shiomi murmured. I don't want to diminish your life as a king, but I can't ignore how beautiful and captivating you are as a woman. Now that you mention it, I've become a little more conscious of that, Artoria replied. After all, I've already fulfilled my duty as king. Now, I live for what I believe is right. Yeah, you're still alive, Shiomi whispered, hugging her even tighter. After reclaiming the holy sword in the hearts of her people, the Lion King hadn't died, she had simply gone to Avalon. Tenkei, saying this might make you think less of me. Her voice became nearly inaudible, and Shiomi had to focus to catch her words, and everything left unsaid between them. You don't have to say anything. I already know, he cut in softly. No more words were needed. He wrapped her in his arms and kissed her lips. He didn't savor the softness, nor did he press hard. He simply let his feelings reach her, quietly and clearly. Maybe this is the better path. Even if I lose to you and let you take me to the end. She whispered after their lips parted, gazing into his eyes. I'll probably still stay by your side and find another way to win back hearts. And when that happens, I might be overwhelmed by the pain of having made you give something up, by the guilt. That's enough. You don't need to carry the burden of something that's already been decided, Shiomi said, cupping her flushed cheeks in his hands. You're Artoria. That's all that matters. He placed his palm gently against the skin of her back. Let's stay here just a little longer. After that, we'll contact Chaldea and head back. Her voice, tinged with uncertainty, embarrassment, and quiet anticipation, answered him. In this trivial little singularity, the two of them had shared a dream, one both long and fleeting. 100 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/pinksnake. Chapter 381, Volume 6, Chapter 15, Jaguar Warrior. Shiomi's first impression had been right. The people of UR not only appeared listless, but they also rejected Uruk's offer of assistance. Even after Shiomi clearly stated that the king would send a large-scale rescue team to UR, their answer remained unchanged. No, there's no need. UR is safe. As long as we stay within the jungle, the magical beasts can't get in. As long as we follow the laws of the goddess of the jungle, we'll be protected. That response came from the head priestess of UR, who led the local delegation. Her words immediately drew the attention of several members of Shiomi's group. Just as the head priestess had said, since they'd entered the forest, they hadn't encountered a single magical beast, only the usual snakes, insects, and rodents native to dense jungles. The only true anomaly was the jaguar-masked figure, the jaguar warrior, who had appeared and vanished just as abruptly, clearly serving as some sort of sentry. But what's the price? Shiomi turned his eyes away, watching the residents gathering in the illusion-covered plaza. Even at a glance, it was clear, the number of male residents was notably lower than that of women. If the goddess ruling this jungle hailed from Central or South American myth, then they couldn't help but suspect this was tied to some kind of ritual practice. A human sacrifice ritual, Morgan said softly. Cut open a living person's chest, remove the heart, and offer it to the gods. Her voice wasn't loud, but it was clear enough for the quiet plaza to collectively flinch. Right on the mark, Scáthach sighed, a bit helplessly. The head priestess quickly tried to defend herself. It's not that brutal. We only choose one person a day to be sent to the Erida temple as an offering to the goddess. Everyone here has accepted it, and agrees. Realizing she had blurted out the truth in her nervousness, perhaps spurred by the unexpected arrival of Uruk's envoy, she quickly covered her mouth in fear, afraid the gods might punish her on the spot. Shiomi felt a pang of sorrow. He had no intention of blaming these people for sacrificing their own just to survive. They were just ordinary townsfolk. Even the men, strong as they might be, were still powerless against a jungle goddess. Even that single glimpse of the jaguar warrior was enough to tell, her strength alone was enough to wipe out every last person in UR with a wave of her hand. But if things keep going like this, it's only a matter of time before every man is gone. After that, it'll be the women and children. Shiomi placed one hand on his hip. You should listen to us and wait for Uruk's rescue team to arrive. Leave this place for now. The head priestess's expression twisted in anguish as she gently declined. What you say is true, but we can't leave. And anyone who's seen that demon and stood before her knows, it's impossible. You can't leave. Shiomi echoed, surprised. Artoria stepped in to explain. It's likely a law imposed by the goddess of the jungle. A rule that prevents the people here from leaving. Gods can create laws. It was something so basic, yet hearing it aloud triggered a sudden thought in Shiomi's mind. He was just starting to draw a connection when the jaguar warrior's voice rang out again. Everyone, rest easy. No human sacrifices. No dying, meow. If I killed a sacrifice, people would call me outdated. These days it's all about forced labor and overtime. Standing confidently atop the UR temple at the plaza's edge, the jaguar warrior crossed her arms, loudly and enthusiastically correcting their misunderstanding. Forced labor. Shiomi tensed slightly, staying alert as he probed further. Exactly. Everyone who gets taken away is just sent to the Erida temple to work. I'm a foodie, you know, I only feast on the hearts of brave warriors, the jaguar warrior declared boldly, then suddenly leapt into the air. As she launched herself, the nearby townsfolk, who had gathered in curiosity at the appearance of Shiomi's group, screamed and scattered in every direction, clutching their heads in panic. They clearly knew exactly how dangerous the jaguar warrior was. Her comedic tone didn't match her strength. With that kind of speed, even if she had no intent to kill, the shockwave from a single landing could be enough to blast a crowd to pieces. I like birds, I like fish, and I eat people. Jaguar warrior, teleporting in. As the smoke cleared, the jaguar warrior struck an exaggerated pose, but Shiomi couldn't spot a single opening. Don't even think about taking the living sacrifice away from here. If you do, all our efforts will go to waste. Cuckoo will scold me until I cry. All for nothing. Shiomi narrowed his eyes, sensing there was more behind this. Cuckoo. Could it be? Scáthach froze for a moment. As they suspected, the one who truly ruled the jungle wasn't the jaguar warrior, she was merely a subordinate of another goddess. That's right. This is our realm, the land of the feathered serpent. Humans who fail to comprehend what it means to be divine, begone. In the jaguar warrior's hand appeared a strange weapon, a mix between a spear and a hammer, crowned with a circular beast claw. She was dead serious. Master, leave this to me, Artoria said, raising her hands. In an instant, armor formed from pure mana manifested around her. Even greater magical energy surged into her palms. Wrapped in the barrier of invisible air, her holy sword could not be seen, its true form hidden. It had been many years since Shiomi had last laid eyes on this weapon, and the sight stirred a faint sense of nostalgia. Then I'll leave the opening strike to you, King of Knights. We're not backing down. So long as the forest shelters us, our son is invincible. To put it simply, if you show up without a gift, you're just a dumbass. Boom. Artoria released her magical energy, launching forward like a cannonball. Her invisible holy sword clashed with the jaguar warrior's golden mana-wrapped weapon, and a fierce gale erupted. In an instant, their weapons struck each other over a dozen times. An invisible sword, huh? The jaguar warrior shouted. But I can still see it, meow. Then. Artoria quickly realized, the jaguar warrior possessed a wild, instinctual awareness that defied logic. Even if her sword was hidden by invisible air, the jaguar warrior could still perfectly sense its reach. That left Artoria unable to gain the upper hand through invisibility. If concealment was useless, then there was no need to conceal. After 1,000 years, she would once again draw her blade, the holy sword she had long reclaimed. Strike air. She timed it perfectly, releasing compressed air just as her blade met the jaguar warrior's weapon. The force shot forward in a focused line of magical energy. But even at point-blank range, the jaguar warrior dodged with ease, vanishing from Artoria's line of sight. What? Artoria turned sharply. The jaguar warrior was already scaling the temple wall, rapidly ascending. So you're a goddess too? Then there's no need to hold back. Using the wall as a launching point, the jaguar warrior kicked off just as Artoria turned, rocketing back into close range with a flying kick. A flash of red light. A crimson spear came slicing down from above, but the jaguar warrior instantly twisted midair, redirecting her kick toward Shiomi's spear. Her follow-up strikes came fast, dense, and relentless, like a hail of bullets. Chapter 382, Volume 6, Chapter 16, Unfulfilled. Targeting the only weak point in the red spear's support from the flank, the jaguar warrior unleashed such overwhelming force that Shiomi nearly lost his grip. He barely managed to keep hold of the red spear. What strength! Shiomi gritted his teeth. This was his first time facing a true divine spirit-class servant. Unlike Artoria during her divine manifestation, the jaguar warrior undeniably possessed the might of a chief deity. The divinity attached to her likely stemmed from one of the famed aspects of the smoking mirror god in Aztec mythology. But even as a main god, a divine spirit wasn't invincible. And more importantly, they weren't alone in this fight. The jaguar warrior launched a chain of flying kicks, ending with a powerful spinning roundhouse. Shiomi seized the moment, flipping his spear to catch the crook of her leg and forced her sideways to interrupt her flow. A sharp chill shot up the back of the jaguar warrior's neck. She twisted her body, catching Shiomi's red spear between her legs, then spun around to counter the other red spear approaching from behind. Definitely not someone to be underestimated. Even while being attacked from 3 angles, the jaguar warrior showed no signs of being overwhelmed. You've got this annoying vibe to you. Are you a god slayer? She said with a toothy grin, as if everything up to now had been nothing but warm-up. Naturally, the same could be said for the other 3, they hadn't gone all out yet either. Taking down the jaguar warrior in a one-on-one fight, whether by killing or subduing her, was close to impossible. She possessed a personal skill called Jaguar's Blessing, a divine boon granted by the jaguar god. With it, she felt no fear even under the pressure of a 3-pronged assault. Nor did the pain of battle dull her reactions. In essence, it was a skill combining traits like valor and heightened instincts, an unreasonable ability that embodied the absurdity of a divine spirit-class servant. Even more unreasonable was her ability to go toe-to-toe with all 3 of them at once. With only her legs, she immobilized Shiomi's red spear. With one hand, she caught Scáthach's red spear. And with her own weapon, she parried the blade swung by Artoria. It was the result of yet another of her personal skills, monstrous strength. Don't forget, there's still one more. Above the ongoing clash, Morgan had finished her magecraft, targeting the jaguar warrior from above. Shiomi released his spear, and the trio simultaneously scattered in different directions. The spell detonated, centered on the jaguar warrior. But it didn't land. There was no impact, no telltale sensation of a spell hitting its mark. Even under direct threat, the jaguar warrior had moved fast enough to evade. Something was off, she was far too strong. Morgan silently deduced that this forest-swallowed city must be granting the jaguar warrior overwhelming environmental advantage. Her base stats were all likely enhanced, and her ability to adapt to adverse conditions significantly boosted. To neutralize the territorial advantage, they'd need to invoke a reality marble. But the moment one activated, the jaguar warrior would likely retreat instantly, her speed more than enough to escape the boundary before being caught. "Get back, master." At the very moment of the explosion, Artoria shouted a warning to Shiomi. Jaguar warrior, flying kick. A mana-charged kick came sweeping toward Shiomi. TCH. This time, Shiomi raised his spear to block it. The second red spear caught the jaguar warrior's kick. "Why are you doing all this? Imprisoning the people of UR in this forest, letting them wait quietly for death, is that really the will of a god?" Even while blocking, the force of the kick sent Shiomi sliding back several steps. Some people strive. Some don't. No matter the era, that never changes. The jaguar warrior flipped backward, avoiding Artoria's midsection cleaving strike. As she landed gracefully, she spoke in a composed voice. "It's that push and pull that lets human society thrive for generations. I can tell you're the type who work hard without complaint, but if you go so far that you start denying those who don't, then Big Sis thinks that's a pretty sad way to live." The group hesitated. No one attacked. None of them had expected that this seemingly wild, irrational divine spirit could speak so humanely. Was that her own belief as a divine spirit? Or the worldview of the human she possessed? Maybe, there was still a chance to talk. That does sound reasonable. But I don't believe a whole city would just give up and accept their fate. Shiomi reached out, and the red spear he'd released earlier flew back into his grasp. Its tip slowly turned toward the jaguar warrior. "Well said, my husband." Morgan lifted her hand as well, mana gathering in her palm. "Forcing others to surrender to apathy, those people have no right to call us pitiful. Jaguar warrior, strike." Sensing Morgan's spell resonating with the space in front of her chest, the jaguar warrior vanished just as the spell detonated, lunging straight toward Morgan. "Hiya!" Artoria surged forward on a wave of mana, intercepting the jaguar warrior mid-charge. "Stay out of it," Morgan muttered with a frown. "Sister or master's wife, doesn't matter. We're allies now. Of course I'll have your back." Artoria glanced at the smoke rising from her armor. That hit had been fierce. If she hadn't met it with force, she'd have taken serious damage. "You're a feisty bunch, but good kids, meow," the jaguar warrior said brightly. "Even though you all seem older than Big Sis. Cuckoo must be watching too. I bet she's thrilled." Her tone danced between provocation and compassion, logic and nonsense, leaving it impossible to tell which way she truly leaned. Shiomi slowly searched for his next opening. But the biggest problem wasn't winning, it was what they'd lose to beat her. The cuckoo she mentioned was almost certainly Kukulkan, the feathered serpent from Mayan lore, known as Quetzalcoatl in Aztec myth. A chief deity, on par with the smoking mirror god. And unlike the jaguar warrior, who was likely a spiritual possession, Kukulkan was probably here in person. Defeating the jaguar warrior would likely summon the goddess of the jungle herself. So far, they were evenly matched, but if she unleashed her noble phantasm. Suddenly, Romani's urgent voice came through the communicator. "Sorry to interrupt mid-battle. The northern wall of Uruk is under massive attack." "What? Have the magical beasts increased?" "No, it's demon pillars. Solomon's demon pillars have appeared at the northern wall. 12 have been confirmed," Romani reported urgently. "The director and the others are struggling to hold them off. Please retreat and assist immediately." Shiomi gritted his teeth and charged, red spear thrusting toward the jaguar warrior. Together with the spells cast by Morgan and Scáthach, the square erupted in flames. From atop the temple where she'd leapt to safety, the jaguar warrior heard only the cawing of crows. The square, scarred by battle, was now empty. The 4 of them were gone. Instant teleportation, meow ha ha ha. She burst into laughter, but no one could say what, exactly, she found so funny. 100 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/pinksnake. Chapter 383, Volume 6, Chapter 17, At the Brink. The magical beasts attacking the northern front didn't strike in a continuous wave. Instead, their assaults came in irregular bursts, like some kind of natural phenomenon. Sometimes they struck at midday. Other times, just after the morning shift change between 2 squads of soldiers. And at times, they came in the dead of night. Because no one could predict the timing of these attacks, a massive wall spanning the Mesopotamian plains had been constructed in the north as a defensive measure. One of the duties assigned to the girls stationed in Uruk to assist with internal defenses was to scale the wall and participate in repelling sudden beast raids and attacks meant to damage the wall itself. At least, that was how it was supposed to be. From beyond the distant horizon, hordes of magical beasts charged forward, roaring as they surged toward the wall. In addition to the soldiers of Uruk and the servants leading the defense, large siege weapons known as Dinger had also been installed atop the battlements. According to the current deputy commander Gilgamesh, this responsibility should have belonged to the king of heroes of that era. But under the present circumstances, he was forced to dig into his remaining treasury and use those precious treasures as ammunition. Still, despite Gilgamesh's claim that his treasury was running low, it had shown no signs of depletion even after 6 months of use. Even suspected this was merely an excuse, Gilgamesh's way of keeping soldiers and civilians from growing complacent by thinking they had something they could always rely on. At noon, a massive assault began. Leonidas I, a master of defensive warfare, led Uruk's troops, Chaldea's magi, and their servants in a fierce battle atop the walls. That was when the ominous pillars burst forth from the ground. Unlike the magical beasts, who couldn't scale the towering 10-meter-high ramparts, the demon pillars possessed colossal, sky-piercing bodies. They erupted from the earth, revealed their grotesque forms, and began rapidly climbing the walls to attack the defenders. GHH. At this range, I can't fire the Dinger. Leonidas's voice strained as he forced back a demon pillar that was moments away from crushing a small defensive unit, buying them enough time to retreat. But that's all he managed to buy, time. The demon pillars clearly understood the threat posed by the Dinger, blocking anyone who dared approach the weapons. What made matters worse was the false sense of relief that followed their initial success in repelling one pillar. Their celebration was cut short when 7 more demon pillars appeared, surging forward along with the initial one after the crawlers retreated. There's so many. Caren, shielded by soldiers, kept firing her hand crossbow while frowning deeply. She wasn't skilled in large-scale magecraft, her spells were tailored for combat against humans. Against something like a demon pillar, her attacks barely registered, as if she were scratching an itch. My will is firm, my shadow strikes with its blade. Sakura's mana surged from a rift in the void, slicing toward the demon pillars. But her strike couldn't fully sever the grotesque forms made from countless corpses and filled with countless eyes. The attack's overwhelming force drew the attention of the demon pillars. The one's hit locked their gazes onto her, and the countless pupils lit up with energy. Mash quickly stepped in front of Sakura. The resulting explosion nearly knocked her off her feet. The city wall trembled beneath them. The demon pillars rammed their massive bodies into the fortifications, their eyes firing magical blasts that steadily eroded the front line. Perched atop the ramparts, Grey couldn't even find a stable place to stand. She released the holy lance that Ad had sealed away. Though the Lion King had taken the resonance they once shared, she hadn't taken the power that let Grey protect those dear to her, or fight alongside her allies. Anna moved confidently across the battlements, but she wasn't built to face off against demon pillars. Even her Mystic Eye's petrification could do little more than slow their advance. Everyone, brace for impact. Directors ready. At that moment, Ritsuka, who had just used her Mystic Code's healing magecraft to assist Tomoguzen, suddenly shouted to the others. A barrage of meteorites then rained down in front of the city walls, striking many of the magical beasts. But to avoid damaging the wall itself, Olga Marie had deliberately widened the attack's range, which meant the demon pillars escaped significant damage. In fact, both the number and scale of the meteorites were far less impressive compared to the assault on Camelot back during the Sixth Singularity. The meteor shower lasted barely 5 seconds before fading. There simply wasn't enough time to properly prepare the celestial magecraft after the demon pillars appeared. This was the best Olga Marie could manage. Seeing the soldiers fall one after another, Leonidas knew they couldn't afford to hold the wall any longer and risk greater casualties. Everyone. Fall BA. They're here. Watch out. This time, it was Romani's voice. As servants, Leonidas and Tomoguzen were the first to sense the overwhelming surge of mana. This light is the planet's hope. Proof of the life that illuminates this world. Behold. Excalibur. A golden torrent of light swept across the ground in front of the wall, scorching the demon pillars' massive bodies until they were burned away, piece by piece. But that was only the beginning. Bow your heads, demon gods. There is no fear here, no hope. Only death, as befits sinners. Don't even think of passing through. Roadless Camelot, the now unreachable utopia. As if unwilling to be outdone by Artoria's holy sword, Morgan's noble phantasm surged forth with even more dramatic grandeur, roaring toward the remaining demon pillars. In the blink of an eye, 6 demon pillars and the magical beasts surrounding them were vaporized by the blaze of noble phantasms. We're not done yet. Let the demon gods witness the secret techniques of the land of shadows. From the sky, Shiomi descended alongside Scáthach, both hurling spinning crimson spears. The master and disciple moved in perfect synchrony, exhaling as one, their feet kicking the red spear forward as they declared in unison. Gi Balg Alternative. The red spear transformed into a storm of death, raining down in a violent barrage that shredded the demon pillar's monstrous, loathsome forms, leaving not even a trace behind. Shiomi and his group, having traveled south to investigate UR, had returned just before the wall's defenders reached their breaking point. With their noble phantasms, they turned the tide of battle. Their arrival reignited the troops' morale. Seizing the opportunity created by the enemy's disarray, the servants surged forward to strike at the remaining demon pillars. Without a doubt, the magical beasts and demon pillars' sudden ambush had failed once again. Watching from the highlands to the northwest, the false Enkidu looked down on the scene with a careless sigh. Oh! They managed to annihilate 8 of the King of Magecraft's pillars in one strike. Looks like I underestimated them. I thought they were still in UR, too far south to return in time. Then, with a malicious grin, he added. Humph. To break through that line, we'll need more demon pillars. Or maybe, wait until they split up again, and crush them one by one. Chapter 384, Volume 6, Chapter 18, Escalating Crisis. Unaware that Chaldea's group had led the counterattack against the front line of magical beasts, the team returned within the city walls after successfully eliminating 8 demon pillars. There, they rested and assisted with various tasks, collecting the remains of fallen soldiers, tending to the wounded, distributing supplies, and repairing damage to the walls sustained during the battle. 8 demon pillars showed up. So it wasn't just the magical beast army attacking the northern wall. Shiomi sat on a crate in the city barracks, slowly regulating his breath as he absorbed mana from the Age of Gods atmosphere. His teleportation magic wasn't something Scáthach had taught him directly. Rather, after she passed on the primordial runes, he developed the spell himself. The technique allowed for long-range spatial travel but had significant drawbacks. First, the farther the distance, the greater the mana consumption. Jumping straight from UR back to Uruk had drained nearly as much mana as it would take for Artoria or Morgan to unleash a noble phantasm. Fortunately, there hadn't been any actual barriers in the dense forest, otherwise, spatial restrictions would have pushed the cost even higher. Second, he couldn't teleport accurately to places he hadn't visited before. That's why he chose to travel to UR on foot. It was also a precaution. Arriving somewhere unfamiliar only to run into enemies with his mana reserves nearly depleted could have turned the tide of battle against them. Especially considering that before they returned to defend, they'd been clashing with a servant of a major god's caliber. How many demon pillars did I take down just now? 3, or was it 4? Morgan, who had also played a major role in the fight, showed no signs of fatigue. Instead, she was already checking with Chaldea for the tally. The reason was simple. She couldn't accept that her results might be equal to Artoria's. Ahahaha. It looks like both of your noble phantasms took out 3 each. The remaining 2 were brought down by the others working together, Romani said with an awkward laugh, trying to play the mediator. So it's a draw then. Artoria nodded in understanding, though she seemed a bit disappointed. How about we include the magical beasts that got wiped out along the way? Scáthach leaned lazily against Shiomi, speaking with interest. Da Vinci grumbled, how are we supposed to count that? The mana signatures from the demon pillars completely scrambled the radar's ability to track the beast numbers. Then improve it, you're supposed to be a genius, Leonardo da Vinci, Morgan said bluntly. It's only in moments like this that you acknowledge I'm a genius. Genius witches really piss me off, Da Vinci replied through clenched teeth. Romani let out a yelp, most likely because his shoulder was getting squeezed as someone's stress relief. In any case, I'm just glad everyone's safe, Shiomi said, rubbing his forehead. 8 demon pillars, yet they were stronger than even the 28 Meb had summoned in the North American Singularity using her special methods. It was almost as if the King of Magecraft himself had taken control. His gaze swept across the barracks. When he spotted Sakura tending to Anna's wounds, something suddenly clicked in his mind. Where's Mari? She's Merlin's sister, after all. Don't tell me she's completely incapable of fighting. That's a harsh accusation, but luckily, I saw this coming. Mari's voice rang out in response to Shiomi's suspicion. With her were Hakuno Kishinami and Siduri. The king actually left the throne. Are you sure that's okay? Shiomi asked, mildly surprised. Hakuno shook his head. I've temporarily left things in Gilgamesh's hands. When I heard how fierce the battle at the front was, I asked Siduri to help prepare supplies, and I brought them here myself. A wise choice. After such a grueling fight, the king showing up to personally support the troops will do wonders for morale, Artoria said approvingly. Not at all, Chaldea is the one who's worked tirelessly. If not for you all, I doubt Uruk and the front lines could have withstood these demon pillars. This was their first appearance, wasn't it? Hakuno offered her sincere thanks. From her response, it was clear, this was the first time the demon pillars had shown up as an organized offensive force. As for Miss Mari, Hakuno shook his head. She's currently focusing most of her strength elsewhere. Even if she comes to the front lines, all she can do is use illusion magic to provide cover. If it were just about retreating, that'd be one thing. For instance, when Leonidas gave the order earlier, Mari was ready to step in and help with the withdrawal. It was only because Shiomi and the others returned in time and kicked off the counterattack that it seemed like Mari hadn't done anything. A certain task? Shiomi asked, puzzled. Hakuno glanced at Siduri, handed over the task of distributing supplies to her, and then turned to the group to reveal the deeper secrets of this singularity. To put it simply, we still don't have a clear picture of things. We've seen the three goddess alliance and a fake Enkidu commanding the magical beast army, but it's highly likely these are just decoys. The real mastermind, the king of magecraft, seems to be planning to bring a god back to Mesopotamia. A god? Scáthach asked. You don't mean? The primordial mother goddess, the mother of the Mesopotamian gods, Tiamat, Hakuno said, enunciating each word clearly. At that moment, Mari spoke softly, clearly not intending to shake the morale of the regular soldiers or others nearby. Right now, I've sealed goddess Tiamat within a dream, preventing her from awakening. But it's only a temporary measure, just a way to buy time. If we can't defeat the three goddess alliance and retrieve the Holy Grail that the king of magecraft sent to this era, Tiamat will awaken. Morgan asked. Mari gave a resigned expression. She won't just awaken. The moment she does, she'll kill me, the one who put her in that dream. That's not entirely bad news. Shiomi cracked a joke, drawing laughter from Morgan, Scáthach, and Hakuno. Mari, however, looked genuinely hurt. Still, the king of magecraft is putting way too much weight on this singularity, Shiomi continued, the humor fading from his voice. Beyond the singularity's inherent power, he even summoned his demon pillars here. Unleashing 8 demon pillars in one go, this was something none of the 6 previous singularities had ever seen. The gap in strength is enormous. From here on, defending the magical beast front will only get tougher, Hakuno said with deep concern. Even as a temporary substitute for the throne, she was still carrying out her responsibilities as a king. We don't have a choice. From now on, either Scáthach, Artoria, or I must always remain here to support the defense. The goal was to avoid unnecessary battles whenever possible, like the one with the Jaguar warrior in UR. Situations like that had to be prevented moving forward. It's the only way. Shiomi nodded firmly, agreeing with Morgan's proposal. 100 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/pinksnake. Chapter 385, Volume 6, Chapter 19, The Drawing of Lots. Looking at the wooden stick with red paint on the tip, Morgan's frustrated gaze was so intense it seemed like she might ignite it like a match. She was the one who suggested going out with Shiomi to investigate the singularity and take care of various field missions, and also the one who recommended reducing the number of personnel. Yet, ironically, she was the one who wasn't chosen. After making that suggestion yesterday, Morgan, Scáthach, and Artoria drew lots before departure today. There were 3 thin wooden sticks. Whoever drew the one with the red-painted tip would stay behind in Uruk to help reinforce the northern wall's defenses. The others would accompany Shiomi on the mission. Ah. How about we draw again? Shiomi reached out to collect the sticks, intending to start over. After all, the result was undeniably disappointing. Forget it. We agreed to draw lots, cheating because you don't like the outcome is something even kids wouldn't do. Morgan's cheeks flushed slightly as she accepted the result with a trace of resentment. She set down the stick, picked up the kettle, and poured water into a wooden cup. Besides, the northern wall's defenses still aren't fully repaired. If the demon pillars attack again alongside the magical beasts, we'll be facing the same crisis as yesterday. Not only that, given that the magical beast front now also has to contend with the sudden appearance of demon pillars, the northern defenses must be adapted accordingly to account for that threat. At present, the only one capable of swiftly leading the troops and upgrading those defenses was Morgan. But today's mission is just a water quality survey in the Persian Gulf, Shiomi said, arms crossed. Do we really need that many people going out? Maybe we should leave one more person in Uruk. Just then, Scáthach unrolled a piece of parchment showing a rough map of the Mesopotamian plains, with cities marked across it. Not exactly. While it's true that we're just heading to the observation post to exchange empty bottles for ones filled with seawater, the post is fairly close to the southern jungle. She explained. This might be a good opportunity to follow the coastline south, bypass UR, and head directly to investigate the situation in Eridu. Of course, the term Persian Gulf didn't exist at the time, it's just used by Chaldea for convenience. Artoria pointed at Eridu's location on the map. Yesterday in UR, that Jaguar warrior said the people taken from the city were only being used as laborers in the temple of Eridu. We need to confirm whether that's true. At the same time, we might uncover the true identity of the goddess of the jungle and the real goal of the Three Goddess Alliance. What do you mean? Morgan looked up at her. Each goddess governs a different domain. If they simply wanted to exterminate humanity and claim the land, I doubt their goals would be entirely aligned, Artoria replied, glancing at the others. If we can identify a rift in their alliance and exploit it, we may be able to turn the tide in our favor. Shiomi stared at Eridu on the map, deep in thought. So that's why we need to press deeper into the jungle, to uncover the truth behind the Temple of Eridu. That said, once they entered the forest, they'd immediately fall under the watchful gaze of the forest goddess. There were no magical beasts there, but there were jaguar warriors, divine servants far more troublesome than magical beasts. And if they tried to split up, leaving one person behind to hold off the jaguar warriors while the rest advanced, the risk would only grow greater with their forces divided. We still don't know enough about the three-goddess alliance. Maybe we should focus on Ishtar first. Morgan rubbed her temples. Whether it's Rin Tosaka being possessed, or the one possessed just happens to be her past self, the fact that Ishtar is shaken by Sakura might make her easier to deal with. But Ishtar's territory is far off in the east, on Mount Abi. Even if we put it on the agenda, it's not something we can rush, Shiomi said, looking at Morgan. Sort things out and have Sakura and the others bring it to Siduri. Let them discuss it with the Moon King and Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh probably understands Ishtar better than anyone and knows how to handle her. Let's go with that, Morgan said, glancing out the window. It's getting late. I should head to the northern wall. My husband, you'd better get going with them to the observation station at the Persian Gulf. She suddenly fixed Scáthach and Artoria with a stern look. One of you is my husband's master. The other is his servant. If even the two of you can't keep him safe and he ends up hurt, don't expect me to stay calm about it. Shiomi awkwardly chimed in, I mean, I'm not that fragile. I can hold my own in a fight too. How strong my dear student is has nothing to do with it. I just don't want anything to happen to you. Scáthach closed one eye and glanced at the Lion King with the other. If you try to take the Holy Lance on your own again like last time, there's no telling what could happen. Please rest assured. My Holy Lance and Holy Sword will be wielded solely in service of my master from now on. Never against him, Artoria replied with composure, her hand over her ample chest. As long as the spirit origin remains, I will fight for my master to the very last breath. That's really not something you should say out loud, Shiomi muttered with a dry smile. Good. With that, Morgan kissed Shiomi goodbye in front of them, then turned and was the first to leave the room. Heh. So those who stay behind get to kiss my beloved student goodbye. Maybe we should skip the lottery next time. I'd like to try that too, Scáthach mused, already plotting to be the one left behind next time. Can we really do that? Artoria asked, genuinely unsure, apparently forgetting what she'd done at the sixth singularity. You're really forgetful, King of Knights. Scáthach waved it off. Artoria blinked, then gave a faint smile. Shiomi kept his thoughts to himself, simply calling out to the two of them as he headed outside. Time to go. Siduri prepared a carriage for us. Besides switching out the seawater sample bottles, we'll also be delivering supplies to the people at the observation station. This time we'll be taking the main road across the plains. No magical beasts in sight. It's practically a picnic, Scáthach said, stretching lazily and boldly showing off her well-toned figure beneath her tight outfit. Even if there were magical beasts, it probably wouldn't make much difference, Shiomi replied. But what if the three-goddess alliance attacks? Artoria asked. Shiomi paused to think. According to the Moon King, the observation station is the only place they won't attack. Though no one knows why. That's not very reassuring. Artoria said with a sigh. Chapter 386, Chapter 386, Volume 6, Chapter 20, Dream of Origin. It was an endless deep sea. Shiomi floated within it like a drifting fish, slowly sinking. Don't go, don't go. A distant voice echoed from the darkness of the deep, filled with sorrow and longing. Who's there? Don't go, stay. Don't go, come back, just once more, come back to me. The voice repeated in fragments, like the murmurs of a dream, tender and mournful, like a mother calling out to her child. Forcing his eyes open, Shiomi looked toward the source of the voice and saw a faint beam of light in the distance. Once more, just once more, no. No. Not again, not this time. Don't love me again. The light flickered gently through the water, and Shiomi reached out, trying to push through the sea and swim toward it. Smack. But his hand was suddenly grabbed by someone. Master. Master. Shiomi's eyes snapped open. He awoke from the strange dream, only to see half the sky above him. His outstretched hand was being held by Artoria. He was lying beneath a tree, his head resting on her lap. A pleasant, indescribable scent lingered around his nose. When he shifted his gaze slightly, he could see the blue, form-fitting fabric pressed against Artoria's lower abdomen, and the clear outline of her stomach beneath it. The soft warmth of her thighs felt like sinking into a pool of gentle water. Realizing how awkward this was, Shiomi hurriedly tried to sit up, but moved too quickly and accidentally bumped his forehead against Artoria's ample chest, making her let out a small, muffled gasp. Sorry. Shiomi quickly sat upright and apologized. No, it's fine. Artoria composed herself, raising a hand slightly. You're awake, master. I fell asleep. Shiomi asked, now sitting cross-legged beside her. Artoria shook her head. More accurately, you passed out. Right, Shiomi murmured, slowly recalling what had happened. They were on the coast of the Persian Gulf. The observation station stood atop a rocky hill on one side of the bay. They had departed from Uruk and traveled at a steady pace in a carriage, finally arriving at the shoreline in the late afternoon. Shiomi, who had never been to the third singularity, hadn't seen the sea in a long time. Before heading to the station, he decided to take a walk along the beach. And then he lost consciousness, until now. How long was I out? About 15 minutes, Artoria said, pointing to the communicator on Shiomi's wrist, which displayed a digital clock. Where's master? Because you suddenly collapsed, Scáthach took over delivering the supplies and exchanging the seawater samples with the observation station staff. I stayed behind to watch over and protect you, Artoria explained. Master really doesn't waste any time, Shiomi exhaled, then grinned teasingly. But the moment he caught sight of Artoria's worried expression, his smile faltered, and he quickly composed himself. Are you feeling unwell, master? What caused you to faint all of a sudden? Artoria asked with concern. Shiomi lowered his gaze to the grass at his feet. It wasn't physical. I heard a voice. A voice. It was, incredibly sorrowful, and strangely warm. Like. Shiomi slowly tried to put the dream into words. Like a mother abandoned by her child. He'd come to the shore, looking out over the vast Persian Gulf stretching toward the Indian Ocean, and then, his mind had gone blank. He collapsed without warning. A mother abandoned by her child. Artoria looked at him. Could it be tied to your lost memories? Anywhere else, I might have thought that, Shiomi replied, frowning and shaking his head. But here, in the seventh singularity, I can't believe that's all it is. Why not? Do you remember what the Moon King said yesterday? Shiomi asked. About goddess Tiamat. In Mesopotamian creation myths, the mother goddess Tiamat and the father god Apsu gave birth to the first generation of gods. But Apsu, born into a world of calm, couldn't stand the chaos their children brought, and resolved to kill them. However, before he could act, the children killed him first. The world only grew noisier after his death, and Tiamat became the next target. She, too, was betrayed by her children. In her grief, she gave birth to 11 monstrous children to fight the gods, but she was defeated in the end. Shiomi recounted the myth in simple terms, then stood up and pressed his toes into the ground. After her defeat, Tiamat's body was torn apart by the gods. Her remains floated on the sea, were moved by the gods, and eventually became this land, Mesopotamia. So, you believe the voice calling out to you was from the sleeping goddess Tiamat? Artoria asked, her understanding clear. Maybe. Shiomi extended his hand toward her. When I think about the power I've touched, it mirrors Tiamat's from the age of myth. Artoria took his hand and rose from beneath the tree. So that's why you sensed her, or perhaps she sensed you first. Could be. Maybe she even mistook me for the child she lost, Shiomi said, glancing at her gloved hand with a self-deprecating smile. Artoria gently rotated her wrist, intending to return his grip and soothe the unease she could feel stirring in him. But before she could speak, something flashed in the corner of her eye, a vapor trail cut through the clouds, streaking across the bright blue sky at supersonic speed, headed straight for the shore. Only seconds remained before impact. Life wall. Without hesitation, Shiomi cast a defensive spell. Just as the unidentified object struck, a transparent barrier formed, absorbing the shockwave, its force comparable to a meteor impact. I didn't expect you to abandon your position after spotting the demon pillars. Instead, you reduced your numbers for reconnaissance. You must have a lot of confidence in your own strength. The fake Enkidu rose from the swirling sand, walking toward them with an air of arrogance. One master. One servant. With so few of you, even I feel tempted to take this chance to eliminate you. When you show up alone like this, you can't hide that aura, the aura of the king of magecraft, imposter. Shiomi gripped his crimson spear. Behind him, Artoria had already changed into her battle attire, holding the holy lance at the ready. Your instincts aren't bad. Yes, I'm a fake Enkidu. I simply serve a different master now. Humans really are beyond saving. Oh. Then before we take you down, how about you tell us your true name? You've got nerve, human. If you think you can manage that. The false Enkidu spread his arms wide as dense chains erupted from golden gates that materialized from the void. 100 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 387, Volume 6, Chapter 21, Clash with the False Enkidu. Facing the oncoming barrage of chains, Artoria darted in front of Shiomi and swept her holy lance forward. The compressed invisible air burst forth, throwing the chains off course. The fierce gusts whipped at the fake Enkidu's white robe, but he remained still, watching as Shiomi zigzagged his way forward, closing the distance in a single charge and thrusting his crimson spear. It wasn't until then that the fake Enkidu raised his hand to block. "You said you've switched masters. Are you talking about a change in loyalty, or?" Shiomi pressed in with his spear, but the fake Enkidu, whose hand had morphed into a broad-bladed sword, blocked him. "Is that body of yours stolen?" "What an unpleasant thing to say." The fake Enkidu replied with a mocking smile. "But it's all trivial. Until the moment I'm destroyed, I'll remain humanity's enemy. That fact will never change, I'll prove it with your lives." Power surged through the broad blade, knocking Shiomi's spear aside. The sword then came slashing down at him from above at an angle. Shiomi blocked it with his spear, and the clash sent sparks flying. But the strike from the fake Enkidu's hand was just a distraction. The real threat came from the dozens of golden gates that opened behind him, launching a barrage of chains. Shiomi dodged back midair, but couldn't realign his posture in time to cast a magecraft defense. In that moment, Artoria leapt upward. Her holy lance pulsed with mana, unleashing a torrent of golden energy. Even without releasing its true name, the lance's power was formidable enough to force the fake Enkidu to raise his hands in defense. "Oh. So that's the anchor that holds the world together. Quite the display," he said calmly. "Since you're also a goddess, shouldn't you stop siding with humans? Joining the goddess alliance would be the right choice." "I refuse." Artoria swung her holy lance, cutting through the continuous attacks as she answered. "I fight for humanity. That's all that matters." "Is that so? Then I'll send you on your way," the fake Enkidu said as he placed both hands on the sand. A massive surge of mana erupted from the ground beneath his feet. On the beach, hundreds of golden gates opened. This time, they didn't launch chains, but a barrage of weapons of every kind. Gilgamesh's Gate of Babylon. When the fake Enkidu had transformed his arm into a weapon earlier, and with the chains flying out from the gates, Shiomi had sensed a resemblance to Gilgamesh's fighting style. Don't get it twisted. Limitless blade creation, unrestricted firing, that's the optimal way to fight in this body. The fake Enkidu raised his chin arrogantly. That man merely imitated my combat style, poorly. Chains and weapons flew in alternating waves from both flanks. Unlike Artoria, a servant, the fake Enkidu fought with the relentless efficiency of a war machine. Even as she retreated, activating invisible air and using the holy lance to break through the storm of weapons, Artoria felt herself beginning to tire. Shiomi had a bad feeling. The fight could reach the observation station at any moment. A telepathic message came from his master: evacuation of the station's personnel was underway. But full evacuation would take a few more minutes. They had to contain the battle within a fixed perimeter. The fake Enkidu would never go along with that peacefully, and sooner or later, he'd notice that Shiomi's side was trying to protect the civilians. "What's wrong?" "Starting to wear out. You're about to get torn apart." A chain coiled around the holy lance, disrupting Artoria's next move. She drew her holy sword, preparing to strike back. The fake Enkidu's grin widened into a crazed sneer. Then, Shiomi spoke clearly and firmly. "Pseudo-reality marble, activate, eternal Orkney, dot." As he deployed a defensive barrier, he traced runes through the air, and light burst forth. The magecraft once used in the fifth singularity manifested again here. What? The fake Enkidu hadn't expected this. The beach scenery flipped in an instant, transforming into a frozen island of snow and ice. Behind him, icy seawater crashed against snow-covered cliffs. This should at least help us narrow the gap in terms of firepower. Shiomi clenched his fist and crushed a rune, releasing a burst of light that scattered into the air. Snowflakes in the sky condensed into countless icicles, while the snow beneath his feet slowly rose, forming jagged spikes of ice. Even so, it was barely enough to match the scale of the enemy's attack. The fake Enkidu's abilities were undoubtedly tied to the real Enkidu's noble phantasm, drawing on the mana of the land and sand to forge weapons rivaling noble phantasms. So, the moment their attacks clashed, Shiomi's offensive was swiftly overwhelmed. "Master." The deployment of the pseudo-reality marble disrupted the fake Enkidu's attack rhythm, giving Artoria the opening she needed to pull back and regroup with Shiomi. "I'll keep disrupting his perception with magecraft. You choose the timing to strike." Shiomi turned slightly as he spoke, narrowly dodging a chain that pierced through his counter and grazed past his face. "And, watch out for those chains. They're lethal to divine beings." "Got it." Artoria gave a short roar in acknowledgement and retreated, vanishing into the swirling snowstorm. Shiomi immediately amplified his magecraft, managing to push the fake Enkidu's assault back slightly. A loud crash echoed out as a green blur smashed through the ice wall and lunged at Shiomi. The fake Enkidu's left arm had morphed into a massive scythe, which came cleaving down, forcing Shiomi to raise his spear to block. Oh, still able to wield weapons while casting magecraft. I suppose not all human magus are worthless, the fake Enkidu sneered, pressing down harder with the scythe. But that's about all you've got. Wouldn't be so sure. Shiomi smirked. A rune flared into life midair and exploded right in front of the fake Enkidu's face. That body, crafted by the gods of Mesopotamia, was the ultimate weapon, with natural resistance to magecraft. Even so, the blast only managed to knock him back slightly. Immediately after, a barrage of high-level magecraft lit up the field. Of them all, lightning spells proved most effective, the current they generated even troubling the chains that served their master. As the fake Enkidu grimaced in annoyance, 5 identical figures burst forth from multiple directions, cutting through the chaos of spells and weapons, charging straight at him. Using his noble phantasm and his own transformed weapons, the fake Enkidu blocked the assault. Your magecraft is efficient. Too bad it can't hurt me. Shiomi's clones then engaged him in close combat, their attacks alternating one after another. Chapter 388, Chapter 388, Volume 6, Chapter 22, Holy Spear vs. Chains of Heaven. If he had a choice, Shiomi wouldn't want to be casting magecraft this frequently or without pause. Even so, this level of casting was already beyond what most human magus could ever hope to achieve. It was a technique he had learned from Tokuo Ozaki, using runes to create more runes. All he had to do was inscribe the first one, and the following runes would automatically compose the next spells according to his will, activating the moment they were completed. The upside was that it allowed for a sort of semi-automatic casting. The downside, diminished spell potency. Against an opponent with magic resistance, it was enough to restrain, but not enough to hurt. If it weren't for someone like the fake Enkidu, who could overwhelm foes purely through brute force weapon output, Shiomi wouldn't bother with such inefficient tactics. In both close quarters and long-range combat, the fake Enkidu was a formidable opponent. Shiomi's clones couldn't match him and were picked off one after another as soon as they showed an opening. As the last of the clones collapsed and vanished before him, Shiomi evaded the chains and weapons his magecraft couldn't intercept and charged toward the fake Enkidu. Oh. No more clones. Coming at me yourself now. If you're that eager to die, I'll gladly oblige. Tossing aside a disabled clone like it was trash, the fake Enkidu sprinted forward, and the two clashed again at close range. Now within striking distance once more, Shiomi reaffirmed it, this impostor wasn't to be underestimated. His attacks weren't elegant or refined, they relied solely on overwhelming physical strength and bestial instincts. He was like a raw, uncut gemstone. Shiomi couldn't even tell whether training in martial arts would make him stronger, or dull him by forcing structure onto his wild power. You're on a whole different level from your clones, Enkidu muttered, lowering his stance and sidestepping Shiomi's thrust to the throat. He countered, reaching straight for Shiomi's neck. Are you a little too focused on me? Shiomi sneered. A white warhorse broke through the storm, and atop it, the King of Knights let out a thunderous battle cry. Artoria drove the gleaming white holy lance straight toward the fake Enkidu. Abandoning his counter against Shiomi, the fake Enkidu pivoted on his left foot and turned to meet the blow. With one hand wrapped in razor-sharp mana, he struck toward the lance. Sparks erupted as the two weapons clashed. The holy lance pierced through the fake Enkidu's left shoulder, but Artoria wasn't unscathed, his counterswing split open her arm, and blood spilled from the wound, staining her cloak in red. Dun Stallion let out a fierce neigh and raised its front hooves high before slamming them down with force. The fake Enkidu tore himself free from the holy lance, flesh and muscle ripping away in the process, and was flung several meters back, narrowly avoiding being trampled. Shiomi immediately activated the mana link between master and servant, healing the wound on Artoria's arm. Then he turned to look at the fake Enkidu. Even though his shoulder had been torn open, bone and all, his body was already regenerating, the missing flesh rapidly reforming before Shiomi's eyes. Life authority! Shiomi exclaimed. It's not as grand as that. Just the power of the Holy Grail, the fake Enkidu replied casually, rolling his shoulder with ease. And besides, this isn't a true reality marble, just a counterfeit that isolates us from the outside world. As long as I'm standing on solid ground, my mana supply is limitless. As if planting despair in their hearts, he explained it all without hesitation. So tell me, Master of Chaldea, how much longer can your mana hold out? He raised his hand, and all the chains and weapons, those overwhelming Shiomi's magecraft to its limits and needing only a few more breaths to break through, vanished into thin air. Thinking of going easy on us? Shiomi didn't feel any relief, in fact, a sharper sense of danger crept in. Not really. I'm just sick of this endless fighting. The fake Enkidu knelt on one knee, placing both hands on the snowy ground. My mother's still waiting. I don't have time to waste on you. Beneath his feet, the land began to pulse with a strange surge of mana. Shiomi's instinct screamed, this wasn't the same kind of noble phantasm used to create and launch weapons. If Gilgamesh had a hidden trump card beyond his gate of Babylon, then it only made sense that Enkidu would have won too. Even if it was just a fake. Before Shiomi could issue any command, Artoria yanked the reins. Dun Stallion reared up and carried her skyward. A noble phantasm that dangerous could only be met with another noble phantasm. Oh! Planning to unleash the Holy Lance. Then vanish with style, Lion King of the Sixth Singularity. The mana beneath the fake Enkidu surged violently. Artoria hovered in midair, raising the Holy Lance high above her. 13 restraints, release, round table resolution, commence. The Holy Lance was originally the Tower of Light that anchored the surface of the world. Only by undergoing the same process as the Star Holy Sword, and sealing it with 13 restraints, could it barely take shape as a noble phantasm. To release its true name, at least half of those restraints had to be undone. And that choice had to be made with her 12 most trusted knights. This battle is for survival. K, acknowledged. This battle is against a foe greater than ourselves. Bedivere, acknowledged. This battle is not one that betrays humanity. Gaheris, acknowledged. This battle is in pursuit of truth. Agravain, acknowledged. This battle is not a war against the Fae. Lancelot, acknowledged. This battle is not for selfish desire. Galahad, acknowledged. This is a battle to save the world. Arthur, acknowledged. Artoria aimed the Tower of Light in her hand directly at the fake Enkidu, releasing 7 of the 13 restraints, including her own. This was the edge of what a singularity could bear. Beyond this, no one could predict what distortions might unfold. Holy Lance, lift the anchor. The fake Enkidu bared his teeth, smiling with twisted delight. Mother is furious. Here, as the sea roars of ruin. The same Tower of Light that had once fallen to oppose her now descended again, but this time, Artoria wasn't the enemy. She stood as an ally. And the only force that could rival this pillar was either another one like it, or the god-crafted weapon before them now. The mana gathered beneath the fake Enkidu erupted upward in a spiraling storm, wrapping his body in a vortex of raw energy. Then, with him at its center, the mana transformed into a colossal ring of light that pierced earth and sky. It embodied the concept of life itself. A fire sparked to overcome primordial fear, a cry from the Origin Mother, powerful enough to devour everything under heaven. Namu Duranki, oh, Mother, I give you the cry of beginning. The heavens thundered as that strike met the very reflection of the tower that upheld the world. Rangaminiad, the lance that shines to the end of the world. 100 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/pinksnake. Chapter 389, Volume 6, Chapter 23, End of the Fierce Battle. Power clashed with power. Noble phantasms collided head-on. Towers of light met chains of heaven. The impact between these extremes twisted the very fabric of space, leveling everything in its wake. Overwhelmed by the sheer force, Shiomi could no longer maintain the pseudo-reality marble that separated the battlefield. All he could do was pray that in those brief minutes, his master had evacuated the innocent observers, and rely on the protection of the primordial runes to keep himself from being turned to ash. Light poured through the cracks in the storm, engulfing everything in sight. Shiomi shielded his eyes with an arm, bracing against the lingering shockwaves of the noble phantasms. It was impossible to tell how long the clash lasted, perhaps only seconds. As the light faded and the barrier vanished, the Persian Gulf coastline re-emerged under the twilight sky. A metallic clang rang out. Artoria crashed to the ground, landing heavily on one knee. Her cloak was torn, and the armor woven from magical energy was fractured, with blood flowing freely from her wounds. Shiomi, still battered from the blast and covered in cuts from the wind pressure, reached out to steady her. That power, it's no ordinary force. Supported by Shiomi, Artoria rose with difficulty, her gaze fixed on the direction of the fake Enkidu. Thick smoke mingled with residual mana from the clash, obscuring their view and making it impossible to assess the enemy's condition, or plan their next move. Whoosh! A dense sound of chains cut through the sand and smoke, rushing straight toward them. Shiomi and Artoria pushed away from each other, dodging in opposite directions. The chains missed and vanished as they hit the ground. As the dust began to settle, the fake Enkidu leapt from the crater and landed on its edge. He wasn't looking good either. His once pristine white robes were soaked in blood, and his right arm was completely gone from the shoulder down. Hiding and dodging, what a pain, the fake Enkidu said, panting heavily as he raised his hand. Golden gates opened again, this time in both sky and earth. But instead of weapons, they released only chains. You've burned through so much mana, are you seriously going to keep fighting? Shiomi asked, taken aback. No need to be surprised. As long as I have the Holy Grail, this level of mana consumption is expected, the fake Enkidu replied, clutching the stump at his shoulder. The Holy Grail. Shiomi muttered in surprise. Could it be that the Holy Grail sent by the King of Magecraft to this singularity was in his possession? Or did he have the backing of someone who held the King's Grail? Either way, he wasn't regenerating his arm like before. Clearly, the clash of noble phantasms had drained him heavily. The Holy Grail's power was prioritizing the restoration of his inner reserves rather than his external wounds. It was just a matter of time. Shiomi needed to strike back now, while the fake Enkidu was still missing an arm and hadn't regained his footing. He lunged forward, but was met only by the enemy's cold smile. Then he saw it, the severed stump wasn't flesh or bone. It was a deep, shadowy void. A demon pillar burst from the fake Enkidu's shoulder, its twisted tendrils lashing toward Shiomi on their own. The coastline rumbled. Shiomi backed off quickly, only to see more demon pillars erupting from the ground. They were exactly the same as the ones destroyed yesterday at the northern city wall. Romani had said it before, the demon pillars exist as the 72. No matter how many are destroyed, there will always be 72. Even if they were wiped out now, they would be reborn under the King of Magecraft. I didn't think there'd be any need to use the little gift left behind by the King of Magecraft. The fake Enkidu stepped to the side as the demon pillar that had emerged from his arm detached itself, standing alone on the beach. Seems like bringing these demon pillars was necessary after all. Fools who dare defy the gods need opponents like this to deal with them. The demon pillars themselves weren't too difficult to handle. But the moment the fake Enkidu released them, Artoria had just unleashed her noble phantasm, and Shiomi hadn't had time to retreat to safety, leaving one drained and the other injured. Worse still, the relentless attacks of the demon pillars gave Artoria no chance to gather power and unleash her second noble phantasm to wipe them out. Those massive, gem-like eyes, glowing with ominous light, lit up one after another. Explosions burst out with no discernible pattern, narrowly missing the two as they weaved through the blasts. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, the fake Enkidu arrogantly raised his remaining arm. More chains snaked through the gaps between the demon pillars, encircling the pair from every direction. There was nowhere left to run. To avoid the demon pillars, they had to brave the chains. To dodge the chains of heaven, they had to endure the demon pillars' strikes. Then, a gate opened beneath their feet. Chains shot upward and coiled tightly around Shiomi, who was the focus of the attack, binding his neck and arms. No. That suffocating sensation returned, the overwhelming suppression of his power. Just before he completely lost control of his magical resistance, Shiomi raised his crimson spear. But bound by chains, he could barely move. And Artoria, seeing him caught, became distracted, just as more chains wrapped around her as she tried to reach him. The chains of heaven, the noble phantasm capable of binding even Gugalana, the bull of heaven, became harder to escape the greater one's divinity. Unable to move the hand gripping her holy lance, Artoria faltered in that crucial moment. Several chains pierced through her abdomen, shoulder, and thigh. Artoria. Shiomi cried out in panic. At that moment, he invoked the true name of his crimson spear. It shot forth, and just as the fake Enkidu tried to block it, it drove straight through his heart. Blood gushed from his mouth. A spear that never misses the heart. The fake Enkidu's legs buckled, he seemed ready to collapse. He pulled the spear from his chest and tossed it aside. If it can't destroy the Holy Grail, it's just a spear through the heart. But before he could finish, his body told him otherwise. In life, Enkidu had died from a divine curse. This body retained an absolute vulnerability to the curse of death. The curse of the Crimson Spear might not match that of the gods, but it was no trifling thing. Even with the Holy Grail as his core, the fake Enkidu understood, he could no longer continue fighting. And then, the third person arrived on the battlefield. Scáthach's Crimson Spear shot down like a missile, piercing through several demon pillars, slicing them in half, and exploding near the fake Enkidu's position. Seeing no chance for further gains, the fake Enkidu launched a final barrage of weapons, scattering them across the battlefield. Amid the chaos of explosions, his heavily wounded body rose into the air and vanished into the distant sky. "You're too slow, master." Freed at last, Shiomi held the injured Artoria in his arms as the chaos settled, and muttered a teasing complaint. "I thought we were fast enough evacuating the observers, but it looks like we were still a step behind their retreat." Scáthach picked up the crimson spear Shiomi had dropped and spoke with a helpless sigh. Chapter 390, Volume 6, Chapter 24, Night on the Plains, 1. When Artoria slowly woke, most of her injuries had already healed. The carriage moved gently along the plains road, rocking softly with each bump. She was resting against Shiomi's chest, like sinking into a giant cushion, her body completely enveloped in his warmth. She could hear Shiomi and Scáthach talking nearby. "So it seems the Holy Grail is in the hands of that fake Enkidu," Scáthach said. "That's what he claimed." "I didn't expect the Holy Grail to actually be with him," Shiomi replied thoughtfully. "But now that its location's been exposed, I doubt the fake Enkidu will appear again anytime soon." As long as the King of Magecraft's Holy Grail was successfully retrieved, the singularity would begin to repair itself. The fake Enkidu had to understand that much. According to the intel from Uruk, Enkidu is already dead. So this version of Enkidu, who openly admits he isn't the real one, could he be some kind of replica created with the Holy Grail? Scáthach asked, eyes on the slowly advancing horses. It shouldn't be as simple as just a replica, Artoria said quietly, opening her eyes. Shiomi looked down at her. Are you all right now? Not exactly. It's still a bit rough, Artoria replied after a pause, then continued the earlier topic. That man's core power undeniably comes from a divine weapon. With the gods of Mesopotamia no longer able to interfere with the lower realms, the Holy Grail alone shouldn't be enough to recreate something identical to Enkidu. What do you mean? Shiomi asked, curious. He adjusted his arm slightly, helping Artoria sit up a bit more comfortably against him. It's just a theory. The body made of the chains of heaven, the Holy Grail, and the demon pillars, Artoria said. I suspect that when the King of Magecraft sent the Holy Grail into this era, he also provided extensive support to empower the fake Enkidu. But didn't the King of Magecraft move on to the next phase after the incineration of humanity? Why would he? Shiomi's question faded as naturally as melting spring ice. Even with the incineration of humanity complete, the King of Magecraft had foreseen that his grand plan might be overturned. That's why he repeatedly appeared before Shiomi, trying to dismantle the very reasons that kept him fighting. Humanity, having overcome death and evolved, should no longer be fighting for the sake of the old world. That was the King of Magecraft's argument. In the final moments of that dream, the King of Magecraft had said the seventh singularity would be their end. It was both a warning and a veiled hint. A hint that, in this seventh singularity, an age far preceding the King of Magecraft's own birth, he had made deeper preparations and exerted greater influence. Seeing the flicker of realization cross Shiomi's face, Scáthach smiled knowingly. She clearly agreed with Artoria. Not only that, she added, do you remember? The real Gilgamesh of this era hasn't returned to Uruk. You mean, Shiomi said, stroking his chin, the reason for Gilgamesh's disappearance might be related to this fake Enkidu. Or maybe, he muttered, he is the reason Gilgamesh disappeared. Shiomi couldn't say for sure. Would Gilgamesh, on a journey to seek the elixir of immortality, lose his composure upon seeing a dead friend appear before him? Only the Gilgamesh sealed inside the divine tower could give them a solid answer. But no matter how he looked at it, the impostor was a fitting candidate, whether to capture or even kill Gilgamesh. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it, Scáthach said. Rather than sitting here racking our brains, we should keep investigating this singularity. That'll bring us closer to the truth faster. She glanced up at the sky, then guided the carriage to a stop beside a river. Master. At this pace, it'll be dawn by the time we make it back to Uruk, Scáthach said, turning to rub Shiomi's cheek. Even if you're fine, the King of Knights isn't. Artoria, nestled in Shiomi's arms, simply lowered her gaze, neither confirming nor denying it. Although the spirit core wasn't damaged, being pierced by the chains of heaven is no minor wound, Shiomi sighed. Sorry. If I hadn't been caught off guard and restrained, you wouldn't have been distracted. Hearing his apology, Artoria lifted one hand, and Shiomi gently took it. Restored mana flowed into her little by little. With her eyes closed, Artoria felt as if she could see her spirit origin gradually healing. She could have easily pulled herself from Shiomi's embrace and rested against the side of the carriage instead. But this was better. Maintaining close physical contact made it easier to absorb mana efficiently. Not that such practical reasoning was enough to explain why she stayed like this. As the child of the Red Dragon, created to be a perfect king, Artoria had failed to die a proper death. Transformed into a divine spirit by the secret within the Holy Lands, she had walked a path of isolation, one she hadn't even realized was so lonely until now. It was only when she encountered someone like Shiomi, someone with a similar nature, that she found herself inviting him in, without fully understanding why. Humans refuse to become gods. And gods, in turn, reclaim human hearts. To stand between man and God is to occupy a place they both understand. They shared not only that same space, but the same desire, to save the world. She wanted to be his strength, to be someone he could rely on. And also, to rely on him. Humans aren't meant to live alone. That's why they acknowledge their own weakness and support one another. She was no exception. Well, at this rate, even by dawn, we'll still need rest before we get back to Uruk, Scáthach said, signaling toward Shiomi with her eyes. I know. Shiomi wasn't some naive child. He understood that better than anyone. Then what are you still hesitating for? Scáthach's fingers brushed his lips. Didn't we already settle this back when we parted ways at the sixth singularity? I'd rather not get killed by my teacher, Shiomi said with a teasing grin. If I really intended to do that, my spear would have gone through your throat long ago. Scáthach gave his cheek a sharp pinch and followed with a voice full of teasing mischief. If anything, I'd help you keep it from Morgan. Shiomi wanted to say there's no way that could be hidden from her, but Scáthach just smiled, then turned and walked down toward the river, whether to fetch water or to bathe, it wasn't clear. While Shiomi exchanged words with his master, Artoria simply leaned quietly against his chest without saying a word. Her flushed cheeks and the shimmer in her eyes, reflecting the ripples of the river, were the only signs that she wasn't entirely at ease. Master, do you not want this? There's nothing like that. But sometimes, action spoke far louder than words when it came to showing what one truly felt. 100 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/pinksnake. Chapter 391, Chapter 391, Volume 6, Chapter 25, Night on the Plains, 2. Artoria Pendragon had none of the experience her teacher Merlin or her foster brother Kay had when it came to interactions between men and women. She had once had a wife named Gawainvir, but that had only ever been in name. So when it came to her feelings toward Tenkei Shiomi, what she truly thought of him, Artoria herself wasn't entirely sure. The rejection of her invitation had sparked a brief moment of anger, but that had faded over time. Eventually, she had come to understand his reasons and, from the bottom of her heart, agreed with them. Maybe, if Shiomi had accepted from the start, she would have been the one to feel uncertain instead, seeing him as no more than a pretty ornament, something meant to be carried to the end like a decorative vase. When they parted ways at the top of the tower, she was fully aware of all she had done at the sixth singularity, how much trouble she had caused him, how excessive her actions had been. And yet, he had never truly resented her, not as the Lion King. He had only wanted to awaken the human heart still within her. In that final moment, she had tried to apologize to a man in the only way she knew how. She had no experience living as an ordinary person. So, drawing from what little she'd heard, she chose what she thought was the best way to express her regret, only to misjudge what was appropriate. A kiss, meant as an apology, had gone far beyond what it should have. But even a wrong action can lead to the right result. Just like now. What should have been a simple act to replenish mana instead allowed her to feel the warmth pressing against her lips, and the emotion behind it. You look a little more spirited now, Shiomi said as he helped her sit up. So this method really is more effective, huh? Master, even someone as inexperienced as I am can tell, you're far too skilled with women. Artoria placed a hand on his chest, trying to regain some ground with her words. Well, considering we're technically married, that does make me your brother-in-law in a sense. The moment he said it, that last word sent a forbidden jolt through his brain, and his breath caught, quickening involuntarily. So please stop teasing me like this. I do have my pride, Artoria said, lowering her gaze, doing her best to suppress the embarrassment threatening to rise. At times like this, whether Morgan was truly her blood relative didn't matter anymore. She had feelings for her master, for Tenkei Shiomi, that she'd never consciously recognized before. The closer she was to him, the more they stirred, unsettling her heart. I didn't mean to tease you, Shiomi said seriously. It's just, lately I've felt this pressure. From Morgan, from my master, and now from you. It feels like I'm far too favored by women. And you still want to bring up other women at a time like this? Artoria muttered, a touch of annoyance in her voice. She guessed this might be jealousy. How strange, to think that one day she would feel envy. Not as a king. Not as a knight. But as a woman. If I don't say it out loud, can I really pretend nothing's happening, and just ignore it? Shiomi leaned forward, resting his forehead gently against hers, then chuckled softly. You're burning up. Your forehead so warm it feels like a fever. In retaliation, Artoria gripped the hand draped over her shoulder. Shiomi said nothing. It might sound a little bold, but relax, just leave everything to me, he said, wrapping his arms around her and carefully lowering her into the carriage, where soft bedding had been laid out. The moonlight of the Age of Gods streamed in through the carriage's open front, falling across Artoria's fair skin like a thin, unmeltable layer of frost. Her body wasn't as hot as her forehead. Beneath those slender, graceful arms lay firm, unyielding muscle, strong, but not at all stiff. Her power didn't come solely from her physical strength, it was drawn from the mana released by the dragon factor within her. So when she embraced him, even though Shiomi was taller, it felt like she was enveloping him in a gentle warmth, like being wrapped in heated water. Then she became suddenly aware of their skin touching. The carriage was small, and the two of them had been pressed tightly together all this time. Strangely, it was only when something stirred in her heart that the brushing of hair and skin took on meaning. Everything stemmed from the emotions rising deep within. Artoria tried shifting to the side. It didn't help. Their souls remained intertwined. Every pulse of their magic circuits was vividly clear. Her slight retreat only heightened their sensitivity. Her senses, sight, sound, touch, sharpened with unnatural clarity, as if she could grasp the entire world in her hands. She could hear the cicadas and birds singing across the Mesopotamian plains, even through the distance. The footfalls of wild beasts crossing the earth. The murmur of the river flowing nearby. And even the sound of the wind gliding over sweat-slick skin, the subtle, illusory sound of heat dispersing into the night. Oh. I thought I'd take a little longer in the river, but you're already finished. Scáthach's voice rang out suddenly. Shiomi could only wipe his face as he turned to see his teacher, barefoot, stepping lightly across the damp riverside mud toward him. Can we not say things like that out loud, he said, exasperated. Artoria lay quietly inside the carriage, eyes closed, her breathing ragged in a way that suggested distress, but it was obvious she had fully replenished her mana and would be back to normal soon. One of her hands was still clasped tightly around Shiomi's, trembling slightly without her realizing it. I have to check, Scáthach said as she slipped into his arms. I need to know if my beloved student still has enough mana left for me after such a fierce battle. Having just bathed in the river, her body was cool in the night breeze, cool and captivating. I think I should be okay, assuming you don't need any mana, Shiomi replied. Besides, you only used your noble phantasm once, right? That didn't take much at all. Of course, he was only teasing. Even though Uruk offered the most luxurious accommodations of this era, it wasn't really their space. Somehow, it still felt too formal, too constrained. That's why they decided to take full advantage of this outing. Why Scáthach had chosen to camp here, by the riverbank in the wetlands, even though they could have made it back to Uruk by morning. You mean I'm disqualified because I didn't use up enough mana? I never said that, Shiomi said, holding her tightly. It's all right now, isn't it? Huh. I mean, about you collapsing this afternoon. Aren't you going to ask what happened? It felt strange, but I have a vague idea what it was. There's no need to rush, Scáthach said softly. Just take your time. The night's still long. Then let's talk until morning, Master, just like we did back in the Land of Shadows. Whether they ended up sharing a meal, or whether he had become the main course, Shiomi couldn't quite remember when he looked back on it later. Chapter 392, Volume 6, Chapter 26, Clairvoyance. Are you wondering how Gilgamesh, now acting as an administrative servant, views that fake Enkidu? Shiomi found a quiet moment to pose the question to Mari, the court magus. Is there something wrong with asking that? Artoria, seated beside him, asked. No, nothing wrong. I just figured you'd be the kind of person who charges ahead for the sake of your mission, unconcerned with such petty details, Mari said, dramatically spreading her arms like she'd encountered something astonishing. Shiomi gave her a skeptical look. What made you think that? Oh. Isn't that how you are? Mari blinked, feigning surprise. Don't you have clairvoyance like Merlin? Shiomi suddenly asked. I do. I just choose to keep it turned off, Mari replied with a calm smile. Her words even startled Romani, who had maintained constant communication with her whenever she was around. You turned it off, willingly. I'm not like my brother Merlin. I'm not interested in humans, she said, voice kind but words strikingly cold. I only observe out of curiosity about human evolution. If Merlin hadn't been too scared to show up, and if there weren't humans like you standing at a turning point of evolution, I wouldn't have bothered coming to fill in for him. That attitude made Shiomi feel a little unsettled. I don't even know how to respond to that. I see. I feel like I understand you a bit more now, Romani said quietly to himself, as though Mari's non-human mindset wasn't something that bothered him in the least. Oh dear, Roman's such a devoted fan, I might have to consider giving him something in return, Mari said cheerfully. Romani blinked in confusion. Can I ask what kind of reward you mean? Can't you guess? I'm quite good at serving kings. If you need that kind of care, Roman. No way. Romani shot back immediately. Magi Mari is everyone's idol. You can't just pamper me alone. Oh. Is that so? Mari responded, as if she'd expected that answer from the start. I can't tell if you're messing around or just unhinged, Doctor, Shiomi muttered with a sigh, steering the conversation back on track. Anyway, let's get back to my question, Court Magus. But before Mari could respond, Hakuno Kishinami's voice rang out through the garden where the group was chatting. Gilgamesh's reaction to that matter was surprisingly calm. He said, it's not impossible. You've arrived, Moon King, Mari greeted with a bow. Hakuno gave a slight nod, waving off the formality, and looked to Shiomi. Even if he's a fake, the power that fake Enkidu displayed is undeniably that of the chains of heaven. And Gilgamesh once told me, his dearest friend was the kind of person who acted without regard for consequences. Still, Hakuno could sense that Gilgamesh's emotions weren't just anger or grief. There was something deeper, more complicated. I see, Shiomi said quietly, taking it all in. He suspected Hakuno hadn't come just for conversation, there was something serious they were about to be asked to handle. After returning from the Persian Gulf observation station, Shiomi and the field team hadn't immediately taken on a new mission. Even the strongest needed rest, especially in an era as grueling and ancient as this. So for the past few days, Shiomi and the others had been helping around Uruk, assisting with local tasks and reinforcing the defenses at the northern city walls. Compared to constantly facing overwhelming threats, fighting demon pillars and magical beasts was relatively easy. But precisely because of that, Akuno said, "I'd like you to make a trip to the underworld." It was an extraordinary request. The underworld. Artoria repeated, startled. In contrast, Shiomi didn't look all that surprised. From a certain perspective, the world was like a layer of cloth wrapped around the planet, and what anchored that fabric to the planet itself were the towers at the end. It was said that these towers weren't singular. Artoria's holy lance was merely the shadow of one such tower. Before the age of gods came to a close, the heavens, the surface, and the underworld all existed upon the same great tapestry, connected and interwoven. If one knew the path, and the method, travel between them was possible. This was one reason Cuchulainn had been able to reach the land of shadows and study under Scáthach during the era of Celtic myth. This is a personal request. There's something that must be confirmed once and for all, Akuno Kishinami said. After Enkidu died from the curse of the gods, Gilgamesh buried his remains in the underworld. I'd like you to go there and verify whether Enkidu's body is still there. It was clear what Hakuno meant, the appearance of a replica with powers identical to Enkidu's must be linked to his corpse. So, if I understand correctly, checking on Enkidu's remains in the underworld is only a secondary goal. There's a real mission you want us to take on, isn't there? Shiomi asked. Hakuno nodded seriously. Exactly. As you all know, Gilgamesh possessed clairvoyance that allowed him to see into the future. Before his death, he inscribed what he saw with that ability onto something called the Tablet of Destinies. That tablet contains critical information about the Three-Goddess Alliance. If he saw it with clairvoyance, why didn't he just tell us directly? Shiomi frowned. Even if he became a servant, he should have. It's not that simple, Shiomi, Romani interrupted. If clairvoyance isn't actively invoked, the information the user sees is actually quite limited. Whether it's Solomon, Gilgamesh, or Merlin, what they perceive, past, present, or future, is usually just the structure, direction, and outcomes of events. Not detailed specifics. He continued, Gilgamesh likely saw it during a meditative state and unconsciously wrote it down onto clay. That's why he doesn't fully remember the contents himself. Romani paused, then added, it's probably something like seeing three goddesses, each ruling a domain, joining forces to destroy humanity, that kind of broad vision. Just a rough outline, nothing more. Thanks for the enlightening explanation, Shiomi said with a dry sigh. Ah. Romani gave a sheepish laugh, realizing he may have said too much. Still, it was thanks to that explanation that Shiomi was able to accept the mission Hakuno Kishinami was entrusting to them as king of Uruk. 100 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/pinksnake. Chapter 393, Chapter 393, Volume 6, Chapter 27, The Candidate. Back when they were investigating the underground tomb in Gray's hometown of Blackmoor, Lord Elmeloy II once described the concept of the underworld from a Magus's perspective. The underworld is the realm of the dead, a domain adjacent to the world of the living. Different cultures and mythologies have different names for it, the underworld, the netherworld, the land of shadows, Yomi no Hirasaka, and others. But there was one thing Lord Elmeloy II didn't know, and couldn't have said. The underworld, huh? I can't speak for other places, but in the land of shadows, all heroic spirits and divine beings are rendered powerless. In fact, after the end of the Age of Gods, even ordinary humans can't survive there for more than 5 seconds. At the 4-person meeting in the sleeping chamber, upon hearing the new mission, Scáthach looked noticeably helpless. Then, does that mean I can't go with my master? Artoria sounded tense, perhaps even a bit anxious. As a divine spirit-class servant, her power was already diminished from summoning herself into this world. Entering the underworld, under its governing laws, would weaken her even further. Not necessarily. Since going into the underworld is just a side objective, as long as we avoid combat and quickly confirm the condition of Enkidu's remains, we should be fine. As the queen of the land of shadows, Scáthach had some confidence in her understanding of such realms. But she wasn't a true goddess of the underworld, and her dominion over the land of shadows was maintained entirely by her own power. When it came to the Mesopotamian underworld, even she wasn't sure how much influence she could exert. Even so. Shiomi hesitated. Since the underworld weakens both heroic spirits and divinity, maybe, we should take Sakura or Gray instead. Those two had the strongest combat capabilities. They would be ideal for this kind of mission. Mash was another candidate. But that child was already nearing her limit. Shiomi hoped Mash could take it easy during this journey, so she wasn't an option. Morgan gently pinched Shiomi's cheek, almost playfully. Gray's not the best choice. Did you forget? That child is terrified of ghosts and monsters. Right. Shiomi sighed and rubbed his forehead. Even though she was a gravekeeper, Grey was still a human created to reflect the incomplete King Arthur. Her resonance with spirits was far too strong. If the land of shadows had ghosts and monsters, the underworld here would be no exception. Then it'll have to be Sakura, Scáthach said, looking genuinely disappointed. I was hoping to travel alone with my beloved disciple. Isn't Master being a bit too carefree? What if that imposter, or something worse, attacks us? Shiomi said, uneasy. But if we divert too much strength to the field team, we'll weaken the defenses at the northern wall. It's a tough choice. It's only a trip of a day or two. It won't be a problem, Morgan said. Thanks to my enhancements, the northern wall is now fortified with new defenses strong enough to withstand attacks from demon pillars and magical beasts. Even a monkey could manage the situation, let alone Artoria. Her words made Artoria visibly uneasy. She did her best to maintain composure. So, I'm staying behind this time. But we haven't drawn lots yet. As both a servant and a divine spirit, entering the underworld would be like stepping into enemy territory. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Morgan, for once, spoke without mockery, her tone unusually stern. My husband gave you the last summoning slot in this singularity. That's not something we can afford to lose. Forgive me. I lost my composure. Artoria was taken aback at how rattled she'd become over something so small. But, maybe it was understandable. The fusion of her body and soul with her master had brought her into a state she'd never experienced before, one that was subtly affecting her every thought and action. After all, you've never had a man before, have you? And those knights of the round table under your command, they've only ever seen you as a king, something beyond gender. Morgan suddenly shifted the topic, teasing Artoria with a smirk. Seems my husband trained you well. Just one night, and you're already hooked. That's absolutely not. Artoria instinctively tried to refute, but her voice faltered. Because to completely deny it, to claim her experience on that night on the plains had been awful, would not only be a blatant lie, but a cruel rejection of the tenderness and passion Shiomi had shown her. At that moment, Shiomi buried his face in the table. As expected, Morgan noticed everything before he could say a word. The King of Knights is still carrying your scent, and it's pretty strong, Scáthach said, shrugging, showing zero intention of covering for either of them. Truthfully, most people wouldn't have picked up on it, but Morgan could tell at a glance. During their stay in Uruk, Artoria had been following Shiomi around quite a bit, taking part in nearly all his assignments. Excessive loyalty for a servant, but perfectly natural for a woman. You're not mad? Shiomi asked cautiously. Oh, I am. But there's not much I can do about it, Morgan sighed, her tone layered with meaning. She's your pure white knight, after all. From beginning to end, she never once turned her blade against you. It's only fair she gets something in return. Huh. Shiomi found that phrasing a little strange. But after a moment's thought, it seemed to make sense. All he could do was bury his face against Morgan's lap as she sat at the table. Now then, back to the main topic. You mentioned going to the underworld, but where exactly is it? Morgan asked calmly as she gently ran her fingers through Shiomi's hair, like one would caress a cherished treasure. Since the Moon King mentioned stopping by Kutha, that must be where this era's border with the underworld lies, Scáthach said naturally. Besides, the Mesopotamian goddess of the underworld, Ereshkigal, is the guardian deity of Kutha. That meant the path to the underworld had to lie within that city. And as for how to find the entrance, Scáthach would have no trouble with that. The underworld, huh? I bet not even a single flower could grow in a place like that, Morgan quipped, poking fun at Scáthach. No. My castle in the land of shadows has already become a realm that rivals Camelot, Scáthach replied coolly. Ever since my beloved disciple left, the forest has steadily grown. Someday, the land of shadows may even rival Avalon. Artoria's eyes lit up with interest. In that case, I'd love to visit your castle one day. When you do, make sure you bring my beloved disciple with you. Scáthach looked at Shiomi, who was still lazily resting in Morgan's lap, and her voice softened. Chapter 394, Volume 6, Chapter 28, Training is harder than war. It hurts, it hurts. Shiomi knelt on the ground, rubbing his aching waist. Everyone, did you all see that? Even a warrior comparable to a heroic spirit can get this exhausted after training with 500 men. Leonidas I stood beside him, addressing both the onlookers and the soldiers sprawled on the field, panting heavily. When you're enveloped by fatigue and exhaustion, what matters is how you persevere on the battlefield. Learn from him. Oh. The soldiers of Uruk erupted in cheers. With that, today's training session concluded. The mission to investigate the Tablet of Destinies in Kutha was confirmed, but there were still tasks that only Shiomi could handle, like hand-to-hand endurance drills with the northern troops. Shiomi was skilled at charging. Facing an army, he could charge through them like a ghost among the ranks. But these soldiers weren't enemies, they were Uruk's key defensive force. And they were ordinary men without special abilities, he couldn't train them with lethal intensity. One by one, he worked them through the drills. Training 500 soldiers in a day meant the hours slipped away faster than he'd expected. Leonidas I had assigned this task simply because Shiomi was still in Uruk, but it mattered, so Shiomi agreed without hesitation. Still, he couldn't replicate the brutal training from the Land of Shadows, and the workload weighed on him more than he thought it would. Master, you've worked hard. The mission to train the 500 soldiers, as requested by General Leonidas, is now complete, Artoria said kindly, helping Shiomi to his feet and guiding him to a bench at the edge of the training ground. No, it's fine, Shiomi managed a wry smile. He simply had a sore back, not from the training with 500 men, but from last night's passionate embrace, then straight into this marathon of drills. After waking and breakfast, Leonidas had already summoned him to train the troops. Even without the embrace, the workload alone would leave him stiff. Caren appeared with a sheepskin water bag. With training this intense, you should rest in Uruk tomorrow. I'll be fine. I'm not desperately training around the clock like I did in the Land of Shadows, so this isn't too much, Shiomi said, massaging his sore neck and shoulders before taking a long gulp of water. Caren gently massaged his shoulders, her touch considerate. It's kind of terrifying that you actually went one-on-one against 500 men, Olga Marie said, equal parts awed and shocked. Seeing those soldiers knocked down, it really looked like a battlefield. If you want to talk about a battlefield filled with corpses, you've seen that before, Shiomi replied. The siege of Camelot ended in victory, but countless allied soldiers died in the fighting. Back at Chaldea, the girls had undergone Romani's psychological evaluations and thankfully showed no signs of severe PTSD. As for the rest, Magi typically have tough worldviews, so Shiomi wasn't too worried. And Ritsuka Fujimaru, as one of the two youngest rayshifters, proved remarkably resilient as well. The northern defense line was no different. Though the death rate had dropped to its lowest thanks to Chaldea's arrival, Shiomi knew it was only a temporary reprieve. Once the Three Goddess Alliance ramped up their assault and the final battle began, casualties would surely spike again. But if we can't even handle this, then what awaits us is the world outside, still burning, Olga Marie said quietly. No matter what, we have to make it through. We can't let Sensei face everything alone. Then please lead everyone well. The reason we're able to conduct investigations outside is because Uruk, our rear base, has a strong enough defense to keep everyone reassured, Shiomi said with encouragement. But it's already getting dark. Isn't it about dinner time, he asked, and right on cue, his stomach growled. The others couldn't help but laugh. Just then, Tomo Guzan arrived at the camp to remind them it was time to return to the city of Uruk. Olga Marie and Caren went to prepare the carriages, leaving only Artoria behind with Shiomi. The girls of Chaldea are really strong, Artoria said. Surprising, isn't it? If you had seen them back then, maybe you would have given up on your plan a bit sooner, Shiomi said, wiping the sweat from his brow. Artoria, sitting beside him, shook her head. No. Back then, even if I had seen them, I still would have carried out the holy selection, judging whether their souls were worthy of reaching the end. I figured. That's why my plan failed, Artoria said with a faint smile, as if it no longer mattered. Her actions had not been wrong. But even the right path came with its share of sins. Responding to the summoning at the seventh singularity was her way of atoning for humanity. Let's focus on what lies ahead, Shiomi said, raising the canteen and taking a drink. Artoria watched his profile, sweat trickling down his cheek and tracing a line along his sharply defined jaw and neck. Without thinking, she leaned in a little, startling Shiomi. What are you doing? Your scent is really strong, master, she whispered. Please don't say stuff like that, King of Knights. Shiomi leaned back slightly. Right now, I probably just smell like sweat, and you sniffing me like that is kind of weird. Realizing how odd her behavior was, Artoria straightened up and turned slightly red. I lost my composure. Now that I think about it, back when we attacked Camelot, your Knights of the Round Table kept saying I couldn't be allowed to meet you. Said someone like me would corrupt the king, he said. They all fought like mad to stop me from getting anywhere near your throne. Artoria blinked, then let out a quiet laugh, her shoulders trembling. She remembered it now, how Agravain and the others had acted so strangely back then, like they had something they wanted to say but didn't dare voice. Now that she understood, it was both amusing and made her feel a little guilty toward her loyal knights. Maybe I really was swayed by my master. Otherwise, I wouldn't be sitting here like this. Yeah, maybe you were. 100 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/pinksnake. Chapter 395, Chapter 395, Volume 6, Chapter 29, Phragmites Prairie. On the road northeast toward Kutha, the group passed several pastures managed by Uruk. As a result, the investigation team took on a new task, inspecting these pastures. The reason was simple, every single one had been attacked by Ishtar. The once flat and fertile grasslands were now riddled with large craters. It was the aftermath of Ishtar's indiscriminate aerial bombardment. The grazing fields were ruined, the sheep pens destroyed, and the herders were at their wits' end. My family has worshipped the goddess Ishtar for generations. To suffer such heavy losses while she laughed like that, it's just too much. The sheep scattered in every direction after being shot at. She even killed all her own magical beasts while laughing like a maniac. After all that destruction, she even stole all the jewels from my family. She laughed and said, "Hand over the jewels and I'll let you off easy." The herders vented their frustration and grievances one after another. Shiomi, Scáthach, and Morgan were all left speechless. Sakura, on the other hand, looked like she might storm Ishtar's temple on Mount Abi that very moment. There had been no casualties, and no valuable sheep were killed, but even so, the looting was beyond unacceptable. That's not a goddess. That's a demon. That night, while camping on the Tigris River in the reed-covered Phragmites prairie between Cutha and Uruk, Shiomi shared his thoughts as they discussed their findings over dinner. She's quite different from her mythological image. Ishtar is definitely a goddess with a fondness for jewels and treasures, but I've never heard of any stories where she directly robs people, Scáthach said with a wry smile. After all, bad deeds tend to spread like wildfire. If she'd done something like that, at least some version of it would have been passed down. About that, Sakura suddenly remembered. Right before we left, Ms. Mari came to me and told me something about the goddess Ishtar. Why didn't she just tell all of us? Shiomi frowned, referring to Mari. That Magus always acted like as long as the big picture was fine, the details didn't matter much. The fact that she made a point of telling Sakura meant even Mari saw it as important. Sakura looked at them. When the magical beasts appeared in the north, the witches at the temple of Uruk secretly performed a ritual behind the king's back. They tried to summon the city goddess Ishtar. Since she's also the patron deity of Uruk, some people with questionable motives believed she could protect the city. But at this point in time, the gods no longer exist in this world. To descend, they need a host. Without a vessel, they can't remain here, Morgan added, her voice calm but firm. Sakura nodded emphatically. So they prepared a human girl, and in the end, they managed to summon Ishtar, merged with the girl's own consciousness. In other words, the current Ishtar is probably different from the one in myths because their personalities fused. Shiomi nodded in realization. But Sakura pressed her palm to her forehead. Honestly, doesn't she remind you a lot of my sister? Whether the girl used as a vessel was Rin Tosaka herself, or perhaps her incarnation from the distant age of gods, Sakura couldn't say. But she felt strongly that the girl's soul was almost identical to her sister's. As blood relatives, every time she saw Ishtar, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, as if their family had somehow ended up cursed. Regardless of the truth, Ishtar was part of the three-goddess alliance. She was a threat they couldn't avoid forever, sooner or later, they would have to face her. Still not sleeping. While Shiomi was crouched by the river, pondering the future course of action for the singularity, Morgan's voice sounded behind him. I woke up naturally today, and it's just past 9, not exactly the easiest time to fall asleep. Shiomi glanced back at her with a smile. You know I never turn in before 10. True. Morgan nodded. So, you're thinking about Cutha? Yeah. They say the city lost contact with Uruk after the three-goddess alliance appeared. By the time the investigation team arrived, everything had gone completely silent. There wasn't a single wound on any of the citizens, just peacefully passed, as if they'd fallen asleep. Shiomi stared at the flowing river. We've already seen how Ishtar fights. She prefers to attack with jewels or some other method. Morgan raised an eyebrow. So you're saying? That kind of death, dying in one's sleep, it feels more like a curse of death. No, calling it a curse doesn't quite fit either. It's just, this kind of calm death doesn't seem like something Ishtar would do. Shiomi went on, even when she wanted revenge on Enkidu for killing the bull of heaven, Gugalana, she had to rely on other gods. So then, who killed the entire population of Cutha? And did it with such gentleness? He felt like the answer was right in front of him, just one step out of reach. Don't overthink it. Some things only become clear when they're right in front of you. That's when you can gather more information and plan your next move. Guessing blindly won't get you anywhere. It's just a bad habit of mine. I always feel like if I can't grasp the situation, I'll end up dragging everyone into danger. Shiomi stood up. I have a responsibility to protect them. As an adult. A father. A teacher. All of the above, Shiomi met Morgan's gaze. And as a husband. Then fulfill your responsibility as a husband. Morgan looped her arms around his neck, her lips drawing closer. Knowing full well it wouldn't end with just a kiss, Shiomi gently pressed a hand to her shoulder. Let's not. Sakura's still at the camp. Aren't you worried she'll catch us? That's a serious issue, Morgan murmured, seemingly accepting his reasoning. But before the tension could settle, Scáthach's voice chimed in, making the whole thing moot. No need to worry. I cast a sleeping spell on Sakura. She'll be out until morning. Her sudden appearance left Shiomi completely flustered. You're way too cooperative. He pulled Morgan into an embrace, then freed one hand to take his master's extended one. Even as he said that, Shiomi had no intention of letting go of such a tender moment. Chapter 396, Chapter 396, Volume 6, Chapter 30, The entrance to the underworld lies beneath our feet. The fall of Cutha into silence coincided precisely with the time the goddess Ishtar appeared in Mesopotamia. But that was all it was, a coincidence in timing. There was no direct evidence to prove Ishtar had slaughtered the city's entire population. In just half a year, the city had crumbled under the wind and rain. The buildings were so worn down they barely resembled anything from the same era as Uruk. Anyone would have thought the place had been ravaged by magical beasts. Yet the truth was quite the opposite. Not only had magical beasts never entered the city, they avoided it entirely, almost as if something inside terrified them. Because of that, despite being an abandoned ghost town, Cutha was relatively safe. So the group decided to split up, starting from the city center and moving outward in 4 directions to search for the Tablet of Destinies. However, how'd it go? An hour later, the 4 regrouped at their starting point using magecraft to communicate. Shiomi asked as they gathered. Each of them shook their head to varying degrees. Just like him, they had found nothing. Maybe Gilgamesh remembered it wrong. Sakura offered. There's another possibility, Scáthach said. The Gilgamesh of the singularity never returned to Uruk. If that's the case, then the whole event of using clairvoyance to foresee the future during meditation on his way back and recording it never happened. But we have no reliable clue to even confirm when Gilgamesh disappeared, Morgan countered. We don't know why he vanished, either. Shiomi lowered his gaze in thought. How about this, we don't split up this time. Let's sweep through the city again, starting from here. With magical beasts unable to enter, the risk should be minimal. He looked up at the 3 of them, and each gave a different kind of smile, quiet support for his decision. One person searching would always miss something, but if all 4 of them moved together, the chance of overlooking something would shrink significantly. Though the road ahead was uncertain, the unity among them warmed Shiomi's heart. He smiled and looked east, toward the towering Mount Abi, where the temple of the goddess Ishtar stood tall. With Cutha lying so close to Ishtar's domain, perhaps the city that even magical beasts shunned could serve as a forward base for their assault on the temple. Resolved, Shiomi turned to head west, only to be yanked back by the collar so hard he almost choked. But it wasn't that his master was objecting. It was that something had just changed underfoot. Shiomi slowly stepped back from the massive hole that had appeared and crouched down in surprise. Ground collapse, he narrowed his eyes. He wanted to believe that, but there'd been no warning. No shaking. This was spatial distortion, an entrance had simply manifested out of nowhere. Cutha was built on quite a risky spot, Morgan muttered, half teasing but clearly serious. One earthquake and the whole place would vanish underground. Sakura instinctively shrank back. It's pitch black, and bottomless. I get the feeling if we fall in, we're dead. Because it's the underworld, Scáthach said flatly. I mentioned this before, Cutha's guardian deity is Ereshkigal, the Mesopotamian goddess of the underworld. So it wasn't all that surprising that the land beneath Cutha could connect directly to the underworld. But for the entrance to just appear right under our feet like this. Is that really okay for a city under her protection? Shiomi said with a touch of irony. The citizens could literally die from one careless step. Or maybe, Scáthach leaned down to examine it, their souls are being welcomed into the hands of the underworld goddess. So, what now, my dear disciple? We were going to investigate the entrance to the underworld gradually. But now that it's right here, shall we change our priorities? No time like the present, Shiomi decided. After casting Feather Fall on the group, Shiomi took the lead and jumped into the dark abyss. Though the underworld was directly connected to the surface, that didn't mean entering it was easy. There was no path. They plummeted for what felt like several minutes, as if falling into a bottomless pit, before their feet finally touched the soil of the underworld. Everyone okay? Shiomi, the first to land, turned back to check on the others. Yeah. Sakura took a deep breath, trying to calm her nerves. She'd grown up hearing countless tales from Shiomi about the land of shadows, but this was her first time stepping into a realm so akin to it, a kingdom of death. The unease that crept into her chest was unlike anything she'd ever felt before. Ugh. Morgan raised a hand and lowered her gaze slightly. So this really is the underworld. Just standing here, I can feel my power being suppressed. Only Scáthach looked completely at ease. Is that so? I actually find this place quite familiar, even if there's no sky. Guess this counts as home turf for you, Master, Shiomi said with a grin. He reached out and took Morgan's hand. Come on, let's start with a local investigation. Just as he was about to lead Morgan, Scáthach, and Sakura down the sloping path, a deep and solemn voice called out from behind. Please, halt. None of the three women had sensed anyone's presence until that moment. In an instant, all three drew their weapons and stood on full alert. Only Shiomi quickly squeezed Morgan's hand, signaling her and the others to stay calm. It was an old man, cloaked in coarse brown robes, leaning on a long sword that reached up past his waist. He stood there like death itself. If he had meant to kill them, only Shiomi would have been able to react in time to the presence of death. Fortunately, he had no such intention. In fact, he radiated no hostility at all. We meet again, old man, Shiomi said, bowing slightly, his voice filled with respect. Even though the man's true form was hidden, Shiomi had recognized him immediately. He was the first Hassan, the old man of the mountain, who had twice aided both him and Chaldea. The road ahead leads to the heart of the underworld. 7 gates stand in your way. Even so, do you still wish to pass through them and seek audience with the mistress of the underworld? The old man asked, his tone calm and measured. Shiomi stepped forward, stunned. The mistress of the underworld. Ereshkigal has manifested in Mesopotamia too. You have conquered death, and yet you still hold life in reverence. You choose to fight on, for the sake of humanity. Your resolve is clear to me, master, I will not hinder your path. The old man offered a faint, almost invisible smile. Pass through the 7 gates, and present the answer you believe in. That will lead you to the center of the underworld. Who are you? Scáthach asked. I am Zayusadra, the one who sounded the bell that heralds the end of the world. The storm shall come 3 times, and still, the underworld will endure. With those final words, the old man's figure faded into the night like a drifting wind, vanishing without a trace. 100 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/pinksnake. Chapter 397, Volume 6, Chapter 31, The 7 Gates of the Underworld. Zayusadra. Isn't he the old man believed to be the origin of the Noah story? After the old man disappeared, the 4 of them resumed their journey, sorting through the new information as they walked. Scáthach was the first to speak. In Sumerian mythology, the last person to survive the world-ending Great Flood. Shiomi chuckled. Sakura looked over at him. But Dad, you seem to know that old man pretty well. My husband, making friends with cryptic old men now. And here I thought it was only women he attracted, Morgan teased. Don't make it sound like I go around flirting all the time, Shiomi protested, scratching his head. He helped me out before. That's how I recognized him. It all sounded a bit roundabout, but Sakura nodded like she understood. Morgan and Scáthach just exchanged amused glances. Since he wasn't an enemy, there was no need to press him for details right away. They trusted Shiomi, and for now, left it as a mystery to be unraveled later in their journey. Anyway, more pressing than that old man is the fact that Ereshkigal has also appeared, Shiomi said, raising 4 fingers. I thought this was supposed to be the 3-goddess alliance. Are we seriously adding a 4th now? Is that supposed to be normal? That's not possible. Only 3 divine signatures were detected in Mesopotamia, Morgan replied. Unless, has the underworld always been like this? 3 pillars, but 4 individuals, and only 3 divine reactions, Shiomi muttered, then paused. Wait, I remember, in some Sumerian myths, Ishtar, the goddess of the sky and Venus, is Ereshkigal's sister, who rules over the earth and the underworld. They're 2 sides of the same coin. Scáthach reached out and gently pushed down one of Shiomi's fingers. It's not unheard of for multiple deities to share the same divinity. Take Indian mythology, Parvati, goddess of the snowy mountains, can become Kali, the furious goddess of war, through certain rituals. The latter is said to be one aspect of the former. While not a perfect comparison, it did suggest the possibility that Ishtar and Ereshkigal shared the same divine pillar. Back at the Phragmites' prairie camp, we said the priestess of Uruk summoned Ishtar. If Ereshkigal is her opposite, maybe she was pulled in as well, Shiomi mused, rubbing his chin. But since there's only one vessel, Ishtar manifested in our world, while Ereshkigal, bound to the underworld like in the myths, remains unseen. That's probably the most likely explanation. Still, the only way to be sure is to reach the lowest level of the underworld and confirm the goddess's presence ourselves, Sakura said earnestly, committing every point of the discussion to memory. As they descended deeper into the underworld, the once branching maze of paths gradually narrowed into a single zigzagging road. So, my dear disciple, what do you plan to do when you meet the goddess of the underworld? Scáthach asked with a sly smile. Going to sweet-talk her into helping us like you did with the Lion King. Morgan chuckled in amusement. Oh. Shiomi shot the 2 of them a quiet, resentful look, silently pleading, Sakura is right here, could we not talk about stuff like that? Give me a little dignity as her father. Though honestly, he wasn't sure he had much of that left. A gate. Just then, Sakura pointed ahead. A stone gate with animal carvings on its pillars had appeared in front of them. Shiomi immediately raised his hand to signal a halt. He stepped forward and tossed a rune stone toward the gate. Crackle. A special barrier shattered the stone instantly. Not a shred of mana could penetrate it. If someone tried touching it, they'd likely be scorched on the spot. In mythology, Ishtar once descended into the underworld for personal reasons, passing through 7 gates before reaching Ereshkigal. And this gate? Answer me, O living being who steps into the underworld, answer how your soul exists. The patterns on the gate glowed faintly, and a ghostly voice echoed. The form of a soul's existence. Scáthach stroked her chin. A moral trial, perhaps. We'll leave it to you to answer, my dear disciple. I'm just an innocent fairy from paradise. Can't help you with questions like this, Morgan said leisurely, clearly dodging responsibility. Good luck, Dad. There was no doubt that, in this moment, his wife, teacher, and daughter had reached a perfect unspoken agreement. They were all waiting to see Shiomi squirm under the underworld goddess's interrogation. Fine, ask away. Shiomi scratched his head. Responsibility, be it divine or mortal, is a burden borne beyond oneself. When no one understands or agrees, and one stands alone in that duty, are their actions worthy of praise? A weighty question, so solemn that even Morgan and the others, who had been waiting for a laugh, began to sober up. Responsibility. A broad word, heavy with meaning. As queen of the land of shadows. As the queen of winter. And even simply as someone's daughter. Each of them carried their own kind of responsibility, different in weight, in nature, and in meaning. Just like now. All of them, all of Chaldea still bore the monumental burden of saving the world. Just speak the answer you believe in, my beloved disciple. Scáthach placed a hand on Shiomi's shoulder. Morgan's hand rested on his other side. No matter how you answer, whether this underworld accepts it or not, I believe your answer will be the right one. Their encouragement brought a faint smile to Shiomi's face. He turned calmly to face the gate. Fulfilling responsibility isn't something done to earn praise. That duty might be vast, or it might be something as trivial as everyday family matters. Whatever the case, I don't think doing my duty gives me the right to be praised. Because I'm simply doing what I, as a person, should do at this moment. Even if it helps someone, many people, or even the whole world, it doesn't change what it means to me. His voice wasn't loud, but every word rang true. The incineration of humanity was never his burden to bear. He could have taken the easier path, accepted the king of Magecraft's offer. But he couldn't bring himself to do it. That was all. Sounds exactly like something you'd say. Morgan crossed her arms, unsurprised. A deep silence spread around them. In this underworld, not even the faintest breeze stirred. After a long pause, the gate slowly creaked open. The first question had been answered. Chapter 398, Volume 6, Chapter 32, the 7th question that pierces the soul. Along the road to the lowest temple in the underworld stood 7 gates. Shiomi and his companions had already passed through 6 of them. Each gate posed questions testing Shiomi's understanding of right and wrong. And with each answer he gave, the gates accepted him and opened the way forward. They say that in some myths, the souls of the dead are judged like this in the underworld. If they fail to answer truthfully, they're locked away forever, never allowed to reincarnate, Shiomi mused as they approached the final gate. The deeper they went, the more cylindrical cages they saw embedded in the cliffs flanking the path, each containing flickering, ghostly blue flames. Those weren't for illumination. They were the souls of Mesopotamians who had entered the underworld. Trapped in cages like that, displayed forever like artifacts. Morgan asked with a curious smile. Scáthach chuckled. Don't worry. If my beloved disciple ever dies, his soul will just return to the land of shadows. Will I die? Shiomi shook his head, almost dismissively. His reply left the 3 women silent. No one had an answer to that complicated question. How does someone who has already conquered death return to its embrace? The 7th gate, Sakura whispered, breaking the silence. She could feel the temperature continuing to drop. If not for her magic circuits maintaining her body warmth, she'd likely already be trembling from the cold. It must have been below 5 degrees Celsius, still above freezing, but far colder than the surface. Every breath they exhaled turned into pale mist. I wonder what the question will be this time. I hope I pass, Shiomi said as he stepped forward, stopping just before the barrier of the gate. As with the others, the patterns on the stone surface began to glow. Answer me, O living soul who walks in the underworld, speak of the truth of your heart. That familiar, low, and echoing voice drifted out. Shiomi stood quietly, waiting. There are 3 women by your side. Tell me, who is the one you love most? Huh. Shiomi froze in place. And he wasn't the only one. All three women behind him, listening in, were stunned into silence. Apparently, the goddess of the underworld was a bit nosy. She seemed to have perfect insight into Shiomi's love life. More accurately, the gate was an autonomous construct formed by Ereshkigal's divine authority. Each question was drawn from a direct examination of the target's soul. That's a great question. If you don't answer it properly, even if the door opens, I'll make you suffer a little, my husband, Morgan said with a devilish grin, nodding with interest. Scáthach jumped right in as well. Don't just stand there, answer quickly, my beloved disciple. Sakura, flustered and a little hopeful, hesitantly raised a finger. I am included too. Not you. Shiomi quickly corrected her misunderstanding. You mean Artoria, don't you? Morgan said casually. Sakura gave an awkward but sweet smile. All right, that makes sense. A heavy silence settled before the final gate. But even so, he wasn't troubled in the slightest. It's not that complicated, Shiomi said with a shrug. Answer me, the door repeated in its usual mechanical tone. Morgan is the one I love most. I admire Artoria more than any knight of the Round Table, but if I had to choose someone to die with, I'd choose my master. The short answer hung in the air, silence spreading around them, but Shiomi didn't feel the least bit awkward. How smooth. I'll let it slide this time, Morgan said, twirling her hair with a smile, clearly pleased. But Scáthach isn't dead. If you say you die with her, does that mean you don't want to die either? Because Master once said she wanted to be killed by me. But I couldn't live on after killing her. Shiomi turned around, his gaze soft and heavy as he looked at Morgan and Scáthach. Relax. At least until this planet meets its end, I won't wish for death again, Scáthach said, her heart softening. She gave her beloved disciple a firm pat on the back. The gates open. Whatever the criteria were, the seventh gate truly did open. Scáthach, Shiomi, and Morgan passed through one after another. Sakura followed behind, hugging her staff, a subtle feeling settling in, like she didn't quite belong here. If she'd known, she might have stayed back in Uruk with the others doing logistics. A situation like this probably called for the Night King to be here instead. But that was just wishful thinking. With the seventh gate behind them, the temple at the heart of the lower underworld now stood before them. In the myths, the underworld goddess Ereshkigal cannot leave this realm. In exchange, she's nearly invincible here, Shiomi said, quickening his pace to take the lead again. Heroic spirits and gods lose their power in this place. Morgan nodded lightly. Indeed. Compared to when we first entered, my strength now is probably just a little stronger than about half of Hassan of the 100 Faces during the Fourth Holy Grail War. I'll be relying on you to protect me, my husband. I'm not optimistic either. This isn't my domain, after all. Maybe because I'm also a ruler of a realm of the dead, the underworld is starting to reject me, Scáthach said with a casual shrug. Sakura tensed and rushed to Shiomi's side. If that's the case, then we may have judged wrong. I should have come alone, Shiomi raised his hand. The only ones who can still fight at full strength here are Sakura and me, the living. I understand. Sakura stepped back and moved in front of Morgan and Scáthach protectively. No need to get so tense. We can still support with magecraft, assuming our magecraft even works here, Scáthach said, weighing a rune stone in her hand. She watched as her disciple stepped alone toward the center of the temple square. Goddess Ereshkigal, mistress of the underworld, I've passed the trials of your 7 gates. Will you now grant us your presence? But it wasn't a voice that responded, it was a freezing gust of wind. On the altar ahead, 2 stone pillars wreathed in magic lit up. From the void above them, blood-red spiritual light coalesced, forming a massive apparition, bones and grotesque muscle woven into one monstrous ghost. It was the gallows spirit of Mesopotamian myth. Despair, humans. I am the steward of death. The mistress of the underworld. The one who embraces the spirits, Ereshkigal. So declared the goddess, manifesting in the form of a gallows spirit. 100 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/pinksnake. Chapter 399, Chapter 399, Volume 6, Chapter 33, Shiomi, this is the underworld goddess. The moment Ereshkigal appeared, Sakura's legs gave out, and she nearly collapsed to her knees. It wasn't killing intent, nor was it pressure, just the sheer presence of the goddess of the underworld. As a mere human, Sakura instinctively understood that nothing in this realm could possibly rival her. You see me standing before you and still refuse to kneel. Such insolence. Tell me, what brings you here? Do you seek an audience with me, or shelter within the underworld? Shiomi stepped forward and raised his hand. Then I'll get straight to the point. Ereshkigal, goddess of the underworld, have you joined the 3-goddess alliance with the intention of destroying Uruk, the last stronghold of Sumer? Clang. A golden spear, formed from radiant light, struck the ground with force. The 3-goddess alliance. But isn't that Ishtar? Sakura asked quickly. Ishtar doesn't have the power to kill people in their sleep. With her kind of strength, she'd just blow them to bits. Shiomi looked up and met the gaze of the towering Gala spirit. The moment you appeared, I knew. You're one of the three goddess alliance, mistress of the underworld. The souls of Kutha citizens, you're the one who took them, aren't you? And if I am? The other two goddesses will eventually attack Uruk. I simply intend to get there first, seize Uruk's great grail, and gather all human souls into the underworld, Ereshkigal replied, her tone calm yet commanding. As Kutha's guardian deity, you slaughtered the people you were meant to protect. Is that the duty of a goddess? Shiomi challenged, voice sharp with disapproval. The Gala spirit grasped the spear buried in the earth and aimed it at Shiomi's head. This is my choice. It is not up for debate. Offer your soul in penance, human. With those words, she drove the spear into the ground again. The temple beneath them trembled as a jagged crack surged toward Shiomi. It split open beneath him, sharp stone spikes lunging for his body. My will is set. My shadow strikes. Sakura swiftly unleashed her imaginary magecraft. The surge of shadow energy shattered the rock spikes, suppressing them and halting their advance. Not bad, but this part, leave it to daddy. Sakura's defensive spell had done its job, just as Shiomi expected, buying him the crucial moment he needed. A maneuver even Ereshkigal wouldn't have foreseen. He slowly raised his right hand. Blood trickled from his palm and dripped onto the temple floor. This caught Ereshkigal off guard. She was sure her attack hadn't touched Shiomi. So how was he wounded? Be born. The blood seemed to move with intent, seeping into the cracks on the ground. From the very fissure Ereshkigal had created, more cracks spread outward. Before she could grasp what was happening, tender saplings burst from the earth, swiftly growing into towering trees so thick it would take two people to encircle them. The trees spread wildly and without order, surging toward Ereshkigal's manifestation, the Gala spirit. Trees. For a moment, Ereshkigal, once certain of her victory, was thrown into disarray. This was the underworld, a land where no life could exist, where no life should ever be born. And yet here, now, a lush forest was blooming. It wasn't just one tree, but a wild, untamed thicket, so dense the figures within were hidden from view. Though the trunks twisted awkwardly, ugly and unusable for construction, Ereshkigal found herself shaken. Life. Vibrant, thriving life. Rough, sturdy trunks, branches full of green, and the sound of wind rustling through the treetops of the underworld. This was the underworld, land of the dead, where such things should never have existed. You're being careless, Ereshkigal. Shiomi's voice snapped her back to reality. In just a few seconds, the trees had overtaken her temple, pushing in toward her. They surrounded and wrapped around her Gala spirit form. Ugh. Ereshkigal tried to cut down the overly lush trees with her spear, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. More than that, she simply couldn't. The trees weren't growing wildly, they extended with purpose. Even as the Gala spirit, Ereshkigal still had a physical form. Her hands were entangled in the branches, rendering her powerless, or rather, she knew that if she struggled, she would hear the sound of branches snapping. Now hidden beneath the leaves and branches, the very goddess who moments ago was ready to strike them down had become a prisoner. Don't move, or the red spear will pierce your heart. Even for a goddess of the underworld, getting run through the heart by this spear wouldn't be pleasant, would it? Shiomi pointed the spear at the Gala spirit. He had initially been puzzled by Ereshkigal's sudden distraction during the battle, suspecting it was a diversion meant to lower their guard before a counterattack. Because, if I move, these trees will be harmed. The Gala spirit suddenly dispersed into mist. Shiomi jumped back, thinking it might be toxic, but quickly realized he was overthinking it. Ereshkigal revealed her true form. A blonde girl stood beneath the trees, head bowed in silence, lost in thought. It can't be. Shiomi murmured to himself. His master had once told him, in a realm of death, life was a rare and precious thing. Even in the distant age of gods, far older than the Celtic myths, that truth remained unchanged. Even so, Shiomi stayed alert. This was Ereshkigal's underworld. If she wished, she could throw them into a fierce battle with a mere flick of her fingers. But if there was still a chance for a peaceful resolution, he decided to shift tactics. Snap, snap, snap. Standing on a curved tree trunk, Shiomi clapped his hands 3 times in quick succession. Huh. Ereshkigal was startled once again. From the roots that had torn through the ground, a vibrant green spread outward. The hard stone floor of the temple softened beneath her feet. It had turned into ankle-deep, lush grass. You're lying. How is this still? Ereshkigal sank to her knees, dazed. The softness of the grass relaxed her mind. She even forgot that the others were still there, that a battle had nearly erupted just moments ago. Flowers bloomed in full. When she came to her senses, Ereshkigal found herself lying in a bed of grass and flowers deep enough to cover her body. She bent toward a blossom, inhaling its fragrance with a dreamy smile, laughing in a way that was almost ridiculous. Even if it's just an illusion, the goddess of the underworld still fell for it. So why was I so tense just now? Shiomi sat on a tree branch, nearly at a loss for words. Scáthach patted his shoulder in consolation and nodded understandingly. The fact that she isn't rolling around in it already makes this goddess pretty impressive. Chapter 400, Volume 6, Chapter 34, The Deceived Goddess. A little later, Ereshkigal sat among the flowers, hugging her knees, most of her face hidden behind her legs, her embarrassment impossible to conceal. Have you finally calmed down, mistress of the underworld? Shiomi stepped down from the treetop, landing before Ereshkigal and asking calmly. Ereshkigal looked up slightly, her embarrassed gaze tinged with suspicion. Who are you? I've never heard of anyone capable of such things in the underworld. It was only natural for her to ask. The underworld, the realm of the dead, inherently rejected the concept of life. Normally, just setting foot past its gates would attract the wandering gallows spirits, who would devour one's life force, turning them into yet another dead soul of the realm. Shiomi and his group had passed through unchallenged because they carried an aura far beyond that of ordinary humans. The gallows spirits didn't dare show themselves before them, instinctively fearing annihilation of a different order. Naturally, its authority. Goddess Ereshkigal, you should understand that well. Scáthach leaned casually against a tree, watching her with composed ease. Authority. How could a human possibly? Ereshkigal's eyes widened. As she focused her senses on Shiomi, cold sweat slid down her cheek. You no longer possess a death. Seems like it. Shiomi shrugged. I didn't expect this either. It started with curiosity, when I attempted something forbidden in the Land of Shadows. The Land of Shadows. Ereshkigal recognized the name. In other mythologies, it was equivalent to the underworld. Though much more recent than her era, upon arriving at this singularity, she had gained some knowledge of it. Only now did she notice that the purple-haired woman over there shared a certain similar aura with herself. You and I, in some sense, carry similar duties, Scáthach said lightly, giving a small wave. I am Scáthach, Queen of the Land of Shadows. At the moment, I'm here on my own behalf, helping my beloved disciple from Chaldea with the human order incineration. Incidentally, the one standing in front of you is that disciple. I see. Ereshkigal slowly pieced the situation together. But even so, some questions still lingered. The idea of growing flowers in the underworld wasn't entirely new. Enkidu had once tried it out of goodwill while he was alive, but as expected, he failed. Yet the person before her had not only passed through the 7 gates she had set upon the path to the underworld, but also, in an instant, created flowers and trees that should never survive in this realm. Then, Shiomi spoke again, allow me to ask once more, is enmity the only path between us? The question reminded Ereshkigal that she had initially taken them for intruders and launched an attack. Yet after just one exchange, she had lost the will to fight due to illusionary magic, and made an incredibly humiliating display. By all rights, she should now rise to preserve her dignity, fight to the death, and ensure that everyone who had witnessed her disgrace perished in the underworld, so the secret would never leave. But she hesitated. If I say, I want to continue the battle, what would you do? Ereshkigal asked cautiously. Shiomi traced a circular arc with his hand, and flames flared up from his palm. Then naturally, we won't back down either. This concerns our survival. You're one of the 3 goddess alliance, so even if we have to burn the underworld to ash, we will never surrender. His stance was unmistakable. If the goddess of the underworld insisted on continuing the fight, this place would turn into a sea of flames. Wait, hold on. Aren't you being a little too violent? Are you really planning to burn this forest, this meadow, and all these flowers to cinders? Ereshkigal panicked. Then what do you suggest? Shiomi asked. The choice is yours. Ereshkigal wasn't afraid of battle, but she couldn't bear the thought of this fragile garden, one she didn't even know how long would last, being reduced to ashes before she'd had her fill of admiring it. Win or lose, she wouldn't be able to sleep afterward. Fine, let's say I'm giving in to your threats. Suddenly realizing what the others were after, Ereshkigal decided to play along. She straightened her posture. If there's something to talk about, then let's sit and talk. If it turns out we really can't reach an understanding, we can fight again later. Sakura, who had been behind Shiomi with her wand raised and fully prepared for battle, finally let out a breath of relief. The 3 of them walked over and sat down with Shiomi among the flowers, ready to talk with the mistress of the underworld. First question, why did you join the 3 goddess alliance to destroy Uruk? Kutha, which worshipped you, has already become a dead city. What's the point of all this? Shiomi asked. I thought I'd already explained that. Fine, I'll say it again. The 3 goddess alliance isn't an alliance of offense and defense, it's a competitive one. Whoever reaches Uruk first, destroys the city, and claims the Great Cup of Uruk. Wait. Did you say, the Great Cup of Uruk? Shiomi interrupted her. Ereshkigal gave an exasperated look. You don't know. The Great Cup of Uruk, it's in that Gilgamesh's treasury. It's what you people call the Holy Grail. That's not right, Morgan said calmly. What do you mean it's not right? Ereshkigal shot back. The reason the singularity exists is due to the Holy Grail created by the King of Magecraft. And the Grail that created the singularity was personally sent to this era by him, Sakura explained. Don't you know that? The King of Magecraft's Holy Grail, isn't that Gilgamesh's? Ereshkigal started, hesitating mid-sentence. Then she realized her mistake. So there's more than one Holy Grail in this era, Scáthach said with a smile. The Great Cup of Uruk that King Gilgamesh originally possessed, and the true Holy Grail of the King of Magecraft, the one that created the singularity. Ereshkigal's eyes widened. You're telling me that No, that all of us in the Three Goddess Alliance have been deceived. In the end, who told you that the Great Cup of Uruk was the King of Magecraft's Holy Grail? Shiomi pressed, seeing a chance. If they could make Ereshkigal believe they weren't lying, the Three Goddess Alliance could unravel on its own. Kingu, Ereshkigal said, naming the source. That guy who looks exactly like Enkidu. You've met him, haven't you? Shiomi gave a confident smile. Then the answer's clear. The one who lied to you, Goddess Ereshkigal, is that fake Enkidu, Kingu. 100 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/pinksnake. Chapter 401, Volume 6, Chapter 35, The Stratagem of Driving the Tiger to Devour the Wolf. Kingu, in Mesopotamian mythology, is the god who commands the children of Tiamat, and also her son. That was the true name of the false Enkidu. Where's your proof? Ereshkigal challenged Shiomi's accusation. The Three Goddess Alliance wasn't just a symbolic pact, forming it had bound them with a powerful contract. The proof is in my memories. Shiomi looked toward Sakura. Sakura, if you would. Understood. Sakura shifted her position, sitting between the goddess of the underworld and Shiomi. She extended both hands, reaching toward their foreheads. Pardon the intrusion, Goddess Ereshkigal. A memory-sharing spell. Falsifying memories wasn't difficult, but unlike illusions, they couldn't deceive the gods. Divine eyes could perceive the soul's essence. No matter how flawless the lie, it couldn't hide the truth of the soul. After she received the memory of their life-and-death battle with Kingu on the Persian Gulf a few days ago, Ereshkigal was enraged. The Holy Grail of the King of Magecraft was inside Kingu's body, yet that men had shamelessly insisted to them that in order to obtain it, they needed to destroy Uruk and seize the Great Cup from Gilgamesh. That bastard. He had us dancing in circles. Ereshkigal was furious, itching to smash something. But surrounded by flowers, she had nowhere to vent her anger. Calm down, mistress of the underworld, Morgan said smoothly. Instead of lashing out here, why not think about how to deal with the liar who dared deceive a goddess? Then tell me what to do. Ereshkigal snapped again, her composure crumbling. In her outburst, she resembled Rin Tosaka, except with blonde hair. For example. Shiomi grinned mischievously. Withdraw from the Three Goddess Alliance and assist us in restoring the human order. Ereshkigal immediately cooled down again. Her shoulders slumped as she gently caressed the flowers at her feet with a touch full of affection. That's impossible. When the alliance was formed, the three of us goddesses entered into a contract. We are forbidden from attacking one another. If any of us violates it, we'll be punished by the heavens, stripped of our divinity, and vanish. A contract, huh? Sounds like something a Magus would come up with, Scáthach remarked. So it's only about not attacking each other. Shiomi narrowed his eyes. Yes, just that. Aside from that, no matter what methods or strategies we use, whoever destroys Uruk first wins the Holy Grail, Ereshkigal confirmed with a nod. And how do you plan to attack? By personally launching assaults on each other's territories. Shiomi chuckled. Then just don't attack each other. As long as you agree to negotiate, refrain from attacking Uruk, and offer what help you can within the bounds of the contract, that's more than enough. Ereshkigal froze. Don't be so surprised. My husband's goal isn't to kill the three goddesses in the alliance. He intends to break the alliance apart and reduce the pressure Uruk is under, Morgan added. All you need to do is share the identities of the other two goddesses. It was a reasonable request, and Ereshkigal found it acceptable. If she could, she'd drag Kingu into the underworld this instant and put him through every punishment she had. Unfortunately, she couldn't leave the underworld, so she had no way to do that herself. It sounds reasonable, but agreeing just like that doesn't seem to bring me any clear benefit. Ereshkigal tried to bargain. Her request wasn't excessive, she only wanted the garden to remain in the underworld until the singularity was resolved. From what I understand of your mythology, you and your sister, the goddess Ishtar, are two sides of the same coin. Right now, you're even sharing the same divine essence, correct? Shiomi said. That's right. When Ishtar was summoned, I was summoned as well. Then why is it that she can act in the outside world by possessing a human body, while you're confined to the underworld? Shiomi asked carefully. That's not entirely accurate. That human body belongs to Ishtar during the day, but at night, I can use it freely, Ereshkigal replied, still unsure why Shiomi was bringing this up. It's just the nature of our respective divinities. Then how about this, if we can help you seal Ishtar's personality, allowing you to move freely in that body even during the day, would that be a fair trade? Shiomi offered. Ereshkigal hadn't expected such a tempting offer. But this was Shiomi's strategy to kill two birds with one stone. Knowing the legend of Gilgamesh, he had little trust in Ishtar and remained on guard against her. In contrast, Ereshkigal had far less notoriety. She seemed like the more trustworthy one. If she could suppress Ishtar's personality, it would also help mitigate the damage the latter might cause to Uruk. Can you really do that? You're just humans and fairies, how can you possibly seal a goddess? Ereshkigal was excited, but still skeptical. If you cooperate while you're in that body, the seal can be completed smoothly, Morgan chimed in. As it happens, I do have some expertise in magecraft that binds deities. And how do I know you won't seal me too while I'm asleep? Scáthach chuckled. You're saying that while inhabiting that body, while your divine authority and powers are intact, you just stand there and let yourself be sealed. Ereshkigal fell completely silent. Even if her powers in the outside world weren't as absolute as in the underworld, they were still on par with Ishtar's. You still have time to think it over. We're heading back to the surface to retrieve something, Shiomi said, standing up from the flower bed, his tone calm. The terms of the deal are all on the table. The decision is yours. But if you refuse, then next time, it really will be a battle to the death. As the group turned to leave, Ereshkigal reached out to stop them. She hadn't gotten what she wanted yet. What is it? Sakura asked, puzzled. These, flowers and plants, will they vanish once you're gone? Ereshkigal asked shyly, fidgeting and pressing her index fingers together as she spoke in a quiet, roundabout way. Shiomi brushed off the grass from his clothes. It's not that simple. If I don't intervene, they'll last for about a year. A year. Ereshkigal's mind went blank. She was honestly a bit relieved she hadn't tried to ask for more. This whole breathtaking garden was basically a free gift. Chapter 402, Volume 6, Chapter 36, Delivery to the Door. Before we go, can I ask one last thing, Ereshkigal? Just as she was about to lie back on the grass, softer than Demusid's fleece, and enjoy a well-earned rest, the goddess of the underworld heard Shiomi's voice. She instinctively stiffened, straightening into a dignified sitting posture. Even if her authority had been shaken, she still had her pride. What is it? As long as it's something I can answer, go ahead and ask. Are you looking for intel on the other two members of the Three Goddess Alliance? She gave a flawless smile. That can wait until after our agreement is fulfilled. Shiomi turned slightly, and the three walking ahead of him glanced back as well. I heard from Gilgamesh, after Enkidu died, he entrusted you with the burial in the underworld. Said you were to guard his remains. That's right. I remember burying Enkidu somewhere along the path. Ereshkigal raised her hand, and a faint ghostly flame flickered to life, drifting upward through the trees. Follow that flame, it'll lead you to the spot. It was something Ereshkigal had never thought to double-check. When she saw Kingu, who looked exactly like Enkidu, she simply assumed he was an imitation doll crafted in Enkidu's image. Now that Shiomi brought it up, another possibility struck her. I see. With that second crucial piece of information secured, Shiomi didn't linger. He and the others followed the path out of the underworld. Along the way, they investigated the burial site. What they found was a conspicuously large pit. There was no doubt, whoever had taken the remains hadn't just forgotten to rebury them. They knew the site would be investigated eventually, and simply didn't bother to hide their actions. So now it's clear, Shiomi summarized as they exited the underworld. Enkidu's corpse was stolen. A Holy Grail was implanted inside it as an extraordinary magical core, and it was reanimated as Kingu. If Enkidu's body was taken, Morgan said, then Gilgamesh's disappearance is probably connected too. Possibly, Scáthach added, shrugging. But we won't know until we confront that Kingu guy. He's already exposed the Holy Grail and Demon Pillar powers, yet still failed to wipe out us or Uruk. I doubt he'll show himself again so easily. Shiomi was already mentally prepared. Either way, our next step is to thoroughly check Kutha and see what turns up. When they returned to the surface, the massive pit they had fallen through was gone, and the sky was already nearing dusk. But it wasn't the time that made Shiomi pause. It was what they saw next. A clay tablet, covered in cuneiform, lay discarded by the side of the road, right next to a collapsed house. Had they missed it during their earlier search? No, it looked more like someone knew they'd come back and deliberately left it there. Shiomi approached warily and picked it up. It was still unclear whether it was the Tablet of Destinies, but its unusual aura was undeniable. He would have to bring it back for Gilgamesh to confirm. Just then, his and Sakura's communicators began to ring, sharp and urgent. He answered, and heard Romani's anxious voice on the other end. Shiomi. Are you all okay? Your life signs disappeared for a while, I thought you were under attack. Romani's voice rang out in alarm. No, Shiomi realized the cause and was about to explain. It was likely because they'd entered the underworld without notifying Chaldea, causing a false alarm on the radar. But the situation didn't allow much time for clarification. We'll explain later, they're coming. Sakura darted forward, activating a magical barrier alongside Morgan. Moments later, a torrent of attacks slammed into the barrier. Shiomi had to retreat quickly inside its protection to avoid being caught in the blast. He raised his hand to reinforce the barrier with his own magecraft and looked up. Spirit origin reading. It's the goddess Ishtar. Romani reported through the comms. Shiomi blinked in surprise. You were snooping around asking the ranchers about me, weren't you? This is your punishment. Ishtar looked furious. Trying to investigate a goddess's vacation. Have you no shame? Coming out to lash back just because her mischief was being exposed, Shiomi couldn't help but wonder who was truly shameless here. Still, it wasn't the time for a pointless argument. Dusk had already fallen, and it wouldn't be long before the sun vanished completely. Ereshkigal, who shared divinity with Ishtar, should be sensing the shift in time by now. Shiomi had originally thought they'd rest the night and head to Mount Abia's divine temple in the morning to fulfill the deal with Ereshkigal. But now that the negotiation target had shown up on her own, even he couldn't suppress a sly grin. So this vacation of yours involves wrecking the pastures of innocent herders and robbing them afterward? Shiomi pulled out a rune stone and gripped it in his palm. Taking payment is completely reasonable. If we save humans for free, they'll just grow weak and degenerate. Ishtar shot back, utterly unapologetic. How noble of you, Morgan said coolly. Truly, gods are all cut from the same cloth. Oh. Then let me show you just how terrifying a goddess can be when she gets serious. Ishtar raised her right hand, forming a gun shape with her thumb and index finger, not to shoot magic from her fingers, but to signal her weapon. The great bow floating behind her, Mana, began charging with power. The boat of heaven Mana could both carry Ishtar through the air and function as a weapon, launching projectiles by compressing and firing the concept of Venus itself. It was one of the highest-tier conceptual armaments of the Age of Gods. As she spoke, a massive magic shot, like a falling meteor, blasted forward. Though the barrier held, the surrounding buildings were completely leveled. Interesting. I only meant to give you a little scare, but since you're so stubborn, I guess it's time to show you what I can really. Ishtar suddenly noticed something odd. Despite her attack, not one of them was harmed. She'd been hesitant earlier because of the purple-haired girl, but now that she realized they were tougher than expected, her fighting spirit surged. She began preparing for a much larger attack. Then, a small stone flew toward her face, cutting her off mid-sentence. The rune-etched stone exploded right in front of her. It couldn't penetrate her magic resistance, but the flash severely disrupted her vision. Being a goddess, she adjusted within seconds and regained her sight. Just in time to see Shiomi leap right in front of her. 100 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/pinksnake. Chapter 403, Volume 6, Chapter 37, Good Night, Goddess of Venus. Shiomi's crimson spear carved a sharp arc through the air, clashing against Mana with a burst of blinding sparks. Ugh. Though she managed to avoid a direct strike, the sheer force of the collision nearly caused Ishtar to lose control of her weapon. A human, wielding monstrous strength like this, was absurd. What made it worse was that this human could float in midair. The sky is my domain. Humans should keep their feet on the ground where they belong. As the goddess of the heavens, the sky was her pride. Shiomi soaring freely through it was a direct insult to her dignity. Mana spun rapidly in Ishtar's hands, transforming into a projectile more savage than a rampaging chariot, barreling straight at him. You know, you're not really good at fighting, are you? You just use overwhelming force to bully average opponents, don't you? Shiomi fell back, letting himself drop to evade Mana's charge. Even as he dodged, he spoke with casual ease. Don't get cocky. As her attack missed, Ishtar braked sharply, twisting midair alongside her flying ship. Golden magical energy gathered into a glowing blade, slicing downward toward Shiomi. But after just 2 exchanges, her full attention had been drawn to him, completely forgetting he had 3 other companions. Before the blade could reach him, a blue magical spear intercepted it with a thunderous impact. Ugh! Ishtar let out a deeper cry of pain as she adjusted herself midair and traced the attack source. She saw Morgan now floating alongside them, having taken advantage of Ishtar's distraction to unleash a spell that bypassed her magic resistance. And it wasn't just one spear, wave after wave of blue lances followed, timed precisely to leave just enough reaction space to disrupt her rhythm without giving her a chance to fully counter. The resulting barrage of explosions didn't deal a fatal blow, but they did destabilize her flight, sending her plummeting toward the ground. Just before impact, Ishtar twisted midair, regaining control and preparing to retaliate against the two in the sky. Whoosh! A cold red spear pressed against the back of her head. A slight push would drive it through her throat. Checkmate, Goddess Ishtar, said Scáthach. This sensation, the power to slay gods. Ishtar didn't turn her head. Are you a heroic spirit who has slain deities? I wouldn't go that far, Scáthach replied with a soft smile. Just a woman who refuses to die. Shiomi and Morgan descended, landing beside Sakura as they surrounded Ishtar. There was one thing Ishtar had to admit, she wasn't suited for combat. After all, war was never her domain, only victory. Morgan raised her hand, fingers curling. Chains extended from the void, winding tightly around Ishtar. They weren't as absolute as the chains of heaven, but they carried potent binding magecraft. Caught off guard and unable to resist in time, Ishtar found herself firmly restrained. What's your plan? Tie me up. Ishtar scowled at the group, just about to lash out with a question, when her voice abruptly cut off. A moment later, she looked up again, her expression suddenly calm, even friendly. Oh my, it's already dark. Didn't expect to see you all again so soon. Good morning, her tone had subtly shifted. Though she greeted the four of them cheerfully, her face quickly twisted in confusion. Wait a second. Why am I tied up? I thought we agreed to cooperate. At her reaction, Shiomi raised an eyebrow and turned to Morgan with a questioning glance. She couldn't help but laugh and waved a hand, releasing the chains. That voice. I take it you're in control now, Ereshkigal? Shiomi asked, arms folded as he sat casually on a broken wall nearby. Pretty much, Ereshkigal replied. But wow, you guys really have terrible luck. Just left the underworld and already got jumped by Ishtar. To make her identity unmistakable, the body's hair turned golden in the blink of an eye. Actually, scratch that, you managed to capture Ishtar alive. If I took over afterward. The goddess of the underworld shivered slightly at the thought. She might have underestimated them. If they'd fought her in the underworld, even she couldn't guarantee victory. Shiomi's powers alone, already far beyond the norm, were no small threat. Thank goodness they hadn't fought. Thank goodness they still preferred peaceful resolutions. You could say our luck wasn't all bad, Scáthach said, waving a hand. We were going to rest in Kutha for the night, then head to Mount Abi to confront Ishtar at her temple. But why wait? Since she came to us, let's go ahead and fulfill that little agreement you made with my beloved disciple. Well. Ereshkigal hesitated. Her relationship with Ishtar was complicated. Not something that could be labeled simply as good or bad. They were sisters, after all. Yet the elder sister was doomed to an eternity alone in the underworld, while the younger flew freely across the heavens, doing as she pleased. Ereshkigal couldn't help but envy that freedom. The current control over Ishtar's body stemmed from a pact born of that long-ago encounter, when her sister had once trespassed into the underworld, and Ereshkigal had struck her down, seizing her divine power. When she returned it, a binding agreement had been forged. If you're still unsure, we can give you more time, Morgan offered. But Ishtar will be brought back to Uruk. What King Gilgamesh decides to do with her, is out of our hands. No need. Ereshkigal wasn't about to let this opportunity go. If anything, she just found herself feeling a little sorry for her sister. Then, Shiomi gave Morgan a nod. Let my wife place the binding spell. That'll completely suppress Ishtar's divinity and put her into deep sleep. That way, Mesopotamia will have only one goddess left. The last goddess. Ereshkigal echoed softly, understanding the full weight of those words. I can't believe it, Romani chimed in, a mix of astonishment and admiration in his voice. You went into the underworld, made a pact with the goddess there, and used it to take down another goddess. You really do have a thing for dangerous plans. I'm just going with the flow, Shiomi replied. Whether it's Ishtar or the three-goddess alliance, if we want to protect Uruk and fix this singularity, we have to deal with them one way or another. He gazed into the unseen depths of the forest ahead, his voice solemn. If only the other two goddesses could be resolved this peacefully, that would make things much easier. Chapter 404, Volume 6, Chapter 38, The Return Journey. So, have you really made up your mind, Ereshkigal? You're coming back to Uruk with us to meet the Moon King. As Shiomi asked, he handed the reins to Morgan. Scáthach and Sakura were resting in the carriage behind them. It was the early morning of the second day, They were gradually leaving Kutha behind, heading for the reed fields on the way back to Uruk, ready to report the results of their journey. It's already morning, but I can still feel Ishtar asleep. Your seal is quite effective. Ereshkigal, riding Mana, kept pace with the carriage. Since you fulfilled your initial promise, as a goddess, I should offer something in return. As she had mentioned before, due to sharing divinity in the same body, the goddess of the underworld could freely wield all of Ishtar's powers. You really play by the rules, Scáthach said, leaning against the carriage window. Much better than Ishtar, who does whatever she pleases. Ah, really? Ereshkigal lowered her altitude slightly, sounding a bit pleased. She was honestly relieved to have encountered this group. Not only did they not fear her, they remained composed no matter what. Of course, when Ereshkigal suggested traveling with them instead of arriving at Uruk earlier or later, she noticed that Morgan and Scáthach were somewhat displeased. Let me confirm something. Even though you're gods, you and Ishtar are currently pseudo-servants based on human vessels, right? Sakura asked. Yes. Gods like us can't become servants normally. At best, we can only manifest as pseudo-servants, Ereshkigal nodded. Sakura looked at the goddess of the underworld. So what happened to the human you possessed? Are they already dead? She had seen many similar cases, suitable bodies offered up, allowing the soul and mind of another to inhabit them. Some failed, some succeeded. What made her particularly concerned this time was how much the body resembled her sister, Rin Tosaka. I'm not entirely sure. I descended into this body sometime after Ishtar was summoned. The only thing I know is that the original owner isn't dead. But her personality can't surface. It's not like she's merely asleep, like Ishtar is. Ereshkigal spoke gently as she explained. Just like Ishtar's personality merged with the body's owner, mine did too, the moment I descended. Originally, my personality was much gloomier, more negative. I probably wouldn't have been able to talk to you at all. Her voice softened at the end. In a way, for the current Ereshkigal, this state felt like an incredibly vivid dream. How deeply did the fusion go? Morgan asked. The original owner makes up about 30%, while Ishtar and I each account for 70%, forming two separate personalities, Ereshkigal replied. Sakura looked at her. So, you don't have the original owner's memories? Not really. Even if we call it a fusion, I, as the goddess, remain the dominant one, Ereshkigal said, having a good idea why Sakura was asking. But it's strange. Even though this is our first meeting, I keep feeling a tickle at the back of my neck when I look at you. Who exactly are you, Sakura? Shiomi spoke calmly. If the original owner of this body was Rin Tosaka, then she's Sakura's biological sister. But if it's just a spiritual resemblance from a past life, then it's a connection that may only matter in some distant future. Sister. Ereshkigal covered her mouth in surprise. She and Ishtar were sisters too, but while their external appearances were somewhat alike, Sakura gave off a completely different feeling. I'm honestly not sure, Ereshkigal added, a bit awkward. The priestesses who summoned me, when I descended, their souls were taken to the underworld. Those priestesses had originally prayed for salvation, and the only way the goddess of the underworld could save them was by taking them with her. And besides, it's already been half a year. I really can't tell you who the original owner of this body was, Ereshkigal said apologetically. I see. Sakura leaned back into the carriage, no longer looking outside, deep in thought. The air grew slightly heavy. It was clear to everyone that she was worried about her sister's fate, whether she had been caught in the incineration or somehow ended up in this singularity. But for now, there were no leads. Then, to break the silence, partly because the quiet was becoming uncomfortable, Ereshkigal decided to change the subject. As a gesture of cooperation, while I don't fully understand the other two goddesses, I can at least share something useful with you. Go ahead, Shiomi nodded, indicating he was all ears. First, the magical beasts attacking Uruk's northern wall were all personally created by the goddess of demonic beasts in the temple further north. But for reasons even I don't know, they haven't been able to sustain a non-stop assault. They can't continuously replenish the numbers lost to the city's defenses. That's what we suspected. Which is why the king of Magecraft dispatched demon god pillars. They've already started launching coordinated attacks with the magical beasts, Shiomi said. That sounds grim, Ereshkigal sighed. In any case, I strongly suggest abandoning any idea of negotiating with the goddess of demonic beasts. She hates and despises humans far more than I do. There's no chance she'll stop the slaughter. Scáthach nodded. Then what about the goddess ruling the southern forest? What do you know about her? Based on what you told me during the journey, it sounds like you didn't encounter her when you entered the forest. I can only say this, she comes from a completely different cultural sphere than I do, so I can't judge her values or sense of morality. But her temple in Erida holds the axe of Marduk. In certain Sumerian legends, the war god Marduk used that axe to slice open the throat of the primordial mother goddess Tiamat, killing her and splitting her body in two, forming the land of Mesopotamia. Marduk. Shiomi raised his brows slightly. Is something on your mind? Morgan asked. No. I just remembered, Marduk's worship lasted until around 700 BC. It wasn't until Babylon was conquered by Assyria that it gradually disappeared. After that, the god worshipped on this land became the very god the Holy Church reveres today. 100 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/pinksnake. Chapter 405, Volume 6, Chapter 39, Unrelenting Pressure. The return trip was far quicker than the journey out. Driving their horses hard, they made it from Kutha back to Uruk in just a single day. To avoid causing a panic among the people of Uruk, Ereshkigal donned a cloak, pulling the hood low over her face as she followed them into the city. Once inside, the carriage stopped at the garrison within the city walls to rest and swap out the horses. I forgot to ask earlier, why did you join the Three Goddess Alliance to destroy Mesopotamia? During the rest period, Shiomi looked over at Ereshkigal, who was speaking with Sakura, and posed the question. The question caught her off guard. She lowered her head, her face shadowed, her expression unreadable. I can't forgive what Mesopotamia has become, she said slowly, her voice low. It was a sentiment she had meant to leave behind, something she hadn't intended to bring up while cooperating with Chaldea and Uruk. I can't accept a world that casts aside its gods and tries to build something that belongs solely to humanity. And your reason? Shiomi asked evenly, pressing for a clearer answer. Because that path only leads to pain. Humanity can't escape the suffering of life or the fear of death. Trying to fully accept reality as it is, their intellect has simply grown too much, she said. You, of all people, should understand how fortunate it is to be free from death. Fortunate, huh? Shiomi didn't offer a clear response. What he saw was simply a more resilient life, one capable of carrying out its responsibilities and doing everything within its power. This is the age of gods. There are things here that humans can't understand. To place all the irrationality and cruelty of the world onto the gods, and then live with that as a kind of peace of mind. I believe that mindset is what you'd call good, Ereshkigal said. It's how I've endured for thousands, even tens of thousands of years. That's why I joined the alliance. Good. Shiomi let out a soft sigh. He wasn't eager to empathize with divine values, but even so, something about it resonated. Sounds a lot like Ngramenu, bearing all the world's evil for the sake of humanity. It's not quite the same, but there are similarities. I don't hate humans. What I hate is a human world that no longer needs gods, Ereshkigal said. So in other words, you were never humanity's enemy to begin with, Shiomi finally understood. And because she wasn't their enemy, when someone came along who could accept cooperation without prejudice, Ereshkigal was willing to give it a try. You really get it. No wonder you're Sakura's father, Ereshkigal said lightly. Apparently, when she'd spoken privately with Sakura earlier, the girl had come to a similar understanding. There's something you might not know, Shiomi said. The king of magecraft said something similar. He, too, despaired over life's inability to overcome death. That's why he planned the grand undertaking of the human order incineration. I don't know what kind of person the king of magecraft was, but if he aimed to free life from death entirely, to recreate the world from the ground up. I can actually understand that, Ereshkigal said with a sigh. Shiomi let out a dry chuckle. Maybe your descent into the singularity wasn't just coincidence. Maybe it was something deeper. Perhaps something like destiny, came a sudden voice from behind. He turned in surprise. Weren't you at the northern wall, Artoria? The demon god pillars have eased up slightly, and the magical beasts have pulled back for now, Artoria replied. I was worried about Master's safety, so I came to check in while you were entering the city. When Shiomi and the others entered the underworld, they weren't the only ones to notice something was wrong. As his contracted servant, Artoria had also realized she'd lost contact with him. If the flow of mana between them had been completely severed, she might have assumed something serious had happened and abandoned her post to pursue him in Kutha. Fortunately, the interruption hadn't lasted long enough for that to happen. I only made a trip to the underworld and back. I already explained it to you via thought transmission, Shiomi said apologetically. You didn't have to come all this way. Dun Stallion can cover 1,000 miles in a day. From the northern wall to here is just the blink of an eye, Artoria stepped forward and firmly countered his words. Fair enough. Realizing that continuing the argument would just seem insensitive, Shiomi chose to meet her concern with a silent, understanding gaze. Since I've confirmed Master is safe, I'll return to the front lines now. I'll ask about the underworld in detail once I'm back on rotation, Artoria said. Her clear voice held the faintest trace of gentleness, almost imperceptible. Honestly. Shiomi gave a soft chuckle. Turning around, he noticed Ereshkigal staring, clearly stunned. What's with you? You're a goddess too, aren't you? And not just any goddess, the one from the tower at the end, right? Just what is going on with Chaldea? Impressive that you recognized her so quickly, Shiomi said with a wry smile, unfazed by the reaction. Gods could naturally sense each other's nature in an instant. I'm just a servant now. I came here from Avalon to watch over my master's path and lend what little strength I can, Artoria said calmly, offering a courteous greeting. My true name is Artoria Pendragon. A pleasure to meet you, goddess of the underworld. Likewise. Ereshkigal forced a smile. In her understanding, the goddess of the tower at the end should have been far more cold and emotionless. Yet Artoria radiated warmth and humanity. Then again, possessing a human might have made them more alike than she wanted to admit. The moment you caught your master's scent, you galloped all the way from the northern wall. Is your nose sharper than any of the hounds you used to raise, Artoria? Morgan walked over, teasing her. How rude. My master isn't even, Artoria flushed and was about to retort. A thunderous boom erupted from Uruk's southern gate, instantly killing the mood. What was that? Positioned at the eastern gate, Shiomi immediately contacted Chaldea. Not sure yet. The director and Gray are still inside the city, they're heading to the south gate now. Romani responded quickly. Most of Uruk's elite forces were stationed at the northern wall, leaving the inner city relatively unguarded. Whether it was magical beasts or something else, a breach would mean devastating losses. There's no time. Master, I'm counting on you to handle things here. Shiomi reached out, placing a hand on Artoria's and Morgan's shoulders. With a burst of wind, the three of them vanished from the east gate. Chapter 406, Volume 6, Chapter 40, The Quetzalcoatl Who Comes and Goes Like the Wind, 1. Due to the abnormal state of the singularity, Uruk's gates weren't left open at all times. They operated on a fixed schedule, with gate guards inspecting anyone entering or leaving the city. Outside of these designated times, the gates remained closed, entry and exit permitted only with a seal from the king or the high priestess. This was a special precaution to counter the occasional magical beast that managed to slip past the northern front and head straight for Uruk. It was dusk now. The gate guards waited as usual for the order to open the gates, ready to receive troops rotating back from the northern front lines to rest inside the city. But then, without any warning, the gates came under attack. A woman who called herself Quetzalcoatl smashed through the heavy doors with her bare hands and entered the city alone, overwhelming the defending soldiers without resistance. Nearly 100 soldiers lay unconscious or worse in her wake. All right. Uno. Dos. Tres. Like slicing through vegetables, Quetzalcoatl effortlessly took down one soldier after another. The guard captain quickly organized his men into a spear formation to block her advance toward the Tower of the Gods. It's no use. Get back. Olga Marie's voice rang out from behind them, trying to stop the futile resistance. At that moment, Quetzalcoatl leapt into the air with a jump no human could hope to match. The trained soldiers instantly realized they weren't dealing with a normal enemy. She hurled the bodies of fallen soldiers at the formation. The sight of their comrades thrown like rag dolls dealt a heavy blow to the defenders' morale. The front line instinctively raised their shields and weapons to guard themselves, but Quetzalcoatl's downward strike didn't land directly. The magical barrier they'd conjured barely held against the impact, but cracks had already begun to spread. Quetzalcoatl blinked in surprise, then grinned, licking her lips with growing excitement as she put more force into her legs. The moment the barrier shattered, a battering ram struck her in the abdomen. Her body was thrown off course and crashed into a nearby house, sending dust and rubble flying. We hit her. Ad shouted with sharp enthusiasm. But Gray wasn't convinced. She definitely landed the blow, but she didn't feel like she'd dealt real damage. Sure enough, Quetzalcoatl rose from the dust cloud, completely unharmed. She let out a cheerful, satisfied laugh. 60 points. That's some serious strength. Even among humans, you're top tier. I can feel it, you've got a dragon's aura. It was the new power Gray had acquired during the sixth singularity, when her existence had resonated uncontrollably with the Lion King. After undergoing the inheritance ceremony, her body had become even closer to Artoria's, awakening what was known as the dragon factor. That power still remained within her. Simply by breathing, she could produce mana continuously, an overwhelming advantage in this age of gods. After 10 days of battles within the singularity, Gray had come to rely on this power with growing confidence, believing she could truly protect the people around her. But Quetzalcoatl had not only seen through it, she was growing even more fired up, and that sudden surge of bloodlust made Gray feel a sense of dread. Everyone, fall back. We'll hold the line here, she called urgently to the soldiers behind her. Understood. We're leaving it to you two, honored guests from afar. The lead soldier knew full well that Quetzalcoatl was an opponent far beyond their ability to handle. Staying would only distract the foreign fighters who had come to defend Uruk. So, according to the rules, are substitutions allowed, or not? Quetzalcoatl tilted her head, treating the skirmish like a tournament. Personally, I'd say no. But if it makes the match more exciting, then I'm all for it. The match. Gray blinked in confusion. Of course. We're not fighting to kill, this is to give people courage. With that, Quetzalcoatl leapt again. Her limbs spread wide in midair, forming the shape of a great X. Then she suddenly curled inward, hugging her knees and spinning as she plummeted. It's coming. Gray instinctively knew she couldn't take it head-on. Add. Shield. In an instant, Ad transformed into a broad shield, large enough to cover her entire body. Boom. The impact rattled Gray's arms and legs with a jolt of numbness. Legend had it Quetzalcoatl could command flying dragons. But even without that particular disadvantage, Gray doubted she could withstand her power for long. Gray. Olga Marie staggered in the backblast, unable to cast any supportive magecraft. The single blow shook Gray's defense. Quetzalcoatl flipped back to gain distance, then dashed in again while Gray was still off balance. Alright, let's settle this with a 100-meter wrestling throw. Quetzalcoatl said, beaming with a fierce, radiant smile. It was a smile full of pure joy, devoid of hatred or hostility. This was a kind of strength Gray couldn't begin to comprehend. But just as Quetzalcoatl charged in, a different gust of wind rose from the ground, cutting across her path. Oh. A tornado cloaked in swirling black crows didn't slow her much, but the crimson spear that pierced through the vortex forced her to halt, twist her body, and narrowly avoid the incoming thrust. She casually caught the base of the spear's head with one hand. TCH. Shiomi had struck the moment he landed, purely on instinct. And yet, it missed entirely. Not bad. Your spear's got bite, Big Sis really likes it. Quetzalcoatl's grip was immense. No matter how hard Shiomi pulled, the red spear wouldn't budge. Let's have a fun and rowdy wrestling match. Shiomi didn't reply. Realizing the spear couldn't be withdrawn, he quickly twisted his wrist, shifting his stance. Thunder rain. Lightning raced down the shaft of the red spear, wrapping around Quetzalcoatl's body. Magic, huh? When the blinding light faded, she looked at Shiomi, who had released the spear and backed away, with an intrigued expression. Her body bore signs of the electric discharge, but she remained completely unharmed. Nice shock. All tingly and zappy. You've really mastered fighting with magecraft, definitely worthy of being defeated by me. Before she could finish, Artoria swung Rongaminiad from behind. She had quietly maneuvered into position while Shiomi launched his large-scale spell. This time, Quetzalcoatl dodged with an exaggerated backward bend, barely avoiding the blow. In doing so, she released her grip on the red spear. Shiomi immediately retrieved it, and with a powerful thrust, his crimson spear intertwined with Artoria's pure white strike. Red and white lances of light wove together into a glowing net aimed straight at Quetzalcoatl's torso. Just as it was about to hit, a deafening blast rang out. Until now, Quetzalcoatl had been fighting barehanded, but at last, she drew her weapon. It was a distinctive blade embedded with obsidian, the Macuahuitl. 100 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/pinksnake. Chapter 407, Volume 6, Chapter 41, The Quetzalcoatl Who Comes and Goes Like the Wind, 2. The Macuahuitl, an exclusive weapon of Aztec jaguar warriors. As a war deity, it was only natural that Quetzalcoatl wielded such a weapon. But unlike the traditional wooden base, hers was forged from enchanted gold imbued with mana. After clashing with both the Holy Lance and the Crimson Spear, Shiomi quickly noticed it wasn't a noble phantasm, yet its performance easily rivaled one. Not bad at all, you actually made me bring out my weapon. That means you're ready, right? Quetzalcoatl leaned on her half-body-length weapon with a fearsome grin. Her sharp teeth gave her an expression so fierce it could silence a crying child in the dead of night. Be careful. She's neither a god who ascended posthumously like King Arthur, nor a pseudo-servant like Ereshkigal. Romani relayed the intel provided by Ereshkigal. The Quetzalcoatl in front of you is a top-tier divine spirit. She certainly looks the part. Artoria remained on full alert. Quetzalcoatl, complete as a god from the moment of her birth, was one of the supreme deities in South American Aztec mythology. Her name meant, feathered serpent, goddess of wind and civilization. Even though the one standing here was only a split spirit, she couldn't be taken lightly. The goddess over there, and the master beside her. Let's stop being shy. Quetzalcoatl pointed at Artoria and Shiomi. Let's talk with our bodies. If anyone else had said that, it might have sounded suggestive or even flirtatious. But from the feathered serpent, it meant something entirely different. In her worldview, conversation meant all-out combat until one side was completely defeated. As soon as she finished speaking, Quetzalcoatl surged forward. Macuahuitl in her right hand, Aztec shield in her left, despite being flanked from both sides, she didn't show a hint of being cornered. The more they fought, the more exhilarated she became, calling out praise between attacks. Yes. Wonderful. Absolutely brilliant. Big sis loves opponents like you. She raised her shield to block Artoria's thrust and brought the Makuaweedle down against Shiomi's spear, watching him with gleaming eyes. To think the final master of humanity would be such a fighter, humans really are full of surprises. My master, Scáthach, is the queen of the land of shadows, mentor to countless Celtic warriors. As her top disciple, there's no way I'm falling behind. Shiomi grit his teeth and pushed the Makuaweedle back with a powerful shove. Quetzalcoatl didn't press the attack immediately, because Morgan's magecraft burst toward her from the side. It should have been a perfect ambush. But even so, Quetzalcoatl slipped through a gap and dodged it, causing Morgan to narrow her eyes. She was fast, at least as fast as Shiomi. Perhaps even faster than Morgan could predict. Oh! Another witch. Using the fading shockwave of the mist spell as cover, Quetzalcoatl abruptly redirected her assault, charging straight at Morgan. Not happening. A flash of red cut through the air. Having caught onto her intent, Shiomi moved ahead of her path and intercepted the attack, forcing Quetzalcoatl to retreat. The two sides reset their distance once more. I'm not that easy to hit, Morgan muttered, glancing at Shiomi's right hand. His grip had split open from the impact and was bleeding, but it was already healing quickly. To do that much damage with just a weapon clash. Perhaps Quetzalcoatl was the most dangerous of the three goddess alliance. Wonderful coordination. So this is what humanity's final representatives are like. Quetzalcoatl suddenly lowered her weapon and began to applaud. Now I'm really looking forward to meeting the rest of the humans you brought along. She swept her gaze approvingly over Shiomi and Gray, as if they were the standard for humanity in 2016. Quetzalcoatl, so you finally decided to attack Uruk. Shiomi narrowed his eyes. Something felt off. The goddess of the southern forest launching a sudden assault on Uruk was completely unexpected. If two goddesses attacked at once, the burden on the city would become unbearable. No need to ask pointless questions. I was summoned by my mother specifically to kill humans, Quetzalcoatl replied. But throwing the sun onto the earth and burning everyone to ashes would be boring. So I decided, whoever my opponents are, I'll kill them one by one. That way, I can truly exterminate humanity. Like, what you're doing right now. Artoria's eye twitched. You've done the same before, haven't you? So you understand my approach, right? Quetzalcoatl said, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Still, I won't be using my divine authorities. It's too tiring. You're not using your powers? Shiomi tightened his grip on his spear. If that's true, then in that last fight, you'd be covered in wounds right now. Overwhelming strength was one of the hallmarks of the feathered serpent's divine power. Oh dear, you caught that. But that's the test, isn't it? If you're coddled all the time, you'll never grow. Fill in what you lack with your courage and wisdom, that's what humans have always done, right? Morgan scoffed. You sure talk big. Someone who doesn't know any better might think you're some kind of benevolent god. Oh wait, aren't you actually supposed to be one? Smart girl. Quetzalcoatl glanced up at the setting sun. I only came to say hello today. After all, you've already roped in Ereshkigal and locked up Ishtar, haven't you? When I heard, I just had to come see who pulled that off. As she spoke, Ereshkigal and the others arrived from the east gate. But Ereshkigal won't be helping you against me. Not even I can ignore the constraints of our alliance. She stretched casually. Right. I never planned on fighting you, Ereshkigal replied as she landed in front of Quetzalcoatl. But if I can feed you just enough intel and let you and them wear each other down, then Uruk will be mine. Quetzalcoatl's face twisted into another eerie grin. As expected of the goddess of the underworld, what a devious little plan. But it's pointless. I'll wipe humanity out bit by bit, and won't leave anything behind for you. Do you really think it'll be that easy? Even someone like you can lose. You'd better give up while you can, Quetzalcoatl, Ereshkigal said after a moment of silence. Well. Didn't expect you to place such faith in them. Looks like they've really grown on you, Ereshkigal. With that, Quetzalcoatl gave a flamboyant farewell. Then until next time, adios. Starting tomorrow, after the sun rises, I'll be back to take down another 100. With a mighty leap, the feathered serpent landed on the back of a swooping pterosaur and flew off toward the southern forest. Chapter 408, Volume 6, Chapter 42, False Slaughter. As soon as Quetzalcoatl retreated, the jaguar warrior, who had been sneaking around with a large basket collecting the bodies of fallen soldiers, suddenly stopped. She muttered, the three goddess alliance forbids us from attacking each other, but I'm not included in that restriction. Even if Cuckoo scolds me, I have to fall back, then turned and bolted. As she ran, she summoned a group of jaguar-headed warriors to block any pursuit. Clearly, not even the Jaguar warrior wanted to face Shiomi, Ereshkigal, and the others alone. Looks like it was a good call to follow us. You'll be of help right away, Shiomi said as he put away his spear, turning to Ereshkigal. Ereshkigal pulled down her hood, the tilted brim casting a shadow over the right side of her face. Save the thanks for later. Quetzalcoatl killed a lot of people. She walked slowly to the nearest soldier's body and crouched down. At least let their souls. The goddess of the underworld abruptly fell silent. This puzzled Shiomi and the others, who were waiting for the guards to return and clean up the battlefield. What's wrong? Shiomi asked. These people, they're not dead. Ereshkigal whispered. She quickly stood and began checking the other supposedly fallen soldiers, all of whom appeared uninjured. This one too, and this one. The Jaguar warrior hadn't had enough time to carry all the bodies and had only taken less than half. Ereshkigal checked the rest one by one and finally reached a shocking conclusion. You're saying the soldiers Quetzalcoatl killed came back to life the moment they died, but they're just unconscious and will wake up later. In the royal palace of the Divine Tower, Hakuno Kishinami covered her mouth in shock upon hearing Shiomi's report. It wasn't me who discovered it. It was the goddess Ereshkigal, Shiomi clarified. Siduri looked confused. If they didn't plan to kill Uruk's soldiers, then why go to all this trouble to attack? Gilgamesh added, didn't they say earlier? That divine spirit servant, who called herself a Jaguar warrior, was following Quetzalcoatl and intended to take all the fallen soldiers' bodies. But she retreated too quickly and left behind about half. So then what's really going on? Siduri was still struggling to process that the soldiers hadn't actually died. Morgan, who had come to the palace with Shiomi, said, back in UR, the Jaguar warrior said that the men taken as live sacrifices were sent to the temple of Eridu for forced labor. These Uruk soldiers who were revived right after being killed will meet the same fate. Quetzalcoatl spoke of destroying Uruk, but she never actually intended to wipe out all its people. Her real plan had been to kill the soldiers here and immediately revive them, creating the illusion of a real battle. Then the Jaguar warrior would take the unconscious bodies back to the temple. By the time the soldiers woke up, they would already be trapped in the temple of Eridu as forced laborers. You mean human trafficking? Hakuno's expression turned oddly complicated. Looks like it, Morgan replied with a wry smile. Clearly, there was more behind Quetzalcoatl's talk of killing humans. After some thought, Shiomi spoke up. If we let her continue stirring up trouble in Uruk, it won't just disrupt the city's stability, it'll also make the soldiers fighting on the front lines worry about their families back home. That'll hurt morale. We can't just stand by and do nothing. Siduri nodded, clearly concerned. The craftsmen and soldiers have already abandoned the South Market. That means King Gilgamesh's secret project. Secret project? Shiomi raised an eyebrow in surprise. It's nothing, Gilgamesh waved it off. Since I can't leave the Divine Tower to deal with the beasts and goddesses threatening Uruk, I've been passing time with some minor palace work. He didn't seem interested in revealing more. Seeing that, Shiomi dropped the subject. In any case, if Gilgamesh really had some hidden agenda and intended to destroy Uruk, the city he once ruled, then no matter the outcome, Shiomi would feel this journey to the Age of Gods had been more than worth it. Also, Quetzalcoatl said she'd be back after sunrise tomorrow to kill another 100 people. Even if we know they won't actually die, if the Jaguar warriors keep taking the bodies like they did today, our forces will be stretched too thin to hold the city's defenses, added Mari, the court magus, sounding exasperated. Could you make an exception and use clairvoyance to check on Quetzalcoatl's current state? Romani asked Mari through the comms. Mari gave an apologetic smile. Sorry, Roman, she's a goddess. Girls really hate being spied on, and she's not just any girl, she's a divine spirit. Even if I tried to peek, I'd probably get caught in an instant and end up in serious trouble. Right, Lady Ereshkigal. Of course, Ereshkigal replied coldly. Anyone rude enough to try that, I'd trap their soul in the underworld for 10,000 years. That was the unshakable dignity of a goddess, sacred and not to be violated. See. It's way too early to be angering goddesses. Besides, most of my mana's tied up in other things right now. Even if I wanted to offer a bit of fan service, I couldn't, Mari added with a shrug. Sigh, you could have told me about the limitations of clairvoyance earlier, Romani muttered, helpless. So, in the end, we'll have to leave it to you on site, Shiomi. That was the plan from the beginning, Romani. Shiomi nodded. Let's prepare tonight to avoid any damage when she shows up tomorrow. After that, we'll move out toward Eridu in the southern region of UR. Hakuno then asked, judging from your report, the opponent doesn't seem nearly as cooperative as Ereshkigal. Do we have any way to handle her? We have some ideas, but we won't know if they'll work until we try them on the battlefield, Shiomi said as he took out the Tablet of Destinies. Besides, our investigation in Kutha was originally to find this. Everything else, working with the goddess of the underworld, being attacked by the goddess of the forest, was never part of the plan. Even after he brought out the tablet, Chidori didn't step forward to take it, which caught everyone off guard. Is it not genuine? Shiomi asked. We'll know soon enough, Gilgamesh said as he raised his hand and gave a commanding gesture. If it's real, it will display the information the person who touches it needs. Place your hand on the tablet and recite after me. 100 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/pinksnake. Chapter 409, Chapter 409, Volume 6, Chapter 43, The Record of the Tablet of Destinies. There was once a city, there was once a city. The place where heaven and earth connect, Gil, an empty plain. After a moment of hesitation, Shiomi repeated the words Gilgamesh had prompted him with. The plain-looking clay tablet suddenly burst forth with an invisible force, pulling Shiomi's consciousness inside. When he came to, Shiomi found himself standing in a sea of corpses and blood. What unfolded before him was the most tragic scene imaginable, countless human tragedies laid bare. Those who killed, those who were killed. The ignorant, the forsaken. The hateful, the mocking. Resentment, misunderstanding, discrimination, persecution, pity, cruelty was everywhere in the human world. He silently watched it all. Even though the sheer brutality was nearly unbearable, Shiomi refused to avert his gaze. This too was part of humanity. As one of them, he had no right to look away. Humans are not omnipotent. Everyone must swallow their bitterness, living through contradictions, barely holding on. A chaotic yet strangely familiar voice echoed. But the omnipotent king is different. He has the power and means to fix everything. With clairvoyance that sees through past and future, he understands every tragedy and sorrow in this world, yet he does nothing. A king who only laughs. If he were ignorant, it might be forgivable. But he knows everything and still just watches. I raised a cry of protest. Don't you want to correct this tragedy? You know all of this, don't you feel anything? No, no. I feel nothing, the king replied. This man is unforgivable. That's what we all believed. You asked for this not for yourselves, not even for the destruction of the king you hate, but only that your anger be heard. I grant your request. I bestow upon you wisdom and strength. None shall be like you, not even your king. We shall devote all our time, expend all our resources. That is who we are. Shiomi snapped back to reality. He was still standing in the palace of the Divine Tower, the throne and those around it just as they had been. Yet sweat was soaking through his back. Unfortunately, this tablet doesn't contain anything about the three goddesses. Shiomi handed it over to Chidori. I've memorized everything, so there's no reason for me to keep it. What did you see? Hakuno asked. The others looked on with curiosity. Just the motives of the king of magecraft. His anger and sorrow are valid, but that doesn't justify destroying the world. He bares his fangs at the peace of today for the sake of a better future. Even with intelligence far beyond that of any human, he still acts so recklessly. It only made me more certain that he must be stopped. Shiomi shrugged. That's all I have to report. If there's nothing else, I'll head back to the side hall to rest. He turned to leave with Morgan. Shiomi, about that other matter I asked you to look into, Hakuno called out behind him. It's gone, Shiomi replied with a small shake of his head. I see. Hakuno sighed, casting a worried glance toward Gilgamesh. What a pointless errand. Gilgamesh didn't seem angry. He just said it flatly. After leaving the palace and returning to the sleeping quarters, Shiomi headed to the bath, where the maids had already prepared steaming water with scattered flower petals. As he sank into the water up to his shoulders, the fatigue of the past few days instantly melted away. What did you see? Morgan sat beside him, holding a towel against her chest. Didn't I already say? Shiomi smiled helplessly. Morgan gave him a sly look. You're drenched in sweat just from seeing the king of magecraft's motive for the incineration of humanity. There really is no hiding anything from you. Shiomi lowered his gaze. But I'm sorry. I can't talk about it right now. Why not? Because the king of magecraft doesn't know. He has no way of seeing it. Even now, he's likely convinced that his grand design is destined to succeed. And to him, I'm just an obstacle that needs to be removed. Shiomi absent-mindedly scooped up some water and poured it over himself. Maybe that's exactly what he should be afraid of. Then I won't ask. Morgan dropped the subject without hesitation. You're being so quick to give up, it's making me feel guilty. You're never this easygoing about anything else, Shiomi said, leaning against Morgan's smooth, fragrant shoulder. Morgan lowered her eyelids. If there's something you want to say, I'm here to listen. Whatever the case, that king of magecraft is a fake. No doubt about it, Shiomi said. Widely known, well, no, a truth only the two of us know, Morgan replied, clearly pleased, resting her chin in her hand. Shiomi flicked a flower petal from her collarbone back into the bath. Then let's keep it that way. I've got a pretty good idea of who the king of magecraft might be, and I understand what's behind the incineration of humanity now. Don't worry. My husband will definitely stop the incineration. I'm the best proof that you can do it, Morgan said, interlocking her fingers with his under the water. I almost forgot about that. Shiomi chuckled. Then forget it for now. There's still a lot ahead. Take a proper break first, Morgan said as she gave him a light push. He paused, straightened up, and was about to ask what was wrong. But Morgan pulled him forward, burying his face in her soft, supple chest. The scent of flowers mingled with her usual cool fragrance, and Shiomi felt the tension melt from his body. You've been pushing yourself so hard, and now you're letting me rest. It's your time to rest now, Morgan said, her tone firm. Besides, I haven't really had it that rough lately. Really? Shiomi muttered, worried she might be forcing herself. But Morgan was always honest with him, never one for appearances, so he knew she meant it. Of course, this is also a little reward for what you said in front of the final gate of the underworld, she murmured, running her fingers through his hair, gently massaging his scalp. Since the goddess of the underworld came along for the return trip, there were some things we couldn't exactly do. Shiomi laughed. I thought you'd be mad at that kind of evasive answer. It's just the truth. Nothing to get mad about, Morgan said plainly. Besides, Scáthach and Artoria aren't around right now. It's the perfect time. I can already hear their footsteps, Shiomi said with a muffled laugh. We'll deal with it when they get here. Then, she let him sink even deeper into her embrace.